The young man removed his trousers, inviting his sister to glimpse the attire beneath. During your studies, you were consistently bullied by a certain girl. She even threatened that if you do not stay with her, she would stuff white socks into your mouth. Just when she thought she would never have the opportunity for vengeance in this lifetime. 5 years later, she unexpectedly ascended to the position of CEO in your company. If she were to utter another phrase now, it would be to stuff your white socks down your throat. If she were to utter once more about stuffing white socks into you, and if she were to dance now, you could only exclaim, "How splendid indeed," just as you were idly passing time at work. A colleague suddenly engaged you in gossip. "Old goo, have you heard? A new, aloof female CEO has joined the company today. It is said that she possesses fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. You must be sure not to leave a negative impression on her." You chuckled softly to yourself, inwardly dismissing the matter as inconsequential. Indeed, just a few minutes later, a tall and statuesque woman entered the company. Upon crossing the threshold, her enchanting gaze swept over all the employees within. Despite the allure of her crimson lips, her youthful age bestowed upon her an air of delightful innocence. Upon surveying the surroundings, the new president swiftly fixed his gaze upon you. Yet, the moment I beheld your profile, I found myself utterly transfixed. Your once cold gaze gradually softened, appearing imbued with a hint of endearing innocence. Sensing an unusual gaze behind you, you casually glanced over your shoulder. Yet, when you gaze upon the visage of the enchanting young president, you find yourself momentarily entranced. Your mouth agape, you are not taken aback by her stunning beauty, but rather by the startling revelation that this captivating woman is none other than your high school classmate, the very same who once professed her affection, only to be met with your rejection. Her name is Wan'an, a prodigious young girl of exceptional talent. I recall she was merely a sophomore at the time. Wan'an had harbored a secret admiration for you for quite some time, and eventually, she could no longer contain her feelings and confessed her affection. She appeared before you, delicate and charming, presenting a love letter she had penned herself. However, perceiving her tender age, you gently patted her head and declined her advances without hesitation. Your rejection was well-intentioned, yet it left Wan'an in tears on the playground for an entire day. From that moment forward, you became the target of her relentless teasing. She would devise various schemes to provoke you, and now, all you can do is fervently hope she does not recognize you. After all, you once turned her down. Perhaps she might still seek to undermine you. Yet at this moment, you can no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. If she were to target you, you would simply resign and return home. At that moment, Wan'an passed by you, and an enchanting fragrance delicately wafted into your nostrils. However, you possessed no other thoughts, merely daring to fix your gaze unwaveringly upon the computer, feigning busyness. You failed to notice in the slightest that as she passed by you, she discreetly lifted the corners of her mouth in a subtle smile. Upon arriving at the office, Wan'an exhaled heavily. Being a president is truly exhausting. After uttering this, she carelessly discarded her high heels and discreetly retrieved a few QQ candies hidden in her pocket. As she popped them in her mouth, her expression transformed, as if savoring a gourmet feast, radiating sheer delight. Wan'an's ascent to the position of president was not solely attributed to her father's wealth. More significantly, she was an exceptional scholar, having been exceptionally appointed as a board member of the branch company at the tender age of 18. Yet, she often lamented her fate, tasked with fulfilling the responsibilities typically held by a 40-year-old man. Despite her academic success, a memorable incident from her high school years lingered in her mind: her infatuation with you, which led her to ponder for an extended period on how to confess her feelings. Although your academic performance is rather unsatisfactory, you possess an undeniable charm. During that period of unrequited affection, Wan'an's grades plummeted from first place to second. Yet, despite this, you still chose to turn her down. Once again, we find ourselves in each other's presence, and in this peculiar manner, I am reminded of her and the past we shared. Wan'an's delicate face flushed instantaneously. At that moment, the secretary entered the office without so much as a knock. Wan'an resembled a frisky kitten, promptly sitting up straight and adjusting her high heels. "Please remember to knock before entering next time." "I apologize," she replied. "I will certainly be more mindful in the future," Director Yi. Compose yourself. Yi Wan'an's gaze is directed towards you. By the way, what is the name of that young man outside? The secretary followed Yi Wan'an's delicate, fair finger and glanced over. She is Chen, a video reviewer who joined just last month. The secretary provided a brief introduction before producing a hefty stack of documents. Here are the materials from several departments that you requested earlier, General Manager Yi. Please take a look. Gathering these documents had been a directive from Yi Wan'an herself. Thus, the secretary approached the task with utmost diligence. However, Yi Wan'an did not even lift her head. I'm already well aware of the company's situation. Now, I request that you provide me with all the information on Chen within 5 minutes. At this moment, you are outside, simultaneously indulging in the captivating allure of a young lady adorned in black stockings while savoring snacks. Reviewing videos is not only your profession, but also a cherished pastime. Just then, at that moment, Yi Wan'an emerged from her office, holding her whimsical cartoon water cup as she approached the water dispenser to fill it with steaming hot water. However, her actions aroused the curiosity of her colleagues. I recall that the president's office is equipped with its own water supply. Why then does President Yi feel the need to step out to fetch water? It is likely that the water dispenser inside is malfunctioning. However, the water dispenser is conveniently situated directly opposite you. You ponder within yourself, considering that her casual demeanor likely indicates that she has not recognized you. Her nonchalant appearance suggests that she is oblivious to your identity. As for why she is utilizing the public water cooler, it does not concern you. You remain engrossed in the captivating images of beautiful women displayed on your computer screen. Yet, you have not noticed that Yi Wan'an's peripheral gaze had long been directed towards you. In the next moment, her delicate and supple chin rested upon your shoulder, while her vivid cherry lips parted slightly. Are you still gazing with keen attention? This gentle breath unites you in a moment of realization, as you turn to discover it is none other than Yi Wan'an. Caught in the act, a sense of guilt renders you somewhat flustered and stammering. Her sudden appearance behind you feels rather excessive. Do not misunderstand as reviewers. We are obliged to meticulously examine each submission. This is our duty. You believe you have crafted an excellent excuse to justify your actions. Yet, Yi Wan'an tilts her beautiful gaze, fixing her eyes upon you, evoking a sense of trepidation as you avert your gaze. Yi Wan'an slightly tilted her exquisite eyes, fixating on your evasive gaze. Before long, you found yourself feeling increasingly uneasy under her penetrating stare. Before long, you felt a sense of unease under her unwavering gaze. President, I have matters to attend to, you implored, desperately wishing for Yi Wan'an to depart swiftly, fearing that prolonged scrutiny might lead her to recognize you. Yet, she showed no inclination to leave. Yet she did not leave, her smile widening ever more. You seem remarkably familiar. Have we perhaps met somewhere before? Upon hearing these words, you were utterly stunned. Gazing into her eyes, you desperately sought a rationale. Everyone says I resemble the renowned actor, Hmph. Thus, it is only natural that you find me familiar. After stating this, you casually spread your hands, indicating the veracity of this matter. After speaking, you casually extend your hand to signify the matter at hand. The authenticity of this casualness reveals a beauty in its truthfulness. You also convey the essence of this matter with a certain sound, enhancing its significance. Ultimately, you express the authenticity of the situation with an air of casualness. Yi Wan'an couldn't help but chuckle. Gu, you're truly amusing. Upon hearing the name Gu classmate, an unsettling realization washed over you. In a desperate attempt, you endeavor to salvage the situation one last time. Why do you refer to me as Gu classmate? Surely, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly be mistaken? Was it not you who abandoned me all those years ago, leaving me in tears for an entire day? My eyes were swollen from weeping. You scoundrel. In an instant, your eyes widened in surprise, for you had not anticipated that she would recognize you. At this moment, the surrounding colleagues became exhilarated. They initially presumed that the female CEO was merely inspecting whether you were slacking off. However, to their astonishment, it turned out that the two were actually classmates, and remarkably, the female CEO was the one who had been rejected. Observing your expression as you consumed the bitter gourd, Yi Wan'an playfully stuck out her little tongue, narrowing her eyes as mischievous thoughts crossed her mind. Classmate Gu's company has been particularly busy lately in light of the company's growth. Might you consider extending your work hours by an additional hour? As anticipated, once recognized, they will begin to impose difficulties. Then Wan'an added, you could just happen to leave work with me. Wouldn't that be delightful? You widened your eyes, realizing her intentions. You knew you were about to be ensnared by her charm. At this moment, as a man of maturity, you found yourself disinterested in such a young girl. Yet, you were utterly at a loss for a reason to refuse her. Thus, you could only acquiesce with a sense of resignation. After obtaining the answer, Wan'an returned to the office with a sense of peace and satisfaction. Although 4 to 5 years had elapsed, she still harbored feelings for you. Furthermore, she was no longer as timid as before. She vowed that this time she would seize the opportunity to completely win you over. On the other side, you have yet to regain your composure, while your colleagues have already erupted into a frenzy. Did I hear incorrectly? Isn't it said that the newly appointed female president is an icy beauty? To me, she clearly resembles the girl next door. Old Gu, you're quite impressive. To think you have even courted a female CEO. Do share a few tips with me when you have a chance. You cast a sidelong glance at your colleague, pondering how splendid it would be if one possessed looks as handsome as yours. Although an additional hour of work is required, it is not entirely unacceptable. As long as you leave early at the end of the day, you shall not be besieged by her. Time swiftly progressed to the afternoon. As you rose to prepare a cup of coffee, a gentle pressure unexpectedly descended upon your shoulder, guiding you back to your seat. Chen, please sit down and allow me to brew your coffee, came the soft voice. In the next moment, your coffee cup was snatched away by an unseen hand. Turning your head slightly, you were astonished to discover that the female CEO had stealthily appeared behind you, her face radiating joy, reminiscent of a lively, neighborly little sister. Yet, you distinctly recalled her remaining in the office all this while. I shall handle it myself. You have no desire to trouble her, nor to entangle yourself in any peculiar relationships. However, it was snatched away by Wan'an once more. What does it matter? I am the boss. Is it not my duty to care for my employees? Gazing upon her innocent and radiant visage, your expression darkens with discontent. Such consideration for your employees. Why not extend a helping hand to others? Before long, Wan'an personally prepared a cup of warm coffee. Soon, Wan'an personally prepared a cup of warm coffee and gently approached you. You nodded and accepted the coffee, expressing your gratitude. Thank you, President. Please, go ahead with your work. You sincerely wished that Wan'an had truly come merely to brew a cup of coffee. You earnestly wished that Wan'an had merely come to brew a cup of coffee. Yet she effortlessly drew over a stool and seated herself beside you. The work must be quite monotonous, wouldn't it? Allow me to keep you company then. After speaking, Wan'an playfully winked her beautifully captivating eyes. You can now be completely certain that Wan'an did not feel resentment due to the rejection in her sophomore year. On the contrary, she became even more joyful after having him as an employee. Work, to me, is exceedingly engaging. I find it far from tedious. It's all right, President. You may attend to your tasks. You have exhausted every possible means to ingratiate yourself with her. Yet Wan'an remained steadfast, impervious to any persuasion. She was akin to a small kitten, immobile and waiting in place, refusing to budge unless fed. Upon witnessing the scene, my colleagues could hardly bear it any longer. Chen, this ironclad man, is utterly oblivious to the nuances of romance. The CEO's affection for her is glaringly evident. How could he fail to perceive it? If it were me, I would have acquiesced long ago. Ultimately, you found yourself resigned to compromise. Just a few minutes later, Wan'an could no longer contain herself. Can we chat while working, Chen? Please don't call me that. What about Gu? Or perhaps Gu Chen? Since resistance is futile, one can only choose acceptance. Let it be Chen. Wan'an nodded with joy, lost in her memories of the past. Chen, do you still recall those high school days? I fondly recall the time when I was particularly enamored with your basketball prowess, especially your one-handed dunks. They were truly magnificent, worthy of admiration from even the most enchanting of beauties. You cannot help but feel a tinge of excitement within. I recall it was during a physical education class. The weather is exceedingly hot. As you play basketball, sweat pours down your body. Numerous girls cheer for you with fervor. You execute a soaring slam dunk. landing gracefully on one knee to conclude. It is simply magnificent. Upon hearing these words, a shadow of dismay crossed your brow. That particular shot was undeniably a blunder, which consequently led to your knee succumbing to the ground in a moment of defeat. At that time, your knee was still bleeding. Wan'an did not afford you the opportunity to respond. She continued speaking without pause. Moreover, Chen, you possess an abundance of compassion. Every day after school, I am able to witness you timely providing sustenance to the unfortunate stray dogs outside. Wan'an has a fondness for kind-hearted, sunny boys. Wan'an is enamored with kind-hearted sunshine boys, and you have utterly fulfilled all her fantasies, which is why she finds herself unable to extricate herself. However, her recollections left you feeling quite awkward. I recall there was a particularly fierce stray dog at that time. After school, she often chases after you for food. On one occasion, she even followed you all the way to your doorstep. Thus, you find yourself feeding her every day after school. After a brief conversation with Wan'an, she finally ceased to respond. In a hushed tone, she discreetly inquired of you, and Chen quietly relayed to me. Chen discreetly confided in me, asking if there's a girl you fancy here. I could assist you in confessing your feelings. Though she appears to be considerate of you, her tone is undeniably tinged with jealousy. You gazed at her thoughtfully, clearly skeptical of her whimsical tales. If you were to reveal that there was a girl here who captured your affection, it is likely you would be summoned to the branch office the very next day to be put to work. Yet you still intend to tease her. Having worked for such an extended period, of course there is. Wan'an initially intended merely to probe the situation, yet to her astonishment, the truth proved to be genuine. Consequently, her expression darkened instantaneously. Who will hasten to inform me of the identity? Observing her anxious and flustered demeanor, you cannot help but smile. I cannot disclose it to you just yet. Once I successfully confess, I shall reveal it to you, Wan'an. The little cat, on the verge of exploding with frustration, secretly resolved to investigate all the female employees of the company upon turning back. After a while, she moved a stool and gradually leaned closer to you. Mr. Yi, it is said that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Mr. Yi, it is said that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. You have yet to find the opportunity to retreat. She took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrance of your attire. The cherry blossom scent that enveloped you was particularly delightful. I truly adore your essence, as well as you. Upon hearing these words, a dark line reappeared above your head. It is evident that the intention was to draw closer, yet an array of flimsy excuses were conjured instead. The two engaged in a casual conversation, while Wan'an remained by your side, diligently assisting with your work. However, her drowsiness soon crept upon her unexpectedly, causing her to gradually lean to one side, caught off guard. There was nothing on the table to cushion it. To prevent her porcelain-white face from colliding with the surface, you swiftly placed your hand beneath her delicate cheek. The sudden onset of drowsiness in Wan'an compelled you to question whether she was feigning sleep. However, mere seconds later, you swiftly dismissed that notion, for a trickle of saliva had inexplicably begun to escape from the corner of her mouth. If others were to witness this, the aloof image of the female CEO would be irrevocably tarnished, and even the title of a delicate beauty would vanish without a trace. Gradually, you begin to hear her murmur sweet nothings in her dreams. Chen, this time, you must not harbor affections for any other girl. Please, do not continue to reject me. Though the sounds in my dreams are somewhat indistinct, I can still discern them clearly upon reflection. You smile faintly, showing little concern. When Wan'an awoke from her slumber, she stretched her graceful waist and yawned. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that her movements during sleep had inadvertently pushed you into the corner. I am truly sorry, Chen. Wan'an immediately apologized, acknowledging that she had taken up a considerable amount of space and indeed disturbed your work. It's all right to observe her bowing her head in apology. A smile curved upon your lips. Subsequently, Wan'an gently ruffled Song's hair. Wan'an gently massaged her relaxed eyes and swiftly tidied up to depart. With your companionship, this slumber was exceedingly delightful. It is only now that she begins to attend to her own affairs. After she leaves, you return the computer to its original position, intending to resume your work. However, my colleagues crowded around, questioning this and inquiring about that. Time swiftly approaches the final hour before the end of the workday. As you are required to work overtime, while others depart at 5 o'clock, you find yourself obligated to remain until 6. Before leaving, my colleague patted your shoulder and, with a significant tone, remarked, "Old goo, you are still young. When opportunities arise, be sure to seize them. Be more proactive in your daily life, and you won't have to toil for the rest of your days." You gaze at the other's mischievous smile, feeling utterly speechless. What on earth are they even saying? You certainly do not wish to be kept. In my youth, I was unaware of the allure of affluent women. Encountering you in such an unteachable state, I could only shake my head and depart. After some time had passed, you found yourself as the sole remaining employee of the company. Gazing at the brightly lit office of the president, it is evident that Wan'an has yet to depart. Her decision to retain you until 6 o'clock surely bodes ill. Time ticks away, second by second. At last, it is precisely 6 o'clock. Without uttering a single word, you shut down your computer and prepare to leave. In your heart, you muse. As long as you run fast enough, love shall never catch up with you. As you just arrived at the threshold, a delicate, pale hand, like a phantom, gently rested upon your shoulder. Startled, you were taken aback by this familiar sensation. Why is Chen in such a hurry? Could it be that she is deliberately trying to avoid me? A sweet yet complaining tone resonates in the air. When you turn around, you suddenly realize that Wan'an has reappeared behind you, tilting her little head and gazing intently at you. Behind the great door lies a secret she has been patiently awaiting her opportunity all along. You shook your shoulders, conjuring a pretext that you had matters to attend to at home, hence your hurried departure. Farewell, Wan'an. Good evening, Yi. Hearing your contrived excuse evokes a delightful amusement within me. However, she managed to restrain herself. Gracefully tucking her hands behind her back, she approached you with a charming smile, taking a step closer. You mistakenly assumed her intentions, and thus averted your gaze. Why are you encroaching upon my space? Wan'an smiled faintly. As the workday concluded, the surroundings were deserted, and there were no surveillance cameras. Shouldn't we indulge in something together? Upon hearing these words, you were utterly astonished. Should such a statement not have originated from the lips of a man? You cannot deny that being provoked by such an exquisite beauty indeed stirs your heart. Seeing you protect your body, Wan'an chakit softly. Just teasing you. Now that work is over, let's depart. After speaking, she playfully stuck out her tongue. You're now wiping away a cold sweat, glancing at her while swiftly descending the stairs. Throughout the journey from the office to the ground floor, Wan'an trails closely behind you, her chatter incessant. Are you happy today, Chen? Did you take the bus? Where do you live? What will you be having for dinner tonight? Gazing into Wan'an's eyes, filled with concern, I found it impossible to feel anger in that moment. I rode my bicycle back, aware that time was slipping away. You should hurry back as well. Upon hearing this, Wan'an abruptly halted her steps, placing her small hands in front of her. With a hint of shyness, she addressed you. Chen, you've begun to show concern for me. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Well, my car has run out of fuel. Would it be possible for you to give me a ride home? These repetitive phrases evoke a chilling sensation within you. You fixate on the other person's eyes, yearning to unravel her schemes. How could this be? Just moments ago, I witnessed you driving away. However, Wan'an still apologetically addressed Chen, saying, if you do not believe me, perhaps you might consider taking a look yourself. Do not act cute. You can no longer tolerate it. Promptly halting her inadvertent display of charm, for your resolve was nearly melting away. Upon hearing this, Wan'an revealed a visage of utter grievance. Subsequently, you followed her to the pink Maserati, seeking to ascertain how much fuel remained in her vehicle. To your dismay, it was indeed devoid of any fuel. With a sigh, Wan'an lamented, "Oh dear, the fuel consumption of my car has been exceedingly high lately. It seems to vanish after only a brief drive." Gazing at the shimmering light beneath her feet, you suddenly recall having seen her drive away earlier in the afternoon. It is quite plausible that she intentionally took a lengthy detour just to deplete her fuel to the last drop before returning. It seems she has truly gone to great lengths to ensure you would escort her home. Your radiance inadvertently fixated upon her. Upon witnessing this, Wan'an's gaze indeed flickered slightly, evading the intensity. Either you take a taxi back, or summon someone to fetch you. You are entirely impervious to her tactics. Return her to her destination. for one cannot predict what mischief may ensue along the way. Upon finishing your words, you turn to leave, yet Wan'an firmly grasped your arm. Firmly. Chen, can you bear to see a girl like me returning home alone at night in a taxi? You truly are heartless. After being exposed, Wan'an resorted to the art of charmingly pouting. After Wan'an was exposed, she resorted to the art of charm. At one moment, she swayed her hands playfully, and at another, she rubbed her small face against her arm. She was irresistibly adorable, capable of melting even the heart of the most stoic man. She resembled a piece of clingy candy, impossible to pull away from. Ultimately, you truly cannot rest easy about her, a girl taking a taxi back alone. After all, she is merely 18 years old and possesses an innocent charm. In the end, you find yourself unable to withstand her playful coaxing. Ultimately, unable to withstand her charming advances, you succumb to her allure. It seems that a bicycle cannot accommodate passengers, can it? I have heard that being caught incurs a fine. Wan'an was instantly filled with excitement. Chen, is this what you were concerned about all along? Do you truly believe that what I lack is merely this fine? You find yourself in a state of utter helplessness. It seems that a fine is not truly a significant matter for her. I have heard that she is also to be detained. As soon as those words were spoken, they indeed had a certain effect. Wan'an released her grip and pondered earnestly for a moment. Finally, she pressed her lips together, solidifying her resolve. If Uncle catches us, you should run ahead. I'll hold him off. Don't worry about me. Upon hearing this, you immediately regarded her with a look of bemusement, as if she were a naive child. Her words were quite inspirational, yet if capture were truly imminent, there was no way you could abandon her. However, suddenly, you recalled that your homes must lie in different directions. But my house is in the university town. We aren't heading the same way, are we? What a delightful coincidence. It seems we are destined to meet, as I too reside in the university town. Now, you have lost your last glimmer of hope. In truth, there are myriad ways to persuade her to leave. Yet, you can never awaken a girl who feigns slumber. Subsequently, you arrive beside the electric bicycle. Wan'an cast a somewhat displeased glance in your direction. Indeed, in order to rid yourself of her presence, you had lied about the bicycle. However, it is clear that the electric vehicle also explicitly prohibits carrying passengers. Upon entering the vehicle, you take command of the steering wheel, while Wan'an gracefully positions herself in a back seat. The charming young man and the exquisite beauty captured together in the frame of an electric scooter drew the admiration of many onlookers. Wan'an felt a sense of hesitation in embracing you, burdened by the memories of past experiences, fearful of inciting your displeasure. Yet the vehicle had only been in motion for a brief moment. When you took the initiative to speak, questioning why you did not hold me tightly, your gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any emotion. Yet Wan'an widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that I heard incorrectly? She resembled a little girl joyfully receiving candy from an older brother, her face alight with delight. In the next moment, however, you provided the reason. Otherwise, if you loosened your grip, she might inadvertently fall. In the next moment, you uttered the reason otherwise. Should you loosen your grip, it would inadvertently tumble down, and I would bear the burden of responsibility. Wan'an couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment as she obediently nodded. With that, she extended her arms and embraced you tightly. Since her high school days, she had envisioned being in such an embrace with the one she cherished. Yet, it is only now that this dream has come to fruition. Nevertheless, it is not too late. The beauty of the two of you together is akin to a breathtaking landscape, captivating countless passers-by along the way. Though it is nighttime, you still shine with remarkable brilliance. As you await the traffic light, a vehicle pulsating with music halts beside you. It is a scissor-door coupe, and the youthful driver, adorned with bleached hair, bobs his leg in sync with the rhythm. The girl with golden hair inadvertently caught sight of you across the way. She realized that although you were undeniably more handsome than her, you were riding an electric bike, clearly a sign of a young novice just stepping into the world. This inadvertently caused the blonde to curl the corners of her lips. Subsequently, she turned up the volume in the car even louder. Her actions drew the attention of numerous onlookers, seemingly to flaunt her possession of a scissor-door sedan. You paid no heed to the ostentatious display of the young man with yellow hair, but instead gradually propelled the electric scooter forward. as the exquisite CEO Yi Wan'an came into view of the young man. At this moment, Huang Mao was utterly stunned. His colleague felt a pang of jealousy. Here was someone riding an electric scooter, accompanied by such a beautiful girlfriend. How charming she was! It was astonishing to think that despite owning a car with scissor doors, he could not find a partner. This was enough to infuriate anyone. Moreover, Yi Wan'an embraced you tightly, a clear indication of true affection. As the green light illuminated, you smiled subtly, setting forth against the wind. Your destination was a quaint community nestled within the university town. Your destination is a quaint community within the university town. However, the vibrant night market of the town has captivated Yi Wan'an, who resides there. Suddenly, her stomach growled, prompting her to softly murmur against your back. Chen, there's a bustling food stall nearby. It's quite lively. Shall we step in, enjoy a meal, and then return? I am feeling quite famished. At this moment, all you desire is to hasten home and indulge in gaming, rather than accompany her. After all, what could a girlfriend possibly offer that rivals the amusement of a game? Moreover, you are not lacking in romantic interests, thus rendering her companionship unnecessary. Wouldn't you agree? Morning has arrived, and my stomach growls with hunger. Surely, you must be feeling the pangs of hunger as well. Let us embark on a delightful culinary adventure together, swiftly. Suddenly, she gently sways behind me, her endearing voice resonating within my heart. I must confess, the playful charm of a beautiful maiden is an allure that even the most seasoned of men find utterly irresistible. Ultimately, you guided the electric vehicle towards the vibrant night market of a university town. Very well, we shall depart once we have savored our meal. All right, Yi bids good night with a gentle nod. However, her thoughts tell a different tale. Soon, you park the car with precision. Yi Wan'an, with a soft hum, alighted as well. The evening breeze was somewhat cool, perhaps excessively so. Once he released her hands, Yi Wan'an felt a chill enveloping her body. The refreshing wind swept past her ears, causing her elegant ponytail to sway gracefully. As she walked along, suddenly, a coat, freshly removed and still imbued with warmth, was draped over her shoulders. Yi Wan'an gazed at the garment, her eyes widening in astonishment. With her rosy under-eye circles, she looked at you and exclaimed, Chen, why are you being so kind to me all of a sudden? You merely replied to me with a hint of warmth. Is that truly the case? Then return it to me, if you please. At this moment, Yi Wan'an suddenly resembled a protective little kitten, swiftly clutching the coat and refusing to relinquish it. Who says I do not want it? Once it drapes over my shoulders, I shall not return it to you. She was quite playful, her heart brimming with secret delight. Beholding Yi Wan'an in such a state, one cannot help but find her utterly adorable. I am filled with an irresistible urge to lift her up and execute a playful throw over my shoulder. With a blissful expression, Yi Wan'an gently rises on her tiptoes, trailing in your wake as she gradually inches closer to your shoulder. You furrow your brow, pondering how this little rascal has grown so audacious. Before long, you found yourselves entering the bustling food stalls, where a true sea of people awaited. It was indeed a paradise for those with hearty appetites. Is stinky tofu. I really crave it. Chen, could you possibly buy some for me? You subtly hint to her. You haven't yet paid me my salary for this month. In truth, stinky tofu is not expensive. However, you would never acquiesce to a mere phrase from another. You certainly would not give in to the allure of a bionegitone offer. Is that so? Is that so? Yi Wan'an felt perplexed. Could it truly be due to such a trivial matter? Thus, she retrieved her mobile phone and tapped a few times on the screen. As you observed her actions, you had yet to intervene when a sudden notification from Alipay announced the arrival of 100,000 yuan. Yi Wan'an raised her delicate face with joy. Well then, you can treat me to some delicious food now, can't you? You gazed at her, perceiving her as a foolish spendthrift. Eventually, you would have to return the excess money to her, complying with her request. You ordered 2 portions of stinky tofu, and the two of you began to await your meal. 夜晚安，轻轻搓着小手，舔了舔嘴唇。你出于好奇，向她询问道：“像您这样的大姑娘，竟然还喜欢吃这个吗？” Yi Wan'an immediately cast a flirtatious glance your way. Of course, my friends and I are quite fond of indulging in delicious treats, and this is a little secret between the two of us. Please, Do not divulge this to my secretary, otherwise she will undoubtedly report it to my parents. If they find out, I would surely face a stern reprimand. Wan'an's parents are particularly protective of their only darling and would never permit her to consume street-side fried delicacies, as they are detrimental to her health. Nevertheless, she remains dutifully filial, and even if she were to indulge, she would never confess to her parents. You seem to have discovered her little secret, but rest assured, I shall inform the secretary first thing tomorrow at 8. You mustn't protest, please. Don't say a word. Chen is the best. In the end, Wan'an playfully shook her arms and rubbed her delicate face against her clothing, and you reluctantly let her off the hook. Soon, the fragrant stinky tofu was ready. You received it with both hands and offered it to her. As she speared a piece with a toothpick, Wan'an delicately brought it to her bright red lips. Chen, why aren't you eating? She asked, only to realize that your gaze was fixed upon her, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Gathering your thoughts, you also pinched off a piece to taste. The flavor was undeniably delightful, though not quite as exquisite as the ones you used to buy at school's entrance during your childhood. Consequently, you hardly took a few bites before handing the remainder to her. In the enchanting embrace of the night, filled with joy, she vanquished one piece after another. Amidst this, a drop of oil inadvertently fell upon her smooth, fair thigh, the sticky sensation causing her a slight discomfort. Thus, Wan'an blinked her eyes and gently inquired of Chen, "Could you assist me in wiping the oil from my legs?" As you gaze into her eyes, there's an undeniable sense of allure in her demeanor and tone. You possess hands of your own, do you not? Attend to it yourself. Seeing that you were unwilling to assist, Wan'an's small face immediately donned an expression of grievance. With a pitiful tone, she remarked, "But look, my hands are already full of things." Upon glancing up, it is indeed evident that her hands are entirely occupied. With no other recourse, she reluctantly extracts a single tissue. Her thighs, in stark contrast to those of the commanding female executives, are devoid of any embellishment, slender like two delicate bamboo stalks, yet they are not to your aesthetic appreciation. With a pure heart, you took out a tissue to help her wipe away her tears. Almost at the moment of contact, you sensed that Wan'an's body seemed to quiver slightly, as if electrified. You used 2 pieces of paper to clean it thoroughly, only to lift your gaze and discover her small face flushed, nestled within the collar. Subsequently, the two of you continued your journey forward. You had intended to find a place selling stir-fried dishes to satiate your hunger, yet Wan'an insisted on meandering about, purchasing snacks along the way. You couldn't help but feel that accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion was quite a headache. Nevertheless, there was little you could do, for after all, she was the female CEO. Wan'an had once again indulged in purchasing various snacks, including wheel cakes and roasted pig trotters. After acquiring an ample assortment of delicacies, you began to assist her by carrying the bounty, allowing Wan'an to free her hands for indulgence. Yet, occasionally she would tease you, lifting a bite-marked wheel cake towards you, its edge stained with her lipstick, nearly brushing against your lips. You shook your head, fully aware that succumbing to such a temptation would amount to an indirect kiss, and you were not about to fall for that. Wan'an, upon sensing your reluctance, pouted in mild discontent. Soon, you arrived at a stall brimming with spicy crayfish, and Wan'an's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the heaping bowl. "I adore spicy crayfish," she exclaimed, bending down in playful curiosity to dip her finger into the bowl. By the time you noticed, it was too late. A small crayfish had pinched her delicate, fair skin, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Instantly, you set down your burdens on the table to assist her. Wan'an hurriedly assisted, playfully asking if they wished to continue. While chiding, she meticulously pried apart the lobster's front claws. Her fingers were finally liberated, and she began to blow softly. However, upon being pinched, Wan'an cried like a child. A closer look revealed that she was indeed shedding tears, her eyes rimmed in red, with distinct marks on her skin, almost breaking the surface. You took her finger as if you were gazing at a simpleton, and amidst Wan'an's bewilderment, her finger was gently enveloped in your mouth. Feeling the warmth, Wan'an momentarily forgets the pain, slowly opening her beautiful eyes, her small face flushed as she gazes at you. Upon witnessing the situation, I immediately wish to clarify that there is no cause for misunderstanding. I simply do not have a band-aid on hand, however. Saliva can indeed serve to some extent in stemming the flow of blood. Wan'an gently acknowledged with a soft sound, appearing quite obedient. However, in her heart, she mused that Chen indeed cared for her, though you remain oblivious to her thoughts. After loosening her grip, he gently wiped her with a napkin. She swiftly turned her head and exclaimed to the boss, "I would like 4 servings of crayfish." Having been bitten by the crayfish, she felt an undeniable urge to retaliate, hence she ordered 4 portions. Subsequently, you both found the cleanest spot to settle down. Wan'an gazed at the fingers you had previously touched, lost in thought, gradually biting her lip as if pondering something peculiar, causing you to instinctively wipe away a bead of sweat. 4 servings of crayfish were promptly served at the table. Wan'an swiftly donned her gloves and began to indulge heartily in the delightful feast, playfully challenging everyone to join in. You find no interest in lobsters, as the task of shelling them is quite cumbersome. Instead, you merely observe her as she indulges, even though Wan'an's manner of eating is somewhat peculiar. However, it seems that everything a beautiful woman consumes appears delightful. Gradually, she devoured a few and began to peel the shrimp shells, meticulously placing the succulent meat into a bowl. Her demeanor exuded a sense of seriousness, leaving you puzzled about her intentions. Before long, the bowl brimmed with delectable shrimp meat. Unable to contain your curiosity, you finally inquired about her actions. Yet, in the next moment, Wan'an gently pushed the bowl toward you with both hands, presenting it as a gift. "Do not worry, I can manage it myself. Please eat quickly and be on your way." You thought to yourself, how considerate this girl truly is. "No, this is something I personally crafted, you must finish it." "In that case, allow me to feed you." Wan'an suddenly conceived of this idea and delicately lifted a piece of shrimp meat to your lips. The shrimp meat, touching the corner of your lips with saliva, compels you to partake, whether you desire to or not. Yet, just as you swallow it, she unexpectedly presents another piece to your mouth. "I no longer wish to partake," you declare. "Hurry and eat if you don't. I'll hold this up indefinitely," Wan'an said, her small face puffed with indignation. You found yourself at a loss against her determined demeanor, ultimately succumbing to her incessant feeding. Under her relentless onslaught, only a few morsels of shrimp remained in the bowl, as you had never truly enjoyed lobster. Yet this was peeled by Wan'an herself, and the flavor seemed to be a touch more delectable than usual, while Wan'an still wore an expression of indulgence. Many have cast envious glances, while some young men remain oblivious to their shortcomings. As you savor the delectable cuisine, a breathtaking scene suddenly unfolds beyond the shore. A beautiful girl clad in black stockings gracefully passes by you, casting flirtatious glances your way, prompting you to steal a few more glances in return. However, just as she intended to withdraw her gaze, her thigh was gently nudged from beneath by someone's foot. "Why are you kicking me?" she exclaimed, feeling a profound sense of grievance, her delicate face adorned with a tinge of jealousy. "Do you enjoy watching so much? Then I shall wear black stockings to work tomorrow," observing the earnest and fierce demeanor of the person across from me. You solemnly stated that she should not wear it. Yet upon uttering those words, a sense of disquiet washed over you. Why should you concern yourself with her choices? Wan'an listened in disbelief, her expression reflecting utter incredulity at your audacious command forbidding her to wear it. It felt as though she were your private treasure, yet she could not fathom the reasoning behind such a proclamation. Once again, Wan'an adopted a teasing tone. "Regardless, it is simply not permissible to wear such attire, without any justification. Your stance is quite resolute. After all, she is merely 18. It may be acceptable for her to dress in that manner for her own reflection, but to be observed by numerous colleagues is quite another matter." "Why, indeed, that is the case. When the time comes to depart after satisfying one's hunger and thirst." Suddenly, rain began to pour outside, causing numerous stalls to close their doors prematurely, and the downpour intensified. You hurriedly grasped Wan'an's hand as you dashed towards the carport. However, before you could reach your destination, a torrential downpour ensued. With no other option, you sought shelter from the rain. Being most familiar with the terrain, Wan'an led you to a particular spot. Upon arriving, you realized it was a narrow alcove, barely accommodating one person. The wind howled fiercely outside, and disregarding her drenched hair, Wan'an urged you to crouch quickly. You had not been squatting for long when the rain came swiftly and departed just as rapidly. As the rain ceased, you rose to your feet, casting a gaze at Wan'an that was imbued with a sense of helplessness. Then, you took the initiative to grasp her damp little hand, leading her toward the shelter for vehicles. I shall escort you home now, and upon our arrival, you are to take a bath immediately without any delay. Do you understand? Wan'an felt a chill enveloping her entire being, rendering her unable to absorb your words. Instead, with a trembling voice, she implored, Chen, I am so cold. Might I seek comfort in your embrace for just a moment? He cast a glance at her, resignedly stroking her hair, then opened his arms to gently embrace her. As Wan'an felt the warmth of his body, she suddenly no longer felt so cold. In his arms, she slowly tilted her head back to gaze at him. You lowered your gaze to her delicate visage, and as the light intertwined between you, the atmosphere gradually transformed into a warm embrace. Wan'an's cherry lips were exquisitely shaped, their vibrant hue captivating even in the absence of lipstick, evoking an irresistible desire to savor them. At last, she could no longer contain herself, and, with a feeble tone, made a plea to you. Chen, might you grant me a reward just this once? This soft and tender voice, akin to an anesthetic, envelopes your mind in a gentle buzz, compelling you to lower your gaze involuntarily. As Wan'an gracefully rose on her toes, the two of you embraced each other tenderly. However, just as the enchanting moment was on the verge of unfolding, an unforeseen mishap occurred. Unbeknownst to you both, your intertwined forms caused your center of gravity to tilt to the right. With a resounding thud, you fell heavily to the ground, exclaiming in dismay. Chen, I am truly sorry I was far too careless. You are not hurt, are you? Chen, you are bleeding. I will call for an ambulance immediately. Wan'an, in a state of panic, anxiously thought about the emergency services. She supported you while hastily grabbing her phone to dial the number, fearing that even a moment's delay might lead to something dire. You have indeed taken quite a fall, yet it is not her fault after all. It was your own negligence. As you braced yourself, you glanced down to discover a 12-centimeter-long gash on your knee. The electric bicycle was unfortunately toppled over, and by mere coincidence, I was just grazed by its sharp edge. In truth, a simple treatment will suffice. There is no need to seek hospital care for a minor injury. Good night. I can manage it myself with a bit of attention. However, Wan'an's attitude was resolute. No way. There's been bleeding. How could we not go to the hospital? Do not move recklessly, lest the wound worsen. The ambulance will arrive shortly. You find yourself in a state of helplessness at this moment. No matter how hard Wan'an tries to persuade, her efforts prove futile, and the ambulance swiftly arrives. However, upon witnessing the bleeding wound, several doctors exchanged incredulous glances with you and Wan'an. Such a minor injury necessitates emergency treatment. It is likely that if a few more minutes had elapsed, the wound would have begun to heal on its own. Feeling their gaze upon her, she shamefully covered her face, only to later discover that this hospital was affiliated with the Yi Group, a prestigious private medical institution. Thus, it became clear why this young lady was allowed such unruly behavior. Nearly an hour and a half later, the wound has been meticulously attended to by the physician, and you lie quietly upon the hospital bed. Wan'an's utilized the private bathroom to take a refreshing shower and promptly changed into a clean set of clothes. Beside you, tireless in her companionship, she inquired, Chen, have you taken your medicine? Are you thirsty and in need of water? Are you feeling cold? Shall I tidy up for you? Feeling the warmth of her care, you couldn't help but smile. You should take a break for a while. After listening to Wan'an, she finally settled down quietly. You did not wish to linger in the hospital after your wound was bandaged. You yearned to be discharged. However, she was restrained by her grandmother's admonition. What if she were to stumble and injure herself outside? What if her movements were too vigorous and caused her wounds to reopen? What if, after reopening, an infection were to ensue, leading to paralysis of her thigh? Wan'an pressed down on your shoulder, resolutely refusing to let you depart. Initially, you felt no apprehension, but after listening to her words, a sense of fear began to creep in. Reluctantly, you returned to your bed. At that moment, a memory surged forth, one of a near kiss that had almost transpired. At this moment, a scene suddenly comes to mind where the gentle touch of lips meets in a tender kiss. On the other side, Wan'an gazed at your cheek reminiscing about the events that had just transpired. It was indeed a pity that they had almost shared a kiss. Both felt a sudden shyness, reflecting on their earlier impulsiveness. Finally, after a pause of 5 minutes, Wan'an took the initiative to speak. Chen, you need not go to work tomorrow. Just rest here properly. The hour is late, perhaps we should retire for the night. You cast a glance at her, fully aware that everything has been meticulously arranged. Yet sleep eludes me. In this environment, you realize that weariness is a mere illusion. Thus, Wan'an devised a new strategy. Let me tell you a bedtime story, she proposed. You need not coax her to sleep, she merely wished to resist slumber herself. Yet, she continued to narrate tales, lost in her own world. After 5 stories, Wan'an succumbed first, her delicate face resting upon the bedding, her breathing becoming steady. Noticing this, you quietly lifted the cover and approached her side. Gently and quietly, she was cradled and carefully placed onto the bed, a soft blanket draped over her. After tenderly stroking her head and whispering a sweet goodnight, you departed from the ward, for there is no comfort quite like that of one's own home. The following morning, Wan'an awoke, curled up like a sleepy kitten, stretching luxuriously. However, upon realizing she was in a hospital room, the events of the previous day flooded back to her. Wait, it shouldn't be me occupying this bed, it should be Chen. How'd I end up here? The thought filled her with guilt, for it was you who was the patient. Yet she had taken the bed and slept soundly through the night. The room felt eerily empty, and suddenly, Wan'an had an epiphany. Where was Chen? She sprang up, searching under the bed and rummaging through the wardrobe for what felt like an eternity, yet you were nowhere to be found. Wan'an could only seek the assistance of a nurse. Nurse, the patient who was with me yesterday has already left last night. She was quite concerned about you and asked me not to disturb you. Upon hearing this, Wan'an's mind erupted in a cacophony akin to a deflated balloon. It dawned on her that you had, in fact, absconded while she was in slumber the previous night. A wave of sorrow welled up within her despite her injured leg. You chose to depart, leading her to momentarily believe you no longer desired her presence. Yet, in the next instant, a spark of realization illuminated her gaze, and she resolutely regained her composure. After a cursory wash and a grab of her phone, she hastened towards the office, opting for flats over high heels, as the latter would prove too cumbersome for her condition. Upon her arrival at the office and catching a glimpse of your familiar profile, she felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Today, you arrived at the office quite early. Now, you are reviewing a video featuring a young lady dancing, which you have watched for a full 30 seconds. Wan'an, upon discovering this, felt a pang of jealousy. Quietly, she approached from behind, leaned down, and swiftly pecked your cheek. A gentle warmth caressed your face, momentarily rendering you motionless. Upon turning, you discovered it was Wan'an, catching you completely off guard with her sudden approach. Instinctively, you wiped away the lipstick mark from your face. Wan'an, what are you doing here with so many people around? Your cheeks flushed uncontrollably, revealing the depth of your embarrassment as you caught sight of your own reflection. Wan'an chuckled and said, "Of course it's a good morning kiss. Doesn't Chen like it?" For a moment, you found yourself at a loss for words. Yet this scene astonished the single individuals within the company, who cast envious glances, leaving you utterly powerless. Who designated her as the ultimate superior. Having completed all these tasks, Wan'an, her cheeks flushed, entered the office. However, no sooner had she taken her seat than the secretary followed her in. The company is about to commence video promotion, and all the female models have been gathered. However, there is an urgent need for a male model. The candidates previously considered are either unsuitable or have fallen ill. President, might you have any suitable candidates in your circle? After listening attentively, Wan'an pondered for a moment. When she gazed out the window, an idea suddenly struck her. I have someone in mind. You need not concern yourself with the male model. Let's discuss it over lunch. All the hungry souls rushed towards the cafeteria like untamed stallions, charging forth with fervor. Only you remain to review the final video. Once the video has been approved, you will rise to prepare for a meal. As soon as I stood up, a pair of delicate, fair hands pressed me back down, a familiar scene unfolding before me. As you turned your head, you were indeed greeted by the captivating smile of Wan'an, which stirred your heart. I'm hungry, please don't bother me. You need not go to the cafeteria, for I have personally prepared a delightful meal for you. generously portioned and exquisitely flavored. With that, Wan'an placed the meticulously prepared bento on the table. It was a pink box, seemingly designed for a robust individual, filled with vibrant and appetizing delicacies that were sure to whet one's appetite. However, you are preparing to withdraw and depart. Since you have put in such earnest effort, you may as well enjoy it yourself. Wan'an, resembling a mischievous child, opened her arms in front of her, preventing your exit. No, this is my requisition from the cafeteria. It took me 3 hours to prepare. Today, you shall eat no one's meal but mine. Your inner self may scoff, but I shall not be swayed by your indulgence. Brother Gu, why not have taste? The hard approach is futile. She has once again unleashed her soft tactics. Wan'an encircles you with her arms, gradually pressing you backward step by step. Ultimately, you found yourself seated on the bench, feeling a sense of helplessness. For whenever Wan'an resorted to her charms, your body would inexplicably succumb to weakness. It seems there might be some underlying issue, and you would need to visit the hospital for a thorough examination. Why not indulge in a taste? I do not wish for you to stubbornly resist until the very end. Suddenly, Wan'an conceived a clever idea. If you refuse to eat, I shall kiss you until you relent, she declared, pursing her luscious crimson lips. You felt somewhat offended as you observed the cherry approaching menacingly, leading you to concede. I admit my fault. Is it not permissible for me to indulge? Although she managed to placate you, Wan'an was still filled with indignation. She could not fathom that you truly despised her affectionate gesture. With a huff, she placed her delicate hands on her slender waist, exclaiming, "What kind of absurdity is this? Something that others could only dream of possessing in a lifetime, and yet you dismiss it." As you lifted the fork to sample a piece of diced chicken, Wan'an stood by, her expression tinged with eager anticipation. "Well, is it delicious?" she inquired. After savoring the morsel for a moment, you discerned that, despite the dish's vibrant appearance, it was utterly devoid of flavor. Did you perhaps forget to add salt? After hearing this, Wan'an felt a tinge of disappointment. Rubbing her small hands together, she apologized, I'm always so clumsy, which is why I hesitate to add salt. This appearance of self-reproach is surprisingly endearing, instantly rendering the kung pao chicken in your mouth a delightful sweetness. Is it exceedingly unpalatable? If so, let us forego it and instead dine at the cafeteria. Wan'an felt a tinge of sadness and contemplated reclaiming her plate. You found it amusing, yet you still reached out to stop her. It was merely a tad bland, yet I quite enjoyed it. I could manage to eat it. In truth, you were deceiving her. The absence of salt was trivial, but there existed an even stranger flavor, reminiscent of a culinary abomination. You were also concerned about her feelings. Thus, one can only resort to deception. In the next moment, Wan'an's eyes sparkled with delight. "If you enjoy eating, I shall prepare meals for you every day henceforth." No need, it's too troublesome." You hurriedly glanced back, yet it seemed inappropriate to dampen her enthusiasm. Seeing you enjoy your meal so heartily, Wan'an is also filled with appetite. Chen, I too wish to partake. Would you be so kind as to feed me?" You pierced a piece of beef with a fork and gently offered it to Wan'an. Her cheeks flushed as she took a bite. Initially, her face radiated happiness, but upon experiencing the true flavor of the food, she suddenly contorted her expression into one reminiscent of a bitter melon. How could it taste so dreadful? You observed her with a bemused gaze. Unable to contain my laughter, I swiftly devoured the contents of the lunchbox. Upon observing the situation, Wan'an leaned in slightly, tilting her head to gaze at you. Recently, Chen Company has been in urgent need of a male model. However, despite searching for several days, I have yet to find a suitable candidate. It was not until today that I realized the person I was seeking was, in fact, right before my eyes. I would like to extend an invitation for you to become the male model for our company. Given your physique and charm, you would be an impeccable fit. The work is relatively effortless, and the remuneration is double that of an auditor. After listening to Wan'an's words, you resolutely declined her proposal. You had no desire to pursue a career as a male model. The model must possess a height exceeding 1.85 meters, ideally resembling the features of Peng Yuyan. Thus, you're the most suitable candidate, with no one else more fitting for this role. I earnestly beseech your assistance, as flattery alone will not suffice. I do not rely on my looks for sustenance. You waved your hand, although the compliments were quite delightful. I still did not acquiesce. Upon witnessing this, Wan'an, once again refusing to concede, a new tactic emerged. An advertisement could fetch a sum of 10,000 yuan. Could you truly turn this down? You shook your head in rejection once more. Wan'an counted on her fingers again, intent on a hard sell, and thus, that single advertisement was concluded at a price of 20,000 yuan. I neglected to mention that I hold no interest in monetary gain. It would be prudent for you to seek someone else. You are aware that she is offering you a unique opportunity. As an obscure male model, it is improbable that a mere few seconds of advertisement would yield such substantial remuneration. Thus you have graciously declined her proposition. Upon hearing this, Wan'an resembled a frizzled cat. As a man, how could you possibly lack interest in wealth? Surely, there must be something that captivates your attention, and it must undoubtedly be an interest in women. You stood frozen in place, bewildered by her perplexing logic, yet it seemed to pose no real issue. Immediately, Wan'an changed her expression to one of excitement, and with a serious demeanor, she said, "How about this? Tonight, I will come to your home to attend to you. Surely, this is agreeable?" It is perplexing to hear such words from a female CEO, leaving one to ponder the true meaning of service and how it is rendered. Of course, I will adorn myself in the guise of an anime character to serve you, tidying up and perhaps even playfully kneading your legs and massaging your back. Wan'an's little mind seemed to conjure up something, and she bashfully continued, "Of course, if you find it difficult to restrain yourself from expressing any inappropriate desires towards me, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question." At this point, her gaze flitted away rapidly, and she playfully covered her little face with her hand. Her tone initially conveyed a sense of grievance, yet as she spoke, one could detect a hint of anticipation laced with laughter. You rolled your eyes and resolutely declared that it was unnecessary. "If you truly cannot locate anyone, I am willing to assist, provided that the final salary is settled appropriately. All right, I will call you during the afternoon shoot." In truth, Wan'an is quite distressed. Such opportunities are ones that others would desperately seek. Yet with you, it seems that one must resort to coaxing and playful antics just to elicit a reluctant agreement. In the photography studio, you appeared before the crowd clad in a suit, exuding an unmistakable masculine charm. This particular attire heightened your allure, instantly rendering you the focal point of the event and captivating a multitude of young ladies present. This colleague, named Chen, is remarkably handsome. His demeanor bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a vampiric baron. I yearn to add him on WeChat. Please keep your voices down. I've overheard colleagues mention that he is quite favored by President Yi, yet he is no mere sycophant, often opposing her. At this moment, a glimmer of infatuation sparkles in Wan'an's eyes as she continuously licks her lips, as if he were a delectable morsel. Following the photographer's instructions, you stand beside a stunning female demon. Ling Yao, the enchanting demoness, possesses a breathtaking beauty that captivates at first glance. Originally, she had no inclination towards undertaking such advertising assignments, nor would she spare a glance at any particular man. However, your presence illuminated her perspective, and together you donned exquisite attire. Heed the photographer's instructions. You need to lift Lin Yao and execute a simulated embrace. You find yourself in a state of perplexity. Earning this money proves to be quite a challenge, and you must even resort to soliciting others. Instinctively, you recoil, yet Lin Yao deliberately draws closer to you. Subconsciously glancing at Wan'an, I indeed observed her frown. Unaware of the script, she had initially assumed it to be quite simple, merely requiring a handholding at most. However, the revelation that it also necessitated a kiss left her feeling as if she were foolishly spending money to give herself away to another. The more she pondered this, the more dread enveloped her. With a melancholic gaze, she looked at the photographer, who felt a chill run down his spine, pondering that wasn't it the CEO's desire to achieve the finest outcome? The theater lay in hushed anticipation, with no one yet calling for the performance to commence. Lin Yao directly caught you, and we shall begin. Lin Yao was filled with excitement. She had never encountered a man who stirred her heart so profoundly. Before you could react, she embraced you, her lips already advancing towards yours. Wan'an witnessed the scene. In a frantic search within the cabinet, I wondered where my knife had gone. Before Chen could react, he enveloped me in his embrace. Gazing at the woman before me, I closed my eyes as her lips drew near. He was rendered speechless. It certainly did not appear as though he intended to feign affection. At that moment, the camera hurriedly prepared itself, and the lights were set. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the room, startling Lin Yao, who promptly descended. It was only then that Gu Chen released the grip of his hands, turning around to discover it was merely Wan'an. Her face flushed with anger. The photographer was replaced. As Wan'an softly approached, the photographer was bewildered. Who will replace President Yi? This is a crucial moment. Where shall we find someone? He lamented helplessly, while Wan'an merely smiled gracefully, her lips curving in a charming manner. I have replaced Lin Yao, as I believe she is not quite suitable. Therefore, I shall take matters into my own hands. She commanded me. Who else but you shall descend into hell? Lin Yao was stunned, yet she dared not meet her gaze. At that moment, Wan'an's eyes were exceedingly fierce, compelling Lin Yao to lower her head as she walked past. Disappointment washed over her, for she had finally encountered a man even more handsome than Peng Yuyan. Yet, she was snatched away by the president. Gu Chen blinked her eyes a few times and said, "Good night, don't make a fuss." With so many eyes upon Gu Chen, how could one be oblivious to his thoughts? He would certainly not acquiesce. Then, with hands on her hips, she pouted like a jealous little lady, huffing indignantly. Do you truly wish to be intimate with him? Did Gu Chen not already clarify that it is merely a feigned intimacy? Unavoidably, Meng Ting finds herself at a loss for reasons to disagree. As she contemplates his seemingly rational arguments, she finds it increasingly difficult to maintain her stance and begins to waver. With an exuberant shake of her little head, reminiscent of a tambourine, she displayed an unmistakable childlike innocence. Without seeking permission, she leapt onto Gu Chen, enveloping him in a warm, affectionate embrace that instantly constricted around his neck. We are ready, let us commence the shooting. Good night, with anticipation shining in Gu Chen's adorable visage. He felt a sense of resignation, thinking to himself that it mattered little whom he chose to photograph. Why is it that embracing him brings a greater sense of peace? Perhaps it is merely an illusion, as everyone around was taken aback, beginning to ponder. This president seems to possess multiple personality traits when confronted with them. He exhibits a ferocious demeanor. Confronted with Gu Chen, it was akin to encountering a newly born kitten, and the dog food was extraordinarily sweet. The staff, overwhelmed, soon commenced their tasks. The light illuminated the two figures, and upon locking eyes with the maiden, Chen discovered that the stars reflected in her gaze were merely his own image. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he ceased his struggles and tentatively extended his arms to embrace her. For if he did not hold her close, her petite form would surely slip away, causing discomfort around his neck. Gaze upon him intently, remembering that he is Fei Qing dare to act recklessly at your own peril. Jianin was immediately displeased, seizing this opportunity to act recklessly towards her. Why not indulge in such merriment? With a pair of enchanting eyes and puffed cheeks, why do you gaze at her in such a childlike manner? I cannot possibly harbor any anger instinctively. I would just give you a playful pat. Wanna hum softly. Nonetheless, a tinge of trepidation lingered, for Gu Chen's hands were rather large. The filming commenced in a rather disorganized manner, and the female CO had not changed her attire. The photographer discerned that this arrangement yielded a superior video effect, an exquisite match indeed. This took him by surprise. He gently guided and instructed the team to proceed with another round of challenges. The soothing guidance is delightful. Good night, with a slight smile at the corners of my lips, my eyes gently closing and my tender lips pouting, yet Gu Chen is left in utter disbelief. He felt as though the photographer was playing tricks on him, gazing at the vibrant lips before him, separated only by a mere inch. He helplessly tilted his head back to evade him indeed. When attempting a kiss, the moment lingered without contact. Opening his eyes, displeasure washed over him as he forcefully repositioned his head. The atmosphere was serene, with the sound of his racing heart echoing in the silence. It was just a hair's breadth away, and everyone present bore witness to that fleeting moment. Even the photographer from Kasaka has ceased to pay attention to the progress of the shoot. Because these two individuals are so well matched, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation, and my first kiss is just around the corner. As she pondered deeply within her heart, A finger unexpectedly intervened between the two lips. "Good night. You have such beautiful thoughts." Chen Chen Ting. Chun Chun hums, "Yet you surprisingly do not cooperate with my filming." With a smile that nearly led to a kiss, he promptly abandoned his restraint and leaned in, pressing his body forward. As a result of his overwhelming strength, Gu Chun had no choice but to turn his face aside, ultimately succumbing to the inevitable and allowing him to kiss his pure, unblemished profile. "That's enough. The filming has concluded. Come down me," he said solemnly. "Good night." Frustrated and exasperated, after all that time spent in anticipation, I could only manage to kiss the side of her face. Goodness gracious! He wanted to impulsively slam his face against it, but Gu Chun swiftly covered his face with his large hand, leaving his crimson lips pressed firmly against the palm. "Oh, how mischievous! It was you who first resorted to trickery, you little rascal." Gu Chun may not have realized that her voice had gradually softened. Ultimately, she set him down, for he too was weary. Beside him, there was a hint of melancholy in her gaze. After the session, the photographer remarked that the results were truly spectacular. "This is the most beautiful couple he has photographed to date." Although it was merely an advertisement, he received his rightful compensation without demanding more, and then returned to his leisurely pursuits. The video from his shoot was swiftly edited, creating a cover advertisement. What they did not anticipate was that 80% of users would prefer to view the advertisement an additional 100 times. It is quite absurd to refrain from watching the next video. As the afternoon sun sets, I find that I am not burdened with overtime today. Gu Chun cheerfully gathered his belongings and departed, marking the evening in the office. He had also completed his tasks ahead of time, bidding good night. She hurriedly sought out Gu Chun, but upon reaching his seat, she found it unoccupied. A glance around the vicinity revealed no sign of him. He suddenly felt a tinge of disappointment. Why couldn't he wait a moment for others? The obnoxious man huffed in displeasure, his feet tapping restlessly against the ground, while his colleague, Li Xiang, observed this scene unfold. Hastily, she added in response to Gu Chen's departure, "The president has gone to the library, claiming he wishes to cultivate his sensibilities." This betrays a brother, revealing his whereabouts, as if the night had immediately seized its target. He nodded at him, then, like a little rabbit, hopped out of the small door with joyous leaps. The colleagues who remain are truly at a loss. How can Gu Chun be so oblivious? The president is such a stunning beauty. How is it possible that she manages to avoid being seen? Indeed, if she were to give me a chance, I could have many more children. Pursue your beautiful dreams, for they are rightfully yours. Good night swiftly approached as I peeked into the library through the glass door, as if engaging in a game of hide and seek with Gu Chun. The library is a sanctuary of its own. After a busy day of work, I can come here to quietly enjoy a moment of reading, yet there is no one else around. Aside from sitting on a long bench, meticulously perusing through books, Gu Chun, upon spotting his target, walked with delight towards the entrance, all the while observing him, only to realize that he had yet to lift his gaze. With a serious demeanor, he cautiously retrieved a book from the nearest shelf. Blocked in my path, the appearance of the esteemed work drew nearer with each step. Soon, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the words "good night." A faint smile graced his lips, yet he still did not lift his gaze. Upon approaching, he could no longer restrain himself, and spoke. "What a coincidence, Chun Chun. I didn't expect to encounter you here after work." The laughter, melodious and delightful like the chime of a wind bell, prompted Gu Chun to glance upward, his gaze akin to that of observing a charmingly simple soul. "Oh dear, why do you regard me with such a gaze? I, too, have come here to peruse the pages of a book. Did I follow you here? I'm not that dull," he muttered to himself. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen's gaze shifted, as if he were observing a great fool. Wan'an struggled to maintain his composure, gripping the book in his hands even tighter. "I truly have a book here to serve as proof," he asserted. However, Gu Chun happened to notice the book in his hands and was instantly rendered speechless. "Degua, you're holding the book upside down." As if ignited by a sudden spark, he immediately turned his gaze towards the book, resembling a creature roused from slumber. "Indeed, it has backfired. I was utterly oblivious just moments ago, and now I've been exposed. I had intended to appear quite natural." Gu Chun observed him pressing his lips together, and it was genuinely rather amusing. He does not pretend, he lays it all bare. "What is it that you are observing?" She carefully set the book in her hands aside, then obediently settled beside him, sharing in the experience of reading together. Upon beholding the contents of the book, Time cast a fleeting glance, and with wide, enchanting eyes, exclaimed in astonishment. He responded with a dismissive sound, and upon noticing his curiosity, he leaned in slightly. He initially found it intriguing to casually explore this place, only to come across such a remarkable comic book. Unable to resist, he picked it up and glanced at it for a while. Since childhood, he had harbored a fondness for various anime, manga, and video games. However, after graduating, he had seldom engaged with these interests. Thus, this is a regret from a past life. Henceforth, it is time to remedy that regret by completing all the unfinished comics. It is akin to the beloved characters of One Piece and Conan. As the evening draws near, she leans in closer, resting her delicate face upon his shoulder. He does not have a penchant for reading comics. Rather, he finds joy in observing Chen, who playfully twirls a strand of black hair. How has it become so natural? He gently shook his shoulders, feeling utterly at ease. Why haven't you left work yet? I can only leave once you do otherwise. What if you hold me up? Good night. I felt quite displeased after hearing that. Gazing with enchanting eyes that embodies fairness. You two can obstruct me. Go ahead and give it a try, for success will likely come easily. It seems that Chen still has the upper hand over me. Chen, let's listen to music together, said Wan'an, taking out his phone. Chen accepted this suggestion. However, at the moment he laid eyes on the phone case, he felt a twinge of surprise. The man depicted on the case was remarkably handsome. He initially believed it to be a certain male celebrity. However, upon glancing at the phone case, he lifted his head and smiled with a hint of affection. CC Chen is rather foolish. Unable to discern the obvious, it is indeed you. The boy has 2 question marks above his head, yet he is distinctly clad in a complete school uniform. Where could he possibly have obtained such attire? Upon closer inspection, it is indeed quite similar. Good night. This photograph was taken during my 2nd year of high school, during a physical education class. I was penalized by the teacher for arriving late, and as a result, I had to run, leaving me drenched in sweat with my shirt undone. It is quite aesthetically pleasing, so I took a photograph to use as a phone case. Chen set aside the comic. I gazed at him in astonishment, pondering what was so captivating about being punished to run laps around the playground, and he distinctly recalled every detail. After finishing a lap around the playground, unable to withstand the urgency of my bladder, I sought refuge in the bushes. Nourished by the fertile waters, a cluster of flowers blossomed. Could it be that he too was capturing this moment from behind? He then proceeded to unlock his phone. The phone cover features yet another photograph, capturing the handsome profile of a man in slumber. Could it possibly be one you took during your midday respite? He surmised something, and with a gentle nod, he bid good night, memories flooding back to the past. This photograph was taken during my lunch break when I stealthily ventured into your classroom. At that moment, your seat was situated by the window in the 3rd row from the back. I slept soundly, and captivated by your beauty, I couldn't resist stealing a kiss from you. He spoke these words in a hushed tone, reminiscent of the secretive deeds of yesteryears. However, Chen furrowed her brow slightly. Dear, it is undoubtedly the mouth, such a splendid opportunity. He revealed a mischievous grin, which was oddly endearing. Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his first kiss during high school had truly been with him. Seeing that one was genuinely contemplating this, he covered his mouth and chuckled softly. Chen, I was just teasing you. There were so many people back then. Capturing a candid photograph of you is no easy feat. He let out a sigh of relief, only to feel exasperated once more. As he glanced at his phone, he unlocked it with a swift motion, revealing an astonishing sight before his eyes. He beheld the wallpapers of nearly every application. Everything has been completely revamped. I replaced the old application photos with my own. Although the images are slightly small, they are distinctly visible. Due to an undeniable charm, I am perplexed by the manner in which such an abundance of photographs has been preserved. Various wallpapers have also been set, which begs the question of just how exceedingly bored one must be. Furthermore, could the choice of good night be indicative of a professional paparazzo? Upon closer inspection, his phone appeared rather antiquated. Given your wealth, why not invest in a new device? Good night, my dear. Oh, this phone is filled with your photographs. How could I ever bear to part with it? All were quite thoughtful, and soon, with a gentle smile, he took out the headphones he had prepared in advance, connecting the other end without seeking his consent. The earphones had been placed into his ears. He made no further objections, and then a beautiful melody began to play. The love for my hawthorn tree is pure only when it is with you. I can set aside my principles, as my gaze is solely fixed upon you. It is a song titled The Love of the Hawthorn Tree, quite melodious, yet Chen remained oblivious. Good night. After placing the headphones on him, she adorned herself with a pair as well, the two of them appearing thus. It is akin to a couple, having made a promise, coming together in the library to indulge in melodious tunes, an utterly delightful experience. His youthful visage radiated with excitement, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of the moment. Good night, as he listened to the melodies. As the body began to sway with the rhythm, Chen finally noticed something amiss, yet chose not to confront it immediately. Instead, I adopted a different approach, revealing a hint of a radiant smile. Please hand me the phone. This song is exceedingly sweet. I wish to change it. I shall gently pass him a more obedient good night. Chen truly has a knack for interrupting the atmosphere. A hint of displeasure flickered across her delicate visage as she switched to another song. The piece is titled Reverse Battle. Subsequently, he quickened the pace, directly presenting the most exhilarating segment, envisioning the dream of reverse battle. The counterattack has arrived. The ace must unleash its wildness. This sound is exceptionally rhythmic for boys, yet for a young girl like her, it is particularly jarring. He listened for a while before gently removing his headphones, his lips forming a subtle pout. He felt that Chen was being deliberate, turning the volume up to an ear-splitting level and glaring at him with fury. Yet he appeared indifferent, ultimately shoving the headphones back in place, enduring to finish the song. It was not that the music was unpleasant, rather, it was simply too loud, marking the conclusion of the affair. He has just reclaimed his phone, and now it is my turn to select a song, revealing a rather innocent and earnest demeanor. Chen smiled. This adorable display of reclaiming control was quite charming, and he selected a song. He was not shown the song title. As the music began to play in his headphones, the melodies of the past danced around his fingertips. The unattainable beauty incessantly scratches at the heart. Once again, it is a song with a melodious and enchanting voice. The lyrics depict the ethereal white moonlight and the vivid red birthmark. It seems that sweetness alone suffices to earn a place on his playlist. After listening for a while, he ceased, primarily because he had heard this song countless times during its peak popularity. In a similar manner, she gently took his phone and selected a song for herself. Good night. It truly makes one feel exasperated, yet unable to express it, under Chen's mocking laughter. Without any unexpected occurrences, I selected an electrifying song, cranked the volume to an astounding level, embodying a quintessential display of sheer masculine prowess. The text presents the most climactic moment. Unable to endure any longer, the recipient, with delicate little fists, delivered a sweet yet impactful blow to his chest. Completely unscathed, yet he feigned a painful scream. Was he not merely listening to music? Why strike me? You are attempting to provoke me, Hmph. You wish to drive me away, yet I shall not depart. Fuming with indignation, she shook her head vehemently, exclaiming that she was truly, profoundly angry. In her frustration, she struck his chest several times. Despite not a single wrinkle on his clothes, Chen let out a woeful cry, exclaiming that he was in excruciating pain. He gazed at him with deep concern, expressing sincere remorse, and extended his small hand to offer a gentle massage. Chen felt a gentle caress upon his abdomen. It was becoming quite alarming. If this continued, soon his heart will be melted. It's all in good fun. Enjoy your evening, and good night. He straightened up once more, diligently placing the fallen headphones back into his ears, and earnestly selected a song. He refrained from acting impulsively and chose to play a song by J. Cho, Waiting for You After Class. Before long, both of them fell into a serene silence. Listening quietly to the gentle melody, they gradually finished the song and descended the stairs together. Chen, you must be quite fatigued today. Shall I escort you home? The vehicle is fueled up today. Indeed, the weather forecast indicates that today will remain quite cool. With a possibility of rain, there may even be a chance of hail. There is a possibility of an early snowfall, which poses significant dangers, and the roads become treacherously slippery during rainy weather. What if the vehicle accidentally tips over when making a turn? What if a large truck approaches from the opposite direction? Thus, it is indeed safer to remain in my vehicle. He clutched his sleeve, rising onto his toes, filled with anticipation. Chen was well aware of his little scheme and would certainly not acquiesce to his request. Moreover, why do I constantly feel as though he is cursing me? In such a resplendent world, even if it rains, it should suffice. What is the phenomenon of ice raining down with snow? He smiled broadly. For true man must possess the courage to utter a resounding no. Hmph! I shall not relent. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, I would still ride my little electric steed home. He swore to the heavens that even if he were to leap down, he would still ride his little electric scooter. Even the arrival of Jesus could not be hindered subsequently. He waved goodbye to wish him safety before turning to depart. As he embraced Nobita goodnight, he felt no disappointment. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chen approached his small electric scooter, relishing the sensation of riding home in the evening breeze. However, just as he lowered the kickstand and inserted the key, he was met with an unexpected dilemma. The scooter would not budge. Could it be out of power? That seemed implausible, as he had fully charged it and his destination was merely 2 kilometers away. With a hint of confusion, he bent down to inspect the battery, only to discover that everything appeared to be in order. Upon further inspection, he soon discovered a grave issue. A crucial component was missing. Who has so unscrupulously stolen my chain? This vehicle is an old model electric bike. Thus, the chain can be easily frightened away. Once it is scared off, it becomes inoperable. Furthermore, I had a fall yesterday. Just when the car's exterior was finally repaired, calamity struck at a critical moment. Who could possibly be responsible for this? Even with 36 years of composure, such misfortune is infuriating. He could hardly restrain himself from uttering profanities. This was utterly maddening, akin to Charlotte's bicycle becoming entangled in a chain. Just as he pondered the absurdity of it all and wondered who could possibly possess such a lack of amusement, the unmistakable sound of a 4-wheeled vehicle approached and came to a halt beside him. Turning his head to glance over, it is indeed a pink Maserati Quattroporte, and seated in the driver's seat is Yi, who bids good night. This vehicle is truly exquisite. The individuals inside the car appeared more exquisite, as a doll-like, enchanting visage peered curiously through the window at him. Oh dear Chen, who has stolen your chain? What an utterly trivial act. It is truly a moral degradation, exceedingly extravagant. Ever since Chen laid eyes upon him, he has been squinting. Because I always feel that he is smiling, I fear that if I do not squint, I might miss that fleeting moment of his secret laughter. Morning, Chen, considering the condition of the car. How can we possibly drive it? Shall I take you home first? I will have my secretary take this car for repairs. Upon turning back, he flickered his beautiful eyes, displaying a demeanor of genuine concern. Chen was still peering at him through the rearview mirror. The atmosphere inside and outside the car was profoundly tranquil. After a few seconds of silence, he could no longer contain himself. With a faint smile, Chen finally opened his eyes a fraction wider. What is it that brings you joy? At last, the truth has been revealed. My cousin is about to give birth, and he is laughing joyfully. Chen was rendered speechless. What a lamentable excuse this was. Initially, I intended to express that the individual who stole my chain, having a son, is inconsequential. However, upon reflection, I believe it is best to refrain from further comments. He suddenly recalled that he had previously noticed a faint stain on Wan'an's hand, resembling an oil smudge that had not been thoroughly cleaned. Moreover, whenever they sat together, he could always detect a subtle lingering scent of gasoline on his own small hands. At that moment, he realized he had overlooked it before. Having watched countless episodes of Conan, he suddenly comprehended that there is but one truth, and once more narrowed his eyes, fixating on him. Good night, electric bicycle chain ring. My tone was serious, and upon hearing it, his little face was filled with astonishment. I nearly cover my mouth. Could it be that Chen is a detective, discerning the faintest clues? Remarkably, her enchanting eyes widened, shimmering with a hint of evasiveness as she stammered her retorts. I have not truly, Chen. You cannot unjustly accuse me without evidence. Making such claims does not imply that Chen is powerless. Yet in the next moment, Chen circled around from the right, issuing commands with a sense of authority, leaving one momentarily filled with trepidation. Gently relinquish the steering wheel, extending your delicate, fair hand towards him. What seems to be the matter? What have I done wrong to deserve a strike upon my hand? He mistakenly believes it to be a form of self-punishment, feeling quite aggrieved. However, with such a delicate appearance, even if one were truly inclined to strike him, it would be impossible to do so with a heart unyielding. Chen was not so trivial. He merely picked it up, held it to his nose, and thoughtfully examined it before returning it to him. Take his hand and place it before his nose, allowing him to discern for himself the aroma of chicken grease lingering upon it. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to exercise a bit more caution. He reproached, you haven't even cleaned the grease from your palms. He rubbed his small palm again, revealing a patch that had not been thoroughly washed, stained with a dark residue. Although the scent of engine oil lingered, it was largely masked by his innate fragrance. Good night, bewildered. Instantly retracting his hand, he pondered how this could be possible. Despite his vigorous scrubbing with laundry detergent, he murmured to himself, only to realize that he had indeed failed to clean it thoroughly. He then looked up, awkwardly meeting the gaze of the other, offering a silly smile. What a surprise it was to discover that what he thought was flawless had been effortlessly exposed by the discerning gaze of someone he held in high regard. The situation unfolded around 3 o'clock, when he seized the opportunity while Chen was occupied. Thus, I quietly approached his vehicle, contemplating the simplest method to incapacitate it. After a lengthy search, he discovered that the most crucial element was the chain. Thus, he crouched down and extended his hand to disassemble it, lacking any prior experience. It took an entire hour to dismantle the chain, yet in the end, it was removed intact without any damage. Store it away carefully if it is discovered. I will help him put it back on. I never expected it would actually be found. With a smile, Chen chided him, return the chain to me, as he extended his hand, an assertion that brooked no contradiction. I am unaware, good night, quibbling. I initially intended to escort him home thus. All this effort would be in vain, leaving her delicate face scrunching her small hands in frustration. Knowing he was wrong yet refusing to amend his ways, Chen felt a surge of anger as he observed the boy's lowered gaze. Very well, if he chooses not to comply, then so be it. I turned back, and he drove away directly from here, waiting for me to lift my head. Only then did I realize he had already moved ahead. I promptly started the engine and pursued him. Is Chen upset? I apologize if I have erred. Please do not be upset, as it is detrimental to your well-being. The chain remains intact. I merely placed him temporarily in the cabinet, ensuring he was well preserved. I shall not dare to do so again. Truly, I shall not. Please, just keep your distance for a while. As he drove alongside her, gently coaxing her to admit her mistake, Chen observed that his demeanor was quite sincere, and she found herself no longer harboring any anger. Since you are unable to drive your car for the time being, you simply remain silent. Then allow me to take you home in my car. Consider it my sincere apology and a gesture of goodwill. It is advisable for Chen not to walk for his health. He should hold his head high and stand tall rather than relying on his vehicle. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. At last, Chen felt his legs growing weary as he walked, glancing to the side where Wan'an continued to follow him, her tireless chatter filling the air. Tenderly he lingers, as if he would not depart without escorting himself home. This ultimately led Chen to compromise, declaring, all right, just this once it shall not occur again. Only when the voice of goodnight became almost hoarse did he finally get into the car, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt a slight headache and let out a gentle sigh. Alas, Chen is more difficult to soothe than a girl. He never anticipated that the female CEO would serve as a chauffeur, offering him a ride home, which he was reluctant to accept, all the while pursuing him and pleading with him. What on earth is happening? Chen is currently fastening his seatbelt. Upon overhearing his whispered words, I discerned a casual remark. Nothing of significance, just a reminder to fasten the seatbelt. Good night. After inspecting his vehicle, he finally started the car. I must say, the Maserati is truly striking, particularly the presidential edition in shades of pink. What is even more captivating is the presence of 2 individuals within the vehicle, whose beauty surpasses that of stars, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. As Guanghua occupies the passenger seat and rolls down the window, he is met with an avalanche of admirers showering their affection. He felt a sense of ennui. Although the car was quite impressive, it certainly did not compare to the comfort of stretched Lincoln. Engaging in conversation with Chen all the way, they finally arrived at his residence in the old neighborhood. After selecting a parking space and meticulously ensuring the car was parked properly, he finally let him out, leaving Chen in a state of confusion. Isn't it just a matter of dropping someone off at home and leaving? Why park in the lot when the community is rather ordinary? Chen is residing here for rental purposes. Good night. I have arrived home. You should return home as well. Take care, goodbye. He glanced at him with a hint of anxiety, then immediately turned and fled. Yet he gracefully leapt from the vehicle. The tiny feet swiftly caught up with his pace. What was there to do for good night? Suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his arm from behind, and he sensed that the other party was up to some mischief, for that cherubic face was grinning playfully. I have accompanied you home upon your arrival. Will you not offer me a cup of tea? Why the haste to bid me farewell? The innocent and romantic smile left him utterly perplexed as he extended a finger, slightly bent. Then he gently tapped his forehead, a delicate touch that could almost break the skin. Oh, the tears squeezed out like those of a kitten being bullied, emitting a soft, plaintive cry, though he had not exerted much force at all. Perhaps it is due to the delicacy of my skin you have severed my chain, rendering me unable to ride my electric scooter, and yet you still wish to indulge in tea. He chuckled mischievously, fully aware that he desired to visit his own home for some amusement, or engage in even more outrageous endeavors in pursuit of further advancement. Chen, as a staunch traditionalist. Therefore, such an occurrence will undoubtedly be prevented. However, this little creature possesses an unexpectedly resilient nature, making it somewhat difficult to intimidate. He covered his forehead, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, as he was no longer permitted to play. Chen, upon observing his demeanor, suddenly felt a pang of guilt in her heart. Could it be that he was truly in pain? He was momentarily seized by the desire to approach and offer a gentle massage, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, subsequently breaking into a smile. If you find yourself laughing to the point of wanting tea, wait here, and I shall ascend to fetch it for you. Good night, pursing my lips. No wonder he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Don't you want me to stay at your place for a while? Just for a moment, he finally revealed himself. She emitted a plaintive sound, approaching him to grasp his shoulders, her words hinting at a fleeting moment while her heart yearned for eternity, and he discerned her true intentions. With a playful smile, one dreams sweetly of a beautiful night upon hearing this. I couldn't help but feel a surge of defiance. Once again, a new scheme has emerged. You take advantage of me, a homeless individual, my voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, a most pitiable appearance. What does this mean? Chen's lips curled in confusion, his mind flooded with questions. His mischievous eyes twinkled, for my home had previously succumbed to flames, rendering me utterly pitiable. The infant is bored. This is utterly ridiculous, and it exudes an air of insincerity. Chen disregarded him and continued to move forward. However, the little rascal clung to his arm, refusing to let go. In all honesty, it was because our affairs had come to the attention of my parents. They were quite displeased, asserting that upon my return, they would chastise me severely. Consequently, I found myself reluctant to return home. Is it not due to you? He, feeling wronged, shifted the blame onto him, stamping his foot in frustration. Chen, what on earth? One lies at home, and calamity descends from the heavens. What do you mean by matters between us? Please refrain from speaking so ambiguously. There is nothing between us. It is only fitting to state it plainly. He stared at him as if he were a fool, momentarily at a loss for words. With such wealth, surely he could rent a place to live. Suddenly, he thought of the surveillance cameras outside. It wasn't safe at all. Chen was left speechless, as if staying with him was the safer option, which seemed even more precarious. After all, he was a man too. Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the building, yet the little one beside him showed no intention of letting go. I want to live with you, so I won't be afraid of my mom and dad. Is that all right? He said, nuzzling his small nose against Chen's shoulder. It was truly amusing. However, he couldn't help but worry that such a precious treasure might be taken away from him. What if someone approached with ill intentions? Nonetheless, he didn't have any serious thoughts about this treasure. As for the rent, could I give you a raise? Chen replied coldly. After all, it was hard-earned to be a carefree spirit. What would a raise even mean? The two individuals continued to cling to each other as they made their way towards the door. His rented apartment was located on the 4th floor, necessitating the use of the elevator. Arriving at the elevator doors, I noticed a few passengers poised to enter, while the persistent presence of the evening lingered by my side. I will dutifully remain by your side, morning, as I am capable of doing laundry and preparing meals. I assure you, I shall never be a source of trouble. Chen shook his head. For once there is a first time, a second will inevitably follow, and with the first, there shall certainly be a third. He will not be easily deceived. There is no way he would agree to jump down from here. However, unexpectedly, he launched an even more formidable offensive upon entering the elevator. There are quite a few people around, including several students leaving school and two elderly ladies. He initially remained utterly still, resembling a statue. He awaited his own release, yet a sudden warmth enveloped his ears. He involuntarily emitted a sound of pleasure. "What are you doing, good night?" he murmured, turning his head slightly. Upon witnessing the evening's farewell, she unexpectedly closed her enchanting eyes, rising delicately on her toes. He opened the sandalwood, gently biting his own ear. This was something that a normal man could endure. His body suddenly grew weak, and the onlookers in the elevator displayed expressions of disdain upon witnessing the scene. Even speechless, people instinctively distanced themselves from the pair of canine companions. Even in an elevator, one could still encounter dog treats. Two elderly ladies couldn't help but shake their heads, pondering how much more playful today's youth are. As we arrived home, Song Song let out a sigh of resignation upon exiting the elevator. Before us stands the grand entrance, yet he clings to it stubbornly. His body nearly limp, we rely on one another for support as we step out of the elevator. "Ah, has that been your promise to me? Good night." She licked her lips and gazed at his ears, wondering what he would say if he denied it. Just bite down once more. Chen truly finds himself a loss with him. "Please, release your grip first. I need to retrieve the key." Only then did he reluctantly release his grip, reaching into his pocket to fumble for a key. Finally, I inserted the key into the lock, catching a glimpse from the corner of my eye that he was still gazing at me, utterly engrossed. It seems at the moment there is even the slightest movement, he will suddenly strike, swiftly embracing the door that is about to open. However, during this moment, he glanced back at him with a mischievous smile. "Beneath your feet lies a cockroach," eliciting a look of sheer terror. Upon hearing "good night," your expression instantly resembled that of a startled creature, retreating hastily as if in flight. "Where's the cockroach? Help, help!" It is evident that fear has overtaken you, prompting you to seek refuge in the corner. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen was the first to enter, swiftly leaving only a narrow crack in the door. I gently wished him good night, expressing that I did not require his assistance with laundry or cooking, and urged him to return home early. Upon hearing the final sound of the door closing with a soft thud, the young girl finally regained her senses. Her delicate face flushed crimson with anger, having been playfully teased once again by Chen. She huffed and puffed her way to the door. With a series of resounding knocks, knock, knock, knock. "Chen, you deceitful scoundrel. Have you abandoned me? How heartless you are." "Chen, I was in the wrong. Please allow me to enter." Without any response, he assumed that Chen had entered the room and could no longer be heard, concealed behind the earthen door. He has been attentively listening to his movements, yet he has chosen not to respond. One must not indulge him. I hope he returns to rest. Soon, he has grown weary. After a while, the sounds from outside gradually diminished until there was no longer any noise. The last sound was that of the elevator doors opening and closing, which allowed him to temporarily set his mind at ease. She must have already left, but wait, good night. She is quite a sensitive girl. Is it possible to crouch outside and weep? As her unease grew, she quietly and tentatively tugged at the doorknob, wishing to ascertain whether she had truly departed. As he slightly opened the door, there was no sound of dragging from outside. Gradually, he felt reassured and fully opened the door. Stepping out, he looked around, and it was then that the entirety of the external world unfolded before his eyes. He beheld a living, breathing young maiden standing there, patiently awaiting him. At that very moment, he swung the door wide open. Suddenly, she dashed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. In an instant, he found himself ensnared by an affectionate little kitten, his balance precariously compromised. Unintentionally, I tripped over a phrase, ultimately tumbling backwards. "Ah, good night. You caught me off guard, haha. It seems you truly care about me." Suddenly, she gently pecked his face, akin to bestowing a reward. He turned his face sideways. Barely missing the kiss, it was quite a close call, wasn't it? Is it amusing to press down on me like this? If it is, I shall embrace you yet. What if you were to cast me out of your abode? Therefore, please lift me up. With a sense of resignation, he slowly embraced this mischievous rascal, only to realize that something was cushioning the back of his head indeed. It was his own hands. He just fell back and hit the back of his head. Perhaps it caused him some pain. Or was it a deliberate act of cushioning? She is indeed a perplexing girl, with their faces so close together that their breaths intertwine. However, goodnight was not uttered in a moment of opportunism. It was simply imbued with a charming smile. And at that moment, Gugu, both of their stomachs emitted simultaneous growls, and Wan'an, as if discovering a treasure, promptly exclaimed to Chen, "I can sense your hunger. Please do not hasten my departure. Allow me the pleasure of preparing a meal for you." Chen observed as he leapt down from his side and swiftly made his way into the kitchen, displaying a commendable industriousness. He no longer felt the urge to urge him away, for he realized that regardless of his efforts, he would remain preoccupied with the concern of whether the other had truly departed. Before entering the kitchen, he had first secured the main entrance by closing and locking the door. Lest he change his mind later and cast him out once more, he found the situation somewhat amusing, only to be suddenly struck by another thought. Wait, let go of my dish. It reminds me of the bento he made before. The flavor is exceedingly unique. Why did I take the tomato from his hand? I have recently learned to prepare the exquisite dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Would you like to taste it? Please set the table. I will prepare the meal, he gently suggested. With a reluctant good night, she acquiesced. Obediently, he took the dishes and utensils, washed them in the sink, and meticulously arranged them back on the table. As if preparing for an extravagant Western dining experience, Chen observed that the room comprised 2 bedrooms and a living area. This is the smallest apartment type that Chen rented after a long search. The price is reasonable, and the dwelling is tidy and immaculate. Just like Chen himself, he now intends to prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs, and steamed crucian carp, all of which are homely delicacies. In his previous life at the age of 18, he would not have been capable of making these dishes. After becoming a business magnate, one seeks to learn the art of cooking from a top-tier private chef. During the cooking process, he merely turned on the range hood, neglecting to take any protective precautions, and the night quietly arrived behind him, tenderly finding a blue apron and draping it over his shoulders. She carefully tied a delicate bow behind her, her expression radiating delight, despite the considerable grease from cooking. How can one forego wearing an apron? What shall be done if it ends up staining the clothes? He tilted his small head, his finger gently tapping his lips. Chen observed his sweet demeanor, contemplating his concerns for others, and attempted to conjure a bit of magic. The dish in the pot was on the verge of burning. I am grateful to Chen. Turning back, I continued to cook, requiring little use of the spatula, for this was a sweet and sour rib dish. After tying my apron securely, I bid good night. Standing nearby with an air of elegance, I took out a small notebook and diligently noted down the steps for cooking. Like a devoted and patient housewife, the method for preparing sweet and sour ribs is as follows. First, simmer the ribs until they are thoroughly cooked, then coat them evenly with flour before frying them briefly in hot oil. Once fragrant ginger and scallions are sautéed, incorporate white sugar, vinegar, and tomato sauce along with the soy sauce and ribs. Finally, stir everything together until well combined and ready to serve. Each region boasts its own unique method of preparation, however. His rendition is particularly refined and delectable. Even before it is finished, the tantalizing aroma wafts throughout the kitchen, captivating the senses. As the delightful scent envelopes the room, he finds himself slightly elevating his toes, overwhelmed by the irresistible fragrance. And though he tries to maintain composure, he cannot help but dab at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, observing the glossy sweet and sour sauce of the spare ribs as it thickens into a vibrant crimson hue, complemented by an enticing aroma that titillates the senses. He became deeply engrossed for a moment and murmured to himself, "Whoever marries Chen, surely one would faint from overwhelming happiness." Upon hearing this foolish girl muttering to herself, he momentarily lost focus, only to regain his senses after a brief moment of reflection, having neglected to bid him good night. Covering her small face, she appeared to be a troubled soul. Alas, It must be me who marries Chen upon hearing this. He was left utterly speechless. As the dish remained unfinished and the meat uncooked, he could no longer contain himself. Approaching the kitchen with a hint of eagerness, he extended his delicate hand, inadvertently reaching into the pot. The aroma was intoxicating, and he yearned to sample it. Chen was unable to intervene in time predictably. Just as his little hand dipped in, it was met with the scalding sweetness of the sauce. "Ouch, it's so hot!" he exclaimed, instantly retracting his hand and blowing gently to soothe the burn. Only then did Chen hurriedly set aside the spatula, extinguish the flame, and guide his hand to the faucet for relief. "Did you burn yourself, foolish one? Does it hurt? Have you been like this at home all along?" Did he not grasp the principles of physics well, unaware of the temperature's height? He lamented as he turned on the faucet. With a swift motion, she cleared away the scalding syrup, only to be met with a fierce reprimand. He was on the verge of tears, murmuring that it was your fault for making it too fragrant. After helping him wash his hands, he glanced at his bright red fingertips. Aside from the burns, there was no other significant harm. He then took her by the hand and led her to the refrigerator. "Place your hand inside for a moment to cool off while I prepare the dish," she commanded. He gently touched her forehead, coaxing her to behave, and in that moment, Chen appeared both rough around the edges and yet profoundly heartwarming. With a sense of resignation, she placed her hand into the refrigerator, all the while watching him prepare the meal. The atmosphere felt peculiar, yet this was not a scripted drama. His home lacked professional ice packs readily available for immediate use. Instead, the only option was to place them in the refrigerator to cool down. After more than an hour, the delectable dishes were served, and Goodnight had rested in the fridge for a while, just about ready. Thus, he arrived at the edge of the table and took a seat. Chen had initially intended to call out to him, but upon reflection, he decided against it. He was still tidying up, and it took him quite some time before he finally settled down at the table across from him. However, to his astonishment, he noticed that not a single bite had been taken from the dishes, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at him. "Good night. Why don't you eat first?" he replied with a playful smile. "Certainly. It is only when our esteemed family head arrives that I may commence. I am truly touched." Upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, I was rendered speechless and bored amusingly. It was actually my mother who informed me. Once the dishes are served, one must wait for everyone to be present before commencing to eat, otherwise it would be deemed disrespectful to others. After a thorough explanation, Chen finally grasped the concept, nodding her head as a rosy flush adorned her youthful cheeks. Beneath the ethereal haze of the culinary smoke, her delicately crafted visage unexpectedly revealed an enchanting allure, compelling her to gaze intently. She now sat upright. The posture in the suburban landscape is strikingly defined, with a waist that can be embraced with a delicate grip. Sitting across the table, one is enveloped in the illusion of dining with a beautiful and noble princess. The key point is that this princess is quite playful. Upon the arrival of Chen, he began to wield his chopsticks. Reaching out for a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, I found myself unable to grasp it securely due to the burn on my fingertip from earlier attempts to seize it twice proved futile. As his hand grew increasingly painful, Chen found it amusing and thus extended his chopsticks, deftly picking up piece after piece. Nearly half of the dish was transferred, leaving his bowl brimming with food. Good night. In that fleeting moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy, a happiness I have never experienced before. My lips gently pursed. "Enough, enough." When he had had his fill, he ceased to smile. "Hurry and eat," he said, nodding his head slightly. It is rather amusing how one wishes to feed him, but is unable to lift the chopsticks, ultimately resorting to eating alone. Gently lifting a piece of rib, I brought it close to my lips before savoring it. The flavor was exceedingly sweet, delightfully satisfying, and with each bite taken, her petite face flushed a deep crimson, adorned with a bountiful glow, a privilege bestowed only upon those who are the dearest and closest to her heart. Thus, he meticulously chewed each morsel of meat, yet his thoughts wandered excessively at that moment. The contents of the bowl were undeniably overly sweet. Having indulged excessively, he reached for a piece of tomato, craving something tangy. Knowing that Wan'an has a penchant for sweets, the sweet and sour ribs are predominantly sugary, hence their delightful sweetness. He extends his chopsticks. This time, he wished to avoid troubling Chen, and with great care, he finally managed to twist a piece. However, as he retracted his hand, accidentally, the soup dripped onto my body, and, as I glanced down, I felt a warm sensation emanating from my chest. His collar is unbuttoned, and although he does not wish to leave it open, it simply cannot be contained. It is not excessively warm. However, adhering to the surface of the xiong is quite uncomfortable, as Gu Chen observes his movements. He also took note of the crimson hue adorning his chest, and despite the passage of time, the straightforward man found himself too bashful to lift his gaze. Feigning calmness as he lowered his head to eat, Wan'an detected his peculiar emotions. Suddenly, with a glimmer in her beautiful eyes, an ingenious idea came to her. "Oh dear, Chen has accidentally spilled tomato juice on her skin. Could you kindly assist me in wiping it off? This is quite provocative." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a wave of frustration. Why must it be referred to as Chen tomato juice? It is rather peculiar. Aside from the fact that I prepared the dish, it has no bearing on me. It sounds as if I am the one who has made a mess, when in reality, it was spilled by someone else. You wipe it yourself and pass over tissue. Although he said this, his throat felt somewhat parched. Chapter 17. Who would marry someone so foolish? Me? She had developed exceptionally well. It was quite rare for someone at the age of 18 to possess such proportions. However, beyond finding her appearance appealing, he held little interest in those attributes. Upon hearing this, Wan'an did not feel anger. Instead, a subtle smile crept onto her lips as she chuckled softly. Accepting the tissue he offered, she gently wiped her mouth. A few minutes later, the ribs in her bowl had been quickly consumed. Gu Chen served her a bowl of rice to prevent a situation where the dishes were finished but the rice remained untouched. She had a fondness for ribs, prompting Gu Chen to pour all the remaining ribs into her bowl. Wan'an felt a hint of his gentle affection, an emotion so surreal that she almost believed it to be a mere illusion. With 3 dishes in total, and after some time, she had yet to touch the fish. He lightly tapped the fish platter with his chopsticks and casually inquired, "Do you not enjoy steamed fish?" This steamed Crucian carp was simply prepared, the scales were removed, and the fish was cut without severing it completely. Salt, chicken essence, and MSG were sprinkled over the wounds, along with ginger, scallions, and cooking wine, before placing the well-prepared fish into a steamer until cooked. This dish, light in flavor, was to his liking, but perhaps the presence of cooking wine deterred her from enjoying it. Upon hearing his question, Wan'an looked up, her hands clutching the ribs, her mouth smeared with sweet sauce as she chewed on a tender piece of meat. With a playful grin, she replied, "It's not that I dislike it. It's just that the fish has so many bones. If one isn't careful, it could get stuck in the throat. I remember when I was 6. I choked on one and had to resolve it with vinegar. Ever since then, my mother forbade me from eating fish, and I've been too frightened to try it again." Gu Chen finally understood. "Oh, so you don't eat it." He then took the fish platter for himself. After a while, she went to wash her hands, having gotten sweet sauce all over them while eating the meat. Upon returning to her seat, ready to truly indulge in the rice, she noticed her bowl was generously topped with 2 large pieces of fish, with no bones in sight. Surprised, she tilted her head in bewilderment, only to see that beside Gu Chen's bowl lay a heap of fish bones. Wan'an felt an overwhelming delight, her rosy-eyed bags puffing up as she gazed at him. Gu Chen hurried to explain, "I could never finish all this fish, so I removed all the bones for you. Enjoy your meal." His charming smile melted her heart. Suddenly, she felt immensely touched, akin to a gentle little rabbit, her eyes shimmering with warmth as she nodded softly. "Chen, you claim not to care for me, yet with such tenderness, which girl could resist?" She picked up her chopsticks and began to speak to herself, though Gu Chen still heard her. Silently, he watched her devour the rice. The fish was delectable, and with no hesitation, she took a bite, savoring the juicy flavor. To her astonishment, there were indeed no bones, not even the tiniest fragment. How had Gu Chen managed to pick out each and every bone? It had been years since she had tasted fish, and today she was indulging in a dish prepared by Gu Chen himself, simply exquisite. It was a meal to remember. 2 pieces of fish, served with rice, were quickly devoured. Delightful indeed. I desire more. Gu Chen found her smiling eyes irresistibly charming. After their meal, he began washing the dishes while Wan'an assisted in wiping the table, ultimately joining him in the chore, much like a young couple indulging in their domestic bliss. However, Gu Chen did not acknowledge this sentiment. As the evening drew to a close, Gu Chen decided to take a shower first, instructing her, "Sit here for a moment. I shall return shortly to attend to you. Do not touch anything and ensure you hear nothing, understood? Though somewhat reluctant, she obediently acquiesced. There was no choice. His word was law, and of course, one must heed the words of Lord Chen. Yet, Wan'an's gaze was filled with a fervent longing, an intense desire as she licked her lips, anticipating his entrance into the shower. Suddenly, upon noticing her eager expression, Chen casually remarked, "And do not eavesdrop while I bathe. If I discover you have, I shall certainly deal with you appropriately." Initially, he thought little of it, but Wan'an reacted as if he had snatched away something of great importance. Her expression shifted to one of profound reluctance, puffing out her cheeks in protest. "What? That is not permitted? Then what was the point of my coming here?" Chen was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly comprehend what she was saying, or perhaps he misheard. Wan'an quickly clarified, "Oh, it's nothing. You focus on your shower. I shall guard you." He found her notion of guarding to be quite the perilous affair. Paying little heed to her, he stepped inside, disrobing completely, and habitually opened a small crack in the door, placing his clothes on the exterior ledge, intending to wash them later. He had a penchant for undressing outside the shower, as he often forgot to wash his clothes after bathing, leading to a considerable pile-up on one occasion. He promptly locked the door again, anxious about the vulnerability of being nude, fearing a sudden ambush from her. Meanwhile, Wan'an, coming to her senses, regretted not having boldly barged through the door earlier. How unfortunate. Chen had a commendable physique, one she had felt while nestled in his embrace. Listening to the sound of running water, her thoughts began to wander. Given Chen's warning, she dared not linger by the door for long, finding it rather dull and in need of distraction. Thus, she noticed his discarded clothing and decided to seize the opportunity to showcase her washing skills in front of him. He meticulously arranged his dirty clothes in the basket, poured in the laundry detergent, and rolled up his sleeves, embodying the image of a diligent housewife as he gently scrubbed each piece with care. 5 minutes later, Chen emerged from the shower, feeling refreshed both in body and spirit. However, he spotted Wan'an on the balcony, hanging the laundry. Due to the height of the drying rack, her petite frame had to rise on tiptoes to reach it. This time, she was attempting to hang a large pair of shorts, and Chen felt a surge of embarrassment. After several attempts at reaching them, she nearly stumbled in frustration. With a smile, Chen quietly approached her from behind and took the clothes from her hands. "Silly girl, were you picky about your food before? Is that why you've grown so short?" Wan'an only noticed him after hearing his voice. "Oh, I kindly helped you with the laundry. And you dare to call me short? How rude." After his shower, Chen's damp hair fell over his eyes, and his white shirt gave him an effortlessly cool appearance in the eyes of the girl. Realizing she truly was helping him with the laundry, he refrained from teasing her further and gently ruffled her hair, which elicited a cat-like expression of delight on her face. However, when he noticed the remnants of soap bubbles on the clothes, he paused for a moment. "Did you use too much detergent? There are bubbles all over the clothes." He looked up and saw that the other garments hanging there also bore the same sudsy evidence. While he couldn't be certain if the stains had been adequately washed away, it was clear that the detergent had not been rinsed off at all. Well, I might have accidentally spilled a bit too much detergent. No matter how hard I try, it won't come off. I'm quite troubled by it too." Chen twitched his lips. "Laundry detergent. Am I to leave?" Chapter 18. Do not be angry. Just give a kiss. He picked up the laundry detergent that had been left on the floor and discovered that the newly purchased package was nearly empty. Was it really the fault of that spendthrift woman? It was no wonder that the clothes remained unclean. Did laundry detergent not cost money? With a feigned, fierce expression, he remarked, "With clumsy hands like yours, who would ever marry you?" Wan'an, feeling scolded, rubbed her small hands together in self-reproach. "Isn't at you?" she muttered softly, her tone somewhat defiant. In truth, he was not truly fierce. His demeanor resembled that of an elder brother gently admonishing his younger sister. Chen rolled his eyes and then took down all the clothes she had washed to cleanse them anew. Chen, I've washed them so many times, but the bubbles still won't come out. I can't help it." Chen, unwavering in his focus, poured in 2 more buckets of water to rinse the laundry. With persistent effort, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, he stated. Wan'an, upon hearing this, wished to assist, but he insisted she sit down instead. Believing Chen was still upset, she lingered nearby, apologizing with a mix of sweetness and stubbornness. "I was wrong. I'm sorry. I want to do this again. If I give you a kiss, will you stop being angry?" Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around him from behind, and while he was momentarily distracted, her soft lips pecked his clean face. "Hey, what are you doing?" Chen snapped back to reality. only to realize it was too late to prevent it. A red mark now adorned his previously spotless face. What is this? A reward? I don't need that. Are you still angry? Then let me do this too. She exclaimed swiftly, embracing him like a sweet lover and planting another kiss on his right cheek. With both cheeks now adorned with strawberry-like marks, Chen finally relented. All right, I'm not angry anymore. In truth, he had never been angry. Her antics had nearly melted his resolve. He mused that his 36 years of experience were being gradually worn down by this mischievous girl. Wan'an had initially intended to give him another kiss, for he was simply too delectable. To her surprise, his current flustered appearance seemed somewhat endearing. He was blushing. Thus, she refrained from kissing him again, opting to simply hold him while gazing at his handsome profile in silence. Chen sighed. Big pot. It's quite inconvenient to wash clothes like this. Oh, she exclaimed, finally releasing him to help fetch another bucket of water. Remarkably, the quality of the detergent was superb. It took 3 buckets of water to completely rinse away the foam. After hanging up the clothes, he proceeded to the kitchen and bathroom to gather trash bags. I'm going out to take out the trash. You're not to touch anything, and you should hurry and take a shower. Get to bed early. Wan'an had wished to help, but he clearly did not require it. Thus, she stood at attention. Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task. With that, Chen smiled and turned to leave. Watching him exit, Wan'an returned to her search for clothes to prepare for her shower. She then entered a room with a slightly ajar door, which belonged to Chen. The room was clean, tidy, and devoid of any unpleasant odors, with everything arranged in an orderly fashion and a computer present. This is not merely a homebody. He is, without a doubt, the ideal man for women worldwide. Hehe. Does Chen have any pajamas in his room? She skipped about, murmuring to herself. Upon reaching the computer desk, she was inadvertently captivated by several figurines displayed atop it. Wow. It was as if a child had discovered candy, her eyes brimming with wonder. The only elements that truly belonged to a homebody were these anime figurines. A few moments later, Chen returned home, shutting the door behind him, and was just about to enter his room when Wan'an stopped him at the threshold, preventing his entry for the time being. Chen looked at her in confusion, noticing a hint of anxiety on her petite face. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Wan'an initially flinched, her body trembling slightly, and then her gaze darted away, her face paling as she shyly averted her eyes from him, mumbling, Chen, may I ask you something? Are the figurines on your desk expensive? Where can I buy them? Chen was puzzled as to why she had blocked his way to ask such things. He replied casually, yes, they are quite expensive, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. Most of them are limited editions. Wan'an's expression mirrored her astonishment. She had not anticipated the models to be so costly, especially since they were limited editions. May I ask you another thing? The largest Iron Man figurine on your desk, how much does it cost? She inquired cautiously. Chen instinctively responded, that one is the most expensive. It is globally limited to 50 pieces, and I had to ask a friend overseas to help me purchase it. He explained. Figurines represent a man's romance, especially limited editions. So he decided to buy it. Of course, it was not a frivolous expenditure. He had sought approval from his father for the funds, and since then, he had not asked for his help again, intending to be self-sufficient. Over 10,000? Limited edition? Wan'an's heart sank momentarily. She could not fathom why a man would spend such a sum on these items. Of course, money was not the issue. The real concern was that they were no longer available. One more question. If someone were to accidentally break your Iron Man, and I mean accidentally, shattering it to pieces, what would you do? Her voice trembled, almost as if she were bracing for a death sentence. Desperately trying to meet his gaze, he instantly grasped the implications, gritting his teeth. Well, I might just pin her down on the bed and give her a good thrashing. Wan'an was taken aback, her back pressing against the wall. Noticing her hands clasped behind her back as if she were concealing something, he swiftly pulled her hands up. Indeed, he uncovered an Iron Man. However, its surface was uneven, as though it had been dropped and hastily repaired with glue. He gazed at the Iron Man figurine that had accompanied him throughout his high school years, his hands trembling slightly. I'm so sorry. I thought it was so large that I could play with it, but I accidentally dropped it and broke it. I found some glue and managed to piece it back together, but the result is rather unsatisfactory. I am willing to compensate tenfold for the damage. Please. Chen, be gentle in your reprimand. She lowered her head, bracing herself for the impending scolding, closing her eyes and pressing her lips tightly together, her small hands clutching the hem of her clothing. Observing her earnest demeanor of remorse, Chen glanced between her and the damaged Iron Man figurine. The two of them standing silently for 2 minutes at the doorway. Though the figurine was severely damaged, Wan'an had meticulously reassembled it piece by piece, leaving not a single shard unaccounted for, albeit with several cracks marring its surface. Seeing her anxious anticipation of his chastisement, Chen found it difficult to remain angry. He feared that even a gentle reprimand would cause her to break down in tears. His heart softened. Ultimately, he decided that it was merely a decorative item, and the repair was quite commendable, thus it was of little consequence. He had to admit, he possessed an exceptionally good temperament. At that moment, Wan'an finally opened her anxious eyes, sparkling with confusion, nearly on the verge of tears, baffled by his lack of reprimand. She placed her palm over her heart, assuring him, I will certainly compensate you for the damages. Thank you for forgiving me, Chen. You are simply too gentle. She then rose onto her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss. Chapter 19. The mischievous touch of bunny ears. A fleeting kiss graced his chin. In truth, it was merely his swift evasion that prevented their lips from meeting. Just moments ago, it felt as though he had been playfully nipped by a mischievous kitten, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Shaking off his thoughts, he returned to seriousness. All right, go take a shower, it's getting late. With a chuckle of delight, she lowered her head and gracefully bypassed him, heading straight for the bathroom. Chen shook his head, observing the Iron Man figurine she had returned to him, cradling it with a tinge of heartache. Ugh, you reckless girl. Upon entering the bathroom, she discovered a glass shower enclosure at the far end, with a toilet adjacent. She opened the shower door, approached the bathtub, filled it with water, and swiftly shed her clothing. Her fair, delicate feet skimmed the warm water like a dragonfly touching upon a pond as she began to indulge in a bath. After a while, nearing the end of her wash, she pursed her lips in contemplation. Outside, Chen was pouring himself a drink when he suddenly heard a sound emanating from the shower. Chen, I forgot to bring my pajamas. Could you fetch them for me? Her soft request inexplicably ignited a warmth in his chest. Honestly, why take a shower without your clothes? He muttered, but how could he hand them to her? Yet, her laughter echoed back. Hehe, I didn't lock the door. So you're welcome any time. Upon hearing this, Chen was taken aback that she hadn't bothered to close the door. Her intentions were unmistakable. Listening to the sound of the water cascading over her tender skin, he dryly replied, I will find them for you, but I'll leave them on the counter outside. You'll have to get them yourself. Inside, Wan'an made a face of playful frustration. Oh, it's still too far. I can't reach. Please bring them to me. Despite the presence of a glass door, he was unwilling to be deceived. Thus he replied, I can deliver them inside. But if you attempt any tricks or strange antics, I will cut off your hot water, heater, and lights. You'll be left with a cold shower, understand? After this playful threat, he chuckled to himself, feeling quite clever. In the shower, Wan'an fell silent for a moment, contemplating how if he were to find a girlfriend with such cunning, she would gladly take his surname. Humph, you're truly incorrigible, she huffed, splashing water in a mock display of annoyance. While she had nearly finished washing, the prospect of him locking her in the shower, leaving her bare with the lights and heater turned off, was not a pleasant thought. Reluctantly, she let it go. Soon, Chen found a pink bunny pajama suitable for a girl. This particular garment had been left behind during a visit from his cousin, and he had not reclaimed it until now, making it quite fortuitous. Holding the pink attire, he approached the bathroom and tentatively announced, I'm coming in. Receiving no reply, he opened the door to discover, just as he suspected, that the shower door was ajar. Wan'an lay serenely in the water. The small face was puffed up in annoyance. He instinctively attempted to cover his eyes, but upon turning back, he discovered that she was entirely submerged in water, with only her petite head and her pale knees visible. How fortunate. I have placed it here for you. Remember to put it on later. Chen set it on the small ledge by the faucet, closely observing her actions. If there was even the slightest hint of something amiss, he would immediately shut his eyes. Wan'an, with her cheeks flushed from irritation and her high ponytail bobbing, had her chin nestled in the warm water, looking utterly adorable. She unexpectedly reminded him of an anime character, Mai, who would also tie her long hair up in a ponytail when bathing. Although hers was a high ponytail by design, Chen quickly averted his gaze, turning to leave. However, Wan'an, noticing his timid demeanor, felt a sudden urge to tease him and unexpectedly extended her hand, claws outstretched, playfully flailing in the air. Rawr! To his surprise, it startled him, prompting him to close his eyes and hastily retreat. Yet, after replaying the scene in his mind twice, he realized he had been tricked by this little rascal. Hmph emerged from the water, but merely stretched her arms out long. Chen felt a flush creeping to his face. Although looking at someone's body is a mutual consent affair and legally permissible, he personally did not advocate it. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a gentleman. Hehe, Chen is so cute. Before he closed the door, he heard the girl's tinkling laughter, clearly mocking him. How infuriating. Since she hadn't truly broken any rules, he could not cut off her power supply. When Wan'an finished her bath and emerged, the enchanting sight of a pink bunny girl took his breath away. The plush bunny pajamas suited her perfectly, as if tailor-made. Or perhaps she resembled a bunny girl in every sense. As she stepped out, the hat's brim obscured her face, adding to her innocent charm. Oh, Chen, you've prepared such adorable pajamas for me. Chen stood at the doorway, momentarily captivated by the sight of the delightful little bunny. He was nearly overwhelmed by her cuteness. Her eyes blinked like a rabbit's. Moreover, a small white pom-pom served as her tail, and aside from her bunny ears, that was the second most tempting part he wished to tug at. Offering no further explanation, he simply patted her head, and she quickly sprang up. She retrieved her dirty clothes and headed to the balcony to wash them. Chen initially wanted to assist her, but given that they were girl-esque clothes, he felt too shy to even look, let alone touch them. Nevertheless, he stayed nearby, helping her fetch water and supervising her as she poured the laundry detergent. Soon, everything was done, and they noticed the rain beginning to fall outside, with the distant rumble of thunder. Next came the task of assigning their respective rooms. Chen's place consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, making it entirely sufficient for both. He truly hadn't anticipated that Wan'an would spend the night at his home. Perhaps she had indeed quarreled with her parents or simply desired to live together unilaterally. Regardless, having promised him, and after taking a bath, she had no choice but to sleep here. He led her to the entrance of a room, and Wan'an rubbed her small hands in anticipation of his arrangements. Hehe, time for sleep. She was overjoyed. Her rosy little ears perked up in excitement. I have tidied up the room for you. The Wi-Fi password is 88. Do not stay up too late. I will sleep first. Good night. He advised her like a caring father. Upon hearing this, Wan'an's expression fell, her face resembling an avalanche of disappointment. What? Aren't we supposed to sleep together? Pouting her lips, she clutched at the hem of his clothes, innocent and adorable. Chen smiled faintly, having anticipated her reaction, and immediately grasped her 2 bunny ears, lifting her up. You, Wan'an, what are you thinking? With 2 rooms available, why not sleep separately? Besides, I snore when I sleep, so my arrangement is perfectly reasonable. He chuckled and released her ears. Her little expression instantly turned melancholic, and she playfully punched his chest with a tiny fist. How annoying touching bunny ears can lead to unexpected consequences. Chapter 20. Sleep together? Impossible. I can't even jump down from here. Chen nearly burst into laughter. I am quite afraid of the dark. Could you perhaps show me some kindness? Just one night together, please? I swear I won't pull any tricks. She climbed back up, encircling him with her arms, her voice sweet and pleading. Had he been an ordinary man, he might have already turned and embraced her affectionately. She tightened her hold, ensuring he could not escape, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Chen was not swayed by her playful banter. Stop fooling around. Who still fears the dark these days? If you truly are afraid, you can turn on the light. I can certainly afford the electricity. He insisted, let go of me. Upon hearing this, Wan'an pouted, revealing her little tiger teeth. No way. If you don't let me sleep beside you, I will cling to you indefinitely. I adore hearing you snore, and when I sleep, I can be quite well behaved. Besides, waking up to see my beautiful girlfriend beside me is a wonderful thing. Isn't it? She coaxed him with her reasoning, tightening her grip even more, her delicate face resting against his chest. Don't embellish the situation. It's boring. If there's a first time for sleeping together, there will be a second, and I must exercise restraint. He declared firmly. Regardless of whether you let go or not, even if the sky were to fall, I shall not sleep with you. We can endure this until dawn. Though the comfort of sleeping next to a soft and gentle girl was enticing, he still preferred his cartoon pillow. Thus, the 2 lingered at the door, with Chen occasionally teasing her by tickling her soft flesh, causing her to giggle, and though she attempted to release him, she persisted in holding on. Before long, Wan'an realized she could no longer linger by the door. Chen's determination was simply too formidable, unable to match his willpower. She resolved to tug him into her room while still embracing him. She leaned back with all her might, her playful cries of yay echoing. Concerned that she might fall and hit her head like last time, Chen yielded gradually, allowing her to pull him into the room. Cleverly, She used her Re to shut the door behind them. Looking up at Chen, whose handsome visage could ensnare anyone's heart, she grinned and said, "Hehe. Today you are mine." Little did she know that without Chen's acquiescence, she would never have been able to move him at all. He found her antics amusing. Ultimately, after nearly 10 minutes of effort, she managed to bring the steadfast Chen to the bed. She approached the edge, shaking him vigorously a couple of times. And when he lost his balance, he tumbled onto the bed, feeling her weight pressed down on him, prompting a soft gasp from her. However, she quickly regained her composure, tightening her embrace to maintain a position where they could sleep soundly together. Yet, Chen remained obstinate, gazing into her eyes as she lay atop him. He marveled at this little one. Surely her arms must be weary by now. "Hmph, now that we are in bed, let us linger here for a while. After all, holding you while I sleep is still a win for me." She felt a hint of smugness. Chen hovered above her. If he were not careful, their faces might nearly touch, igniting a sense of tension within him. While Wan'an remained unaffected physically, he found himself becoming increasingly warm. This was due to her legs wrapping around his back. Raising his gaze, he was greeted by her adorable smile beneath those rabbit ears. He feigned a stern demeanor. "All right then, let us linger. Once you fall asleep, I shall take my leave. Even the King of Heaven cannot stop me." He chuckled. "Fine, then I shall stay awake all night. It will be delightful for us to gaze at one another until dawn." She giggled, occasionally pouting playfully, attempting to lean in for a kiss, which he dodged helplessly. Whether standing or lying down, her cherubic face, devoid of any excess flesh, remained irresistibly cute. Anyone observing would surely envy him for having such an enchanting girlfriend. However, these thoughts caused him a bit of a headache. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes passed. At last, the boastful Wan'an could no longer hold on. Her eyes grew heavy, her little mouth yawned, and tears of sleep began to form. Like a drowsy kitten, Chen noticed her tiny canine teeth. He, however, was not tired, only exasperated. Because he was atop her, he had to maintain a certain distance, lest he accidentally crush her. Moreover, Wan'an's warm and fragrant form left him with no inclination to sleep. Another minute passed, and the girl's breathing became soft and even. Her small hands finally relaxed, sliding down to her sides. Her thighs settled onto the bed, her delicate body lying there comfortably. Chen observed her little figure, shaking his head, utterly at a loss with her childish antics. In the end, she was the first to concede. He soon felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yearning to rise. But Wan'an, on the verge of dreaming, could not open her long lashes, her cherry lips murmuring in her sleep, "Chen Chen, I want a good night kiss, so I can sleep sweetly." It was somewhat indistinct, yet he comprehended her words. Initially, he feared he had stirred her awake, but it was merely her sleep talk, devoid of awareness. Yet her softly spoken words nestled in his heart. Would a kiss grant her sweeter dreams? Observing her slumbering visage, adorably endearing, he found her utterly charming. Very well, I shall make an exception. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze softened with affection as he leaned down, gently placing a fleeting kiss upon her delicate forehead. Just one, without lingering. He then rose and departed. For reasons unknown, perhaps his weakness for all things adorable, or perhaps the heat had muddled his mind. He reassured himself that it was merely a kiss, and he would not repeat it. He arrived at the foot of the bed. Wan'an remained sound asleep. So he stretched, closed the door to her room, visited the restroom, and returned to his own chamber, the girl's room. After being kissed by Chen, Wan'an felt her cheeks flush unconsciously, yet she remained asleep, dreaming of that princely figure who leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her forehead. A good-night kiss indeed granted her a more restful slumber. Chen returned to the house, locked the door behind him, and collapsed onto the bed, extinguishing the light as he succumbed to fatigue. He had intended to play video games, but it was already 11 o'clock. As for Wan'an, it was certainly unwise for them to share a bed. Complications would surely arise. Outside, the rain continued to pour, tapping against the glass as dark clouds loomed overhead. 2 hours later, it was already past 1 in the morning. The rain intensified, and thunder began to rumble ominously. Wan'an lay sprawled in her room, lost in a deep slumber and delightful dreams, when suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck outside her window. The crash was startling, accompanied by the sound of the rain. The thunder was quite fearsome, and even in her deep sleep, Wan'an could not help but furrow her brows in fright. Chapter 21. The thunder rumbled ominously. It was of little matter, for I shall protect you. She turned over, hoping to drift back into slumber. Yet a more resounding clap of thunder erupted from outside. Bang! Wan'an heard the thunder, and it pierced her ears like a sharp thorn. In an instant, her petite frame trembled on the bed, and she sat up, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed into the empty room. The thunder continued to roar, crackling with ferocity. A flash illuminated the window, and terrified of the storm, she had long since curled herself beneath the covers, resembling a tightly wrapped rice dumpling, shivering uncontrollably. Many young girls harbor a fear of thunder, and she was no exception. Moreover, the thunder today was particularly loud, leaving her in tears beneath her blanket. Woo-woo. Chen, I am so frightened. Where are you? Tears soaked a small patch of her blanket as she fervently wished for Gu Chen's presence. Woo-woo. I detest thunder, she cried, utterly inconsolable. After a few moments, she could no longer endure. Already fearful of the dark, the thunderstorm made her heart race, especially with Chen, who had promised to sleep beside her, nowhere to be found. Her tender heart yearned for comfort. At that moment, she resembled a frightened caterpillar, slipping off the bed and quickly rising on her tiptoes to open the door, escaping into the hall. It was quieter here, for the balcony windows were closed. Yet the thunder was still visible. In the darkness, she cautiously felt her way, finally reaching Gu Chen's door. She gently grasped the doorknob and turned it. See, Chen, could you please open the door? I am so scared. Would you stay with me for just a moment? Just a little while, please. Once it's over, I will leave. I beg you. Chen, don't leave me alone. I am feeling so cold. She knocked softly on the door, but whether the occupant was in a deep slumber or for some other reason, there was no sign of the door opening. Gradually, despair washed over her as she listened to the thunder, feeling like a puddle of water, sliding down to the floor in a heap. Woo-woo. She began to cry once more, resembling a truly forsaken child. Yet, dawn may be delayed, but it shall never be absent. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled twice, and the door slowly opened from within, allowing Wan'an to slip inside. In an instant, a pair of strong arms enveloped her in a princess carry, gently cradling her into the warmth of an embrace. Wan'an, what brings you to my room? Are you all right? Don't cry. I'm scared. Of the thunder. Hearing her frail and pitiful voice, Gu Chen felt a jolt in his heart, overwhelmed with concern. She nestled her little head deeper into his embrace, seeking refuge. After a moment's contemplation, he began to understand her plight and promptly carried her to the bed. It's all right now. I'm here. Don't be afraid. He spoke in a soothing tone, as if comforting a child. He intended to release her and close the door, but Wan'an clung to him tightly. It was as though she intended to hold on for dear life. Please, don't go. Hold me tightly, will you? With tears streaming down her cheeks, the young girl implored him, and he, with a resigned smile, gently wiped away her tears. He noticed the two distinct trails of sorrow etched upon her face. A sudden wave of guilt washed over him. Yet he could not fathom the source of this remorse. As he continued to dry her tears, he tenderly caressed her quivering little nose and softly patted her head, reassuring her, There, no more tears. I shall hold you as you sleep. He then warmly embraced her waist, drawing them closer together. Be good now. I will protect you, he cooed, much like one would to a child. Gradually, Wan'an's fear began to dissipate, although her body still trembled slightly. He gently pulled the blanket closer, draping it over her more snugly. In that moment, even the fiercest thunderstorm outside could not instill fear in her, for she had found her warm haven. Slowly, the girl nestled in his arms began to drift into slumber, comforted by his soothing presence. Just before surrendering to sleep, she glanced at Gu Chen, who was still gently coaxing her to rest, and softly murmured, Just a kiss, and please don't push me away. With a sudden pout, their faces so close that her lips brushed against his nose. Wan'an had intended to kiss him on the lips, but fatigue from his comforting embrace rendered her too weak to do so. Her breathing became steady. Yet Gu Chen felt a heat rising within him from that fleeting kiss. What the heck? Why did she have to kiss me while falling asleep? Is she trying to keep me awake? Looking at her, an involuntary fondness spread across his face. How could he possibly send her away? Subsequently, he too decided to succumb to sleep. Little did he expect that, in a stubborn turn of events, he would end up sleeping right beside her. Truly, life is unpredictable, and plans often falter. However, it did not seem to be such a misfortune. At least he could serve as a substitute for a pillow. Embracing her delicate waist, with his chin resting atop her head, he gradually drifted off. Outside, the thunder continued to rumble. But within the confines of the room, the two slept more soundly than anything else. Time passed swiftly, ushering in the dawn of the following morning, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds perched upon the branches. Following a night of torrential rain, The air was refreshingly damp, with the temperature just right. Chen was the first to awaken in the room. As he opened his eyes and shook his head, he was astonished to discover that he was lying on the floor. A myriad of questions filled his mind. Hadn't they fallen asleep together? How had he ended up on the ground? How had that even happened? As he rose slowly, he noticed a twinge of pain in his lower back, as if something had pressed against him, supporting his waist. He approached the bed and beheld the rabbit-eared girl sprawled out in a carefree manner, still fast asleep despite the bright sunlight streaming in. Now, her body formed a large shape, reminiscent of an astronaut. After a night of restless tossing and turning, she had somehow migrated to the edge of the bed, and any further movement could send her tumbling down. The bunny costume she wore clung snugly to her form, leaving her thighs completely exposed, glistening in the sunlight. This adorably clumsy appearance exuded an air of carefree abandon. It dawned on him that Wan'an had a tendency to move around a lot in her sleep, almost every hour exhibiting a significant shift, and she remained blissfully unaware of it. By the time it reached 5 a.m., I inadvertently found myself unceremoniously kicked off the bed by her foot, resulting in an intimate encounter with the floor. Chapter 22. The little one who still needs care even when asleep. Little did he expect that such a delicate and beautiful young CEO would possess a demeanor akin to that of a child still in slumber. After inadvertently kicking her off the bed, Chen found himself too lethargic to rise, choosing instead to remain on the floor, lost in sleep. The thought of it induced a slight headache. Who would dare to marry someone with such a disposition? Who would be willing to share a bed with her? It was truly a conundrum. Shaking his head, he observed the morning sunlight gently illuminating her fair visage. Her face appeared rather endearing, particularly as it nestled within the fluffy confines of a bunny hat, evoking an irresistible urge to fill the adorable gap with his own face. Though such an act would undoubtedly lead to a kiss. Setting aside these peculiar thoughts, he turned and exited the room to procure breakfast. 10 minutes later, having returned with the morning repast, he discovered she was still ensconced in slumber. How late could it be? If she didn't rise soon, she would surely be late. He grumbled to himself. She merely rolled over in bed. Chen arranged the breakfast and, rolling up his sleeves, attempted to rouse her. Wan'an. The sun is already shining on your backside. It's time to wake up. After a few calls, she merely mumbled and returned to sleep. With no other option, he grasped her delicate wrist. Get up, little lazy pig. Lifting her into the air, he anticipated that she would awaken, yet the moment he released her, her supple form melted back into the bed, merging seamlessly with the sheets, her breathing steady and serene. After all that effort, she merely scratched her rear and resumed her slumber, completely oblivious to the world outside. Chen, exasperated, gazed at her beautiful sleeping face. Who would have thought that such a stunning CO could be so slothful? Occasionally, a bit of drool would escape her lips. While it was rather sweet, he resolved to wash the pillow afterward. This level of laziness was unprecedented, even surpassing that of a child. It seemed that only a firm tap on her backside would rouse her. Tilting his head to observe her features, he reached out and gently patted her backside twice. There was bound to be some sensation, for how else could he awaken her? Upon being patted, Wan'an instinctively covered her rear with her tiny hands, her eyes still shut. Her voice soft and drowsy. Mama, let me sleep for just one more minute. Don't spank me. At this, Chen felt his heart melt. An involuntary smile of affection gracing his face. She seemed to believe she was at home, with her mother calling her to rise for breakfast. Chen pondered for a moment. Her slumber was not without cause. The thunderstorm had rattled her room until the early hours of the morning, likely disrupting her rest. However, work awaited her, and her phone displayed several missed calls. Wan'an, you must wake up now. He fetched a washcloth to gently cleanse her face, managing to rouse her slightly. At last, she could sit up on the bed, albeit still in a dazed state, shaking her head groggily. Next, he sought out her attire. He made his way to the balcony, retrieving the white undergarments and black jacket that had been washed and dried yesterday, along with a pair of glasses. Lastly, he collected a white cartoon-themed pair of panties. As he stood at the doorway, he suddenly remembered something of great importance. It seems that Wan'an did not wear that outfit at all last night. The thought struck him with immense astonishment. All he had done was find her a bunny-themed sleepwear. In such circumstances, they had embraced for so long. Had he known then, this mischievous little sprite would likely have kept him awake until dawn. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, he tossed her the clothes, turning his back as she slowly put them on. Still drowsy, it took her 10 minutes to fully dress. Done. I'm utterly exhausted. Chen turned to see her adorned as a professional woman, a stark contrast to her sleepy demeanor. He chuckled softly and encouraged her to rise, but upon getting out of bed, she could barely stand. Thus, he took the initiative, bending down to gently lift her and carry her to the living room. During this time, Wan'an yawned repeatedly, her soft breaths brushing against his ear. Here, have a youtiao, Chen offered, but she, in her fatigue, could not grasp it steadily. He had no choice but to tear off pieces and feed her bit by bit. Silly girl, open your mouth. It was akin to caring for a child. Ah, she chewed slowly, her eyes almost closed, her legs tucked under her on the stool, utterly adorable. Soy milk, open wide. Ah shoo, glug glug. Chen tended to her as one would a daughter, guiding her patiently and with unflagging enthusiasm. Once the meal was finished, she popped her little greasy hand into her mouth, prompting Chen to swiftly intervene, carrying her to wash her hands. You mustn't do that again. Your hands will get all dirty, he instructed. Wan'an, still dazed, nodded, only to realize she had been treated like a little child. After eating, he took her to wash her face and brush her teeth. Squeezing toothpaste onto her brush, he gently worked it in her mouth, massaging her little lips. He then applied face wash, smoothing it over her skin before rinsing it off. During this process, he noticed that the face wash was not as fair as her skin, and inadvertently splashed water onto her little nose, causing her to emit a delicate cough reminiscent of a kitten stretching its tiny tongue. It was merely her own fault for inhaling it. After this meticulous routine, Wan'an finally emerged from her drowsiness, no longer wishing to sleep. Chen, good morning. She chirped, her little hand patting his face, remembering how he had tirelessly kept her company from last night until today. She felt immensely grateful. What nonsense. Just look at the time, he replied, mildly exasperated. Oh, right, it's quite late. Morning is nearly over. So, I require a good morning kiss. She leaned closer, nestling against him. Chen felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to help her put on her shoes, but his body suddenly froze. A good morning kiss? How naive. Now that she was awake, she could manage her own shoes. He tossed her originally white cloth shoes onto the floor, a bit flustered. Wan'an, resembling a doll on the bed, swayed her petite form. Please don't be like that. A day without a morning kiss is simply imperfect. Chen listened to her silly voice and rolled his eyes. Then could you at least help me put on my shoes? I promise I won't cause any trouble this time. She settled for a lesser request, hoping that Chen would assist her in putting on her shoes, bringing her one step closer to love. Her delicate feet, now lifted from the bench, hovered slightly in the air. This was simply too enchanting. Although he was not particularly fond of feet, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement. Suddenly, he recalled a remarkable action film, his throat inexplicably tightening. Chapter 23. How infuriating. The female president wishes to hammer me. A faint flush adorned Wan'an's delicate visage, as it was her first experience of having a boy assist her in donning her shoes. More so, it was the intensity of his gaze that rendered her embarrassment palpable. Reluctantly, she decided to cease allowing her petite feet to dangle before him. She crouched down, and he immediately seized her foot. Swiftly, he retrieved a pair of socks, delicately sliding them onto her feet. As Wan'an felt the tender motions of him dressing her, an unfamiliar sensation blossomed within her. She bit her lip lightly, her heart fluttering, and found herself blushing as she gazed at his profile. Silently, they communicated in a way beyond words. Eventually, Chen slipped on her cloth shoes and tied the laces, allowing himself to exhale in relief. He intended to rise properly, but Wan'an had just bent down. Thank you, Chen, for everything. A kiss for you, she said, planting a soft peck on him. At that precise moment, as one ascended and the other descended, their faces gently collided, their lips brushing together. Wan'an closed her eyes, fully immersed in the moment. Although their lips met, it was only a fleeting touch at the corner of his ever-smiling mouth. When Chen regained his senses, his eyes widened, and he quickly steadied her. Wan'an. Saliva, he began, intending to voice something, but his mind momentarily blanked. The girl, still lost in the moment, shook her head lightly, finally returning to reality. Chen gently wiped the corner of his mouth, where her kiss had left traces of moisture. He found himself increasingly at a loss when it came to her. Was this a form of gratitude? Yet, he had no need for it. Still, having only brushed the corner of his mouth, he reasoned that his first kiss remained intact. Wan'an sat on the stool, feeling a sense of pride. Hehe Chen warned. If you do that again, I shall spank you. Hmph. Wan'an quickly covered her rear, preventing him from executing his threat. As time slipped away, it was already 8 o'clock. With an hour remaining before work commenced at 9. Though she had prepared to leave, Wan'an, now clad in her shoes, expressed reluctance to depart, insisting he carry her. After some playful persistence, Chen finally acquiesced and carried her outside. Once on his back, she was anything but still, breathing warm air against his ear, nearly causing him to lose his footing as he walked. After closing the door, they entered the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. Inside, a few elderly passengers occupied the elevator, likely venturing out for some morning sun. Among them was a familiar lady from the previous day, who, upon seeing the two together, instinctively stepped back, realizing they were frequently encountering each other. Her petite frame was light and supple, and Chen swiftly approached the car with her on his back. Wan'an took the wheel, and their playful banter continued throughout the journey, which he paid little heed to. Before long, they arrived at the company. Upon entering the parking lot, Chen noticed his little electric scooter, now fitted with a chain, likely arranged by Wan'an's secretary. As they stepped into the company, they were met with the astonished whispers of their colleagues. "Oh, why is our president entering with Chen? Could it be that they were together yesterday? Would it ever come to the point of spending the night together? It seems quite unlikely, doesn't it? If we were truly to share a bed. Given our president's petite stature, would he even be able to move? Wouldn't that be uncomfortable for you?" Time swiftly passed, and an hour later, Chen finally extricated himself from the discussions of his colleagues. To be honest, he admired Wan'an's candid nature, her indifference to people's gossip. However, he had heard that she was still somewhat apprehensive about her parents' opinions, as they believed that no boy nowadays was worthy, and they didn't want her to settle for anyone less than exceptional. As he commenced work, he plugged in his computer, and the screen illuminated with orderly streams of videos. The first video featured extreme sports, showcasing a foreign man plummeting from a great height into a river. He issued a formal safety reminder, enhancing the flow of views. For he was, after all, a tech blogger. Next, a striking young woman appeared on screen, her account surprisingly belonging to Jing Chuanliu. She was a genuine internet sensation, and it was quite the stroke of luck for him to be reviewing her video. Rumor had it that she was the epitome of global beauty. Chen had seen many of her works, yet he could not shake the feeling that Wan'an possessed a certain delicacy that set her apart. Almost instantly, he dismissed the fleeting comparison. In this video, the female protagonist danced gracefully, prompting him to give her a substantial push to increase her visibility. Subsequently, he scrolled to another video that caused him to furrow his brow. The account was named Chen's Private Treasure. What on earth was this? Upon closer inspection of the system's video recommendations, he discovered it featured a young man in an apron cooking, while beside him stood a pretty girl with a cherubic face, poised to kiss him. The video was a montage of several photos, showcasing moments of kissing, playful tongue gestures, and silly faces, with one image amusingly depicting rabbit ears sprouting from the young man's head. It all seemed rather whimsical. Upon finishing the viewing, realization dawned upon him. Was that not him? At that moment in the video, he appeared to be earnestly preparing sweet and sour ribs, while Wan'an stealthily engaged in her antics behind him. Completely unnoticed by Chen, he abruptly looked up towards the office, astonished. So Wan'an had been busy editing videos in the office all this time? And she uploaded them online, only to have the short video system deliver them to his computer for review? How clever. But did she think this video would go unnoticed? Not a chance. Chen delved into the past videos of that account and was astounded to find that most of them were candid shots of himself. There were only a handful of her, which was simply unbelievable. Moreover, their shared exquisite appearances meant that whenever they were both featured, the view counts surged. Each video garnered at least over 100,000 likes. Just a few more posts and she would surely be a minor internet celebrity. Yet, she had not resorted to any deceit. Her success was entirely based on talent. Well then, Chen decided to limit her exposure. Let her bask in her own glow. A few minutes later, in the president's office, Wan'an, exhausted from her labors, picked up her phone to check the performance of a video she had previously posted, hoping for a surge in views, but more importantly, she yearned for the blessings of her audience. After all, she had painstakingly edited that video, predicting at least 20,000 likes. However, upon opening it, she found merely a few hundred likes from her loyal fans. This peculiar occurrence was immediately discerned by her professional eye. It was evident that this content had not been propelled into the traffic pool at all. What could be the reason? Could it be that the reviewer was conducting a haphazard audit? She was perplexed, recalling that a mere 3-second selfie video had garnered thousands of likes. Yet this particular video had only attracted a few hundred. Her gaze shifted back to the computer as she pressed a few keys. which promptly brought up the review executive's interface on the screen. This was the independent inspection system for the executive, enabling her to ascertain which reviewer had assessed her video. Akin to a super administrator with vast powers. As the president, she certainly possessed the right to do so. After a few minutes, she obtained the results. Letting out a huff, her lips curling into a slight smirk. Grasping her phone, she strode out of the president's office with purpose. Upon seeing someone exit, Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing that Wan'an's face was puffed up with indignation, clearly intent on confronting someone. He lowered his head to diminish his presence, pondering whether it was indeed about the video, though such timing seemed implausible. However, as is often the case, what one fears often comes to pass. Wan'an suddenly turned and approached Chen. "What's wrong? Who has upset you?" he inquired, continuing to review the videos while feigning casualness. Though a bead of sweat trickled down his brow, the thought that she might not leave after this encounter weighed heavily on him. "Hmph. Yes, someone has indeed angered me. If I were to tell you, would you help me deal with him?" She pouted defiantly. Chapter 24. Why are the chips in your mouth so sweet? "Who is it?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Hmph. Someone who has restricted my video views. Don't you think he is utterly detestable? Shouldn't I teach him a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Chen's heart sank. He pretended to type on the keyboard and replied, "Indeed, that is quite despicable." Wan'an narrowed her eyes. "If you want to help me punish him, I shall take matters into my own hands." Chen was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" "Hmph. Of course, I will bite his ear or mouth and not let go." She then flashed a mischievous yet adorable grin. Chen's eyes widened in shock. Such a punishment seemed so extreme. It was almost too much to bear. Then, Wan'an hugged him tightly, and Chen realized he needed to plead for mercy. "Please. Is my apology not enough?" He was at a loss for words, having forgotten that she was the CEO with the highest authority. She could easily trace the reviewer through the company's video system. Wan'an held on to him as if she had won a victory, a triumphant smirk gracing her lips. "No way I must punish you, accept your fate." She leaned in closer, attempting to nibble on his ear. The two of them frolicked for a while, scattering affection like confetti, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. After 2 minutes, their playful scuffle came to an end. Wan'an looked up, and everyone immediately returned to their seats to continue working. Everyone had expected the CEO to reprimand him, but instead, they were treated to a display of affection. It seemed lunchtime would be unnecessary. Due to Chen's resistance, Wan'an's hair became somewhat disheveled, and she quickly tidied it. Although he had managed to fend off her ear-biting assault, a vivid red mark resembling a strawberry appeared on his neck. Girls often adored lipstick, and after her kiss, that mark stood out brilliantly. Just moments ago, in front of so many colleagues, Chen felt utterly embarrassed and, in his stubbornness, could only endure as Wan'an compromised by biting his smooth neck, licking her lips afterward. He regretted restricting her video views, for otherwise she would have come seeking him out. Chen, resembling a man who had been taken advantage of, sighed, honestly. "If you do this again, I will have to report you for harassment, you know? Although it seems that a female rogue can do whatever she pleases without consequence." With a slight smirk, he resumed his work. Wan'an, no longer playful, pulled a stool beside him to sit quietly as she watched him review videos. Chen was left speechless. Was this what it meant to have the female CEO supervising her employees? During the process, Wan'an offered him some suggestions. However, upon encountering videos featuring scantily clad or overly flamboyant young women, she swiftly restricted or banned them without hesitation. Her speed was astonishing. She was fierce and resolute. Not wanting Chen to linger on any of those clips, her control over the mouse firmly in her grasp. Before long, Chen retrieved a bag of chips, munching as he continued his review. Wan'an, without a hint of hesitation, reached over for some chips and stuffed them into her cherry-like mouth, nibbling away like a little hamster. Chen subtly pointed out her unethical behavior. "Hey, that's mine. If you want some, go get your own. There are hardly any bags left." Potato chips, it appears, are ostensibly offered free of charge. Yet one must venture downstairs to procure them, which proves to be quite a nuisance. Upon hearing this, Wan'an adopted a rather peculiar expression. "What? Is it not yours, but rather mine?" Her words, though delivered with an air of righteousness, were, in truth, utterly nonsensical. Following this, she playfully stuck out her little tongue, as if to say, "What are you going to do about it? Go ahead and hit me." Chen, feeling a headache coming on, decided it was best to refrain from engaging with a child in such matters. After finishing one bag of chips, he produced several more, the majority of which were promptly devoured by Wan'an. Despite the fact that she could easily retrieve her own, it seemed far more delightful to pilfer from Gucheng. Observing the last chip, he gently placed it in her mouth, realizing he was utterly powerless against this little imp. At least leave me one, he thought, somewhat exasperated. Wan'an, with her fingers pinching the chip, was about to pop it into her mouth when she suddenly broke into a charming smile. Oh, I still have one in my mouth. Why not eat the one in my mouth? Her lips curled alluringly, and she delicately pressed the chip against her luscious red lips. The moisture on her lips rapidly absorbed into the chip, and she took another bite, leaving a tantalizing portion exposed. With both hands propped on the bench, her petite form leaned slightly toward him, her eyes flashing with playful mischief. Witnessing Wan'an's flirtatious display, he rolled his eyes, muttering, "Boring, I'm not eating anymore." Seeing that he was unresponsive to her charms, Wan'an leaned closer, her little nose almost brushing against his, her eyes fluttering earnestly as she called out. Chen, come on, she advanced further, her face nearly touching his. In such proximity, the thin chip grazed against Guchen's fair skin. Coupled with the softness of Wan'an's skin brushing against him, it felt akin to a kitten seeking affection. Overwhelmed by her tender antics, Guchen found himself unable to resist. He tried to pull away, yet she leaned in closer, insisting he take a bite of the chip resting on her lips. At that moment, the chip had slid down to the corner of his mouth, and with a mere turn of his head, he could easily take a bite. Just eat it, Wan'an urged, batting her eyelashes playfully and pouting her lips. Guchen, feeling utterly resigned, realized that if this continued, he would have no choice but to embrace her. Fine, I'll eat it, he relented. He parted his lips and gently took a small bite of the chip, careful not to nibble too much for fear of touching her lips. As for the flavor of the tomato-flavored chip, how might one describe it? How delightful it feels. Wan'an gazed at the lips of the chip, having taken just a single bite before setting it aside, though a hint of displeasure flickered within her. She was nonetheless content. She then placed the chip, now with a small bite taken out of it, entirely into her mouth, savoring each moment as she chewed. The chip that Chen had nibbled was exceptionally delightful. She appeared utterly absorbed in this experience, even contemplating retrieving a few more bags of chips to indulge in the same delightful experiment, for it truly promised sweetness. This thought caused a twitch at the corner of Guchen's mouth, as he was once again subjected to an indirect kiss, which was rather vexing. Colleagues nearby clicked their tongues, aware that lunch was approaching, and it seemed likely that many would forego the cafeteria. Particularly affected was Li Xiang, who observed the affectionate exchange between Guchen and Wan'an. He bore the brunt of the emotional turmoil, especially as he remained without a girlfriend. Earlier, he had been advised to cherish opportunities, yet now these two engaged in their daily displays of affection left him feeling regretful. Relying solely on copious amounts of water to alleviate his discontent, after swallowing, Wan'an turned to Guchen, who was engrossed in his work. And a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. Chen, it seems you have been working here for over half a month now, right? Remember to submit an employee reflection report today. I shall personally review it. If you fail to submit it, I won't let you go home, she playfully winked. Chapter 25. Is it irresponsible to flirt and run away? Guchen turned his face aside, his expression one of palpable reluctance. I refuse to submit. Even if the king of heaven himself were to demand it. His obstinacy was unmistakable, and Wan'an, not one to be easily swayed, rose from her seat, brushing off the crumbs of chips from her attire before returning to her office. Throughout, she would occasionally cast flirtatious glances at Guchen, seemingly encouraging him to pin his thoughts on employee reflections. In truth, even men possess a fluttering heart. For a fleeting moment, his heart did stir. How vexing it was that she had to come to me. Submitting reflections seemed rather unnecessary, merely a whimsical request from Wan'an, a triviality that felt burdensome. Yet, it appeared she had never made such demands of anyone else before. Nearly half an hour later, the glass door of the office was gently knocked upon. Come in. Wan'an called absent-mindedly, assuming it was her secretary and not paying much attention. However, upon his entrance, Guchen tossed a sheet of plain A4 paper onto her desk. Only then did Wan'an look up. Oh, Chen, have you come to play? Her eyes sparkled with joy, her instinct prompting her to rise, for it was his first visit to her office. Yet Guchen quipped, play? Nonsense. I'm here to submit my report. Have you forgotten? At this, Wan'an settled back into her chair, having initially thought he sought her company, only to realize he was merely there to hand in his report. Wait a moment. He completed the report in just half an hour? She accepted the A4 paper and scrutinized his confident demeanor. The report was finished so swiftly, and Wan'an had not even pressed him for it. Such haste led her to suspect that Guchen might be attempting to dismiss her. If the report were to be entrusted to another, it would undoubtedly require at least half a day of meticulous refinement. The rapidity of his submission raised doubts about its depth and seriousness. It was akin to an examination. If a student finished the college entrance exam paper within 10 minutes, the invigilator would certainly cast a scrutinizing glance. "I'm off," Chen declared, intending to leave after delivering his work. However, Wan'an halted him. "Wait. I haven't reviewed it yet." She began to meticulously examine the report, diligently seeking any potential errors, for this would afford Chen a bit more time in her presence. Reluctantly, he remained, though Wan'an kindly fetched a stool for him to sit. Chen's lips curled in annoyance. He hadn't come for tea or to keep her company. So what was the point of the stool? Nonetheless, he ultimately took a seat. As Wan'an commenced her review, Chen observed her. She furrowed her brow in earnest concentration. Suddenly, he felt a pang of confusion. Was this the same Wan'an who had feared thunder yesterday and cherished her slumber this morning? He realized that while at work, she exhibited an air of leadership and seriousness, yet once off the clock, she transformed into a charming and endearing creature. Unaware of his gaze, Wan'an was engrossed in the text before her. Title: Work Reflections and Self-Improvement. 1. In my work, I consistently hold myself to higher standards, striving for continuous progress. In terms of ideological cultivation, I actively participate in the political education and theoretical studies organized by my unit and superior departments, striving to enhance my theoretical knowledge. Additionally, I endeavor to acquire professional knowledge, perform foundational tasks diligently, and achieve personal growth. In my daily work, I adhere to the principle of serving the people. Subsequently, I read several paragraphs. Though the page was densely filled with text, the sections were distinctly organized. The more I read, the more I found no faults. The writing was truly exceptional. Each line conveyed a wealth of practical experience, as if the author were a veteran employee of many years, or perhaps even a former corporate leader. Such depth of content could only stem from profound experience. Wan'an glanced at him while reading a passage, her eyes darting to him again. She could find no flaws. What could she do? Observing her anxious demeanor, desperately searching for faults but failing to find any, Chen could not help but smile. Naturally, there would be no shortcomings. After all, he possessed 36 years of experience. The article was essentially a genuine reflection of his insights, embellished with a few flourishes about the relentless pursuit of excellence for the company, something any leader would appreciate. "Well, since you have read it, I shall take my leave," he said, rising once more, intending to return to his leisurely activities and enjoy some chips. However, Wan'an called out to him from behind, her voice somewhat hesitant. "Hey, you can't leave." She quickly added, There is one major issue with the article." "Oh?" Chen turned back, sensing she might concoct some mischief. Wan'an racked her brain and finally came up with a rather naive notion. "It's just, the paper is too thick. It's uncomfortable to touch." Upon saying this, a proud expression graced her face, but when she caught his gaze, her lively eyes began to evade his. Chen was left speechless, thinking, what a nitpicker. Searching for flaws in a pile of eggs. Boring. He rolled his eyes and huffed. "Well, as far as I'm concerned, you cannot pass this. If you don't pass, you cannot go home." She stood there, arms crossed, with an air of defiant pride. This insufferable little capitalist. He thought about giving her a proper reprimand, perhaps even a playful swat, but this was the office, and he didn't want to attract the secretary's attention. Nevertheless, he mused. "But you must initiate a kiss, and then I shall let you pass. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree?" A smile crept across his lips as he licked them, narrowing his eyes at her. It seemed he had wasted half a day only to find she was trying to take advantage of him. How delightful. Yet, he leaned closer. Wan'an felt Chen's tall figure approaching, the delightful scent of cherry blossoms drawing nearer, and she felt a bit dazed. Could it be? Is Chen really going to kiss me? No way. I must be dreaming. She gazed with her watery eyes as Chen inched closer, causing her to gently bite her lip. In that moment, she found herself transitioning from the proactive to the reactive, enveloped in a wave of shyness. Her petite frame instinctively leaned back, only to find herself pressed against the wall, with no retreat possible. She never anticipated such an occurrence. As she watched Chen lean down, adopting a wall-pressing posture that pinned her beneath him, she felt a flutter of excitement. Her cheeks flushed, akin to a steaming dumpling, with warmth radiating from her head. The first time Chen would tease her, and she was utterly unprepared, having expected him to resist. As Chen's breath drew nearer, his alluring smile began to form. His captivating gaze sent electric sparks through her, causing the usually playful Wan'an to shrink back shyly. Just when she thought Chen was about to kiss her, He abruptly stood up, snatching something from her pocket. Observing her naive anticipation for a kiss, he smirked, playfully flicking her forehead. Silly girl, what were you expecting? With a soft thud, she instinctively covered her forehead, her eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. Chen had already risen and was turning to leave. Wan'an snapped back to reality, realizing with a start, you actually toyed with me. Teasing and then disappearing without a care. Is there no responsibility? Still cradling her little head, she was taken aback by Chen's nonchalant teasing, leaving her with a sense of profound regret. It felt akin to a conversation that trails off with just 2 words, leaving one utterly frustrated. In truth, Chen had never intended to kiss her. He merely sought to lower her guard and pilfer the small trinket from her pocket. It appears that women in love often act rather foolishly. Chapter 26. What are you running from? Come to my embrace. To her astonishment, she had indeed fallen for it. Wan'an suddenly recalled that he seemed to have been rummaging in his pocket for something moments ago. She hastily checked, only to discover her pocket was utterly empty. Her small face puffed up in indignation as she became even more displeased. The cherished little snacks she had hoarded for so long had vanished. Chengqing, return it to me. That was mine. You don't kiss me, yet you take my things, you naughty boy. Oh dear, my last pack of QQ candies. She fidgeted on the stool, her body still weak from the teasing she had just endured from Chen. She struggled to rise, her little hands flailing in an attempt to seize Chen. But he nimbly sidestepped, evading her grasp. With his back turned, he tore open the QQ candy bag and, with a grin, poured the entire contents into his mouth. Smacking his lips in delight, he exclaimed, the taste is simply exquisite. Wan'an watched in dismay as he finished her last pack of QQ candies, feeling utterly heartbroken. It was akin to losing both her husband and her troops. The QQ candies were not restocked here, and she would have to venture out to the small shop to purchase more. She always brought a few packs with her to work. Chengqing, you big bad egg. She pouted, feigning indifference. Chen chuckled, a smirk gracing his lips. Oh? Didn't you say what's mine is yours? Then surely what's yours is mine too, right? No fault in that. He spread his hands, feigning innocence. As she had consumed his potato chips, Wan'an's eyes widened in realization. What a swift retribution. In a dramatic struggle, she sat up, thinking, the joke's on me. Chen observed her cheeks puffing out and added, all right, you should really eat fewer of these little snacks. They're prone to cause cavities, you know? Wan'an crossed her arms in silence, as if this would help her case. She then stepped out the door, gently closing it behind her, and resumed her leisurely pursuits. Not concerned whether her report would pass, for if it didn't, she could just snatch another pack of QQ candies. Who was afraid of whom? Alone in the office, though she appeared fierce, the recollection of his words, what's yours is mine, made her cover her flushed cheeks, displaying a look of annoyance at Chen. As noon approached, after finishing their meals, each employee enjoyed a half-hour break, leading many to return to their desks for a quick nap or to scroll through videos. It must be said that the company's benefits were quite generous, a guaranteed monthly salary of 6,000 along with such perks. Chen, after rinsing his mouth post-meal, returned to his computer, resting his head down for a nap. Gradually, as no one disturbed him, he slipped into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Wan'an, who had been observing him from the shadows, stealthily tiptoed out of the office. Oh look, Chengqing is asleep. He must be dreaming of me. She softly approached, murmuring to herself. Her presence prompted several colleagues, who had not taken a lunch break, to peek over. Upon noticing them, she immediately gestured dismissively, as if to say, don't wake my dear Chen. They reluctantly settled down, waiting for President Yi to shower them with sweet affection. Wan'an, after positioning herself beside him, made no sound, gently leaning down to admire his peacefully sleeping profile. Wow, my Chen is so handsome, she thought, once again lost in her daily infatuation. Since her sophomore year in high school, she had been captivated by his sleeping visage, and her desire only intensified with time. She fetched a small stool, quietly seated herself beside him, resting her chin on her hand, and silently reveled in his profile for nearly 3 minutes. The colleagues exchanged glances, perplexed by the president's intentions. She had no intention of taking advantage of the moment. Awakening him with a kiss would be disastrous, as she still had an important matter to attend to. At last, having gazed enough, she slowly retrieved a prepared item from her bag. Chen, lost in dreams, suddenly felt a gentle tug on his hand, followed by something being slipped onto his wrist. Sensing something amiss, he gradually awakened, slowly opening his starry eyes. This time, squinting, he saw Wan'an, who was sneakily placing a circle of red string on his wrist, oblivious to its significance. Initially, she had been cautious, never intending to rouse him, merely wishing to slip it on and leave swiftly. However, upon his awakening, her previously focused gaze was drawn to his striking eyes, causing her hand to freeze mid-motion. Thus, they maintained an awkward stance, gazing at each other, the space and time around them suspended, akin to a little rabbit nearing a slumbering lion. Only for the lion to awaken and gaze back, rendering her motionless. She never anticipated he would wake. She immediately released her grip and attempted to flee, only to be caught by him and subsequently reprimanded. Yet, Chen, with a sly smile, swiftly grasped her small hand that had just loosened its hold. Startled, Wan'an felt as if she had committed a misdeed and was caught by the police, straining to pull away from his firm grasp, yet unable to budge. "Ah, let me go?" she exclaimed. Chen shook his head, his gaze sharp as he regarded her. "Wan'an, what are you sneakily up to?" I'm not doing anything wrong. Let go," she pleaded, desperately wishing to escape, fearing his reprimand and the possibility of a playful swat on her backside. Her stubborn demeanor, with closed eyes and a futile struggle against his stronger grip, was utterly adorable. With a vigorous shake of her long ponytail, Chen effortlessly pulled the playful girl into his embrace, securing her waist from behind to prevent any escape. Wan'an felt a bit dizzy, realizing that with his arms around her, there was no chance of evasion this time. Chen gazed down at her flustered and mischievous eyes. Noticing the additional red string on his wrist, with a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Why are you running? What is this? You shall not leave until I receive a proper explanation." A slight frown formed on his face as he considered the audacity of her attempting to deceive him during his slumber. Wan'an, displaying her stubbornness, peered out and made another attempt, only to find Chen tightening his hold, nearly stealing her breath away. Thus, she could only whisper, gently, "Please." At that, he loosened his grip just a tad. Then, gazing at the red string on his wrist, she murmured in a tone laced with indignation, "Hmph. This is, of course, something of great value." Embarrassed by being seen through, her cheeks flushed. "Is it important? Speak clearly." He feigned severity, urging her to be truthful, finding her previous response rather dismissive. "Ahem. This is indeed a red string," she admitted. "It is associated with fate and love. You see, I have one on my hand as well." Realizing her resistance was futile, she gradually smiled softly in his embrace. Chapter 27. The Call from Wan'an's Mother. Fate. What purpose does it serve? Chen had indeed deduced the significance of the red string. He had observed certain couples who delight in adorning each other with symbolic trinkets, as if declaring possession. Yet, Chen found such trivialities rather amusing. Is the game not entertaining enough? Chen, do not underestimate it, she insisted. This was sought by my mother from a Taoist temple. Blessed by a priest's incantations, it possesses a certain magic. Just as she claimed, the material was unremarkable, but the priest's blessing rendered it extraordinary. One red string was tied around his wrist, while the other, as his mother advised, was to be presented only to the right person. Thus, it had remained in the drawer until today, when he suddenly thought to wear it during his lunch break. Very magical? What does that even imply? Will I win 10 million in the lottery? He chuckled softly. Wan'an, however, took her stance seriously. Oh no, the red string is truly powerful. The priest said that if you place it on someone you cherish, you can instantly marry them. It's remarkably accurate. Her words were quite naïve, and the fact that she believed them made it all the more endearing. Chen raised an eyebrow, his fingers instinctively reaching to tug at the red string on his wrist. This had been blessed. What a calamity it would be if they truly married on the spot. As he began to remove it, Wan'an swiftly reached out, pressing his hand down. "You cannot take it off. The priest said that once worn, it must remain. If you remove it carelessly, no matter how happy you both may be in the future, you are destined to part ways. So you must not." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, tinged with a hint of vulnerability, her large eyes glistening slightly. Upon hearing this, Chen felt an inexplicable shiver run through him, his hand halting in its motion. As a staunch materialist, he certainly did not believe in such things, yet he could not resist Wan'an's earnest plea. Her small hand clutched tightly to his arm. With a resigned sigh, his gaze softened with a hint of affection, and he smiled. "Very well. It won't cost me anything to wear it." At this, Wan'an beamed, revealing her own red string. Comparing the two, his was noticeably larger. Chen then released his hand from his waist, having been completely unaware until now. Wan'an, still lingering, gazed at the red strings adorning their wrists, her demeanor brimming with youthful infatuation. He decided to temper her enthusiasm slightly. "We, in the 21st century, should believe in science. These are merely two ordinary strings. They signify nothing. Seeing his reluctance to acknowledge its significance, Wan'an secretly delighted in her triumph. At 4 p.m., having shaken off that clingy little companion, Chen made his way to the public restroom. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Taking out his phone, he glanced at the screen, noting the unfamiliar number ending in 4661. It was a number he did not recognize, yet it did not indicate spam, so he cautiously answered. Hello? Who is this? Soon, a warm, melodious voice resonated from the other end. Ahem, hello, is this Chen? Little Gu? The voice was as gentle as that of a kind mother, yet he could not recall his mother using this number. Thus, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Ah, I see. You must be wondering who I am, right? Take a guess. The mature woman on the other end was surprisingly playful, leaving Chen utterly perplexed. I don't know. Hehe, you silly boy, can't you figure it out? Allow me to reveal myself. I am Wan'an's mother. Chen was taken aback. What? Wan'an's mother? To be honest, he had initially detected a hint of Wan'an's essence in her voice. But now he was certain that a parent had come to confront him about courting their precious daughter. However, he felt entirely innocent. It was clearly Wan'an who had been persistently pursuing him. Judging by the mother's tone, she didn't seem angry, and even if she were, he believed he could hold his ground. Oh, Mom. Oh no. Auntie, is there something you need? He hastily added. My relationship with you, Wan'an, isn't that complicated. Regardless of his experiences, Chen always respected the elders and cherished the young, which endeared him to the neighbors, aunties, and uncles alike. It was no different with Wan'an's mother. He intended to explain further, but all he heard was her gentle laughter. You truly have a sweet tongue. No wonder Wan'an likes you, hehe. Chen felt a bit helpless. It was a mere slip of the tongue. I know, my silly daughter has been clinging to you. In truth, we, as her parents, do not oppose her having a boyfriend. We merely feel a bit uneasy. It's good for her to have a boyfriend after all. Being a girl, we cannot accompany her for a lifetime, so it's best if someone can look after her. Work has been exceedingly busy lately. Her father and I often travel for work, which is why we entrusted the branch office to her management, allowing Wan'an to keep herself occupied while we have no time to be with her. Well, Chen, I know you are a good boy. This girl takes after me. She becomes silly when she meets someone she likes, and it was the same with her father and me. Therefore, I hope you will not mistreat my Wan'an. As Chen listened to Annie's gentle yet pleading words, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I wouldn't, Auntie. As long as Wan'an doesn't bully me. By the way, her father is somewhat opposed, but that's all right. I will gradually persuade him. Chen, we hope that Wan'an does not become pregnant before marriage. After all, she is still young. This sudden mention struck a chord, prompting Chen to quickly respond. Oh, Auntie, please rest assured. I regard Wan'an as my own sister. After conversing for a considerable time, Chen finally stood up, his legs numb, and ended the call. Ultimately, they wished for Wan'an to find someone who would treat her well. Her family's wealth was irrelevant, as long as the person was kind. After all, as parents, they could not dissuade her from falling in love. Satisfied, Annie hung up the phone. Chen felt a sense of relief, as if he were conversing with the mature Wan'an. It was not a matter of great consequence. He merely desired to maintain a relationship with Wan'an that transcended mere friendship, yet fell short of romance. What troubled him, however, was the difficulty of navigating his life as a rather aimless individual. Soon, the evening had arrived, marking the end of the workday. Wan'an trailed behind him like an ever-present shadow, following him down to the ground floor. Chen inquired, Aren't you going home today? Don't your parents worry about you? As he prepared to start his electric scooter, he checked the chain, finding it in perfect condition. Wan'an, with a playful demeanor, promptly took a seat on the back of the scooter. Her graceful posture made her quite a sight. With a smile, she proclaimed, I've grown up now and am capable of living independently. Furthermore, my parents are quite busy and have gone out of town, leaving me to fend for myself. I am afraid of the dark and dare not venture to the bathroom alone at night. So, dear Chen, would you kindly take me in? I can pay rent. She appeared quite pitiful. Having previously received a call from her mother, Chen felt a twinge of sympathy upon witnessing her vulnerable expression. Yet, he hesitated to respond. Seeing his silence, Wan'an assumed he was opposed to the idea, and her face crumpled in distress. Oh, tonight I shall sleep alone. What if there is thunder and rain? I would be left trembling under the covers. How tragic. She then theatrically produced a handkerchief from somewhere, covering her mouth and gently sobbing. Resembling a forlorn young lady abandoned by her husband in ancient times, a sight both poignant and vivid. Chapter 28 Let us share a cup of milk tea. Please don't reject me. Chen rolled his eyes, feeling that she was no longer pitiable. All right, let us head home, he finally declared, plopping himself onto the electric scooter, deftly starting it up with one hand. Yay, Chen, I adore you, she suddenly exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her little face nuzzling against his back. Gu-chan's mouth twitched. This was quite revealing. However, I still need to establish some ground rules, huh? What rules? Gu-chen continued. First, you are not permitted to touch anything carelessly at home. Second, you mustn't run around without clothing. Third, and most importantly, males and females cannot sleep together. The first two rules were somewhat acceptable, but upon hearing the last one, Wan'an's eyes widened in surprise. Why can't we sleep together? She innocently inquired. Gu-chen was at a loss for words. It seemed she had asked the wrong question. With two individuals brimming with hormones, the real issue was why they shouldn't share a bed. No way. What's the point of being a couple if we sleep separately? She gently swayed behind him, expressing her discontent. Gu-chen sighed. Who said we're a couple? I'll have to report you for defamation. And so, they continued their banter while cruising home. It seemed quite normal for couples to bicker. The electric scooter hummed along, soon approaching a milk tea shop. After a prolonged resistance, Wan'an, feeling a bit parched, tugged at Gu-chen's shirt. Chen, I want to drink milk tea. Can we buy a cup before we leave? Gu-chen glanced at the nearby Mishuai city. Noting its splendid decor and the Snow King statue at the entrance, serving as a charming mascot that attracted passing visitors. Most of the patrons were couples holding hands. He certainly didn't want to go inside. What if someone misconstrued their relationship? What if Wan'an insisted on a toast? As a man of unwavering principles, he couldn't allow such a scenario to unfold. Absolutely not. Milk tea is far too sweet and unhealthy. Let us return home and enjoy a glass of plain water instead. It's much healthier. Wan'an rolled her eyes in response, thinking that Gu-chen could easily find another girl to date, while she would simply turn upside down to wash her hair. Come on, it's still early. He shook his head once more, leaving Wan'an feeling exasperated as she gently poked his back with her sharp fingernails. Ow! He jolted slightly. She had inadvertently poked the soft flesh at his waist, sending a tickling sensation through him. In an attempt to evade her, she lunged in from the right. Wan'an was like a whack-a-mole, poking at his soft ribs. Eventually, Gu-chen could no longer withstand it. All right, my little princess. Shall we go drink then? Honestly, as they passed the milk tea shop, he had no choice but to stop the scooter by the roadside. Wan'an triumphantly leaped off, grinning up at him. In the next moment, he reached out and playfully pinched her rosy, smiling cheeks. Ow. Her fair face was tugged, squeezing out a few tears as she awkwardly tiptoed, calling out in pain. Oh, now you feel pain, do you? Still want to poke me? In a playful manner reminiscent of a brother chastising his little sister, Gu-chen teased her with a hint of sarcasm, pinching her cheeks in a manner that was oddly comforting. No more poking, please. Just spare me, she pleaded. Hold on, let me pinch just a couple more times. He replied mischievously. Please no. My face will get ruined. She protested, only to endure further playful torment as Gu-chen continued to knead and pinch her face, reveling in the delightful sensation akin to that of soft rice cakes. At last, he released her, and Wan'an gazed at him with a hint of mock reproach. You rascal! Not only do you not care for me, but you also torment me, she lamented, her cheeks slightly reddened from his playful assault. In truth, Gu-chen possessed a certain gentleness. Perhaps her delicate complexion was simply too inviting, brimming with youthful collagen at his slightest touch. Hearing her words stirred a flicker of tenderness within him, prompting him to gently caress her face. Upon feeling the warmth of his hand, Wan'an leaned into his touch, savoring the affection. Yet, he withdrew his hand after a brief moment, sensing that the intimacy was becoming somewhat ambiguous. Wan'an, with a hint of disappointment, pointed to the other side of her face that had also been pinched. You should rub this side too. All right, he acquiesced with a sigh. They soon approached the entrance of a bubble tea shop, where they were met with envious gazes from patrons within. Their playful banter outside the glass doors had not gone unnoticed, and one flustered server had even knocked over a cup of bubble tea in her surprise. It was abundantly clear to all that this pair was strikingly well matched, like a perfect union. Their mere presence overshadowed every other couple in the shop, leaving them wondering why this duo shone so brightly amidst a sea of relationships. At the counter, Wan'an focused intently on selecting various flavors of bubble tea, while Gu-chen held a menu with little familiarity. He rarely indulged in such drinks, as they were seldom to his taste, except when offered by admirers from school. After struggling with the menu, he decided to order a simple milk tea, only for Wan'an to suggest, how about a full cup of passion fruit? It's quite delightful, Having hardly sampled such drinks before, he nodded in agreement. She then cheerfully addressed the server. "Hello. I would like an enormous cup of mango sago and an equally large cup of passion fruit. Thank you." Her radiant smile caught the server's attention, prompting a second glance. The order was extravagant, easily amounting to double what others would typically consume, a true display of indulgence. Chen chuckled, reaching for his phone to pay, only to find that Wan'an had already completed the transaction via a quick scan. "Hehe, I'm your boss today, so this treat is on me. Let us sit here for a while," she said, flashing him an exceptionally sweet smile. What had initially seemed like a quick stop for bubble tea was now extending into a leisurely stay at the CAF. Chen was beginning to grasp the delightful experience of being pampered by a wealthy companion. The preparation of their drinks was swift, and upon receiving the bubble tea, he realized that one cup required both hands to manage. It was indeed true, such oversized cups existed. With a sense of resignation, I chose a seat by the glass. Here was a delicate little table, perfect for sipping milk tea while engaging in conversation. Wan'an was still playfully watching Chen, assisting him in opening his milk tea. The cover of the drink bore a heart, and she insisted on aligning her straw with it, perhaps a manifestation of her obsessive tendencies. This time, she did not request a toast, much to Gu's relief. The two sat facing each other, savoring their milk tea, while Chen gazed out at the scenery beyond the glass door. Suddenly, after persistently sipping on her pearl milk tea, Wan'an finally managed to trap a pearl in her straw. However, instead of letting it slide into her delicate mouth, she pulled it out, like a concealed weapon, closing one eye playfully to aim at Chen's lips. With a gentle blow, the pearl shot forth from the straw. Chen sensed that she was up to her usual antics, and as he turned back, he instinctively relaxed his lips to say something, only to perfectly catch the pearl that Wan'an had propelled from her fragrant mouth. Chapter 29. Are you feeling all right? Shall we engage in some artificial respiration together? He widened his eyes, sensing something soft in his mouth. Goodness. Almost instinctively, he bit down and swallowed. The taste, surprisingly, was rather sweet. Wan'an's eyes instantly widened, astonished at her unexpected accuracy. She had thought she would only hit his cheek, yet it had flown directly into his mouth. Moreover, Chen had swallowed it. Her little face transformed with delight. Chen, was it good? Simultaneously, she feared he might be upset, fidgeting with her small hands. As expected, Chen furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. How delightful. How tedious. Yet, the flavor of that pearl, consumed in such a manner, was indeed quite unique, though he would never admit it. He pretended to gag slightly, feigning disgust towards her. Observing that he seemed no worse for wear, Wan'an giggled. Following her previous method, she inserted the straw into her cup once more, forcefully sucking out 2 pearls. Raising her head, she aimed again at Chen's mouth. Whoosh. Chen thought she wouldn't engage in such antics again. Yet to his surprise, she launched 2 more pearls at him. He instinctively dodged slightly, and the pearls promptly adhered to the side of his right cheek and the corner of his mouth. It didn't hurt at all. Reminiscent of a playful snowball fight or tossing little paper balls at a deskmate, quite entertaining. What a close call. At least they didn't land back in his mouth. How amusing. Wan'an was like a child discovering a new toy, utterly delighted. Meanwhile, Chen was utterly exasperated. Were they here to drink pearls, or to spray them? Such a disgraceful waste. Though these flour-based pearls were not particularly easy to digest. Since she wished to be mischievous, Chen felt compelled to teach her a lesson. With a playful smile, he inserted the straw into his cup, sucked up a few pearls, raised his cannon, and with a swift exhale, unleashed them towards her. Wan'an had assumed Chen was a rather serious individual, unlikely to indulge her in such play, though she had no defenses. When several pearls shot forth before her, her eyes widened in disbelief at his audacity to launch so many at once. "Ah, you ambushed me soon enough." She was successfully hit. The first pearl landed on her forehead, another on her nose, and others upon her cheeks, sticky on her face. She reached for a tissue to wipe it away. Still feeling cheeky? Wan'an, akin to a valiant female commander preparing for battle, gently tapped the table, declaring her defiance. Subsequently, she buried her face into her cherry drink and took a mighty sip, launching several pearls back at him. Chen hastily prepared for defense. The two of them continued their playful barrage for a while, leaving their faces and clothes delightfully sticky. Ultimately, they cleaned up with tissues, ensuring they did not inconvenience the restaurant. The pearls in their milk tea had seen a small portion used for their playful skirmish, yet a considerable amount remained for drinking. In the end, it was clear that Wan'an was defeated, having been hit several times on the forehead, leading her to raise her hands and surrender, shielding her little face. After all, Gu Chen was a seasoned level 101 player in CF, possessing a commendable aim. Following his victory, he gazed at her with a hint of smugness. The sweetness of their interaction was palpable, drawing the attention of numerous couples in the CF, who, upon sipping their milk tea, realized that the affection they were witnessing was even sweeter than their drinks. They opted to refrain from drinking further, choosing instead to quietly observe the flirtatious exchange between the two. Gu Chen momentarily relaxed, believing that the skirmish between their two factions had come to a close. However, Wan'an unexpectedly resorted to a cunning maneuver. Suddenly, she raised her gun, aiming the prepared tapioca pearls with her eyes closed, and with all her might. She shot them toward Gu Chen's face. She felt it was unacceptable for him to bully a girl. Whoosh! As Gu Chen saw her lift the gun, he intended to interject, but just as he opened his mouth, a pearl, slicing through the air, flew directly into his mouth and lodged in his throat. Any retort he had in mind was instantly silenced. Cough, cough. It was too precise. Without the chance to chew, it had slid down his throat, momentarily choking him. He grasped his neck, his face flushed with discomfort. Cough, cough, cough. Wan'an, who had initially been playfully signaling her triumph, began to worry upon witnessing his distress. She swiftly moved her chair aside and rushed to his side, gently patting his back with her small hand. Chen, are you all right? I want to play anymore, don't scare me. Watching Gu Chen cough so violently concerned her. After all, pearls are sticky, and it was entirely plausible for one to become lodged in his throat. After her gentle pat, he managed to recover slightly, the pearl on the verge of being swallowed. At that moment, he held onto Wan'an's hand, contemplating that once he regained his composure, he would certainly have to teach her a lesson to prevent her from escaping. However, Wan'an, seeing him hold her hand, assumed that his throat was even more distressed. Her small face turned anxious, and she licked her lips, resembling someone who had just eaten an orange, filled with guilt and regret. Was he struggling to breathe? It's all right, Gu Chen. I will perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Allow me to assist you. With that, she gently tilted her head, swiftly entwining her arms around his neck, pressing her petite face against his larger one. This scene was utterly unexpected for Gu Chen. Wan'an was actually going to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to him. Not only was he taken aback, but everyone in the establishment was equally astonished. However, anticipation began to brew among the onlookers regarding how the two would kiss. All eyes were fixed upon them, whether belonging to the single or the coupled. Gu Chen was unable to intervene in time. His eyes widened as he watched her lips approach his. He understood that she did not intend to take advantage of him. Her concern for his safety was genuine. Yet, he found himself in no need of such assistance at that moment. As her lips made contact with his, he experienced a sweetness he had never before encountered, a richness that enveloped him. Moreover, Wan'an's lips seemed to engage in a deep inhalation, as if, upon contact, she were transferring the very air from her chest into him. He felt a flicker of emotion, but ultimately he gently pushed against her chest. Wan'an, I am fine. There are many people watching. His gentle push caused her to stagger back slightly, her lips reluctantly parting from his. Though she had been ready for a deep breath, Gu Chen's action had abruptly interrupted the moment. She quickly regained her balance, then licked her lips, savoring the lingering fragrance of Gu Chen that remained. In her focus on the resuscitation, she had not truly appreciated the flavor of his lips, leaving her with only a hint of sweetness. Reflecting on this, a look of regret crossed her delicate features. The two exchanged glances. Gu Chen, who had previously been assertive, now found himself shyly avoiding her gaze. Wan'an was not faring any better, softly biting her lip. Her cheeks flushed as she gradually retreated to her own space. There were indeed many peers around, and as she turned to see the multitude of eyes fixated upon them, including passers-by outside the glass door, she thought that even those with social confidence might feel embarrassed in such a situation. The atmosphere between them fell into a tranquil silence for a brief moment. The lingering sensation of soft, sweet jelly remained on Gu Chen's lips, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 30. Hmph. The vixen just moments ago. There had been but a fleeting contact, a mere brush of lips, yet he could distinctly savor the sweetness of cherries. Were he to truly sink his teeth into them, perhaps he would become ensnared, unable to extricate himself from their allure. He resumed his position, nonchalantly sipping his milk tea, feigning indifference to the earlier encounter. His gaze fixed on the world outside the glass. Wan'an noted a hint of shyness in Gu Chen, and she stifled a giggle, choosing not to expose his feelings, and continued to sip her drink. Regrettably, the artificial respiration had not been fully realized. Their lips had only grazed, but this was progress nonetheless. From the corners of their mouths to the tips of their lips, surely the next step would involve the entirety of their lips, wouldn't it? She anticipated this moment. Puffing her cheeks like a little hamster, her face round with the milk tea she had taken in, the two did not engage in the game of pearl spraying. After finishing their milk tea, they tidied up and exited the shop, boarding an electric scooter to head home. This time, Wan'an gently wrapped her arms around his waist, exclaiming with delight, "Hehe, your first kiss is mine now. How delightful." It sounded as if she had struck a great bargain, leaving Chen in a state of helplessness. A mere brush of their lips surely did not count. 10 minutes later, they returned to the old neighborhood. Upon parking the scooter, Chen noticed that Wan'an had almost dozed off, her eyes heavy with sleep, yet she was still fighting to stay awake. A slight shift in his position roused her momentarily. Concern washed over Chen as he thought about what would happen if she fell asleep and inadvertently let go while they were on the road. Perhaps they should consider a safety belt in the future? What was he even thinking? He reached for Wan'an's small hand. "Let us go," he said softly. At that moment, she became more alert and tightened her grip. They entered the elevator together, and Wan'an eagerly pressed the button for their floor. Yet, the elevator did not respond immediately, and they both felt a sudden jolt as if it were stuck before it finally began to ascend. Chen remarked, "It seems the elevator is aging. We ought to call maintenance." Wan'an nodded, continuing to hold on to him as they ascended. When the elevator doors opened, Chen instinctively retrieved his keys to unlock the door, stepping inside. His stomach growled, reminding him that dinner awaited. He directed Wan'an to set the table while he took charge of the cooking. However, she shook her head, venturing into the room to retrieve 2 aprons, carefully tying one around Chen's waist. With earnestness, she held up the other apron before herself. "Chen, can you help me tie this? I'll assist you with the vegetables." "No need. I cook swiftly," he replied. "That won't do. I can't always let you spoil me. It will only make me dependent. I aspire to be the perfect girlfriend, adept in both the kitchen and the parlor." She brandished a vegetable knife in the air, her earnest demeanor akin to a vow to the heavens. Chen felt a flicker of concern and quickly took the knife from her, recalling her words, and involuntarily displayed a hint of exasperation as he retorted, "Who is spoiling you?" "Certainly not I." Wan'an had a penchant for fanciful exaggeration. Yet, even if he did indulge her, he remained blissfully unaware of it. Since she wished to help, he acquiesced. She hung the apron in front of her, then moved behind to prepare a knot. However, as she tightened the drawstring, he noticed Wan'an's waist was remarkably slender, seemingly having lost weight over the past few days. The apron strings were nearly pulled taut. "How thin she is." He could not help but compliment her. Wan'an, feeling a bit bashful upon hearing this, playfully pursed her lips and chuckled, "Hehe, if Chen likes it, I can become even slimmer. Nonsense. Who said I liked it?" Chen quickly shut his mouth, realizing he had instinctively spoken out loud. Moreover, he admonished her not to lose weight recklessly, for being too thin is detrimental to one's health, sounding like a concerned father. Wan'an tilted her head and giggled again, batting her beautiful eyes. "Actually, I quite enjoy Chen's contradictory nature. It's so manly feeling bored." Chen blushed at her sweet voice and returned to his tasks. Today, he planned to prepare a dish of stir-fried pork with onions, medicinal celery with squid, and steamed eggs. After washing the onions, Wan'an gently snatched them away and began chopping. Chen, slightly worried, cautioned, "Be careful not to cut yourself." Wan'an looked up at him and winked playfully. "If you're worried about me again, I won't cut myself." "No, I merely meant that if you do, you would be a silly little pig." He smiled softly and began washing the meat. Wan'an, with a confident smile, retorted, "I'm not a pig." "You are indeed." The kitchen became lively as Chen turned on the stove, intending to cook the meat first for easier slicing. Meanwhile, Wan'an, while chopping the onions, began to cry, wiping her tears as she continued to cut. "Ugh, the smell of onions is so pungent I can hardly keep my eyes open." Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Due to her poor knife skills, each slice was made too close, causing the onion's potent aroma to assault her eyes. Truly, she was both clumsy and playful. He even questioned how she managed to graduate from Tsinghua University. Of course, Tsinghua nurtures talent. She was attending a training program. Concerned for her safety, Chen slowly reached out to grasp her knife, saying, "Let me handle this." He then gently wiped her tears with his thumb, caressing her cheek and gradually drying her tears. She rubbed her little face against his palm before turning away. "No, I must learn to chop vegetables." With defiance in her eyes, she reclaimed the knife, determined to conquer the onions. Her little face was flushed with determination, and Chen found it amusing. Soon, Wan'an came up with a clever idea, turning to fetch a piece of cling film and wrapping it around her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Chen sighed, thinking it would take centuries to produce such talent. His lips twitched in amusement. At last, she meticulously finished chopping the vegetables. Chen took the knife from her and immediately began to slice the meat, leaving her no opportunity to intervene. Just as he was about to wash his hands after completing the task, Wan'an, with her hands still tainted by the sin of onions, playfully touched his nose. "Let us weep together," she teased, her mischievous spirit shining through. He was caught off guard, and the pungent aroma of onions made his eyes water, forcing him to rub them vigorously. Once he could finally open his eyes, he swiftly grabbed her by the collar as she attempted to flee, akin to a small kitten, her short legs flailing helplessly like tomcats. She was quite audacious, indeed. He then gently smeared her unwashed hands across her nose, causing her to feel a sharp sting in her eyes. She immediately surrendered, exclaiming, "I won't be naughty anymore. I was wrong. Please spare me." Chen, however, did not smear her anywhere else and allowed her to wash her face. Once released, her true nature emerged as she pouted and whined, Chen is bullying me. I don't love you anymore. Mph. Chen merely chuckled in response. After a while, Wan'an emerged from washing her face and observed Chen busily stir-frying. She approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hehe, it smells delightful. What are you doing? Let go of me. How can you cook like this? He sighed in amusement as she clung tightly, her small face rubbing against his. It's so delicious. If I marry Chen, I will never suffer. What nonsense are you spouting? He retorted with an eye roll, recalling her earlier declaration of not loving him anymore. Humph, you fickle girl. Chapter 31. Is this a candlelit dinner? The next dish was squid with medicinal celery. As the squid lay on the cutting board, Wan'an wished to assist. Yet she was too timid to touch it. Though she adored seafood, the sight of the whole squid before her sent her retreating behind Chen in fright. Chen, these squids aren't still alive, are they? What if they leap up and ensnare us? Her innocence shone through, a result of having watched tentacle-themed films, which left her feeling apprehensive. Foolish girl, you've watched too many dramas. I just took this out of the fridge. It's been frozen for ages, he reassured her, taking the initiative to slice the squid while Wan'an nodded, helping to wash the celery. Soon, the steamed eggs were nearly ready, and Wan'an busied herself setting the table. Suddenly, noises echoed from the hall, and after a while, Chen turned to find Wan'an lighting candles and switching off the lights. In the dark of the night, she ignited the candles placed on either side of the table with a lighter. Chen raised an eyebrow, amused. Isn't it just dinner? What are you doing? Wan'an turned to him with a smile. Of course, we must have a sense of ceremony. Tada, this is our candlelit dinner. Candlelit dinner? He was speechless. For the sake of this, she opted for candles instead of using the lights. It was quite absurd. However, he refrained from stopping her. Perhaps this was the kind of romance that girls cherished. It was refreshingly new. He had previously dined alone, but ever since her arrival, life had gained a splash of color. Curiously, he wondered where the candles had come from, only to learn later that she had prepared them in advance, tucked away in her pocket. A few minutes later, all the dishes were on the table. Wan'an, beaming with delight, took out her phone to record a video of their candlelit dinner, including Chen, and posted it on Douyin, feeling quite proud of herself. Chen, preferring to avoid the spotlight, merely captured a side profile. Then, she courteously served him food, and only after he declared he had enough did she, like a famished little kitten, dig into her meal with gusto. By the time they finished eating, it was already 8 p.m. Wan'an patted her round belly and let out a soft belch, embodying a charmingly silly demeanor. To think that the exquisite and accomplished CEO could display such a carefree and leisurely side. Afterward, she began clearing the table and washing the dishes, while Wan'an also helped with cleaning and mopping. No matter how much Chen insisted she take a break, she was determined to prove her worth. Feeling a bit warm while mopping, she decided to shed her jacket and remove her shoes. Occasionally, Chen glanced back to see her running barefoot from room to room, humming a cheerful tune. Once he finished his tasks, he called out to her, Wan'an, go take a shower. You must be tired. Rest early. I'll handle the mopping. Oh, okay, darling. Wan'an turned around, resembling a dutiful little maid, bowing slightly with a bright voice. Upon hearing those two words, Chen felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Don't call me that. I can't handle it. Yet, he gently patted her obedient little head. Wan'an, barefoot, stepped into the shower. Chen, observing her entrance, keenly noticed the subtle curve at the corner of her mouth, as if she were concocting some mischievous scheme. Just as he was about to close the door, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, you didn't bring your pajamas, did you? You expect me to deliver them to you? Chen, having deciphered her intentions, promptly entered the room, retrieving the bunny pajamas she had worn the previous day, along with a pair of women's underwear. He approached the shower to hand them to her. Wan'an, upon seeing the garments he had procured, suddenly felt a wave of reluctance wash over her, much like a guilty thought being unveiled. Lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands, she was disinclined to accept the clothing. This was her sole opportunity to be candid with Chen, after all. He, undeterred, thrust the items into her hands. Wan'an pouted and stuck out her tongue. Noticing this, Chen feigned an attempt to pinch her tongue, prompting her to quickly shut the door, blocking him out. Hehe. You can't catch me. Chen dismissed any notion of competing with the girl. Soon, the sound of water droplets cascading against delicate skin echoed from the shower. By the way, that pair of women's underwear belonged to her cousin, who had left behind a plethora of belongings during her last visit. It had taken a while to dig through the bottom of the box to find it. After finishing her shower while humming a tune, one had suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I forgot to wear my slippers. As she dressed in the bathtub, she realized that she had left her slippers outside after mopping the floor. Now, with her feet freshly washed, stepping onto the floor would only dirty them again. With a swift thought, she concluded that perhaps she could do without the slippers. With this in mind, a charming smile crept across her lips. She called out softly to the door, her voice sweet and delicate. Chen, I didn't wear my shoes. Could you help me, please? Though her voice was soft, Chen heard her clearly. Silly, you didn't wear slippers while showering? Were you waiting to fly away? His admonishment only elicited a laugh from the girl. With a chuckle, Chen quickly fetched the slippers and turned the handle of the bathroom door, which he found was not locked. Tentatively entering, he reminded her, Hmph. You mustn't appear before me without clothes, or I'll spank you. Fortunately, upon a quick glance, he saw that the girl in the bathtub had already dressed. Her graceful thighs elegantly poised, her smile enchanting. Her little hands were tucked within her sleeves, revealing lovely fingertips, as if preparing for winter. She pulled her bunny-eared hat down over her head, her sparkling eyes blinking, creating a visage so adorable that he felt an urge to lift her up. Most captivating were her smooth thighs and delicate ankles, causing a slight involuntary swallow in his throat. He averted his gaze, slowly approaching Wan'an, and dropped a pair of cotton slippers at her feet. Silly girl, hurry and put them on. He found himself utterly at a loss with this girl. Yet, she merely beamed at him, playfully spreading her arms wide. Carry me, will you carry me to bed? Chen cast a fleeting glance at her, a hint of exasperation evident in his expression. I cannot, he replied, for I am covered in grease. Should I touch you, it would only result in further mess. His excuse was transparent, a mere pretext to avoid carrying her. Wan'an, growing impatient, bounced on the spot. Just carry me once, she insisted playfully. When Chen remained unyielding, she indulged in a touch of petulance, puffing up her cheeks in defiance before plopping down into the bathtub. If you want to carry me, I shall not rise, she declared with determination. I will stay right here while you bathe, and we shall see how you manage. Her mischievous tone startled Chen. The thought of her remaining in the bathroom while he bathed was quite disconcerting. Ultimately, under the influence of Wan'an's playful antics and mock threats, he relented. In truth, Wan'an simply cherished the sensation of being lifted by Chen, particularly after a shower when her bare feet touched the cool floor. The joy of being carried to bed by someone she adored was an exquisite delight. Very well, I shall carry you, he conceded, his gaze softening as he regarded her luminous eyes. At his words, Wan'an sprang to her feet, her petite toes gingerly finding purchase on the edge of the bathtub, while Chen leaned back to accommodate her. With a swift motion, she wrapped her soft, fuzzy arms around his neck, her thighs encircling his waist. He instinctively caught her, fearing she might tumble and hurt herself. With a measured stride, he made his way toward the bedroom, while Wan'an whispered sweetly in his ear, Thank you, Chen. She tilted her head, attempting to steal a kiss, but Chen deftly turned away, evading her playful advance. Upon entering the room, Wan'an sensed something amiss and gently tugged at him, halting his progress. Can I visit your room? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Worry not. I shall behave. I can warm your bed, and when you awaken, you will find it cozy, with me beside you, soft and comforting. How does that sound? Chapter 32. The Jealous Little One. Quite adorable, Wan'an whispered sweetly. Upon hearing her suggestion, Chen felt it was quite appealing, yet he firmly declined. Sharing a room could easily lead to sleeping until the next morning, with a stunning beauty like her by his side. Her soft breaths would be too tantalizing to bear. Moreover, Wan'an had a tendency to fidget in her sleep, and Chen had no desire to share a bed under such circumstances. Ultimately, they agreed that wandering around the room was permissible until 10 o'clock, after which they would retire to separate rooms. This statement was practically meaningless, as Wan'an pouted and sulked, showing no appreciation. Chen simply tossed her onto the bed and placed her slippers on the floor. Her little face was adorably puffed up with indignation. Afterward, he turned to take a shower. And with a clever smile, Wan'an asked, "Chen, are you taking a bath? Would you like me to help you scrub your back?" The mere thought made her cheeks flush, for her intentions were far from innocent. His physique was striking, and even through his clothes, the contours were unmistakable. Lost in her daydreams, a warmth unexpectedly surged from her nostrils, perhaps due to the heat of the weather. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Chen remarked, "Ah, woman. Are you genuinely offering to scrub my back? It is evident that you are merely lusting after my body." With that, he waved her off and proceeded to shower. A few moments later, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Wan'an, unwilling to remain on the bed, hopped down and approached the bathroom door. She gently turned the doorknob, only to discover it was indeed locked. How absurd. He never locked the door when showering, and why would a grown man do so now? For Chen, locking the door was a matter of course. Had he not done so earlier, Wan'an could have easily barged in. Noticing his dirty clothes by the door, she found herself a task and took them away, thoughtfully washing and drying them. This time, she had perfected the amount of detergent. When Chen eventually emerged and saw the neatly hung clothes on the balcony, a knowing smile would grace his face. Entering his room, he found it shrouded in darkness, the lights unlit. Suddenly, a figure materialized within, startling him. "Huh, did I give you a fright?" Chen stumbled back, exclaiming in shock, only to realize that it was Wan'an, who had been stealthily lurking behind the door. Had he known, he would have turned on the lights upon entering. Nonsense! Was he really that easily startled? As expected, Wan'an had finished washing her clothes and had come to his room to play. Chen gently pinched her cheek as a playful reprimand, causing her to bare her teeth like a feisty little kitten, prompting him to retract his hand. Once the lights were on, Wan'an leaped onto the bed, rolling about in boredom. After a while, she noticed a book by the bedside and began to flip through its pages, only to soon be distracted by his body pillow, which astonishingly featured the character Luo Tianyi from an anime. The characters from the realm of animation are undeniably enchanting. It is no wonder that Chen finds it impossible to sleep without his beloved body pillow. The reason lies therein. She indulges in her own musings. Feeling a twinge of jealousy over an inanimate cushion, Chen scratches his head, sensing that Wan'an seems poised to take action against the pillow. "Be good now. Don't make a fuss. I'm going to watch some television," he remarked as he moved to his computer. Wan'an, somewhat disappointed, pondered what could possibly be so captivating on the television that he would choose it over her. Reluctantly, she nodded in acquiescence. He booted up the computer and searched for a movie site, eventually discovering a film titled The Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai. Having previously stumbled upon video snippets that featured a striking female character named Mai Sakurajima, he found himself captivated after watching the first episode, inadvertently leaving Wan'an unattended. Wan'an, too, was drawn in by the anime being screened, though it was too distant to discern clearly. She wriggled on the bed like a little worm, declaring, "I want to watch too." She hopped off the bed and nonchalantly plopped down onto Chen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck as she settled in to watch the television alongside him, as if such intimacy were a commonplace occurrence between them. Feeling the soft sensation of her weight on his thighs and the delightful fragrance that lingered in the air, he furrowed his brow. "Wan'an, isn't there a chair? If you want to watch, you needn't sit on my lap," he teased. After all, this was her first time perching on his lap, and both he and his junior felt quite unaccustomed to the situation. She playfully brushed her bangs against his face, insisting, "But I've seen so many girls sitting on their boyfriends' laps while watching television. I want to try it too." He couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself how she was taking advantage of him. Nevertheless, her petite frame on his lap felt akin to a cloud of cotton candy, sweet and delightful. If he were hungry, he might even be tempted to take a nibble. "Wait, what am I thinking?" She nestled closer, her cherubic face pressed affectionately against him, the warmth of their connection seemingly intensifying, wrapping him in a cozy embrace. As he felt her soft, warm cheek brushing against him, an unexpected heat enveloped the atmosphere. Despite his 36 years of experience, the sight of the freshly bathed, radiantly beautiful girl, with skin as smooth as milk and a captivating scent, sitting unabashedly on his lap, was indeed stirring. If only she would loosen her hold after a while, but Wan'an clung steadfastly, refusing to budge, as if glued to him. Chen, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so hot?" She noticed that Chen's temperature deviated from the norm and reached out with her cool, delicate hand to touch his forehead. The moment her hand made contact, it was as if a spark ignited. Chen's face grew even warmer. "Oh dear. You're burning up. We must hurry to the hospital." Wan'an became increasingly anxious, her demeanor flustered, as she contemplated calling for emergency assistance. She could not comprehend why she felt feverish the moment she drew near to him. Chen gradually grasped her small hand and, with an awkward smile, remarked, "It's nothing. The weather is warm. Just turn on the air conditioning." He retrieved the remote control from the table, pressed a couple of buttons, and set the temperature to the lowest setting. This alleviated her discomfort somewhat, allowing them to continue watching the video. Yet, Wan'an appeared quite perplexed. After watching half an episode, she murmured beside him, "Senior Mai is so beautiful, and her figure is splendid. No wonder you boys enjoy watching." Chen sensed a hint of jealousy, realizing she was feeling envious over an animated character. However, it was understandable as he was also captivated by the female protagonist on the screen. He merely thought that the plot of this anime was quite well crafted, with foreshadowing abundant throughout. After a while, Wan'an began to shiver slightly. Perhaps the air conditioning was set too low, for her little feet were exposed to the chill, causing her toes to curl. She decided to drape her legs across his other thigh, effectively placing herself entirely within his embrace, akin to a little sloth nestled against a tree. Alas, the proportion of her exquisitely beautiful legs rested directly before him, even with the air conditioning set to 17 degrees. It seemed impossible to quell the warmth radiating from his body. He felt like a human heater. Noticing her discomfort, Chen quickly turned off the air conditioning and gently rubbed her back to warm her up. After a while, she began to feel more comfortable. Sensing his care, Wan'an's eyes deepened with affection as she smiled at him and pecked his cheek lightly, akin to a reward. Chen seemed to be developing an immunity to such gestures, merely wiping his face absent-mindedly, leaving the imprint untouched. Gradually, Wan'an, in the alternating warmth and chill of the environment, began to feel drowsy. After only a brief period of watching television, her eyelids began to grow heavy, and she succumbed to a lengthy nap. He had assumed she would return to her bed to sleep, yet she remained firmly draped over his leg, clutching even tighter as if fearing she might loosen her grip. Chen's thigh had grown numb, yet gazing at the adorable, serene visage of the sleeping beauty beside him, he felt reluctant to disturb her. He proceeded to watch another episode. The gentle rhythm of the girl's breathing became steady, softly brushing against his cheek. Chapter 33. Good morning, my darling. He found himself compelled to scratch his hand intermittently due to an incessant itch. A wave of drowsiness washed over him as he reached to turn off the computer screen. Gently, he attempted to lift Wan'an, wishing to carry her back to her own bed. However, he soon realized that he could no longer feel his thighs. They had gone completely numb from her prolonged sitting. Gritting his teeth, he made an effort to move. Although Wan'an was not particularly heavy, the duration had taken its toll on him. He managed to raise her leg and twist it with some effort, gradually regaining feeling. With a Herculean effort, he stood, using his left hand to hook her legs while cradling her delicate form with his right arm. Step by arduous step, he navigated her back to her designated room, gently placing this little rabbit onto the soft, inviting sheets. As he laid her down, it seemed that in her slumber, she sensed something amiss. Feeling hands tugging at her grasp, unwilling to relinquish her hold, she tightened her embrace around Chen, resembling a clingy kitten. Burying her little head deeper into the fabric of his shirt, Chen had merely intended to pry her hand from his, but much to his surprise, as he attempted to succeed, she clung even tighter. Lowering his gaze upon her peaceful visage, he noted that her eyes remained closed. Perhaps it was the lack of security that compelled her to cling so tightly, even in dreams. Much like a child who, once asleep, refuses to let go of their father, fearing awakening should they loosen their grip. He exerted more force to detach her wrist, yet once more she pulled away. Wrapping herself around him more firmly, her cherubic face pressing into his clothing, her soft forehead resting against his neck. The pressure was painful, and Chen winced. Yet she continued to entangle herself in his embrace, murmuring in her sleep, "No, don't let go, or I'll be angry." Chen felt a headache brewing. He had not anticipated her strength while asleep. Despite her sleepy declarations, she showed no signs of waking, continuing to slumber peacefully in his arms. After calling out to her several times without success, he resigned himself to the situation, lying beside her. Lying in bed, ensnared by the arms of a stunningly beautiful young CO, tears of regret slipped from his eyes. Had he known the consequences of allowing her to hold him, he might have thought twice. Now, he faced the prospect of being entangled for an entire night. As the night deepened, he hoped that her sleep would become lighter and she might loosen her grip, yet he anticipated that by then, he would be fast asleep himself. He turned off the lights, draping a cover over Wan'an. Another sleepless night awaited him. Gazing into the pitch-black room, he murmured, "Wan'an, if this continues, Trouble will surely arise. Time dragged on until the clock struck 1 in the morning. Wan'an finally shifted significantly and released her hold, but exhaustion had overtaken him. He lacked the strength to return to his own room. As dawn broke, the cheerful chirping of birds outside roused Chen. He rubbed his eyes, realizing with relief that he was still comfortably nestled in bed. At least he had not been unceremoniously kicked off during the night. Turning his head, he noticed that Wan'an was missing. Did she wake before me? She felt a twinge of confusion, but suddenly recalled a possibility. Could it be that we were sleeping apart all along? That would be splendid. He suddenly felt invigorated. Reminiscing about Wan'an, who had sat on his lap the previous night and snuggled closely. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. He was still elated. Yet reality splashed cold water on him. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a lively girl with rabbit ears standing before him. Darling, you're awake. Hehe, I held you in my arms all night. You must not have slept well, right? Why not sleep a bit longer? Her sweet voice danced playfully in the air. Upon seeing her, Chen's heart sank once more. He had indeed spent the night in her embrace. If this continued, it would surely become a habit. Moreover, darling? Who is your darling? Sensing his mild headache, Wan'an smiled gently. How about breakfast? I've already prepared it for you. Sweet rice porridge with fried dough sticks. Having slept well, Wan'an appeared before him demurely, resembling a dutiful wife who rises early to prepare breakfast for her husband. Change my clothes and I'll be right there, Chen replied, resigned to reality. At least today, someone was preparing breakfast for him. Furthermore, seeing the blossoming smile of a lovely girl first thing in the morning inexplicably brightened his mood. In his slippers, he made his way to his room, intending to change out of his pajamas. Without closing the door, he had just removed half of his sleepwear when he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. Upon turning around, he found Wan'an staring intently, even preparing to pull out her phone to record. Having been caught in her intentions, she immediately leaned shyly against the doorframe, biting her lip, resembling a bashful flower. With a hint of surprise, she murmured, "Wow, so impressive." During his change, she had completely taken in his robust physique. Suddenly feeling a warm rush in her nostrils, she hastily went to the hall to grab a tissue to stifle her embarrassment. She appeared utterly flustered. Chen chuckled. She deserved to be caught peeking. Perhaps now she was intimidated by my physique? He quickly donned a crisp white shirt for work and headed to the hall to enjoy the breakfast she had prepared. Upon seeing him enter, Wan'an swiftly dashed to the kitchen, retrieved a bowl, and ladled out the freshly cooked porridge, licking her lips as if this bowl of congee were an exquisite vintage wine. She presented it to him, bowing slightly and inviting him to taste. I started cooking the porridge at 5:30 and simmered it until now. It should be perfectly tender. Hurry and try it. She also offered a fried dough stick. Chen, feeling somewhat unaccustomed, recalled that just yesterday he had been the one to care for his own leisurely slumber, while today she had prepared porridge for him. The combination seemed appealing, so he gently scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his lips, savoring it slowly. Sweet, too sweet, but not in a delightful way. It was overwhelmingly sweet to the point of being inedible. He stammered, "Wan'an, how much sugar did you put in? Did you pour all the new sugar into this pot of porridge?" He speculated. Or perhaps one might say it was a pot of porridge with half a pot of sugar. Such was the exaggeration. Nevertheless, he bore no anger. Wan'an blinked a few times, feeling somewhat guilty. Is it still not tasty? I thought adding more sugar would enhance the flavor. However, when I tore open the bag, the white sugar accidentally spilled out entirely. I'm so sorry. She lowered her little face, her ponytail perking up high. Chen did not hold it against her. After all, it was still early in the morning, and how could one blame someone for preparing breakfast, even if it turned out to be unpalatable? Thus, he remarked, "It's fine, I love it." For some reason, he instinctively uttered those 3 words. He began to regret it, wondering if such a statement might be too ambiguous. Chapter 34, Intertwined Fingers. Elevator loved the porridge was not unpleasant, yet its excessive sweetness limited him to just 1 bowl. Chen lowered his head, commencing his meal, while Wan'an busied herself with a bowl of her own. Upon tasting it, she confirmed its sweetness. However, as a lover of sweet treats, she found it palatable, though she felt a twinge of sympathy for Chen. After finishing breakfast, Chen diligently washed his bowl before heading to freshen up. As he approached the sink, Wan'an unexpectedly dashed in. "Wan'an, would you like to wash up?" "Please, go ahead," Chen offered. Yet, she playfully tugged at his sleeve. Chen, let me help you brush your teeth," she added cheerfully. "Remember, brushing should last at least 3 minutes." With a smile, she picked up the toothbrush and gently poked at the corner of his mouth. Taken aback, Chen wondered if she was striving to be the epitome of a devoted wife. Reluctantly, he nodded and opened his mouth, as Wan'an mischievously squeezed an ample amount of toothpaste, diligently ensuring each tooth was attended to. She was remarkably meticulous, leaving no bacteria unaccounted for. However, her thoroughness led to a couple of accidental brushes against the back of his throat, causing him to gag, which made Wan'an feel guilty. Chen reassuringly patted her head to console her. Just when he thought the ordeal was over, she picked up a towel. Chen, let me help you wash your face too, she exclaimed, extending her small hands and shaking a bit of facial cleanser in front of him. Chen chuckled, bowing his head as he felt her apply the cleanser evenly across his face, ultimately rinsing it off with water. The cleanser, which he had never used before, being a product typically reserved for girls, had been brought home by her during her breakfast run, and it worked wonders. Once the water had cleansed his cheeks, his fair and radiant visage glistened under the light, reflecting in her eyes. Chen, so handsome. You shine like a star. With his already fair and attractive face now enhanced by her cleanser, it appeared even more supple. Wan'an could not resist poking his cheek, grinning. Hehe, now that you're clean, you can eat. A bead of sweat formed on Gu Chen's forehead as he regarded her. Had this become a daily habit? He could not indulge her further. The breakfast was too sweet for my taste, so I'll have to forego the morning kiss. He casually fabricated a reason. To his surprise, it proved to be quite effective. Ah, how could you refuse me? She pouted, quickly concocting another plan. With a glimmer in her eyes and a rosy flush on her cheeks, she suggested, well, if I can't have a morning kiss, could you help me put on my shoes? That should be acceptable, right? It was as if she was settling for a lesser request. Yet Gu Chen was unwilling to comply. Could she not manage to dress herself? Will my assistance in dressing you enable you to walk faster or leap higher? Nevertheless, I bent down to retrieve the white shoes. Observing Gu Chen slightly stooping, she first adorned herself with a pair of black stockings, the short kind. This process, undoubtedly, was a torment. Her petite feet were exquisitely delicate, captivating even without adornment. Once clad in stockings, her toes playfully wiggled within. Not just him, but Wan'an, when he grasped her ankle with his large hand, seized her playful demeanor, gently biting her lip and turning her rosy cheeks away. His shoes were quite small, white in color, an impractical choice for dirt, but upon Wan'an's feet, they had never appeared sullied. At last, having donned the shoes, she was about to rise when Wan'an leaned down and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Mua, thank you, here it comes again. He surmised that once she had her shoes on, this little imp would undoubtedly seek another kiss. He waved his hand dismissively. Raising his gaze, he found Wan'an blinking her charming eyes at him, extending her little hand. What now? Hehe, after a morning kiss, of course. We must hold hands and venture out together. I want to hold your hand. I refuse. He stubbornly turned away, seizing the keys and swiftly opening the door to depart. Wan'an promptly followed, this time not requesting a piggyback ride, but insisting on holding hands, reminiscent of a child who refuses to grow up. She thoughtfully ensured the door was securely closed. Chen had initially intended to escape quickly, but to his surprise, the elevator had yet to arrive. Now, Wan'an approached him without a hint of anxiety, observing his desire to flee. Then, she extended her icy, delicate hand. Just the briefest touch made Gu Chen instinctively shift away. No holding hands. He simply wooed tea, having indulged her far too much in recent days. Wan'an's cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, her gaze unwavering as she once again reached out. Her tiny hand, akin to a stinging jellyfish, was soft yet electrifying. When the prey lowered its guard, Wan'an swiftly seized him. Like catching a slippery eel, she hoisted him up. Hehe, I've caught you. You're mine now. After a moment of struggle, Wan'an surprisingly employed both hands to subdue him. Helpless, he felt her cool, soft grip. And under her persistent coaxing, he relented. Subsequently, Wan'an grew bolder, boldly intertwining her fingers with his, creating a firm hold. This arrangement would prevent them from being separated in the crowded elevator. Her doll-like face, with its rosy bags under her eyes, beamed with delight as she playfully stuck out her tongue, claiming her territory. Occasionally, she would plant kisses upon the back of his hand, akin to a princess bestowing affection upon her prince, sweet and endearing. It was somewhat amusing yet also stirred his heart. Seeing her so pleased, Gu Chen quietly maneuvered his other hand around her back, gently making contact with her soft waist, and playfully tickled her tender flesh. Oh, what? How delightful it is to feel such an itch. Unexpectedly ambushed, Wan'an swiftly dodged, only to be pulled back into Gu Chen's embrace, where he continued to tickle her. Ah ha 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 ha. Spare me. I was wrong. It tickles so much. She laughed uncontrollably, her small canine teeth peeking out, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. Even the usually serious Chen could not help but chuckle. Wan'an, nearly brought to her knees by the relentless tickling, found that only by surrendering could she escape his playful onslaught. Just then, the elevator doors opened. It was peak commuting time, and the elevator was filled with numerous individuals, most of whom were anxious office workers. They caught sight of a lovely maiden nestled in a young man's embrace, laughing with abandon in the sight of their intertwined fingers. Chapter 35, A Major Incident in the Affection of a Wealthy Lady at the Break of Dawn. I was greeted with the sweet aroma of love, filling the elevator with an overwhelming sense of sweetness. Chen hurriedly ushered this little one inside, prompting her to compose herself a bit. The elevator was predominantly occupied by men, and Chen escorted one into the rear, shielding her behind the corner in silence. Holding hands, one gazed at him as if he were a guardian of their love, overwhelmed with joy. Although all of this existed solely in her delightful imagination, playfully, they made their way to the office. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Wan'an insisted on holding his hand. Reluctantly, they continued hand in hand into the workplace, garnering envious glances from countless onlookers before she finally released his hand, flashing a sweet smile as she entered her office. Just as she settled in, her colleague Li Xiang suddenly fixed his gaze upon her. There was something peculiar about his stare. "Oldly, why are you looking at me?" she wondered, contemplating if he might be harboring feelings for her. As his gaze seemed to convey more than mere admiration, Li Xiang then broke into a grin reminiscent of a meddlesome ant. "So, you and our CEO are getting quite close, huh? Care to share your secret for wooing women? I might just try my luck with the female CEO myself." Chen rolled his eyes. "I assure you, it's nothing. It's merely personal charm," he thought to himself. A few colleagues engaged him in casual banter, even asking him to speak favorably of them in front of the CEO. Chen felt a sense of boredom. Like everyone else, he was just an ordinary employee, merely distinguished by a slightly handsome appearance. Beyond that, what else was there? He felt utterly worthless. He opened his computer, began reviewing the day's videos, brewed a cup of coffee, and savored some chips, relishing the moment. Suddenly, Li Xiang sought to engage him in conversation again. "Hey, old Gu, something significant is about to happen at the company today, did you know?" "What major event?" he inquired, perplexed while nibbling on a chip. "You genuinely don't know? The CEO hasn't he informed you, despite sleeping beside you?" Li Xiang was astonished. "Stop joking. She really hasn't he mentioned anything to me." Actually, today marks the day when Iyun Group will sign a partnership with us. I've heard the president of Iyun Group will be visiting our company today." Iyun Group? Chen pondered over a chip for a moment, realizing who this group was. The chairman, surnamed Ma, operates a network company comparable in scale to Wan'an's father's enterprise. Their collaboration was indeed a significant affair. Should the contract be successfully signed, a press conference might follow. He was well aware of the promising future awaiting this company. However, at present, it held no relevance to him. Rumor had it that the head of Iyun Group was also an exceptional female CEO. He chuckled to himself. Suddenly, Li Xiang flashed a mischievous grin at him. "What are you laughing at?" Chen inquired, confused. "Hehe, with your innate charm for attracting wealthy women. I'm certain that female CEO will be captivated by you. You'd better be careful." Chen merely rolled his eyes, boring, lacking any interest. He remained engrossed in video reviews. As an hour passed, the company's entrance began to buzz with activity. Suddenly, a woman clad in a striking red attire, exuding charm and allure, entered, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. It is said that the more vibrant the clothing, the greater the confidence and pride of the wearer. With her cascading waves of hair and her head held high, she traversed the path leading to the conference room, an inevitable route. Her presence caused employees to lift their gazes, captivated by her grace and poise, leaving their lips forming an O shape in awe. Lo and behold, she was the female chairman of the Iyun Group, one of the 5 most formidable e-commerce conglomerates in Huagua, radiating an aura of dominance. How splendid she appeared! It left many pondering what sort of man could possibly be worthy of her attention. Her figure was admirable. Had my ex possessed even half of her allure, perhaps our relationship would have endured. Though undeniably beautiful, in comparison to our president, she seemed to fall slightly short. What? Just slightly? Our president is a natural beauty, a celestial being, while this female director, despite her commendable physique, was rumored to have undergone enhancements. Ultimately, Yizong remains the more enchanting of the two. It was merely a matter of male desire clashing with female defiance. The woman in red, maintaining a stoic expression, strode past in her high heels, fully aware of the multitude of gazes directed her way. Almost everyone turned to glance at her, except for Chen, seated in the front row, who remained fixated on his video review. This stark contrast piqued her interest, and as her peripheral vision caught sight of Chen's handsome features, her gaze sparkled with intrigue. However, she did not pause, as she was there to discuss collaboration. Her bodyguards escorted her to the conference room, passing right in front of him. Chen barely lifted his eyes for a fleeting moment before returning to his task. Just then, he noticed Wan'an exiting the president's office, her secretary holding contracts, seemingly headed for the same conference room. The company was expansive, with the president's office centrally located, the employee work area to the left, and leadership meeting rooms clustered to the right on this floor. Given that the counterpart was also a large corporation, Wan'an felt quite anxious facing such a scenario for the first time. Yet, when her peripheral vision caught Chen looking at her, she immediately focused on him. Straightening her collar, licking her lips, and casting him 2 flirtatious glances, sending forth a wave of affection. Indeed, her joy was palpable upon seeing Chen, rendering her momentarily immobile. Those 2 flirtatious glances seemed to convey, "Chen, I'm off to handle my business now. You be good." Chen received an electric shock, and in an instant, he was caught off guard, his body momentarily weakening. This mischievous little enchantress. And Jian observed his body tremble slightly and immediately stifled a laugh behind her hand. He smirked. Why did it feel as though Wan'an's playful glance had invigorated him in his work? The secretary behind him also cast a glance his way, remaining silent. Subsequently, the conference room buzzed with activity as the chairman summoned the most influential figures within the company for a meeting. The gathering seemed to persist until noon. With just an hour remaining before lunch, Chen, having consumed too much coffee, felt an urgent need to relieve himself and made his way to the restroom. During this brief interlude, he found himself worrying about Wan'an, questioning whether such a young individual could truly manage the immense responsibility of signing a contract with the company, and whether the pressure might be too overwhelming. This sudden thought startled him. Why was he so concerned about Wan'an? This was rather unusual. He couldn't allow it to continue. Had he fallen into the trap set by this captivating young CEO? With a smile, he pushed open the door, intending to return to his work. At that moment, the meeting had concluded, and the woman in red emerged first, leaving her bodyguard behind. Having also consumed too much water, she decided to visit the restroom on this floor. Coincidentally, she encountered Chen, who was washing his hands and preparing to leave. In an instant, a knowing smile graced her enchanting face. Chapter 36. The vinegar jar has been upset. Hand over all the belongings of other women as Chen turned around after washing his hands. He was startled to find himself face to face with the female president of a Yun group. Shocked, he instinctively clutched his heart and rolled his eyes. How on earth did she manage to approach him without making a sound in those high heels? Observing the young man before her, who appeared genuinely startled, the woman couldn't help but smile charmingly, remaining silent. Chen, too, chose to remain mute, aside from Wan'an. He had no desire to engage with any other beautiful woman. The woman before him was dressed in an alluring manner, her cascading waves of hair, graceful eyebrows, a prominent nose, and lips adorned with red lipstick, all framed by a perfectly shaped face. She wore a striking red blouse tucked into a black bodycon skirt, her legs elegantly exposed, and her high heels embellished with a diamond, accentuating her tall and eye-catching figure. Yet Chen felt no inclination to gaze upon her any longer. Perhaps his prolonged association with Wan'an had cultivated a preference for petite and charming types. In any case, Wan'an would outshine her even without any attire. As Chen took a couple of steps to sidestep her, the woman mirrored his movements. Assuming it was mere coincidence, he shifted to the right to avoid her, only to find her following suit. Confused, he glanced up and moved left again, but she continued to keep pace with him. The public restroom was not spacious, hardly able to accommodate more than a few individuals at once. Yet within this confined space unfolded a rather theatrical scene between the two. Chen was baffled by their synchronous movements, ultimately deciding to halt and allow her to pass. However, she elegantly approached him on her high heels, gradually extending her slender arm, as if intent on pinning him against the wall. It dawned on Chen that he was about to be flirted with by this woman. Her vibrant red lips parted. "Little brother, why are you avoiding me? You're simply adorable, and I find you quite appealing. My name is Molly, what is yours?" With a playful smile, her gaze resembled that of a predator eyeing its delectable prey. She slowly reached out, gripping Chen's chin and pressing him firmly against the wall, effectively cornering him. "I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to." Despite her beauty, Chen felt no stirrings of interest. His expression remained neutral, his tone flat. "Oh dear," Molly exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly in intrigue. "How fascinating. Someone dares to rebuff my advances. To date, you're the first. Little brother. Why go through such effort? Why not join my company instead? The benefits there far exceed what you have here." After a moment's contemplation, she continued. "Let me be frank, I find you quite admirable. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? If not, why not be my little pet? I could take care of you." Her voice dripped with magnetic allure, and while most would likely not refuse such an offer, Chen remained steadfast in his silence. His demeanor remained as indifferent as ever. He never imagined that what Li had said proved true. He indeed possessed a certain allure to wealthy women. Why was it so challenging to simply be a lazy fish? Why did beautiful female executives always seek him out for sponsorship? It was a perplexing predicament that left him utterly confounded. How I wish I could bestow this burdensome temperament upon another. It is simply too agonizing. Molly had initially felt assured of her victory, yet witnessing his cold demeanor, a sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. She pursed her lips, leaning her exquisitely beautiful face even closer. "Is it that you do not fancy your elder sister?" she inquired with a teasing tone. "Or are you merely too bashful?" This was her first attempt at flirting with such a young man, yet he remained utterly unresponsive. Perhaps it is the unattainable that proves most alluring. She was undeniably eager to savor the unique essence of this aloof gentleman. Chen, on the verge of escaping, found himself cornered by her relentless advance. Resigned, he contemplated simply pushing her away if she inched any closer, just as Molly was poised to make her move. A sudden, crisp cough echoed from around the corner outside the restroom. Cough, cough, cough. Molly was taken aback. The sound was produced by a girl of no great age, her infantile voice imbued with an authority reminiscent of leadership. It seemed her opportunity had been thwarted. Turning her head, she confirmed her suspicion. It was Wan'an, with her arms crossed and a high ponytail accentuating her stern visage. She resembled a predator whose prey had just been snatched away, leaving her distinctly displeased. She approached with a deliberate grace, her tailored black suit sharply defined, evoking the presence of a military officer prepared to pass judgment on a transgressor. Though she wore no high heels, her poise far exceeded that of Molly's ilk. Upon seeing her, Chen finally exhaled in relief, observing her fierce expression that oddly reminded him of an animated character he had watched the previous day, Mai, the senior who appeared envious, ready to strike at any moment should he engage in flirtation with others, despite it not being his fault. "Mr. Gu, he is my man," she proclaimed with a tone that was both respectful and possessive. Molly, upon hearing this, promptly dismounted from him, dusting herself off as though nothing had transpired. She felt fortunate that it had been Wan'an to witness their interaction. Had it been someone with ulterior motives, snapping photos to spread rumors online, it could have resulted in a plethora of scandals. After all, she was the CEO of a publicly listed company, and such indiscretions could severely tarnish the firm's reputation. "I merely wish to inquire about a small matter," she awkwardly explained. Finally, she discreetly produced a business card, concealing it from Wan'an's view as she handed it to him, whispering, "This is my card. The number is my WeChat. You are welcome to visit my company at any time." Without even stepping into the restroom, she turned and exited. "Goodbye, President Yi," she called out. Wan'an replied curtly. In truth, she had been using her gaze to ward him off. Had it not been for the polite signing of the contract previously, and the fact that she too was a woman of authority, she would have long since reprimanded him. The small card had been slipped into his bag. Wan'an watched her retreating figure, knowing that even if the other wished to glance back, it would be impossible. Then, her eyes shifted to Chen, and in an instant, a hint of tenderness emerged within her gaze. Oh, how the air was thick with jealousy, Chen murmured to himself. Surprised that she had witnessed the scene of him being pinned against the wall, now the jealousy was palpable. Wan'an slowly approached, while Chen hesitated, neither daring to move nor flee. Soon, her slightly resentful gaze remained fixed as she stood before him, extending her palm, handed over. It was akin to being caught passing a note in class. After all, no other woman's possessions could linger on her man. Thus, he was compelled to relinquish it. What? Chen was baffled, momentarily at a loss. However, Wan'an assumed he intended to keep the item, and with a faint pout, she bit her lip. "The business card, of course. Do you wish to hold on to it?" "Hmph. You're trying my patience." Chapter 37. Can't even do a wall slam? Lean against the wall, and I shall teach you. Faced with Chen. She found it impossible to genuinely feel angry. Instead, her demeanor carried a hint of playful pouting and melancholy. What a transformation in attitude. A complete 360-degree shift that was rather disconcerting. Observing her delicate, fair hand, slightly arched, Chen suddenly found it amusing and placed the business card he had tucked away into her palm. She glanced at it briefly before promptly destroying it. 1 tear, 2 tears, 3 tears, until it was reduced to irreparable shreds. The jealousy was palpable, even affecting him. Chen, remember this, from now on. You must never accept anything from strange women. Otherwise, I will. She lowered her small hand, her cherubic face gradually relaxing, yet simultaneously issuing a warning. He couldn't help but smile, the corners of his lips curving upward. Otherwise, what? Wan'an's current demeanor was undeniably amusing, akin to someone who, despite having no leverage, felt compelled to assert control over him. If not, then I shall. Get angry. After much deliberation, she stood on her tiptoes, calling out in a playful tone, her brows adorably furrowed. Hmph. Chen finally broke into an unrestrained laugh. Seeing him this way, and immediately bit her lip, feeling indignant. What are you laughing at? Oh, I just remembered that my cousin had a baby. Haha. Wan'an. This routine feels so familiar. Noticing his lack of seriousness, she crossed her arms defiantly, adopting the posture of a wife chastising her wayward husband. Humph. Just now, you showed no resistance at all. Do you, perhaps, have a fondness for her type? She contemplated another possibility. It must be said that a girl's imagination can be quite vivid. Chen, being a gentleman, refrained from arguing with women. You seem to enjoy being wall-slammed by her, don't you? Answer me. She moved a little closer, gently pushing against Chen's chest, causing his back to collide with the wall once more, leaving him with nowhere to retreat. What is this? He replied helplessly. No, I just... But Wan'an interrupted him with a huff. Humph. If you like it, then I shall wall-slam you as well. Are you ready? Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Before he could protest, Wan'an pressed her small hand against the wall beside his face, her delicate form leaning closer, cornering him with the wall-slam pose. Gazing up at him, she wore a serious expression. He realized that Wan'an had indeed learned the art of wall-slamming. Stop fooling around. I really don't like it. He narrowed his eyes, wishing to gently pat her little head. Nonsense. Your face is clearly flushed. Chen looked pained. It had only been a brief moment, and considering Wan'an's petite stature, how could he possibly blush from her wall slam? Of course, it was merely her embellishment, a means to prove that she was not inferior to that other woman. In truth, in his eyes, and was exceptionally outstanding. Ha! Chen chuckled again, nearly brought to tears. How can a shorter person wall slam someone taller? Such a scene is quite amusing. Wan'an is currently exerting herself to rise on her tiptoes, striving to present her petite stature as somewhat taller, yet it proves futile, and she can only gaze up at him. I am not blushing. Faced with the charming tactics of the beautiful girl, he remains stubbornly unyielding. Upon hearing this, and immediately scrunched her little nose closer, fixing her gaze into his eyes, her hands pressing down with all her might, her entire being nearly leaning in. Then make me blush if you don't blush. I want to let you go. These mischievous words strike at his heart. Wow, how adorable. It's utterly sweet. To actually request someone else to blush with excitement. This is indeed a first for him. Clearly, she has never been in love before. Not even knowing how to perform a wall slam. Leaning her whole body in is hardly a wall slam. It's simply a desperate entanglement, yielding less than satisfactory results. Although she has never been in a relationship, today marks her first earnest attempt at a wall slam, which leaves her flustered, her cheeks adorning a rosy hue. She then strives to rise on her tiptoes once more, aiming to execute the most crucial step of the wall slam, which is the audacious kiss. However, at that moment, he sensed Wan'an's intention and also rose on his tiptoes, making an effort not to allow her to reach him. She was quite puzzled, wondering why, after attempting to kiss for so long, she had yet to connect, especially since their heights were not that disparate. Now, she could only manage to kiss his chin. Their height difference is undeniably the most endearing disparity, but with Chen on his tiptoes, she naturally couldn't reach him. Lowering her head, she caught him cheating. Instantly, a hint of frustration crossed her face. Hey, why can't you feel anything at all? She complained to herself, wondering if perhaps her celestial charm was insufficient. It's impossible that he feels nothing, for the girl is quite close, and apart from her face, the rest of her is rather warm. He sensed that Wan'an appeared somewhat sad, so he deliberately lowered his voice, maintaining a certain magnetic quality. Silly girl, you can't even execute a wall slam. Let me teach you how, What? Wan'an seemed to have heard something inconceivable, thinking it might be a figment of her imagination. But before she could comprehend, Chen simply smiled, his captivating lips curling upwards, and with a slight exertion, he wrapped his arms around her waist, grasping her small hands, turning, and swiftly pressed her against the wall. The speed was astonishing, akin to a deft agent. The sudden transformation elicited a sweet squeal from her. Subsequently, her delicate back was gently pressed against the wall, one large hand gripping her wrists, pinning them above her head as if she were bound. The hand that had rested on her waist shifted, now positioning itself beside her little head, and finally, he gazed down at her with those enchanting eyes. His voice resonating with magnetism. "Hmph, have you learned? This is how one makes another blush." As expected, Wan'an met his brilliant gaze, his sharply defined features, and warm breath. And she flushed, nearly blushing crimson. Her pearly teeth gently nibbled at her lip, resembling a delicate butterfly. The effect was remarkably profound. He merely wished to teach her, not to pin her against the wall for the sake of it. His interest was piqued solely due to the sheer simplicity of this little creature. Wan'an remained silent, acutely aware that even the slightest rustle could disrupt the enchanting atmosphere. She longed to preserve it. Her hand was ensnared by his against the wall, reminiscent of a disobedient kitten being gently lifted by its paw. It was not painful, yet a wave of embarrassment washed over her from an unknown source, and she found herself relishing the moment. Her captivating eyes glimmered with a hint of intoxication, while her jelly-like lips danced playfully under the soft glow of the lights, tempting any normal man to take a bite, and perhaps even linger in the sweetness of it. Chapter 38. Chen is mine. Those who steal from me shall face my wrath. As Wan'an noticed that he did not release her grip, his handsome face drew ever closer. Leaning in with a tilted profile, seemingly unable to resist the urge to kiss her. At that moment, her heart raced wildly, though she maintained an exterior calm. Internally exclaiming, "Oh no, what should I do? He is so handsome. I'm not ready yet. Oh well, just let it happen. If I don't venture into hell, who will?" Wan'an, striving on tiptoe, found that the distance between their lips was merely a few millimeters. Yet suddenly, she burst into laughter, a playful giggle escaping her lips. It tickles so much. How annoying. Weren't we supposed to kiss? Oh, please stop tickling. I don't want to kiss anymore. No, Chen insisted, pinning her hands against the wall, intent on continuing the playful torment. After all, what was the effort for if not to tease her? Could a straightforward man truly engage in such acts? The earlier display of jealousy from this little one had been utterly adorable, and he could not resist the urge to tickle her. With one hand securing her as she squirmed, the other hand mercilessly tickled her sides. What a delight! No matter how she struggled or shook her head, Chen remained steadfast, allowing her to writhe in her own futility. Finally, as tears streamed from her eyes due to laughter, he released her hands. "You've bullied me again. Chen, you're unbearable." She pouted. Yet, as soon as she turned away, she found solace in his embrace, sobbing softly while playfully punching his abdomen with her tiny fists. He did not evade her. He let her strike until she was satisfied, knowing that in the end, she would be the one to feel the ache. Ultimately, Wan'an clung to him, resembling a small, cozy quilt. "Hey, don't run away. Let me hold you a little longer." "All right," he replied, gently stroking her little head, her obedient demeanor warming his heart. Unbeknownst to them, in the corridor nearby, a woman was watching. Observing the tender scene of their affectionate embrace, she was both shocked and envious. It was Molly, who had been lingering unseen, initially expecting to witness Chen, an employee, being bullied by the female boss. Instead, she was astounded to find their relationship so intimately affectionate, nearly to the point of a kiss. Thus she stood there, savoring the sweet moments of their unintentional display of affection, akin to a delightful treat. This was the first time she had seen the company's female president in such a vulnerable light, resembling a delicate little girl. Moreover, the young man was exceptionally unique. Both warm and commanding, a true heartthrob for many. However, he was not the type to be frivolous. After savoring this delightful spectacle, she called for her driver to come downstairs and departed, realizing that the prospect of supporting Chen was utterly out of the question, for he had already found someone to cherish him. But this was merely her conjecture. The two continued their sweet interactions at the sink, while numerous employees coincidentally found themselves in the restroom during this time, witnessing the scene unfold. The irony of using the restroom while indulging in such sweet moments was not lost on them. Chen hurriedly distanced himself from her, yet Wan'an, with her soft, fragrant form, clung to him once more. "By the way, how is your contract signing going?" He casually expressed his concern. And C pondered for a moment and then nodded. "That woman is quite difficult to deal with. She is very arrogant. In order to secure the contract, I have been accommodating her at every turn. I never expected she would dare to lay a hand on my Chen. Can I tolerate this? Hmph. If she truly manages to take my Chen away, I will not let her off the hook. Even if it means selling my father's company. I will take out a loan if necessary to reclaim you. She clenched her delicate fist, looking adorably protective. Chen was somewhat taken aback by her charming demeanor. Truly a rare gem of a child. He gently ruffled her hair and playfully tugged at her high ponytail. After returning from the restroom, Chen resumed his duties and Wan'an entered the office. He thought he could enjoy a moment of peace, however. After lunch, Chen felt no fatigue and began reading a novel at his desk. He discovered a captivating tale titled Dog Food. The female CEO is always thinking about dating me, which he found utterly engrossing. The male lead was incredibly handsome, and the female lead was irresistibly cute. As he reclined in his chair, indulging in the story on his phone, suddenly, the door to the opposite office creaked open. A lively young lady stealthily slipped through the crack. Her starry eyes fixated on him, playfully winking a few times. In that instant, Chen felt a jolt, unsure of her intentions, shifting awkwardly. Her small hands clasped behind her back. Since it was lunchtime, a designated rest period for everyone, she, as the boss, naturally had to consider the feelings of her employees, which is why she approached so quietly, her footsteps almost inaudible. Watching the beautiful young CEO draw nearer, Chen instinctively wanted to hide or pretend to be asleep, but it was already too late. Wan'an tiptoed to his side, blocking his exit. Hehe, she giggled, revealing her little tiger teeth. What are you up to, young lady? Upon hearing this, she gave him a look of playful disbelief. What do you think I'm here for? To ask you to lend me a hand with something? Of course. I'm here for something good. She then extended her index finger, gently tracing the surface of his desk, appearing both contemplative and delighted. He thought for a moment, indignantly countering, good? Nonsense. You never come with good news. He discreetly resolved not to wake anyone else for the sake of their dog food moment. It felt as though she had something to request of him. She then slightly bent over, angling her hips, her hands resting beneath her knees, her little face alight with hope and earnestness. My computer is acting up. Could you help me fix it? Chen was somewhat flustered by her adorable demeanor, so that was the reason. Had she mentioned it earlier, he would have unequivocally declined. Why is your computer malfunctioning? Besides, I don't know how to fix it. You should consult someone from the tech department, he replied in a teasing tone, mimicking her style quite convincingly. Wan'an was immediately flustered by his words, her lips twitching into a smile. You're not allowed to mimic me. Only I can be cute with you. Her words sounded as though someone had snatched her chance to speak. Chen instantly feigned nausea. Who needs you to be cute with me? I do not covet. Alas, the personnel from the technical department are utterly incapable of making repairs. Hence I yearn for my beloved to assist me in restoring my device. I firmly believe in the power of love, which surely can revive my computer to its former glory. Please lend me your aid, would you? Chen, goodness, this is becoming increasingly sentimental. Do you truly think I have nothing better to do? He spread his hands wide, indicating that he was about to embark on work and simply lacked the time. Although he possessed the ability to fix computers, he was far from a professional. Wan'an continued to nod fervently, suggesting that he was indeed quite idle. Pouting like a cherry, she chimed in. This morning I observed you slacking off through the glass. At 9:30. You spent 3 minutes and 5 seconds on your phone. At 10:27, you were chatting with a colleague, and at 10:55, you were even picking your nose. Chen was taken aback by the last revelation. Stop. Chapter 39. Chen is truly multifaceted goodness. Wan'an has certainly caught hold of her little secret. Just during that morning period, she was remarkably precise to the minute, fully aware of how she had been slacking off. So, were you actually paying attention to me at work? How utterly dull. This makes it sound as if you truly have too much time on your hands. In fact, every workplace is equipped with surveillance cameras, so a meticulous review of the footage would suffice. However, doesn't that merely highlight her own boredom? Even if you caught me slacking, I wouldn't repair it for you. Give it up, he asserted with unwavering confidence, radiating the aura of a true man. Upon hearing this, Wan'an immediately pouted her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled as a new idea struck her. She then gracefully leaned closer, her thighs brushing against his knees. She opened her arms wide, seemingly intending to embrace him. Why must you? Just speak without touching, okay? Chen was perplexed. Then I want a kiss and a hug, Chen. Don't mess around in the middle of the day. No way. I want to tease you then. She attempted to wrap her arms around his neck, but Chen quickly shrank away, evading her grasp. Yet Wan'an was undeterred, her lips curling into a smile as she launched another attack, this time directly wrapping her arms around his waist. He truly could not escape. Caught tightly in her embrace, her little head burrowing into his chest, nuzzling like a drill, tickling and soft. So clingy. Ah, young lady, please spare me in the middle of the day. And, if you help me fix my computer, I won't tease you any more isn't that a fair deal? She tilted her head back to gaze at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Chen, fair deal, my foot. Then I won't leave. After the hug, I still want you to kiss me and let me nap on your lap, Chen. Swaying in her grasp, expressed his exasperation. Oh my, this is torture. At that moment, Li Xiang, who had been engrossed in his phone nearby, furrowed his brow. He had long wanted to flip the table at the sight of their midday affection. Hearing the female CEO's sweet words, yet Gu Chun repeatedly opposing. Claiming it was torture? Is he even human? If you want tea, then let me step in. Eventually, Chen seized the opportunity to tug on Wan'an's high ponytail, gently lifting this clingy little creature. After separating, she pouted protectively, swatting at his hand. He had merely tugged a little, otherwise, they would end up melting into one another. Stop sticking to me, it's too hot. In truth, it was just the warmth in his chest. Well, considering your computer is broken, it's somewhat pitiful, so I'll help you fix it. Now, let us discuss what the issue is. He relented. Or else Wan'an would continue with her kisses and hugs, which would hardly be appropriate. He also needed to consider the feelings of other single folks. And so it was. After releasing her, Wan'an bit her lip, pointing to her head. It hurts rub at seeing him acquiesce. She sought to have her head patted. With resignation, Chen could only stroke her ponytail, so smooth and silky, while she squinted her eyes, nuzzling up to him, relishing the moment. Chen finally understood. This must be what it means to be a cat-like girl, right? She playfully took hold of one of his fingers, leading him to the office while raising the corners of her mouth in a victorious smile. My computer screen keeps flickering. I am not sure what the issue is. She explained. Oh, could it be that you have been visiting strange websites, resulting in a virus? Wan'an turned her face slightly, a flush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Humph, I would never. Observing her demeanor, he suspected she might be lying. Could it be true that this exquisite and charming young CEO shared a similar inclination? Upon entering the office, he opened her computer to check the browser history, which still managed to load. Wan'an attempted to intervene, but her efforts could not quell his curiosity. Ultimately, he stumbled upon titles such as Guide to Capturing the Heart of a Male and What Type of Girls Do Boys Prefer? Among other topics like what does it mean when a boy suddenly shows concern? And how to attract male attention through attire. He scrolled further down, finding it quite amusing that she would search for such things. Feeling slightly humiliated as he chuckled at her, Wan'an pouted, thinking she would certainly peruse his browser history in the future. After inspecting, he confirmed there were no visits to inappropriate websites. However, at that moment, the screen flickered again. He decided to open the antivirus software for a thorough check. After some time spent troubleshooting, he found no signs of a virus. The memory was ample, and the computer was in good health. Since all these aspects had been verified, the issue must lie with the main unit. Do you have a screwdriver? He inquired. Wan'an rummaged through the drawer, retrieving the tool and handing it to him as he bent down to inspect the main unit. Once he committed to a task, he approached it with utmost seriousness, intently using the screwdriver to open the unit. Unbeknownst to him, Wan'an was captivated by the handsome, earnest profile he presented, finding the serious demeanor of a boy to be incredibly attractive. This computer was paired with the main unit and was not a portable Apple device. It was a workstation that she had specifically requested, capable of both office work and playing large-scale games without compromise. As he removed the outer casing of the main unit, he noted its high specifications. He continued dismantling it, recalling his previous attempts to repair similar devices in the dormitory, though they had often ended in failure. If he were to inadvertently damage it this time, he would simply replace it, as she was not short on funds. The main unit was positioned at the bottom of the cabinet, perfectly accommodating the space of a single person. Wan'an sat on a stool, tilting her head as she watched him intently. Their posture struck an odd note. Having forgotten to turn on the air conditioning, she eventually noticed him sweating after a while and finally activated it, though it would take time to cool the room. He then retrieved a stack of important documents and vigorously fanned himself beside them. The gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a delightful relief to Gu Chun. One hand proved insufficient, so he resorted to using both hands to create a stronger gust. A smile crept across Gu Chen's face. Come, Chen Chun, have some water and enjoy some jelly. She continued to attentively care for him, demonstrating her meticulousness. As she presented the jelly spoon towards his lips, he reluctantly swallowed after it touched his mouth. She then tore open another jelly package. Chen promptly waved his hands, indicating he didn't want any more, yet she persisted, holding it aloft. Ultimately, after consuming 6 jellies and half a bottle of drink, Wan'an finally wore a satisfied smile. After 15 minutes, they pinpointed the root of the problem. To their astonishment, a small, immature moth had flown out from within the computer case, having entered through the exhaust vent yet finding no way out. Its frantic fluttering, exacerbated by the overheating components, caused the screen of Wan'an's computer to flicker incessantly. With a stroke of luck, the trapped little moth finally escaped, but Chen, who had intended to catch it, watched helplessly as it vanished. He turned around, remarking, "It was merely a tiny insect crawling inside the main unit. We must ensure none enter again." He gently admonished Wan'an, who obediently nodded, her expression one of earnest understanding. "My Chen is truly remarkable," she gushed, her admiration evident. Chen felt a tinge of boredom and thought, "Why do I seem to belong to your family now?" A final inspection of the computer confirmed that the flickering had ceased. He proceeded to reassemble the outer casing, signaling that their task was complete. However, Wan'an revealed a mischievous smile, licking her lips. Chapter 40. The arrival of the secretary Chen could only hide. After a 2-minute delay, the installation was finally complete. Just as he intended to rise, he discovered that she had maneuvered her chair closer, her thigh completely obstructing his escape route. "Wan'an, I fixed it. Could you please shift a little to let me out?" He gently nudged her long leg. Yet it was immovable, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Wait a moment, there's still something important to address, huh? Can it wait until I'm out?" "Impossible. By the time you're out, it will be too late," with a playful smirk gracing one corner of her lips. Her beauty was radiant and enchanting. Chen's sense of urgency intensified. She was certainly not allowing him to escape. He sensed that this little imp was about to pull a trick. Wan'an deliberately blocked the way with her leg, sealing off his exit completely. He seemed to be engaged in some task, oblivious to her face. Then she leaned down, her delicate form bending forward. The visage of her cherubic smile, akin to a blooming flower, came into his view, her lips appearing slightly tinted, as if adorned with lip gloss. "Do you wish to exit? Then you must first kiss me, and I shall let you go. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, he felt utterly betrayed. He anticipated she had a hidden agenda. She was attempting to take advantage of him once more, and in such an embarrassing manner, it was simply intolerable. He gazed at the young woman's enticingly red lips, unable to contain his discontent. "So, you express your gratitude for fixing your computer in this manner? Ha, women. But I've treated you to delicious food too. Besides, a kiss will grant you your freedom. You won't be at a loss, will you? Come now." Just a little kiss. Chen was resolute. He would not indulge her whims. Not even the King of Heaven could compel him to kiss. This was truly his first encounter with such a peculiar request, and it was rather refreshing. From Chen's perspective, the view was quite delightful. Her fair, snowy legs were clad in attractive denim, much to his relief, for had she worn a skirt, it would have been disastrous. Though her soft red lips were undeniably tempting, they could not sway a man of steel resolve. He was determined to squeeze past her, exerting all his strength to evade her moonlight-like thigh. Wan'an felt a tinge of frustration. Chen had once again rejected her. Contemplating her options, she decided to simply move her leg aside. Chen, thinking she was conceding, felt a sense of triumph, no longer hurried. Unexpectedly, she tilted her little head, her lips gently pressing towards him. This time, it was neither askew nor misaligned, as they perfectly met his soft lips, allowing him to savor the delicate fragrance. Jelly, with renewed vigor, pressed closer. Before Chen could react, his eyes widened, locking onto her entranced gaze, absorbing the sweet scent of cherries. This time, he truly tasted it. A delightful treat far more delectable than jelly, red and bouncy, worrying he might accidentally bite into it. It was on this day that their first kiss genuinely transpired. In that moment, she resembled a domineering, beautiful CEO, claiming what was his in a most assertive manner. Blushing, Chen quickly retreated, attempting to disengage from her lips. Realizing this, her rosy face, eyes tightly shut, pressed against him once more, as if to fully satisfy her hunger. Only when their foreheads collided with the edge of the table did they finally part their lips. After a heavy bump to her forehead, she slowly lifted her head, covering the now reddened spot, whimpering from the pain. It was not his blush that caused her to redden, but the impact of the collision. Chen, still leaning back, found it hard to fathom that the first kiss he had preserved for so long had been so easily taken by this little rascal. Subsequently, he put on an expression of having lost his virtue, which caused Wan'an to pout slightly. What is this nonsense? He rubbed his lips again with more force, but the first kiss was already lost. No amount of rubbing could remedy that. Wan'an, you truly are Utterly reckless. A vixen. Although her jelly was delicious, he would never admit it. The crux of the matter was her lackluster kissing skills. After a lengthy kiss, she was merely inhaling his air, leaving him breathless. If an opportunity arose, he would definitely teach her a thing or two in the future. Just as he contemplated pushing her legs apart to escape, Wan'an, sensing the pain in her head, gently moved her legs away. At that moment, a sudden knock sounded from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. President Yi, I'm coming in. Hearing someone outside, Wan'an suddenly panicked. Quickly groping his face with her small hands, Chen, can you wait a moment? The secretary is coming in. If we just cuddle, it'll be fine. But if you're squatting here, she'll definitely misunderstand. If my parents find out, I'll be in big trouble. They'll surely call to scold me again. I've already been reprimanded several times, boo-hoo. At this, Chen gently pried her little hands away. Chuckling as he said, well, that's great. I'll just step out immediately. You just want to see me get scolded, don't you? How annoying Wan'an pouted, and if he wished to leave, she wouldn't stop him. Although Chen made light of the situation, he remained still, choosing to stay hidden for the time being. However, his gaze remained fixed on her, urging her to conclude quickly. Wan'an then smiled, feeling quite touched. Chen truly had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The secretary's name was Su Xiao. To Wan'an, she was merely a spy placed beside her by her father. However, she has managed to cope rather well, often turning a blind eye to matters, of course, without making things too overt. One cannot simply disregard her existence, as that would be exceedingly disrespectful. Yet, Gu Chen's unexpected presence in the office at noon, hiding beneath the desk, would lead anyone to indulge in wild speculation. Su Xiao stepped into the office, clutching some documents, and approached her. To her surprise, the president appeared to be intently focused on her computer screen. President, here are the materials for our upcoming collaboration. Please have a look, she said. An indifferent nod from him signified her acknowledgement, though her gaze remained fixed on the screen, betraying her inner turmoil. She was astonished to witness her esteemed lady begin to engage earnestly in her work, for typically, she was languidly snacking away. Yet, despite her lack of diligence, with her prestigious Tsinghua University credentials, her competence surpassed that of the average individual tenfold. She could perform 7-digit multiplications with astonishing ease. Thus, one might wonder why she needed to exert any further effort. Su Xiao stifled a gentle laugh, curious to discern what her esteemed lady was truly engrossed in. She subtly shifted her position to stand beside her, inadvertently catching Gu Chen's attention with her sleek black stilettos. Both women felt a surge of tension, instinctively holding their breath. However, Yi Wan'an's anxiety was far more palpable. By a stroke of misfortune, she accidentally opened the browser, revealing all her browsing history to her secretary. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes, having only glimpsed the content, while Wan'an's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly clicked to close the window. I understand. Please continue with your work, she stammered. Su Xiao awkwardly nodded, pretending she had seen nothing, and turned to leave, shaking her head. Her lady was simply too endearing. Just as she was about to exit, a peculiar sensation washed over her, as if a hint of cherry blossom fragrance had filled the room. Perhaps all beautiful women possessed an almost fox-like charm, capable of invoking such scents. Her attention then shifted to Wan'an, whose delicate hand had inexplicably ventured below, seemingly caressing or comforting something. A glint of realization flickered in her eyes. She seemed to grasp the situation at last. Chapter 41. Do you have a stomachache? Let me rub it for you. With a slight smile, she chose not to expose the situation, turning away and closing the door behind her. A sigh escaped the two in the office as they gradually relaxed after her departure. Wan'an had just been caressing Chen's forehead, reminding her to remain calm as there were still people present. At that moment, Gu Chen quickly rose and noticed something in her pocket. He reached out and took it all away. After making me wait so long, these QQ candies are now mine, he declared, standing up and immediately maintaining a respectful distance. Wan'an's eyes widened in shock as she looked at him, a hint of protectiveness emerging. You snatched my QQ candy, give it back, she lamented, her little paws weakly clawing at the air. Hmph, you took my first kiss, should I not reclaim something from you? He replied with a smile, tearing open the candies and savoring them, feigning delight at their taste. To be honest, it seemed that others' possessions always tasted better. What he had purchased himself lacked such flavor. Seated in place, Wan'an furrowed her brow at his words, her voice hushed and raspy. But you took my first kiss too, is that not unfair? She retorted, feeling indignant. She had barely eaten a few packets of candy she bought that morning due to busyness, only to have them snatched away. 1 kiss for 3 packets of QQ candies. Perhaps it wasn't such a loss after all. Observing her sulky expression, Chen feigned sternness. Consider this a warning. If you dare to do that again, I might just pull your chair out from under you, leading you to a close encounter with the ground. Do you understand? He turned away, laughing. Wan'an, feeling quite aggrieved, began drawing circles on the table with her little finger. It was just a kiss, why be so fierce? If you disagree, you could always kiss me back, come on. I'm not afraid. Chen rolled his eyes. Dream on, he said as he walked out, devouring all the QQ candies, thus sparing her. Wan'an, now resembling a deflated balloon, slumped over the table. Not even a single packet left for me after a moment of silence. She pouted her lips and added, but Chen's lips are far tastier, they're so beautifully shaped, sharper than those of Korean stars, yet paired with his masculine aura. They appear extraordinarily distinct. They carry a rich cherry blossom fragrance, a unique scent of gentleness that makes one feel as if they are kissing a cherry blossom petal. Gradually recalling the process of their previous kiss, her thoughts deepened, and she closed her eyes, pursing her lips towards the air, lost in fantasy, yet kissing only the emptiness. Meanwhile, Chen returned to his seat as the lunch break concluded, noticing Li Xiang beside him had awakened. In truth, he had not slept at all. He intended to act nonchalantly, but Li Xiang stared at him and said with a smile, "Old Gu, you have something red on your face." Startled, Chen immediately reached up to wipe it away, attempting to conceal his reaction. How could that be? Especially on the lips. It is neither too bizarre nor too strange for a man to have lipstick marks. Li Xiang chuckled, for his face bore none of such traces. He had cleaned the red marks from his lips, claiming it was merely a jest. Little did he expect such a fervent reaction from the other party. It seems there might be some truth to it after all. Moments later, engrossed in work, he shifted the conversation to other topics. Ah, by the way, did you find the sweet and sour pork in the cafeteria to taste rather peculiar today? Did you not sense a bitterness? It felt as though the meat was somewhat spoiled upon biting into it. He turned his head, contemplating. It was tolerable, I suppose. The cafeteria had specially prepared sweet and sour pork today, serving generous portions. Being a sweet dish, it was delightful. Priced at least 30 or more in a restaurant. Expensive yet delectable. Thus, many from the company indulged in a serving, including Chen, who, despite his aversion to sweets, made an exception for this particular delicacy. Although he remarked that the meat was unpalatable, he too had noticed it was a bit tough, perhaps poorly prepared. Not wishing to waste it, he consumed it all. He shrugged it off, not giving it much thought. Yet, several hours later, a sudden pain gripped his abdomen. Not just him, but nearly everyone in the company was afflicted with similar discomfort. It was the first time he had experienced such agony, causing his brows to furrow. A pained expression adorning his handsome face, which, to the other female colleagues, still appeared quite charming. Rising to head to the restroom, he found a long queue. After a few minutes, he finally entered, but upon returning, the discomfort persisted. He clutched his abdomen, biting his lip. Even the act of idling felt laborious. A few minutes later, Wan'an, having finished her tasks, stepped out to brew a cup of coffee but noticed him hunched over, seemingly in distress. Pondering for a moment, she discarded her coffee cup and hurried towards Chen. Tilting her head, she leaned down, attempting to discern what was troubling Chen. Her gaze was grave, and her face wore an expression of concern. After a thorough observation, she gently shook his arm, tears welling in her eyes. Chen, please wake up. Don't frighten me. Don't leave me alone. We haven't yet married or had our children. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen, feeling the discomfort in his abdomen, shot her a glare and interrupted. You can get lost. His voice trembled slightly. This response eased Wan'an's distress somewhat, and she stifled her tears, still worried. She began to caress his face. She was quite astute, having graduated from Tsinghua. Although not in the medical field, she had taken the time to learn some medical knowledge. Is your stomach upset? Did you eat something bad? How could you eat recklessly? It truly worries me. She scolded him for his indiscretion while gently extending her hand to soothe his aching belly. Chen immediately furrowed his brows. A dark line forming. I merely ate the food from your company's cafeteria. It seems to be the sweet and sour pork. That is causing the pain. Wan'an's eyes widened in realization. Ah, am I the clown here? With a charming scratch of her head, she was oblivious to the truth. Raising her gaze to observe her colleagues, she noticed that nearly half of them were hunched over, clutching their stomachs. It was not a collective idleness, but rather a shared affliction. Astute as she was, the realization dawned upon her. She recalled the sweet and sour pork from the cafeteria, which she had been aware of, yet due to a busy afternoon, she had arrived late, only to find the dish devoured. Gently rubbing his belly, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, Chen, do not fret. I shall procure some medicine for you immediately. Hold on. You must wait for my return. The sweet, tender tone of her voice made her words sound oddly peculiar. Why was it that she felt unable to endure? Why was she required to wait for her return? It seemed as though she was indirectly mocking him. Yet, lacking the strength to retort, he could only nod. In a flurry of urgency, she seized the keys to her Maserati and departed. During her descent, she called her secretary, instructing her to oversee the others while she attended to Chen herself. Chen rested his head on the table, drained of even the energy to engage with his phone. He regretted his earlier indulgence in the sweet and sour pork. 10 minutes later, Wan'an returned, carrying a large bag of supplies. Chapter 42. With a pained expression, Chen's discomfort was palpable, causing those who beheld him to widen their eyes in surprise. Did he truly intend to swallow all the numerous medications he had procured? Swiftly, a petite figure darted to his side, arranging the assortment of pills and then dashing off to fetch him water with unwavering energy. Breathless yet undeterred, she promptly opened the medication for him. Each pill was distinct, tailored for various ailments. Thus, she had purchased them all. Chen, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. It appears the cafeteria chef, in a moment of negligence, utilized spoiled meat, mistakenly believing that high temperatures would eradicate the mold. Consequently, a large quantity was improperly prepared. I apologize for this oversight. She expressed her regret, lifting 2 capsules. Chen, it's time for your medicine. Gently, she placed them into his mouth and assisted him with water, tilting his head back for ease of swallowing. Lacking strength, he found himself entirely reliant on her care. Initially, she intended to administer each medication individually, but Chen firmly grasped her hand, signaling that he ought not to consume too much at once, compelling her to relent. In truth, the fault did not entirely lie with her. Each department has its own overseer. She had not dismissed the chef, but merely deducted a small portion of his wages, receiving a reprimand from the department head in the process. Once these matters were resolved, Wan'an noticed Chen's expression had softened, though he had not yet fully recovered. She then fetched a small stool, quietly sitting beside him, resting her head on the table while gazing at him intently. The other employees in the workspace cast envious glances. For Chen was the first female president to show such tender concern and personally deliver medicine to an ailing employee, embodying a sense of unparalleled happiness within the company. Yet, it was not without attention. The secretary had procured additional medications for the staff, recognizing the company's oversight and allowing those unwell to return home early. At this moment, Chen's facial expression gradually relaxed, comforted by the warmth of Wan'an's gentle hands as she rubbed his abdomen. Everything will be all right. I'm right here with you. You will feel better soon, she cooed, her gaze tender as if caring for a sick child, her small hands never ceasing their soothing motion. He felt a warm glow in his chest, his heart softening as he gazed at her delicate, compassionate face, unable to suppress a hint of fondness. Suddenly, Wan'an recalled the hot water bottle in her office. She hurriedly retrieved it, filled it with warm water, and returned to his side, carefully lifting his shirt to place the hot water bottle against his abdomen. During this moment, she couldn't help but notice his impressive 8-pack abs. Having filled the hot water bottle, her petite face flushed as she hurriedly wiped her nose with a tissue. Chen found her demeanor both endearing and amusing. In truth, there was no need for the hot water bottle. A gentle massage from her little hands would suffice. However, such a request remained unvoiced. Wan'an quietly nestled beside him, bringing her small face exceedingly close to his. Chen, unable to retreat due to his stomach discomfort, realized that if Wan'an sought to take advantage of his vulnerability, she could very well do so. Yet, she did not lean in for a kiss. Instead, she seized the moment to scrutinize his features, committing each detail to memory. Typically, he would not allow such close observation, for it would invariably lead to a kiss, which would irritate him. Given that he was unwell, such actions were even more inadvisable. After a brief period of quiet observation, the warm water cooled, and she removed the bottle, using her small hands to massage him once more, tirelessly dedicated to her task. Gradually, Chen's condition improved, his eyes regaining their brightness. Thank you, he expressed, and upon hearing his tone of recovery, Wan'an's expression brightened with joy. One should not thank a great favor with mere words. How about a kiss as a token of gratitude? What a splendid idea. Her innocent smile was infectious, and Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at her audacity. As she leaned in, her luscious, cherry-red lips glimmered under the light, tantalizingly close yet just out of reach. Chen swiftly turned his head, feigning illness once more. If we keep kissing like this, my lips will surely suffer, he protested. Observing his evasiveness, Wan'an sensed that he was nearly recovered and began to playfully tease him. With a determined posture, she climbed onto his back, aiming for a kiss from the side, exhibiting a rather domineering side typical of a president. Hehe, you can't escape, she declared. But just as she was about to reach his lips, he turned away again, resulting in a kiss upon his fragrant hair instead. Undeterred, she spun back around. But Chen avoided her once more. After a playful back and forth, Wan'an simply decided to embrace him, opting for a gentle hold around his neck, content with the closeness. He made no objection, relishing the soft warmth of her breath against his ear. Nearby, Li Xiang, still clutching his abdomen in discomfort, watched the two with a mixture of disbelief and envy. He had not anticipated witnessing such affectionate antics during his own ailment, feeling a pang of bitterness in his chest. How wonderful it would be to have a soft, beautiful girl tending to him. It would surely lift his spirits. Before long, Wan'an pulled away, a smile lighting her face. Chen, today, I will strive to return home early to give you a grand surprise. Her smile was utterly sweet, leaving him puzzled. Hadn't she always returned home early? Wait a moment, he exclaimed. Sister, is it uncomfortable living in the villa? What is so special about my home? Is the bed more comfortable? You wouldn't be planning a surprise, would you? Oh dear, save me, he lamented. In the eyes of others, the notion of a beautiful young woman warming one's bed is something that ordinary individuals could only dream of in 3 lifetimes. Yet, Chen surprisingly rejected such an opportunity, which left his colleagues, including Li Xiang, utterly exasperated. Wan'an, with a flicker of her delicate eyes, felt wronged by his words and exclaimed, "What? I never expected you to be such a man." Chen, taken aback, could only stammer in response, "Huh?" Wan'an, hands on her hips and a hint of mischief in her gaze, retorted, "You've slept with me twice and now you cast me aside, refusing to let me return home. How absurd." The room fell into stunned silence, as those who were previously unwell raised their heads, as if the sheer audacity of her statement had miraculously cured them. "Twice? Don't speak nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation," he protested, his head spinning at the absurdity of it all. He had merely slept next to her for 2 days. How could that be construed as having slept with her? What had he done to deserve such a predicament? Witnessing his flustered state, Wan'an couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. All eyes were upon them, and while Chen wished to clarify the situation, he found himself at a loss for words. Yes, they had indeed slept in proximity on 2 occasions. But to suggest anything more when such an exquisite beauty lay beside him, untouched, was beyond belief. Ultimately, the matter only grew more convoluted. He shook his head in resignation, contemplating that having a beautiful young woman to warm his bed was rather pleasant, with the sheets cozy and warm, allowing for restful slumber. However, his desire was limited to merely that warmth. Noticing her capricious demeanor, Chen attempted to sneak a playful pinch on her cheek, calling her out for her fabrications. But she deftly evaded his grasp. Chapter 43. Home without a key? Wan'an pretends to sleep standing up. If it weren't for the crowd, Chen probably would have playfully swatted her behind. Nonetheless, he inquired, "Wait a moment, could you please explain what you mean by surprise?" He was somewhat perplexed by the concept of surprise, feigning a stern demeanor. Wan'an merely tilted her head mischievously and replied, "You'll find out tonight when you get home. It's a super surprise. You might not be able to contain yourself." As she uttered the last phrase, she adorably blinked her lively eyes, exuding a hint of charm. "This? Unable to contain myself? Is this truly what a surprise is? Very well, let it come. I shall see if I can hold back." He had resolved to think this way. Observing that his health had remarkably improved, Wan'an placed the medication in his drawer, reminding him to take 2 pills morning, noon, and night to prevent any relapse. With her hands clasped behind her back, she skipped joyfully back to her office. Chen shook his head, feeling quite grateful for her. While everyone else suffered from stomach pains, he was the only one to recover swiftly due to Wan'an's attentive care. By the time evening rolled around, the others' stomach aches had subsided somewhat. Yet they still felt weak, as if they had collectively experienced a debilitating episode. Only Chen remained vibrant and full of energy. He stretched languidly, tidied his belongings, and prepared to leave work. He planned to indulge in some gaming, specifically Attack on Titan, a pastime he hadn't enjoyed in quite some time. However, his gaze lingered on the president's office, where he noticed Wan'an still seated at her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Everyone else had left, yet she remained engrossed in her work, undoubtedly occupied with numerous tasks following her collaboration with Yun that day. As he pondered whether to wait for her to return home together, A thought struck him. Why should he wait for her? Wouldn't he rather enjoy his solitude at home? He slapped his thigh, realizing that recent days spent with Wan'an had led him to develop a habit of thinking of her in everything he did. Yes, it was indeed so. Consequently, he picked up his phone and glanced towards the staircase leading down. There was another matter to attend to today, as he needed to feed a few stray cats. Suddenly feeling a twinge of concern, he pulled out his phone, located Wan'an in his contacts, and sent her a message. Be careful on your way home, all right? He was unaware that his tone had softened instinctively. The phone number was not one he had saved. Rather, it was one Wan'an had discreetly stored while accompanying him during video reviews, labeled as Wan'an Baby, which he found rather cheesy. Without hesitation, he renamed it to something more neutral and less suggestive. After exiting the company, he hopped on his electric scooter and made a trip to the pet supermarket, purchasing several bags of high-quality cat food. Upon emerging, he discovered his scooter had been knocked over, with the battery having struck a rock, leaving a dent. He promptly righted it, glancing around but seeing no one. Perhaps the strong wind had caused it to topple, as he had not secured it properly. Not paying much heed, he rode to a typical residential area, stopping at a secluded spot beside a trash enclosure. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sound of mewing kittens, a few of whom were still nursing. This location was one he had stumbled upon during his previous house hunting, though he had ultimately chosen a different place to rent. Yet, thoughts of it linger, for there lies a mother cat, abandoned by her owner, who I feed whenever I have a moment to spare. Perhaps it is the size of her belly that led to her being forsaken, as she has made a simple nest from a foam box lined with some clothes. This mother cat has since given birth to several mewling kittens, their need for sustenance now greater than ever. Fortunately, the residents of this community are kind-hearted. Many students, upon returning from school, come to check on her and bring food, assisting her through these trying times. The tabby cat, initially wary, tilted her head and, upon recognizing me, revealed a charming and gentle smile. I crouched before her, placing down cat food and pouring it into a bowl. The kittens, now a bit older, scampered eagerly at the scent, their little legs paddling as they hurried to the bowl. The mother cat glanced at me, then nuzzled against my hand, licking it affectionately. I couldn't help but smile. There are 4 kittens in total, and I have contemplated taking them home to care for them. However, the thought of dealing with their litter has thus far rendered me unfit for the role of a diligent caretaker. Instead, I can only spare moments to provide them with nourishment. After a while, the kittens nestled against their mother and fell asleep, prompting me to turn and leave, mounting my electric bike and riding into the breeze. However, midway through my journey, the bike began to slow down considerably, eventually coming to a complete stop. What could be the issue? Upon inspection, I discovered that the battery was indeed depleted, with a fair distance still left to home. I had no choice but to push the bike to a repair shop, knowing it would delay my return. After a brief repair, I noticed my phone remained silent. Wan'an had not yet replied to my messages. Finally, after hastily replacing the battery, I made my way home and entered the elevator, with no messages from Wan'an. It seemed she had yet to return. I pressed the button for the 4th floor, and as the elevator doors opened moments later, I was taken aback to find a young girl waiting before my door. Indeed, it was Wan'an, her arms full, clutching a package, appearing somewhat cold as she leaned against the entrance of my home. On the ground lay several small bags filled with fresh vegetables she had purchased. Noticing these, I looked up again and was astonished to see her asleep against my door, a small trickle of saliva escaping her lips, both adorable and amusing. The sound of the elevator had not disturbed her slumber. She had returned home, yet without her house key, found herself locked out. Why hadn't she sent a text upon arriving home? This little one truly is something. Does she not wish to disturb me? Wan'an's serene sleeping face was a sight to behold, devoid of her usual playful demeanor. At first glance, she resembled a living fairy tale princess, awaiting a prince to gently awaken her with a kiss. I covered my face with my hand, chuckling at the thought of Wan'an's peculiar talent. I had only heard of people being able to sleep while standing, yet today I witnessed it firsthand. I crept closer, observing the rhythmic rise and fall of her breath. Reluctantly, I knew I had to wake her. With a gentle touch, I rubbed my finger against her porcelain-like cheek, feeling an unwelcome sensation on her skin. She instinctively swatted at my hand while still dreaming. I was puzzled. She had not awakened yet. He then switched tactics, extending his hand towards her delicate throat, playfully teasing her soft chin as one might indulge a cat. At that moment, she felt a delightful sensation in her throat, her reaction heightened. Yet she refrained from swatting his hand away. Instead, her eyes narrowed slightly, tilting her head back in a semblance of enjoyment. In his heart, Chen felt a thrill. Indeed. She was a cat-like girl, easily entranced by a mere touch to her chin. A soft, pleasurable sound escaped her lips, echoing her delight. After a brief interlude of comfort, she suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation. What was she doing? Slowly opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at Gu Chen, who was playfully engaging her. Instantly filled with joy, she yearned to embrace him, but a wave of shyness washed over her. Lowering her face, she turned her little head away, her small hands fidgeting nervously. "Hmph, where did you go?" "Come back," she murmured, her lips forming a soft, pleading pout that elicited a sense of tenderness. One couldn't help but want to hold her close, to caress her cheek and offer comfort. Chapter 44. Ding receipt of cat-eared girl. Chen scratched his head. "Wan'an, why didn't you text me when you got home?" Wan'an turned her face, pouting slightly. "I know. You must have been busy outside. I didn't want to disturb you." "I wasn't busy at all." He chuckled helplessly. The sight of the girl before him, with her adorable and aggrieved demeanor, was truly heart-melting. "I just want to feed the cat, and then my scooter broke down. I only took some time to fix it. I'm sorry for making you wait so long at the door." It felt wrong for a girl to wait for him like that. Wan'an fluttered her eyelashes, her eyes sparkling with delight upon hearing his apology. "It's okay, as long as you're back. I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Huh? What?" His confusion grew as her voice dwindled, and the last part of her sentence was barely audible. Nothing. Did you really feed the cats?" The little head tilted in curiosity. "Yes, but the scooter broke down. After fixing it, I passed by the park." At this moment, Wan'an noticed a bag in his hand, which contained delightful pink cherries. Her face lit up with joy, momentarily forgetting everything else. Her beautiful eyes blinked rapidly, and unbidden tears welled at the corners of her mouth. "Did you buy these for me?" She pointed at herself with disbelief, wondering if this was his way of apologizing. "Then I'll reluctantly forgive you." The little actress was lost in her own thoughts. However, Chen doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "These? I just picked them from the tree at the park. They're not bought." Wan'an gently took the bag, peered inside, and saw that although the cherries were not fully ripe, they had already turned a lovely shade of pink. They were just not as sweet as she had hoped. Suddenly, she brightened, her eyes squinting with a smile. "I know. Picking them yourself is far more meaningful than buying them." With a childlike innocence, she fished out a cherry, casually wiped it on her clothes, and popped it into her mouth. Chen found it curious how she always seemed to conjure up her own narrative. He had merely plucked a few cherries because they looked appealing. Wan'an delightedly tasted one, but soon opened her mouth in surprise. It's still a bit sour." Just as Chen was about to caution her that while the sourness wasn't a big deal, eating them unwashed wasn't advisable, but Wan'an could hardly wait. Seeing her expression, reminiscent of someone who had just devoured 3 oranges, was utterly adorable. "If it's sour, then perhaps you shouldn't eat it. We can buy some later." He reached out to take the cherries, but Wan'an protectively snatched them away. "No need. I want to eat the ones you picked for me. Isn't love all about the sweet and sour moments? So I love eating sour ones too." Her innocent yet humorous words revealed that she was indeed a little fool, deeply enmeshed in the throes of love. However, with each bite, she pouted her lips in response to the sourness yet persevered. Chen, faced with her stubbornness, felt helpless and could only gently caress her little face, which was contorted by the tartness, softly smoothing it out. As she felt his touch, a surprising sweetness emerged from the sour cherries in her mouth. With wide, bright eyes, her cherubic face flushed with happiness as she instantly opened her arms to embrace him. The moment was filled with warmth as Wan'an, feeling as though she had regained something precious, wanted to hold on for an eternity, reluctant to let go. Nearly 3 minutes later, Chen felt his legs growing numb and his stomach grumbling, prompting him to tenderly stroke her back and ask, "Wan'an, are we not going home? I can't unlock the door with you like this." His voice was filled with gentleness. At that moment, Wan'an became animated again, swiftly moving her petite frame aside and skillfully retrieving a key from his pants pocket. "Let me open the door." Chen smiled, permitting her to take the lead. She jiggled the package in her hand, and Chen's curiosity piqued. "What is it that you have there?" He reached out, eager to glimpse the contents, but she cleverly dodged to the side, giggling, "Surprise. I'll tell you after my bath." Chen, taken aback, pondered why she insisted on bathing first. Could it be? As he glanced at her rosy cheeks, he suddenly conjured an image that was less than harmonious, causing his own face to flush. Wan'an was truly being mischievous. Yet this only heightened his anticipation. She eagerly mentioned the groceries she had purchased, bouncing excitedly as she stepped through the door. Chen dismissed his strange thoughts and prepared to cook. Utilizing the exquisite vegetable she had procured for nearly 50 yuan, he prepared 2 dishes and a soup. Initially expecting Wan'an to eat slowly, imagining her cherubic face savoring each bite, grease adorning her lips. However, she merely dabbed her mouth and announced, "Hehe. I'm off to take a bath." She then rushed inside, this time bringing clothes and locking the door behind her, seemingly intent on keeping the surprise from him. Chen observed her obedient demeanor with a hint of satisfaction, though he sensed that things were not exactly as they appeared. Her bath was swift, and by the time she emerged, Chen had finished setting the table. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, he turned casually to glance at her and instinctively remarked, "Quick, go to bed. You still have to sleep in your own room tonight." Yet suddenly, he was captivated by the sight of the freshly bathed girl, her skin radiating warmth and a delightful fragrance. The words he intended to say caught in his throat. A few playful, high-pitched calls echoed, "Meow meow, Chen Chen. How do you like my new look?" Her face was slightly flushed, and her adorable cat ears perked up. Chen found himself transfixed. Staring as though he beheld a celestial beauty, his thoughts drifting far away. "Meow?" Another playful call snapped him back to reality. And he noticed the little girl tilting her head, puzzled by his reaction. Wan'an had transformed into a cat-themed costume, complete with a maid outfit. First, her single ponytail was unraveled, revealing an enchanting mushroom haircut, elegantly complemented by a delicate cat ear headband, exuding an air of whimsy. The outer fur of the cat ears was a deep black, while the inner lining was a soft pastel pink, creating a delightful contrast that rivaled her porcelain doll-like visage, making her appear almost ethereal, as if she were a feline spirit incarnate. Adorning her face were a pair of oversized glasses perched gracefully upon her petite nose, adding a playful touch to her charming demeanor. Around her neck, she wore a large black bell that jingled melodiously with her every movement. Her lower attire consisted of an exquisitely crafted black gown, voluminous and beautiful, layered with a white lace apron that encircled her waist and extended upward, connecting to her delicate shoulders and neck. Beneath her feet, she donned adorable cat ear slippers, enhancing her whimsical appearance. At that moment, her tiny hands were clasped before her chest, poised in a manner suggesting she was ready to serve her master at any moment. This ensemble was irresistibly cute and charming. Moreover, she wore white stockings, which only intensified the allure for the older gentleman. Upon seeing her, Chen stood there, utterly dazed, his mind completely blank, overwhelmed by the adorableness of this cat-eared maiden. She was simply too cute. It felt like a punch of cuteness that could leave him breathless for an eternity. Chapter 45. The adorable cat yearns for dried fish. How utterly charming. One could almost wish to cradle it and squeeze. Wait, is that a cat tail? How was it affixed? Wan'an, of course, was oblivious to Chen's thoughts. Had she known, even his years of experience would have been overwhelmed by sheer cuteness. Wan'an was about to be ecstatic. Meow, what is taking so long? Why the silence, Meow? Inside Chen's mind. Please stop, it's too kawaii. Yet on the surface he coughed, clearing his throat. Well, it's just SOSO. Wan'an's heart sank a little, her adorable paw scratching her cheek. Ah, but this is my custom limited edition cat-made outfit. Only a few exist globally. Upon hearing this, Chen realized the little creature had put considerable thought into it. Oh, wait a moment. Chen, you actually think it's unattractive? Then why the blush, Meow? She was astonished, covering her tiny mouth, for this was the first time Chen had been so close yet blushed. Even a stoic man like him was shy. Surely there was a reason for it. It's just the heat of the day, he sighed, staring at the ceiling, resolving not to confess. Knowing Wan'an would seize the opportunity to tease him mercilessly, perhaps even partake in more outrageous antics. Ah, Chen, why are you bleeding from your nose again? Wan'an's eyes widened with concern, as Chen's nosebleed was becoming uncontrollable. Huh, what? I merely bumped into the corner of the table. You must believe me, he protested, then grabbed a tissue, vigorously wiping. However, after several attempts and 5 tissues, the flow finally ceased, yet his mind wandered uncontrollably, imagining Wan'an in that maid outfit, envisioning what it would be like to hold her as they drifted off to sleep. That would not merely be a sleepless night, it would be several. Wan'an approached, mistakenly believing he had genuinely hurt himself, her lovely eyes wide with concern as she gently examined him, her tiny paw touching his flushed nose. Chen, the cuteness of the day might just induce another nosebleed. As the girl drew nearer, he noticed the tail affixed to her outfit. Ah, and those adorable white cat paw gloves she wore, with pink insides, a mere decoration. The girl was fragrant and so well-behaved, melting his heart. Gradually, he extended his hand to stroke her little tilted head and her cat ears. At the touch, Wan'an closed her eyes in bliss. letting out a couple of soft meows, as if urging her master to continue the caress. Her tiny paws withdrew, playfully scratching at his chest, ticklish and delightful, a sensation of utmost comfort. Chen found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Oh, but he managed to hold back for just a few seconds longer. He gently scratched her chin, and her delicate face, with its tightly closed lashes, resembled that of a true kitten, blissfully tilting her head back, even sticking out her tiny tongue. Chen realized he was becoming quite enamored with the act of petting her, prompting him to withdraw his hand hastily. Wan'an, suddenly deprived of her comfort, tilted her little head and gazed up at him with pleading eyes. Her starry, enchanting gaze blinked a few times, the corners of her lovely mouth curling up. Without waiting for her owner's consent, she pressed her cheek against his and licked his face. The sensation was ticklish, making Chen feel as though his very soul was being extracted. All right, enough, he sighed, unable to endure any longer. Was it possible that Wan'an had secretly learned the art of charming skills from cats? The effectiveness was strikingly similar. Hehe, today I am merely your pet cat maid, and you are my illustrious master. Feel free to command me as you wish. Wan'an swayed her little tail, gently tapping her pristine paw against his hand, embodying the image of an obedient and docile kitten. No, that's quite enough. I can't handle it, he replied, his resolve wavering. If Wan'an continued to tempt him in such a manner, he might actually want to give in. The little cat girl seems aggrieved by your refusal. She pouted playfully, then, with a mischievous grin, added, meow. The cat maid requests to help her master with a back rub. Is that all right? Her large, sparkling eyes blinked excitedly, twinkling like bright stars, as her little paws waved in the air. For a moment, Chen felt his heart flutter, but he quickly turned away, realizing he had almost fallen prey to her soft voice once more. Hehe, my dear, I don't require a back rub. Just be a good kitty and stay outside. No mischief allowed, he mimicked Wan'an's tone. Her small face scrunched up slightly as she playfully scratched at his chest, seemingly annoyed that he was being so straightforward. After a moment of affectionate banter, Chen decided to take a shower, locking the door to prevent that agile little cat from slipping in. Upon returning, he discovered that Wan'an, now clad in a cat-maid uniform, was even more enticing. He found himself unable to resist playing with her for half an hour. Losing track of time, hadn't they planned to play video games? Was petting a cat truly more enjoyable than gaming? He pondered that while finishing a game might lead to emptiness, petting a cat would always bring joy. Wan'an, the cat maid, waited at the door, somewhat disheartened by her master's lack of insight. With no other option, she decided to tidy up by collecting his dirty clothes, fulfilling her maid duties. By the time he emerged from the shower, Wan'an had already washed his clothes, precariously balancing on a small stool to hang them up. To his surprise, she still wore her cat-maid uniform, especially the pair of cat ears, which, under the moonlight, made her appear like a mischievous kitten about to stretch her tiny paws to snatch a treat. She swayed precariously, as if afraid of falling off the stool. However, being a cat, she nimbly leaped down after hanging the clothes, like a child, and picked up cleaning tools, beginning to sweep and mop various rooms. As a maid, she was quite competent, though Chen felt she was perhaps a bit too diligent. The floor had been cleaned just the day before and hardly required daily mopping. Moments later, a little cat wielding a mop energetically battled against the dirt on the floor, due to the presence of a sticky substance on the floor. She had struggled to clean it several times without success, but she was humming softly, exerting all her strength with the mop. Her petite face flushed with effort until she finally managed to achieve cleanliness. Observing her diligent and endearing demeanor, Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed a pity that such a delightful cat girl was engaged in household chores. If she were to be given to someone else, they would surely treat Wan'an like a revered ancestor. Her meticulous cleaning left the floor sparkling, yet upon spotting Chen standing in the hall, she playfully meowed at him a few times. Meow, there's dirt here, please step aside. Meow, meow, you've stepped on my mop, quickly release it. Meow, the last remark was intentionally directed at him as he stepped on it. Wan'an had already cleaned the hall 3 times, and the tiles gleamed as if polished. Unfazed by fatigue, she was even more industrious than in her own home, which prompted him to step on the mop. All right, go take a rest, if you continue. My floor will be reflective enough to serve as a mirror, he chuckled, shaking his head at the hard-working little fool. Wan'an blinked her eyes, beaming with joy. Since I've finished cleaning, may I receive a small reward from my master? Meow? She cupped her small face with her tiny paws, adopting an expression that implored her master for a treat of fish jerky. Chapter 46. The Mischievous Cat and the Big Bad Bully. What reward do you seek? A mere kiss, my dear feline, just a fleeting moment. This spot will do. He did not demand a kiss upon the lips, but rather pointed to her fair visage. Upon realizing this, Chen took back the mop he intended to return. Here you go, carry on. Wan'an immediately huffed, her demeanor adorably fierce. Humph. Master is quite the scoundrel. She placed her hands on her hips, embodying a petulant child. Chen gently pinched her rosy cheeks, soft as dough. All right, you've worked hard. Go play for a while, don't tire yourself out. He expressed his concern casually. Wan'an wriggled free from his grasp, sticking out her little tongue, her enchanting eyes wide open. Meow, master, I shall await you in bed. Hehe, she giggled sweetly and turned to her room. Chen wished to intervene, but was too late. She had already closed the door, seemingly anticipating his objection. Resigned, he merely smiled and decided to take out the trash. Wan'an hadn't yet ventured to do so. And Chen certainly did not wish for her to descend the stairs clad in her catgirl attire. He did not want other boys to behold her adorable appearance. He found himself growing increasingly selfish. All of Wan'an's charms were to be exclusively his. After disposing of the garbage, he returned to find his door finally ajar. He placed the trash can back and quietly slipped inside. The catgirl, Wan'an, did not glance his way. Instead, she was intently focused on something at her desk. Kneeling on her stool, the petite beauty grasped a ballpoint pen, diligently sketching on a sheet of white paper, as if creating a masterpiece. He wondered what she had conjured during his brief absence. Approaching silently, he observed her serious little face, which bore an enchanting yet aloof expression. Akin to an ice queen, beautiful from afar, yet not to be trifled with. Intrigued, he moved closer. She had yet to glance back, seemingly pleased with her creation. Shaking her head joyfully, causing her perky cat ears to quiver. Amused, he gently blew warm air near her feline ears. What are you up to? The delicate scent of cherry blossoms wafted around her petite ears, causing her to shudder slightly, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. With a start, she straightened her back. But after regaining her composure, her gaze turned a tad dreamy. The warmth primarily enveloped her cat ears, which served more as decoration. However, the warmth rebounded, caressing her lovely ears. Meow, master. Why did you suddenly appear behind me? You startled me. Wan'an displayed a mix of feigned sorrow and genuine surprise. Her ears tinged with crimson as she gazed up at him. Hearing this, Chen thought perhaps she was indeed a bit tempted. He believed he had truly startled her. So he extended a hand to gently stroke her little head in a comforting gesture. My apologies. Wan'an obediently nudged her head upward against his palm, relishing the affection. Meow, please forgive Master S' blunder. She giggled playfully. Chen turned to gaze at the artwork in her hands. Until now, he had been entirely focused on her, oblivious to everything else around him. What was depicted in the drawing? Before him lay a blank sheet of paper, showcasing a man and a woman. The man was clad in a sharply tailored suit that accentuated his already statuesque figure, while the woman wore a voluminous wedding gown, her petite face adorned with an enchanting smile as she perched upon the dashing man's back. At first glance, did this not resemble a groom carrying his bride? He comprehended instantly that the couple was undoubtedly himself and Wan'an, and this painting envisioned the scene of their nuptials. Hence, he feigned ignorance. Ah, didn't you notice? This is our wedding portrait. I believe that when we truly marry, it will undoubtedly be 1,000 times happier than what I have illustrated, she mused, her lips pursed in childlike innocence as she gazed dreamily into the future. Chen chuckled softly. Indeed, Wan'an's speed and skill in drawing were impressive, leaving no detail overlooked. After all, she was a graduate of Chihuahua University. Although she often appeared somewhat simple-minded, when she applied herself, she could effortlessly outshine everyone around her. This artwork was merely a spontaneous creation born from their time together, and its intricacy was something Chen knew he could never replicate. However, the notion of marriage felt far too distant at present. Come now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Who is even considering marriage? I see through your little schemes, he teased, playfully flicking her forehead. Wan'an, quick-witted yet unable to evade it, covered her head and began to pout. Hmph, if we don't marry, that's fine. After all, it's merely a formality, and we can still have children, she retorted stubbornly, her resolve unwavering. Unable to contain his laughter, Chen quipped, who would want to have children with you? How absurd. He pretended to flick her forehead again, prompting Wan'an to shield her face in protest. A mix of exasperation and amusement reflected in her expression. After a prolonged wait, when Chen did not launch another playful attack, she cautiously opened her eyes to find him picking up a pen, unexpectedly beginning to draw. Oh, her little head tilted in confusion. Meanwhile, Chen merely sought to create a drawing for her to see. Wan'an, feeling her previous despondency wash away, straightened her posture, relieved he had not retaliated with another flick. Or else, she would have retaliated with her tiny fists, delivering a sweet counterattack. He worked quietly, his calm profile exuding an air of authority that might lead one to mistakenly perceive him as a domineering CEO. Wan'an found herself captivated by his striking features. Though he was merely engrossed in his work, he had inadvertently left the girl beside him in awe. As expected, Wan'an could no longer contain her admiration, using several sheets of paper to wipe her mouth to avoid being mocked by Chen. Before long, he completed his drawing, and she eagerly leaned over his shoulder to observe. Although his artistic skill was somewhat rudimentary, it was certainly a significant improvement over the average. Yet, it paled in comparison to Wan'an's expertise. Upon discerning the content of his drawing, her brows furrowed slightly. In his artwork, there was also a man and a woman, however. They were dressed in rather ordinary casual attire. However, the young girl within is quite different, adorned with a pair of cat ears, a fair complexion with a bell hanging from her chest, and charming little cat paws, all dressed in a delicate-made outfit reminiscent of a feline. She appears to be a miniature version of herself, resembling a genuine cat-eared loli. In this illustration, Chen, as her master, finds her climbing onto his bed, eager to burrow beneath the covers, prompting him to gently grasp the nape of her neck with one hand and lift her up, intending to carry her to her cozy nook. The little cat, Wan'an, bares her tiny fangs and swipes at the air with her little paws, displaying her defiance. Yet she is utterly powerless against her towering master, allowing him to simply carry her away. Upon viewing this artwork, she pouts adorably, just like her illustrated counterpart, exuding a feisty charm while crossing her arms. Instantly, she feels as though she has been drawn into the scene, for the style of the illustration is reminiscent of a comic, while Wan'an embodies an artistic essence. Protest meow, those who bully such a lovely little cat are truly wicked individuals. They shall never find a girlfriend in this lifetime. Chapter 47, arriving late to school. Just to catch a glimpse of me? Upon witnessing Wan'an's indignant little expression, Chen was suddenly inspired to sketch a cat-eared girl, depicting her in a state of anger. With her small fangs bared and tiny claws extended, her eyes sparkling with adorable heart shapes. How utterly delightful. Of course, this was inspired by Wan'an. Infused with elements from the anime realm, Wan'an remained quietly beside him, enamored by whatever Chen chose to illustrate. However, if he continued to draw such suggestive content, she would undoubtedly retaliate with her tiny pink fists upon his chest. After observing him for a while, her gaze shifted to other things, landing on his focused countenance. Her beautiful eyes blinked, growing dazed as she admired his striking features, his fair skin reminiscent of a star, undeniably handsome despite his lack of a girlfriend. She gradually recalled how rare it was to see such a serene profile during their high school days. Only during morning study sessions did she deliberately arrive late, just to pass by his classroom and steal a glance at him. Back then, Chen was so earnestly scribbling away, but in truth, he was propping up his books, catching up on unfinished homework from the previous night. Despite his procrastination, Wan'an found herself infatuated with him, utterly captivated. At that time, Chen pondered why a school beauty like Wan'an was perpetually late, especially when there were closer routes available, yet she always chose to walk past his classroom. Before confessing his feelings, he could not understand her intentions. He merely noticed her blushing face peering at him, and, while working on his assignments, would lift his head slightly, offering a subtle smile in response. It was a silent greeting, after all. Receiving that gentle smile made Wan'an's heart race like a deer on a stimulant, causing her to lower her head and bite her lip, hastily retreating. Chen had thought that perhaps his face had startled her, scratching his head in bewilderment. Previously, to catch a glimpse of his earnest face, she had braced herself for a scolding from the homeroom teacher, but now things were different. She could gaze at him freely, and if she felt overwhelmed with affection, she could even steal a kiss. She had never experienced such bliss before. Lost in these thoughts, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upwards, her eyes shimmering with a dreamy haze as though her soul had drifted away. Her delicate body leaned slightly forward, an irresistible urge to kiss him bubbling within her. She moistened her lips and leaned in just a tad more. They were seated on two narrow chairs, making it quite impractical to share space. Furthermore, Chen had unintentionally scooted back a bit, so if she truly wished to kiss him, it would require considerable effort. Just a quick peck, just once, she resolved. However, due to the angle of her lean, her center of gravity shifted forward, causing the chair to tip precariously. It wasn't until she regained her senses that she realized she was about to fall. Regret was too late. And with a thud, the cat-eared girl found herself crashing to the ground, meeting the earth in an intimate embrace. This was indeed a case of failing to steal a chicken, only to lose the rice. Chen, who had been engrossed in his drawing, was jolted to attention by her piercing scream. As he turned away, Wan'an slipped from his sight, only to discover her sprawled on the ground, softly whimpering. "Oh dear, Wan'an. How could you fall while sitting? Are you all right? Where does it hurt? Please get up so I can check for any bruises." He reached out to support her delicate form, gently lifting her and placing her onto the bed. "Ow, ow, Chen." Her small mouth quivered as if she had bitten into a sour lemon, weeping inconsolably, her words tumbling out in incoherence. Chen suspected she was attempting to express, Chen. "It hurts." The little beauty shed glistening tears that streamed from her eyes, evoking a deep sense of sympathy within him. He hastily patted her head and wiped away the tears from her cheeks. "What happened? Did the chair conspire against you?" Turning back, he noted that the chair appeared unscathed, leaving him perplexed. She sobbed like an abandoned child, each cry prompting an urge to crouch beside her and share in her sorrow. "I merely wished to draw closer for a clearer view, yet the chair refused to cooperate. I assure you, I had no ulterior motives." Clutching the spot where she had fallen, she cried like an infant, yet her expression hinted at a shy secret she was trying to hide. Chen was at a loss for her intentions, bewildered by such misfortune befalling her. He gently lifted her slender arm, noticing a scrape on her fair elbow. He tenderly rubbed the surrounding area to soothe her, and gradually her face relaxed, reminiscent of a child who had just enjoyed an orange. "Is it very painful here? Wait a moment, I shall fetch a band-aid for you." Wiping her tears, she nodded softly, a faint smile of grievance gracing her flushed face. Chen rose to rummage through the bedside drawer. When he turned back, intending to dress her wound, he was taken aback to find Wan'an licking the injured spot with her tiny tongue. The act, instinctively soothing due to the antibacterial properties of saliva, revealed a vulnerable side to her. Her cat-like ears drooped as she extended her little tongue once more, momentarily blurring his vision, causing him to envision her as a genuine Persian cat. After regaining his senses, he hurried to tend to her injury. The wound was a result of friction against the ground, and he gently admonished her to refrain from licking, retrieving his cotton balls and alcohol to clean the area. She flinched slightly at the sting, but understood it was for her own good, biting her lip to endure it. Alcohol proved far more effective than saliva. He then applied 3 band-aids, regardless of the severity of the wound, significantly improving the appearance of the injury. Wan'an tilted her little head, observing him as he finished dressing her wound, and after a moment's thought, her face took on a look of grievance as she asked, "Meow, master, do you have any pink band-aids?" "Why?" Chen was at a loss for words, thinking it inappropriate to meow while injured. "It is precisely for this reason that it is suitable for young ladies. I have observed many adorable girls from the two-dimensional realm adorned with pink band-aids, and they look utterly charming. Notably, the male protagonist seems to favor them even more. How curious it is that this was the underlying motive. Alas, we do not possess such items at home." Gently, I tapped the girl on her head, and even though she was hurt, she still pondered over her affections. How trivial. Wan'an, clutching her forehead, whimpered, "Meow, just don't. Please, it hurts." Chen rolled his eyes, relinquishing the thought of drawing, and instead chose to accompany her, massaging her gently. After a while, Wan'an suddenly expressed a craving. "Meow, master, I wish to eat a peach." Chen, momentarily bewildered, inquired, "What?" "Oh, it's the cherries we picked today." With a dawning realization, he thought, "You wish to eat those? They are rather sour, aren't they? You shouldn't have any more." Yet, Wan'an mischievously wiggled her little feet, her face asserting her whims, whereas the sourness, "As long as it is fed by my master's hands. Every single one is sweet. Isn't it? Please." Meow. Chapter 49. A milk bottle filled with brown sugar ginger tea? Have you ever seen that? Gu Chun gently caressed her small belly, bemused by the fact that they consumed the same food. Could it be that she had indulged in too many cherries? "Let me fetch you some medicine." He swiftly turned, only to be halted by Wan'an's delicate hand grasping his. No. I'll feel better soon." She did not wish to interrupt Gu Chen's gaming. However, unbeknownst to her, as Gu Chen observed her curled up in a ball, he promptly shut down his computer. "Nonsense. If your stomach hurts, you must take stomach medicine. How could you possibly feel better so quickly?" he insisted, gently tugging at her hand, but just as he was about to leave, Wan'an grasped him once more. Her small face bore a hint of grievance. Shyly hesitating to speak, It's actually that my relative has come to visit." "Relative?" He immediately comprehended, his brows knitting together. "Don't worry. It will disappear by tomorrow, she sweetly assured, aiming to alleviate his concern. She had contemplated enduring until he felt tired and they could sleep together, hoping to simply get through the day, but he had discovered her predicament prematurely. Nonsense. Gu Chen's tone was stern and brooked no argument. It became evident to him why Wan'an had such a fondness for cherries. Women are naturally prone to anemia, and the arrival of her monthly cycle exacerbates the condition. Cherries, rich in iron and among the highest in fruit, could ameliorate iron deficiency anemia and enhance overall health. Even if they were sour, she relished them, primarily because of his generous offerings. Raising her head, she picked up the air conditioning remote and switched off the cooling, promptly turning on the heating. He rubbed his large hands together vigorously before gently lifting her shirt to place his warm hands on her small abdomen, kneading in circular motions. Wan'an felt a bit shy, biting her lip, yet the warmth enveloping her belly brought her comfort, even causing a slight flush of enjoyment to grace her cheeks. The air conditioning had been turned on by Wan'an earlier, as she noticed him gaming with such intensity that he had begun to perspire. She had been considerate, yet remained tucked under the blanket. With a relative visiting, she must not catch a chill, lest she feel even worse. But her thoughts were solely on Gu Chen. Simply rubbing her belly would not suffice. Stomach pain necessitated medication, and with her cycle, she certainly required brown sugar ginger tea. Unfortunately, there was none at home. Observing her one little face, Chen felt a twinge of guilt for having been so absorbed in his game earlier. Wan'an, you must stay in bed and not wander about. I will step out for a moment and return shortly, he stated, but Wan'an once again seized his large hand. No. Please don't go, I will feel better very soon, I don't want you to leave. Her belly began to ache anew, her words slightly slurred. Silly girl, just stay put. Yet she clung to him stubbornly. In an effort to reassure her, Chen, abandoning all sense of embarrassment, leaned down to gently brush aside the damp strands of hair from her porcelain-like face, then planted a soft kiss on her cheek. Wan'an felt the warmth of his kiss against her cheek, and it was as if an adrenaline rush surged through her, invigorating her spirit. The cat-like girl blinked her large eyes several times, incredulous. Gu Chen had actually initiated a kiss. Was this a dream? Surely it must be. Both excited and bewildered, yet the answer was undeniably no. As the air grew dry and hot, her cheeks flushed fiercely, turning a vivid shade of red. And wisps of vapor seemed to rise from her little head, as if that single kiss had been a switch, activating a charming steam spirit. Oh, how delightful it was! Her wide eyes sparkling with joy. Even the discomfort in her abdomen faded considerably. This adorable demeanor was simply too embarrassing, prompting her to cover her face with her hands. Yet even her petite hands became flushed. Though her menstrual discomfort lingered, her legs danced with excitement. Such is the whimsical nature of a young girl's heart. Humming softly, Wan'an's thoughts were still in a whirlwind. To her surprise, Chen launched a sudden ambush. She wasn't quite ready for it. However, the exhilaration in her mind could not truly alleviate her physical discomfort, and soon the pain returned, leading her to cradle her abdomen once more. Though this time with a smile, she mused that if Chen were to offer her a few more kisses, or perhaps even aimed directly at her lips, maybe her menstrual woes would be driven away by such abundant affection. Chen's kiss was intended to reassure her, yet he was taken aback by her restlessness. He gently stroked her soft cat ears, whispering, "Do not be too excited. This is a one-time thing. Just wait for my return." With that, Wan'an watched him don his coat and step outside, softly closing the door behind him. Though he claimed it was a singular kiss, one must understand that some things, once ignited, can spiral out of control. Downstairs, Gu Chen made a quick trip to the supermarket, swiftly grabbing several packs of sanitary pads, brown sugar, fresh ginger, and red dates. Although he had ginger at home, it was too old. Red dates could nourish the blood and effectively alleviate menstrual pain. Arriving at the checkout, he encountered a beautiful cashier. Upon seeing a young man purchasing sanitary products, she quickly deduced that he had a girlfriend who was unwell. She could tell how deeply he cared for her, attentively buying everything she might need. She even considered asking for his WeChat, but thought better of it. The sight of a man buying feminine hygiene products naturally attracted curious glances, and Gu Chen felt his face flush, regretting not wearing a mask. Yet, he pushed aside his embarrassment. The cashier smiled lightly and promptly processed his purchase. Returning upstairs, he noticed Wan'an curled up tightly, seemingly unaware of his arrival. Approaching her, he realized she was not asleep but rather in pain, unable to focus on anything else. She says it will get better soon? What a joke. He gently stroked her little face before heading to the kitchen. He boiled a pot of water, finally chopping the ginger and red dates into a powder and adding them to the pot, along with the crucial brown sugar, simmering for 5 minutes. Afterward, he strained the mixture, leaving behind a rich bowl of ginger tea, its color akin to amber about to solidify. Instead of serving it immediately, he allowed it to cool for a moment before retrieving a baby bottle, pouring the ginger tea inside without a single drop wasted. Securing the cap, he carried it to Wan'an, gently closing the door behind him. He had even purchased the baby bottle at the supermarket, knowing she was in too much pain to sit up and drink. Thus, a baby bottle was acquired, which should make things somewhat easier. Wan'an, dear. Open your mouth, he gently coaxed her as he settled onto the bed, softly prying her tender lips apart and positioning the nipple to insert it. Wan'an, delicate in form, was experiencing a heavier flow this month, rendering her unable to turn over due to the discomfort. Yet, while it is often said that a woman's temperament can become rather irritable during her period, Wan'an exhibited none of that. Instead, she took great care of herself, even brewing a cup of coffee, leading him to suspect those were mere myths. The truth was that Wan'an, faced with him, found it impossible to harbor any anger. She merely wished to be his little treasure in his embrace. However, he felt a pang of guilt for returning home late the previous night, leaving Wan'an to endure the evening breeze at the door while playing games with the air conditioning on. The more he pondered, the more his heart soured, prompting him to lie down and gently hold her. As the nipple touched her delicate lips, she remained closed-eyed, a frown marring her small features. Initially unsure of what was happening, the sensation transported her back to infancy, when her mother would feed her. Consequently, she gently bit down, and suddenly, the warm liquid flowed into her mouth, bringing a wave of comfort. Her delicate brows relaxed as she discovered that the sweet taste was rather delightful. Slowly opening her eyes and using her tiny hands to grasp the bottle, initially unable to secure it, she soon steadied her grip. Chen watched her as she gently nursed from the bottle, her little lips softly tugging at it, a hint of affection gracing his features as he refrained from interrupting her feeding. In that moment, she truly resembled a newborn, with the baby bottle being her sole cherished possession. Her eyes narrowed in bliss, her small face radiating happiness. Chapter 50. Do I appear so innocent in your eyes? The cat girl, adorned with her feline ears, had yet to shed her playful guise, and her skirt remained unblemished. At first glance, Chen was ensnared by an illusion. In his eyes, Wan'an had transformed into a mewling kitten, eagerly lapping at milk, emitting soft, blissful sounds. As she awkwardly adjusted her position, having consumed a considerable amount of milk, she turned her delicate body, lifting the bottle to suckle vertically. The gentle sounds of her feeding filled the air. Without opening her eyes, she continued to sip, savoring every drop. Chen, concerned she might hasten her drinking, gently patted her chest. Easy now, take your time. If you need more, I can prepare some. Seemingly understanding, Wan'an shook her head, signaling her contentment. The sight of her, cradling the bottle while drinking, was utterly heart-melting, capable of softening even the most stoic heart. He cared for her like a tender guardian, tirelessly attentive. After finishing the sweetened water, Wan'an felt a delightful warmth in her belly, content and comfortable. She gently placed the bottle on the bed, perhaps overwhelmed by happiness. She had yet to open her eyes, her belly warm, and suddenly felt drowsy, though she still tenderly cradled her abdomen. Tilting his head, Chen noticed the moisture on her cherry lips and delicately wiped it away with a tissue, brushing her tiny nose. Observing her rub her little belly, he turned off the light, pressed against her back, warmed his hands, and patiently began to massage her abdomen. One stroke, then another. And Wan'an felt the soothing relief, her little face relaxing further. This time, he did not leave, but continued to tenderly massage her belly for 2 hours. His technique had improved significantly since her earlier discomfort, bringing her immense comfort. 2 hours later, it was already 1 in the morning. Chen began to feel drowsy as she lay still, seemingly lulled into a deep slumber by the comfort he had provided. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hands and gently covered her with a blanket. Stifling a yawn, he closed his eyes, feeling too weary to leave. Concerned about the possibility of Wan'an experiencing pain again, after ensuring she was properly tucked in, he resolved to rest beside her. The air conditioning was warm, and he knew he would feel too hot under the covers, so he opted to keep her cool. Slowly closing his eyes, the atmosphere was serene. But the next moment, something soft and gentle pecked at his cheek. Startled, he opened his eyes. Touching his face, he found a damp spot. His cheeks flushed. So it wasn't a figment of his imagination. He turned slightly. Wan'an, why are you still awake? What was that kiss for? He Chen isn't sleeping, I'm not sleeping either. A kiss, of course, is a goodnight kiss. Her melodic laughter filled the air, soothing his ears. It appeared her health had indeed improved significantly, and she had not fallen asleep at all. No wonder, while he was massaging her belly, He had inadvertently brushed against other areas, causing her body to quiver slightly. As for the notion of a goodnight kiss, this little imp was becoming increasingly audacious. A morning kiss was one thing, but now a goodnight kiss? Would there soon be a midday kiss? A farewell kiss? It was simply absurd. In truth, Wan'an yearned for a kiss upon her lips, yet due to the absence of light, she miscalculated her aim. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of contentment. All right. I'm about to sleep now, Wan'an. May you have sweet dreams, he murmured softly, tenderly caressing her cat-like ears and delicate head. All right, let us share a lovely dream together. Wan'an innocently declared from beneath the covers. To his surprise, Chen found himself momentarily without retort, realizing that the notion was quite delightful. She gently embraced his arm, fearful that he might think she would leave once she felt better, despite still experiencing a slight ache. Closing her beautiful eyes, she awaited his warmth to dissipate completely. And soon, Chen succumbed to a deep slumber. 3 hours later, a different commotion arose in the spacious bed shared by the two. Chen, lost in dreams, sensed a soft presence on the bed, as if something were trying to slip off. Suddenly, he thought of her, immediately waking and turning on the light, only to find Wan'an, the cat-like girl, crawling at the foot of the bed. Blinded by the sudden brightness, she shielded her eyes with a small whimper. Observing her disheveled appearance, she seemed utterly unawake, lacking the strength to leave the bed, and appeared to be on the verge of toppling over. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she murmured, I need to use the bathroom, her voice soft and sweet like a clingy candy. Faced with such a situation, Chen felt a pang of concern, reminiscent of the obligation to assist her in delicate matters. However, Wan'an did not seek his help. She merely wished to alleviate his worries, simply needing to visit the restroom. Yet, this only heightened his anxiety, as her half-asleep demeanor resembled that of someone intoxicated, swaying precariously and at risk of colliding with something. Furthermore, she was in the midst of her menstrual cycle. Chen gradually rose, bracing himself before stepping off the bed, but Wan'an remained oblivious. Her eyes still closed in her overwhelming fatigue, intent on feeling her way to the bathroom. This is often how most individuals behave when roused from slumber. As she stumbled at the bedside, failing to grasp anything stable, her exquisite form nearly met the floor in an intimate embrace. However, at that moment, a pair of strong hands caught her gently, tenderly turning her over as if she were a cherished treasure, cradled in a warm embrace. Being held stirred her drowsiness slightly. Huh? What's wrong? She questioned. I merely need to use the bathroom and shall return shortly to keep you company. Her self-adoration was evident, as she assumed Chen was akin to a little boy who couldn't sleep without his pillow, which, in truth, was not far from reality. Observing the sight of the sleepy girl rubbing her eyes brought a smile to his face. With a decisive stride, he lifted her effortlessly, carrying her to the hall and into the restroom, placing her gently upon the toilet. The entire process unfolded without a single breath taken, yet Wan'an's breath quickened, awakening her significantly as if she feared she were caught in a dream. Why had Chen suddenly lifted her? He kindly escorted me here, but as I reflect, I recall that when my menstrual cycle began, he prepared ginger tea with brown sugar for himself and gently fed it to me with a baby bottle. How thoughtful of Chen. Was he worried that I might experience discomfort later in the evening? Hmph. It seems that only when he is injured does he remember to show concern for me. As I indulge in my own thoughts, I recall the moment I appeared to be nibbling on the baby bottle, my cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Does he truly perceive me as a child? The notion of being fed from a baby bottle is rather juvenile, and the thought alone fills me with embarrassment. Especially considering how much I enjoyed it at the time, the sweet brown sugar water was utterly delightful. In truth, being seen as a child in his eyes isn't entirely disagreeable. However, the mere mention of my monthly visitor brings back the familiar ache in my abdomen. I gently pressed my hand against it. The room had been exceedingly warm, and now transitioning to the cold, sterile bathroom feels jarring. I intend to resolve this promptly and return to the warmth of bed, nestled against him as I drift into slumber. I wait just outside the door, urging him to be swift. Chen yawns as he steps out, scratching his head. Wan'an gazes at his retreating figure, yearning to say that as long as he has turned away, it suffices, given our relationship has grown so intimate. Yet, he closes the door, leaving only his silhouette reflected in the frosted glass, tall and imposing, reminiscent of a guardian in resplendent attire, exuding an aura of security. Chapter 51. I just want to sleep. Why so much drama? A few minutes later, Wan'an concluded her business, sitting on the toilet with her little feet swinging, her cherubic face brimming with anticipation. All right, Chen Kai gently pushed open the door and embraced Wan'an, who gazed at him with a hint of infatuation. never having felt such happiness before. Gradually, he carried her back to the bed. Once they reached the bed, Chen tenderly covered her delicate form with all the blankets, ensuring they reached her chin. Before holding her close, slipping back into slumber without uttering a word. He simply could not sleep without something to hold, especially since his pillow was now supporting her little head. Wan'an, overwhelmed with joy, began to feel drowsy again. Noticing that he had no blanket at all, she reached out to pull some of it toward herself. Soon, both were snugly covered, and Wan'an placed his hand on her waist, feeling content. As sleepiness enveloped her, she intended to steal a kiss, but instead, her little lips merely puckered before she gradually drifted off to sleep, silently murmuring, "Tomorrow. I must express my gratitude to Chen." Little did she know, Chen didn't actually need the blanket. As he was awakened by the heat just a few minutes later, lifting his head in confusion, he soon understood and covered her up once more. The following morning, the sunlight streamed in pleasantly, having been softened by the light rain from the previous day, rendering the air fresh and inviting. The warm rays gradually kissed Wan'an's side as she lay on the bed. She was the first to awaken, stretching like a little kitten, her entire body trembling slightly from a yawn, resembling a cat in every way. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she reflected on how comfortable she had slept, thanks to his care throughout the night. In the past, when her parents were often absent, she would brew ginger tea herself when she felt unwell, often burning her tongue in her haste to alleviate her discomfort. Yet this time, although the pain was more intense than before, the boy she admired not only prepared the medicinal soup for her but also warmed her small belly with his gentle hands, staying by her side even when she needed to use the restroom, concerned she might bump into something. As she pondered this, a radiant smile of happiness blossomed on her face. Beside her, Chen had not slept well due to taking care of her the night before and was still lingering in bed. Half of his body sprawled on the bed while the other half dangled in the air, unintentionally shifting in his sleep. He had ended up half on and half off the bed, a situation he found himself in this morning. Though sleeping next to a beautiful girl had its perks, her sweet scent and soft form made for delightful dreams, Wan'an was a bit different. She tended to fidget in her sleep, carefree and unrestrained. He couldn't help but wonder who would dare to marry such a spirited girl, but alas, if no one else wanted her. It seemed she was destined for him alone. In truth, many girls shared this trait. He had simply happened upon one such individual. The morning sunlight cascaded upon the young maiden's face, illuminating the handsome profile of Chen, whose fair complexion shimmered radiantly. Gazing upon him, Wan'an felt an overwhelming hunger arise, yet she restrained herself, promising to indulge later. With her petite frame, she cautiously approached, gently pulling back the half of his body that dangled precariously over the edge of the bed, fearful that he might tumble off. A flicker of guilt crossed her mind as she resolved to amend this bad habit. Otherwise, Chen might not marry her. Chen, disturbed only slightly, merely scratched his rear, still lost in slumber. After attending to these matters, she heard a familiar gurgling sound emanating from his stomach, which resonated with her own, prompting her little belly to respond in kind. With a spring in her step, she leapt from the bed, determined to prepare a meal for Chen. Today marked yet another day of her earnest endeavor to become an exemplary housewife. She planned to make stir-fried cabbage and a pot of red date porridge. Although the clatter in the kitchen was considerable, the soundproofing of Chen's home was exceptional, allowing him to remain undisturbed. Were he awake, he would undoubtedly rush into the kitchen, attempting to thwart her well-intentioned efforts. Gradually, Wan'an finished cooking, while also attending to a few inquiries that her secretary had sent earlier via text. After concluding the conversation, she made her way to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, tidying up her slightly wrinkled maid outfit. She adjusted her adorable cat ears and bell, then spritzed herself with a delightful fragrance. Even without the perfume, she exuded an alluring scent, hoping that upon catching a whiff of her intoxicating aroma, Chen would be compelled to embrace her tightly, showering her with affection. With excited little steps, she approached Chen's room, intending to rouse him for breakfast. However, upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of him still peacefully asleep. A hint of mischief graced her pure visage as she approached, gazing at his serene profile. In that moment, she found herself captivated, as if beholding her most cherished treasure. Since he remained oblivious to the world, it was her duty to awaken him. After all, an empty stomach was uncomfortable. Her delicate feet, bare of shoes, crept onto the bed, one foot tentatively following the other. There were many ways to rouse someone, but she opted for the most unique approach. Once on the bed, she gently perched atop Chen, leaning down to admire his flawless features. Then, with her soft, delicate hands, she cupped his face, creating a playful barrier as she gazed upon his exquisite features. Unable to resist any longer, her luscious, damp lips swiftly planted a kiss upon his right cheek. Ah, how delightful, she thought, stifling a giggle, her heart brimming with joy. Yet it still felt insufficient. She licked her lips and repositioned her cherry-like mouth to his left cheek, planting another vibrant kiss upon that smooth, fair skin. Ah, this is simply blissful. As Chen remained in slumber, he was utterly at her mercy. However, should he awaken, he would undoubtedly seize the mischievous girl, pinning her down and administering playful reprimands to her disobedient little bottom. He merely tapped his cheek, oblivious to the source of the tickling sensation on his face in his dreams. Yet, there lingered a delightful fragrance reminiscent of strawberry jelly, soothing to the soul. Wan'an's petite form was so light that, seated atop him, he felt nary a thing, not in the sense of insensitivity, but rather in a different way, one that should not be misconstrued. With her crescent-shaped eyes, she began to regard him earnestly, her small face beneath the cat ears flushing with shyness. Rosy as she beheld him. In her eyes, two heart-shaped glimmers emerged, for her cheeks bore the remnants of tender kisses, leaving only the center untouched. Internally, she deliberated. Should she proceed with the kiss? Of course, she should. After all, Chen had so attentively cared for her yesterday, and this was a reward she ought to bestow upon him. Yet, a nagging thought emerged. Would Chen truly appreciate her token of affection? Would he not immediately lift her up if he awoke, ready to reprimand her? But I promised him a reward yesterday. And now, what else can I offer him besides this? Perhaps something else altogether. Yet, he remains oblivious. With such thoughts swirling, it seemed there was no turning back. Though she must prepare for a hasty retreat, lest she be caught and face the consequences. Thus, her inner dialogue concluded with her own acquiescence, albeit to an echo of solitude. In the end, within those two large, beautiful eyes, a sudden shift occurred, morphing into a gluttonous desire for something delectable. After all, engaging in such intimate acts in this coy manner was indeed a first. Slowly, she leaned closer, her delicate nose brushing against his prominent nose. As their breaths began to intertwine. Chapter 52. A kiss? No way. I shall only teach it once. The distance between them vanished, as a delectable peach-like lip met a delicate apricot-like lip, merging together. Initially, she felt a tinge of apprehension, fearing he might suddenly awaken and startle her. With her wide, expressive eyes fixed upon his steady breathing, she gradually relaxed and slowly delved deeper into the kiss. She savored this moment, believing it to be the most unforgettable experience of her life. After a full 5 seconds of contact, Wan'an's body began to yield, gently descending. She closed her eyes, unexpectedly wrapping her arms around him. She had initially intended to rouse him, planning merely to steal a fleeting kiss before departing. Yet, she found herself ensnared by Chen, akin to a black hole, irresistibly drawing her in. Even his motionless sleeping visage seemed to beckon her. Her body began to sway, akin to scenes portrayed in dramas, uncontrollably. At that moment, immersed in his dreams, Chen felt a slight discomfort in his breathing, as if his airways were being obstructed, compelling him to draw in air forcefully. What on earth was happening? He was battling monsters in his dreams. Suddenly recalling Wan'an in his home, gazing around at the surreal surroundings, he realized he was dreaming. Gradually, he became more aware, recognizing that familiar sensation of air being drawn from his chest. The clumsiness of the kiss prompted him to slowly open his eyes. A bright world greeted him, though his head throbbed slightly. Yet it was not a true headache. Rather, it was the result of a cat-eared girl perched atop him, demanding attention, causing his discomfort. Wan'an? Today, she seemed quite vigorous. Evidently, her condition had improved. He thought this to himself, though his gaze sharpened. Sealing his lips tightly, Wan'an, still reveling in her newfound boldness, was experiencing this for the first time in such a manner. She had even researched that deeper kisses yielded greater sensations, thus she was applying herself with fervor. However, what was the sudden tension in Chen's previously relaxed lips? A jolt of alarm surged through her, causing her to release her lips and retreat slightly. The vibrant jelly-like sensation swaying tantalizingly just a millimeter from his gaze. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself ensnared by Chen's hawk-like gaze. Those eyes were profoundly deep, exuding an intimidating aura when stern, yet unable to truly intimidate Wan'an. Realizing he was awake, Wan'an felt as if she had committed a grave mistake, retracting her hands and attempting to flee. I merely wanted to awaken you. I certainly did not engage in any mischief, yes. Just that farewell. Her countenance revealed a blend of concern and delight. playful in her demeanor, her dainty feet poised to leave the bed. Yet, she was gently seized by him, her ankle held firm. Consequently, her delicate form was pulled back, tumbling once more, landing softly in his embrace, propped up by her hands. Thus, she found herself once again atop him. Do you take me for a fool? You call this not having done anything wrong? Truly, that is utterly mischievous. Moreover, attempting to escape after mischief? Feeling rejuvenated today, are we? Yesterday, I should not have taken care of you. Let's see how you manage. He spoke with a smirk, uttering words that contradicted his true feelings. Such brazenly stealing a kiss from oneself is certainly a habit that should not be cultivated, at least not at this moment. Although he displayed a somewhat fierce demeanor, Wan'an found herself unafraid. Instead, she pouted, her little hands gently resting on his chest, maintaining a distance. Fearful of having her face pinched or facing other forms of punishment. This is, of course, your care for me. And I wish to express my gratitude with a reward for you. Surely you do not dislike it. She huffed playfully, attempting to escape. Yet Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, rendering her little hands powerless as they collided once more against his chest. His grip tightened, preventing Wan'an from fleeing. In an instant, her delicate form quivered. I have no interest in such things. Do not think to deceive me. He chuckled, stating that having done something mischievous, she must face the consequences, and now he intended to give her a playful spank. He then raised his large palm, shaking it in the air before gently bringing it down. Smack! Ouch! That stings. Meow! To her surprise, he truly followed through. It didn't hurt much. Nearly a playful challenge against him. Adopting a sharp, yet adorably fierce tone, she protested, feeling quite indignant. What is this? How can a beautiful girl like me be treated with disdain? Chen is the worst. He struck her left side, then swiftly followed with the right, and again the left. With each playful tap, rather than yielding, Wan'an's expression grew more defiant, revealing her tiny tiger teeth, her cheeks flushed with color. Her cries persisted, growing increasingly hoarse as the moments passed. Chen began to sense that the atmosphere had shifted. What am I doing? Oh no, these wicked hands. He realized that another area had also become quite sensitive. With her so close, he must refrain from any further movements, lest things escalate. Observing Chen halt his hands, the blushing cat girl leaned in, locking eyes with him once more. Out of energy, are we? Now it's my turn. She then embraced him, their foreheads touching. Her delicate nose brushing against his, her lips aimed directly at the target. Mwah. She believed this sudden kiss would leave the audacious Chen utterly dazed. However, upon opening her eyes, she found him smirking, his gaze sparkling with mischief. Silly girl, your kiss technique is rather poor. Did you think kissing was akin to sipping bubble tea? He gently chided her, realizing that despite Wan'an being a brilliant student, she still had considerable room for growth in certain areas. It was my first time as well. What do you suggest I do? She felt a slight blush creep over her cheeks in front of Chen. Despite having kissed him numerous times, none had ever stirred excitement or nostalgia within him. Rather, she had faced his criticism. Reflecting on the last time they were beneath the table, kissing passionately, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. At this moment, their eyes met, and she noticed his slightly mocking gaze, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide for a while. Her large, beautiful eyes began to dart away, fearing that he truly did not like her. However, Chen unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist and effortlessly flipped their positions, assuming a dominant stance. Whoosh! The timid girl lost her balance and was gently laid down on the bed. The sudden shift made her anxious, worried she might end up receiving a playful bump on the head. Yet, with a playful smirk, Chen raised one corner of his mouth and, in a voice both gentle and magnetic, asked, "What now? Shall I teach you?" "Silly girl, I will demonstrate for you just once, so pay close attention." Then, he placed one elbow on the mattress and propped up beside her head, creating an intimate barrier. His hand slowly descended, the distance between them subtly diminishing. 5 millimeters, 3 millimeters, 1 millimeter, 1 micrometer. Gazing at his suddenly alluring face, Wan'an felt an overwhelming surge of nervousness. Chen, I'm not ready yet. Her small face flushed crimson as her toes curled in anxiety. Her heart raced like a startled deer, instinctively exhibiting a hint of shyness. For this was overwhelmingly embarrassing. Chapter 53. Stop pouting, I feel like I'm melting. Am I too foolish? Teach me, please. How tempting, I can't stand it, I'm on the verge of shouting out loud. Chen remained silent, for the atmosphere must not be disrupted. Yet his gaze had already provided the answer. Wan'an gazed into his deep, alluring eyes, momentarily intoxicated as if under the influence of alcohol. Chen's eyes possessed such an enchanting allure, reminiscent of a darkened protagonist from a novel, captivating girls even more than during his gentle moments. This was the first time she had witnessed Chen display such a bewitching demeanor, a sight that felt timeless. The heart of a young girl was utterly shaken. Soon, Chen leaned in, their noses touching. For a few seconds, Wan'an closed her eyes, absorbing the moment, seemingly learning something new, and wished to lift her little face to meet his. Chen smiled, amused at her eagerness to take the lead. However, a large hand pressed against her forehead. Thwarting her intentions, Wan'an, initially emboldened and even desiring to embrace him, lost her courage as he restrained her. Opening her eyes to meet his calm, serene gaze, her large eyes reflected a hint of petulance. Hmph, is it only you who can assert your strength? Chen, you're being quite mischievous, but I like it. Hehe. 15 seconds later, with a soft peck, they parted. Have you learned? Wan'an remained lost in the enchanting atmosphere, abruptly returning to reality, feeling as though everything was a dream. She had indeed gleaned some valuable insights, brimming with substance. She instinctively replied. Chen merely smiled. Once he regained his composure, he pondered what he had just done. Was he truly teaching Wan'an this? What if she mastered it and approached him every day? He was digging his own grave. Yet, at this moment, regret was futile, after all. Who could blame her for being adorably foolish? In the end, it seemed the outcome wouldn't be too dire. Wiping his mouth, he attempted to rise, feeling somewhat awkward in his position. However, Wan'an sensed his movement and immediately pulled him back. Wait, you can't leave like a little kitten being ruthlessly petted by its owner. He tried to depart, yet the kitten refused to let go. What? I've already suffered so much today, and you want to let me go? He tugged at her, realizing her grip had tightened. Her legs wrapped around his back, and they remained entangled. What a predicament! He should have chosen to escape earlier. Wan'an continued, ready to unleash the words she had held back for so long. Chen, I like you. I adore your cherry blossom scent. I cherish every dish you cook. I admire your unintentional tenderness, and I appreciate all the little details about you. So, since I like you so much, could you please be my boyfriend? With her eyes tightly shut, she embraced him firmly. I promise to be good. If you say go west, I will never go south. Chen, still somewhat dazed, took a moment to comprehend that she had mustered the courage to boldly confess her feelings. She skillfully leveraged the previously cultivated atmosphere of ambiguity to express a torrent of sweet nothings with fervor. Chen was taken aback. Awaiting the moment, the girl's eyes fluttered open, meeting his gaze that danced with shyness, her large, glistening eyes shimmering with uncertainty. He yearned to capture Wan'an's fleeting glance, for it was utterly delightful. The silence enveloped them, both at a loss for words. Naturally, Wan'an felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she pondered her next move. As they maintained their gaze, a flicker of excitement ignited within his eyes, soon suppressed by his innate, straightforward disposition. Hadn't they agreed to remain passive for life? What was this sudden thrill that had arisen? He sensed that if Wan'an uttered a few more words, he would be unable to resist her allure. He offered a slight smile. Such beautiful thoughts. Please, let go. Alas, it was a futile plea. Just moments ago, she had relented, seizing her chance to escape. Yet now, as she spoke, her small hand tightened once again, evoking an amusing sense of helplessness. Wan'an, gently rebuffed, wore a look of profound disappointment. However, recalling the taste of Chen's lips, she was instantly filled with confidence. With her soft little head and fluffy cat ears, she nuzzled against him twice, casting aside all hesitation to first indulge in a playful display of affection. Don't be so heartless. I'm feeling sad. Woe is me, reflecting on how he had cared for her the previous night. Such a tender man was one she must hold on to for a lifetime. Chen felt a tickling sensation in his chest, squinting his handsome eyes as he turned his head away, striving to conceal his pleased expression from her. Unable to resist, he turned back and playfully poked her sides. Once. Twice. Wan'an was caught off guard by his tactic. She stifled her laughter, feigning indifference to the ticklishness, determined not to grant him victory. Yet, after just a couple of seconds, she could no longer contain herself. Oh, that's ticklish. No more. No more yet. She held on tightly. Even if she felt like bursting with laughter, she refused to relent. Let go, and I won't tickle you. Chen gazed at her, nestled in his arms, striving to suppress her laughter, finding her utterly adorable, no less charming than Pikachu. Wan'an looked up, her bangs tousled, and declared playfully, "Hmph. I want to let go. Chen, you are my happiness. How could I possibly let happiness slip away? I must hold on to it tightly." With a childlike innocence, she continued, albeit her words became a jumbled mess due to her ticklishness. So, will you be my boyfriend? Is that all right, Brother Gu? She said, her voice trailing off sweetly. The final notes lingering in the air, a soothing balm to his ears. She opened her delicate mouth, her tongue gently caressing his cheek. Much like a kitten unleashing its most fervent display of affection, even a cold-blooded assassin would be compelled to stroke those feline ears. Gu Chen found himself unable to resist. His heart stirred by the myriad of her playful antics. Wan'an. All right, I concede, he said, feeling a rush of warmth wash over his face. Though it flushed crimson as he realized that if this continued, things might escalate in unexpected ways, prompting him to intervene. Upon hearing this, Wan'an was nearly elated enough to leap in joy. However, she did not retract her tongue immediately. Instead, she deftly positioned herself to lightly poke the corners of Gu Chen's mouth with her tongue, as if sealing a promise, implying that once agreed, there could be no retraction. Gu Chen felt as if his lips had been lightly electrified, a warm sensation coursing through him, revealing just how thrilled Wan'an truly was. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, attempting to articulate his thoughts, only to inadvertently lick his lips. Oh no, he had succumbed to the potent allure of this enchanting girl. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice. Don't get too carried away. This boyfriend business has its limits. He only intended to establish a boundary. Before he could finish, Wan'an, sensing his thoughts, gently interrupted. What limits? Is it? Suddenly inspired, she proposed. A lifetime? Or perhaps 100 years? 200? Well then, it's settled. Hooray. Wan'an reveled in her own excitement, while Gu Chen rolled his eyes, thinking, is there really any difference? Just say where you want to be buried. He reached out, playfully flicking her forehead, a tender smile gracing his face. Dream on. It's a mere half-month at most. Given her affectionate demeanor, he felt compelled to agree, though he pondered the need for a girlfriend if it meant dealing with such emotional turmoil. Let us start with half a month and see how it goes. What? Wan'an gasped, as if he had just delivered the most shocking news of her life. Gu Chen regarded her incredulously. Her expression suggested she believed he was on the verge of demise. She shook her head defiantly, refusing to accept it, the cat-like girl stubbornly insisting. Chapter 54. A boyfriend for a month. Truly, it cannot be any less. No, a fortnight is far too brief. With a flicker of her eyes, she ventured a small request. At the very least, the duration should extend to 80 years, right? Her large, sincere eyes gazed earnestly into his. 80 years. Might as well suggest we be buried together, he mused. What significance would an expiration date hold then? By that time, half of Wan'an's body would already be in the earth. Wan'an blinked and, with an innocent smile, took his suggestion to heart. Well, that's acceptable. Let us go with it. Gu Chen pinched her small face lightly, finding her naively adorable, yet lamentably unloved. That's unacceptable. Huh, what about 70 years? It truly cannot be any less. She gently shook off his hand, stubbornly determined. Is that what you call unacceptable? What about others who might have room for negotiation? No, he stated firmly. 60. No. 50. How beautiful. In the end, after much haggling, 1 year should suffice, right? It truly cannot be any less. She would be utterly exhausted. Gu Chen was not in a much better position either. Too much at most. A month would be the limit. Otherwise, it would be off the table. He declared seriously, realizing that if this continued, he would be tempted to concede even more. Huh? Not even half a year? Her little face looked quite pitiful, nuzzling against him, yet Gu Chen remained resolute. Then it's off the table? Fine, fine, a month it is. Truly, I've never encountered anyone like you. Ultimately, she chose the lowest requirement. Otherwise, it would be nothing at all. Her small face nestled entirely against his chest. Contemplating how to transform this 1 month duration into 2 months, or even a year, or perhaps longer. However, she need not fret. For when two people genuinely like each other and reunite, all predetermined durations vanish without a trace. Not even the cataclysmic collapse of the heavens could sever their bond. Gu Chen felt the warmth of her small face against his chest, the gentle rhythm of her breath permeating through his shirt, creating a cozy sensation. He sighed in relief, tenderly stroking her head. So soft and compliant, yet what sort of idle life is it having a girlfriend? A month isn't too long, is it? He would never have imagined that the ensuing month of their relationship would last a lifetime. Thus, they reached an agreement for a month. He suddenly added a final stipulation. During this month, you must behave and refrain from any excessive antics, lest you become an unfit girlfriend, he said, playfully ruffling her pitiful little face. Wan'an was evidently displeased, her voice elongated. Not even excessive actions are permitted. What difference does that make from having none at all? She muttered quietly. And Chen barely caught her words, gently brushing her hair away from her face. He inquired, "What did you say?" "Nothing, it's just wonderful." She forced a smile, though her heart felt quite aggrieved. Wan'an's gaze shifted, suddenly recalling, right. Since we are in a romantic relationship now, shouldn't we also change how we address each other? She made a modest request of her boyfriend regarding his manner of address. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that it perhaps wasn't necessary. Indeed, she noted that many boys affectionately refer to their girlfriends as baby, little heart, or sweetheart. Thus, she encouraged him to select one from these endearing terms, listing them all before him for his perusal. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she fixed her gaze upon him, playfully shaking her cat ears in a display of excitement. "Oh dear, isn't that a bit too mushy?" he remarked, his face betraying a look of mild discomfort. She tilted her head adorably, fidgeting as she teased, "Hmph, are you really unwilling? How about Wan'an, or perhaps little fairy? Choose one." Reluctantly, yet with a hint of affection in his expression, he acquiesced. "All right, let us go with an." "Ah, that works," she replied, though a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her features. She mused that adding baby as a suffix would have made it perfect. "I want to hear it more. Could you call me a few times?" "Well," he hesitated. "Can I? It's quite a trivial request after all, considering I've just become your boyfriend." She was cleverly leveraging her position as his girlfriend to gain a little more. "Okay then, Anin." He looked at her with an endearing smile. "Hey, Wan'an," she obediently responded. "Anin, hey, hey, Anin, hey, hey, hey." After several repetitions, only when the little one grew tired did she feel satisfied, blissfully resting her head on his chest. Although she released his legs, her arms remained tightly wrapped around him. "Just one more minute of hugging. I'm so happy." She then ventured another small request. Sitting on the bed, after she had drawn closer, Chen instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, enveloping her in a warm embrace. The happiness they shared was profound, second only to that felt with their parents. A moment later, a soft voice floated to his ears. Chen, may I ask you something? How is it that you take such good care of girls? Have you perhaps had prior relationships?" She recalled the sweet ginger tea he had prepared for her yesterday, meticulously filtering out the residue to present her with a bowl of pure sweetness, a testament to his attentiveness. Chen sensed a twinge of jealousy in her tone. "Did you care for someone else in the same way?" she seemed to imply. She released her grip, her previously innocent gaze now tinged with a hint of mock indignation as she pouted at him. The sight of her inexplicable jealousy struck him as humorous. It was evident she was conjuring scenarios from thin air. "What are you imagining in that little head of yours?" "The reason I care for you so well is simply because I've researched it online," he replied smoothly, devoid of any hesitation, affirming that she was his sole girlfriend. Indeed, he had consulted the internet, but his attentiveness was merely a reflection of his nature. Wan'an gazed into his eyes, still feeling a twinge of unease. Ultimately, she obediently acquiesced, exclaiming, "I trust you," secretly contemplating that even if he had an ex, or if his striking looks attracted other women, she was still the sole rightful partner. Others could only remain on the periphery. With that thought, she felt satisfied, only then realizing her stomach was empty. The cat-like girl shook her head and smiled, utterly adorable. "Let's have a meal. I've cooked your favorite." "All right." He rose as well. However, upon witnessing Wan'an hesitantly get out of bed like a little kitten ready to pounce, his heart melted a bit. Without a second thought, he wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting the little princess in his embrace. Amid her astonished gaze, he carried her to the hall, gently lowering her onto a chair. Wan'an's cheeks flushed. In that princess-carrying posture, she had imagined Chen would indulge her, but it turned out he merely brought her to the hall. Nevertheless, she felt content, her little feet swinging in the air, her mind filled with the image of his handsome profile while he held her. Was this what boyfriend power meant? How wonderful! He went to wash his face and tidy his hair, refreshing himself before returning to sit across from her, gazing at the breakfast spread. Lowering his head, he took a sip of the porridge, discovering it lacked any remarkable flavor, rather unappetizing, as if insufficient sugar had been added. However, the red dates were quite vibrant, serving as a delightful garnish. It seemed that Wan'an's little cherries had been exceptionally sweet this morning, making everything else taste insufficiently sweet in comparison, leading to this sense of diminished appetite. Chapter 55. Why is it so unusual for me to treat you well? He lightly tapped his forehead, bewildered by his own thoughts. Raising his gaze to the woman across from him, he observed her gently picking up a small spoon, feeding a bit at a time into her delicate mouth. Her lips were indeed small, capable of holding only a few morsels at once, yet she possessed an astonishing appetite. Approximately 6 pearls of tapioca at a time would vanish, often sticking to the corners of her mouth, prompting her to extend her tiny tongue to lick them away. How utterly adorable! He glanced at the phone on the table to check the time, realizing it was getting late. How could Wan'an, the company's female CEO, remain so unperturbed? Wan'an, do hurry and eat. You're about to be late for work, and I will take you down shortly, he remarked. Once this little one was sent off, he could indulge in gaming or watching anime, pure bliss. Upon hearing this, her expression initially conveyed reluctance, a playful pout adorning her lips. Hmph, why won't you change how you address me? That title lacks sweetness. She gently tapped the bowl with her spoon, producing a delightful clink. All right, Wan'an, is that better? Hmph, she replied, her cheerful face flushed with excitement. Looking up, she smiled sweetly. Chen, you're off today, aren't you? How coincidental. I am as well. You must be quite lonely at home. I shall stay and keep you company. Isn't that delightful? Wan'an wiggled her little feet, an impish grin spreading across her face. Chen paused for a moment, realizing that this girl was once again being mischievous. He had anticipated such an outcome. Nevertheless, when she actually voiced it, he felt a twinge of unexpected joy. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Wan'an, noticing his slightly taken-aback expression, covered her mouth and giggled. Chen, you look so manly. As he savored the red date porridge, he also took a bite of the stir-fried cabbage that Wan'an had prepared. She was no culinary expert, so she simply sought the most basic cabbage, knowing that as long as she controlled the salt, it would suffice. Even if it turned out unpalatable, it wouldn't waste any expensive ingredients. With a large piece of cabbage in her mouth, she covertly glanced at him, hoping for praise. However, unbeknownst to her, the cabbage was salty while the porridge was sweet, and combining the two would create a rather peculiar taste. Furthermore, the leaves were enormous. Each leaf was nearly the size of her tiny hand. Was she cutting the cabbage based on the size of her own palm? Out of consideration for her enthusiasm, Chen refrained from commenting on the cabbage. Fortunately, after taking a bite, he discovered it was not too unpleasant. Her culinary skills had indeed improved somewhat. Yet, the leaves were excessively large. In Wan'an's eyes, he resembled a little pig devouring the cabbage, gnawing on it for 5 bites before finally swallowing it down with a mouthful of rice. The sight of him munching away, his mouth smeared with oil, amused her greatly. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, making a sound reminiscent of a goose. Goose, goose, goose. She nearly collapsed onto the table from laughter. However, the moment their eyes met, she instantly quelled her smile, feeling embarrassed and obediently lowering her head to continue eating. In an effort to conceal her amusement from Chen, she was nearly overwhelmed with laughter, almost spilling her food. Chen, noticing her expression, immediately addressed her with a playful remark. The dumplings are too large. Next time, cut them smaller, understood? Upon hearing this, Wan'an became animated, responding eagerly. Sure, I will definitely make that adjustment. Yet, she ultimately succumbed to laughter. As she lowered her gaze to sip her porridge, she found her bowl nearly devoid of red dates, having consumed them quickly. However, she had promised Chen a great deal, nearly a bowl of porridge and half a bowl of dates. Suddenly, a vibrant red object brushed against her lips, moistened by her saliva. Puzzled, she looked up, her eyes fluttering like delicate butterflies. To her surprise, it was a red date, which Chen had delicately placed into her mouth. Seeing that she had yet to swallow, he smiled gently. Red dates are excellent for you. You should eat more to replenish your energy and blood. Now, open wide. His eyes sparkled invitingly, and his tone was soothing. Although Wan'an initially intended to push it away, her body seemed to respond as if enchanted, parting her lips to accept it. As she regained her senses, the date was already in her mouth, sweet and fragrant. The discomfort she usually felt had diminished, and she marveled at his attentiveness. Her heart raced with excitement, and an amusing thought crossed her mind, causing her eyes to shine brightly. Subsequently, not only did she consume the date he offered, but she also playfully bit down on his chopsticks, chewing them as if they were a delicacy. They had set the table with both chopsticks and a spoon, but Chen had a preference for chopsticks. She savored the moment, closing her eyes in delight, as if the chopsticks themselves were a delectable treat. Chen, bemused, thought to himself, hey, don't chew on my chopsticks. Let go. With a gentle tug, he retrieved them, realizing her petite stature belied her firm grip. With a mischievous grin, Wan'an squeezed the date pit from her small mouth onto the table. As she prepared to continue her meal, another red date appeared before her. Open wide, he urged, playfully teasing her with the date suspended in the air. Wan'an was taken aback, nearly leaping with joy at Chen's thoughtful gesture of feeding her red dates. Without hesitation, she revealed her little tiger teeth and bit down eagerly. With each date she consumed, Chen remarked, "All for you. Quickly restore your energy so you can return to work tomorrow." His true wish was for her health to improve. As she stuffed a few dates into her mouth, Wan'an attempted to speak, but her words were stifled, leaving her silent. Her petite mouth was full, yet her excited expression clearly conveyed her gratitude. Eventually, after devouring half of the red date porridge, he retracted his hand and settled down, casting a glance at the chopsticks she had used several times, hesitating to take a bite. Observing this, Wan'an assumed he was repulsed and felt a twinge of disappointment, rising to fetch him a fresh pair of chopsticks. However, noticing her movement, he promptly placed the chopsticks in his mouth and casually scooped a mouthful of rice. Wan'an was momentarily taken aback, returning to her seat on the bench. Yet her little face radiated joy. Indeed, Chen loves me. Just moments ago, he had feigned a slight disdain, especially after Wan'an had been so boastful. Upon seeing her disappointment, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he tasted the dish, savoring its flavor. The sweetness of the red date porridge, initially mild, blossomed into a delightful taste. A little while later, Wan'an inquired, "Chen, what are your plans for today?" As she scraped the last remnants of porridge, her sparkling eyes eagerly awaited his response. "Aside from playing games and sleeping, what else is there to do? Are we perhaps going out?" He replied nonchalantly, continuing to munch on the hard cabbage. Wan'an, her eyes twinkling with excitement, exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. I was thinking the same. Let's south head to Jingtuan Park. It's nearby and has recreational facilities. There's a large lake where we can go boating. How wonderful is that? Hehe, I'm so clever." Chapter 56, A Delayed Date. Wan'an revealed a subtle yet radiant smile. Chen rubbed his forehead, pondering whether he had misspoken earlier, as her demeanor seemed to suggest a boldness that was unexpected. Did she not comprehend my implicit refusal? Observing her readiness, his lips twitched in exasperation. It appeared he was experiencing a sentiment akin to that of Charlotte from a film. What a predicament. Wait, did this sound like an invitation to a date? A date? It indeed seemed to be an essential aspect of their budding relationship. His eyes brightened at the prospect. If Wan'an were interested, then he would be her official boyfriend. And fulfilling this modest wish of hers was certainly feasible. After a prolonged period of labor at the company, it was indeed time to unwind, though he hoped to avoid the burden of carrying numerous purchases for her. Well, an outing was acceptable, but she must heed my directives. No frivolous shopping, no extravagant dining, and absolutely no peculiar antics in public. His brow furrowed slightly. Avoiding greasy and spicy foods was a must during her menstrual period. And he certainly did not wish to attract attention by engaging in sudden embraces or kisses in a crowded park, where they could easily become a spectacle, perhaps even captured and broadcasted online. In the office, he could tolerate her playful whims, for it was her domain, and she held the reins there. However, in their home or other public venues, his girlfriend must comply with his wishes. That was the essence of domestic authority. Well, I suppose that's acceptable. Initially, she was quite exuberant, but upon hearing the restrictions, her expression dimmed, and her little feet fidgeted in discontent. Nevertheless, Wan'an was never one to simply obey. She hopped off her chair and swiftly dashed to the sink, diligently washing the dishes with enthusiasm. In any case, she was still quite thrilled, for technically speaking, a trip to the park constituted a long overdue date. She grabbed her phone, eager to head out, her excitement making her oblivious to everything else as she skipped along, humming a cheerful tune. Chen paused for a moment, then swiftly grasped the back of her collar. "Are you truly going out in that attire? You must change your clothes." He lifted her effortlessly, much like one would with a kitten. Wan'an stepped back, glancing at her outfit. She had not discarded her cat-made costume, and being lifted, she could not escape. With her adorably tilted eyes, she pouted. "What's wrong? Don't you like my maid dress?" Chen instinctively replied, his tone serious. "It's not that I dislike it in any case. We are not attending a comic convention. If we wish to visit Jing Mountain Park, you must change out of that outfit." Recognizing the authoritative tone in his voice, she sensed that this ensemble was meant solely for his eyes. Indeed, such an adorable cat maid was not something he wished to share with anyone else, and for no particular reason. Wan'an gazed at him, momentarily overwhelmed by the desire to bite into his icy visage, hoping to warm and melt it with her gentle touch. However, before she could initiate a passionate kiss, Chen swiftly pulled her back into the room, rummaging through a selection of casual attire suitable for both genders, and dressed her in a piece from her freshman year. The smallest size in white, paired with her own jeans. Yet, this shirt was still rather large, nearly obscuring her jeans entirely, leaving one to wonder if she wore anything beneath. Although oversized, the neckline was snug, preventing her shoulders from inadvertently revealing themselves, lest he find himself constantly adjusting it. Chen donned a refreshing ensemble of black casual wear complemented by a matching jacket. Indeed, he had a penchant for the color black. The jacket was the same one he wore yesterday, a precaution against the chill. Once adorned in white sneakers, Wan'an could hardly contain her excitement, bouncing at the door like a child eager to visit relatives for a feast. Observing her playful antics, he took out his phone, suddenly pondering. "Aren't you bringing the car keys?" Wan'an furrowed her brows, replying, "What car keys? There's south nowhere to park, and besides, I don't wish to drive." She lightly tapped her toes in anticipation, as if she had been prepared to answer this query all along. "What? Are we walking there?" She continued. "Oh dear. You really are a bit dim. Of course, we're just going to get some change to take the bus." Her eyes blinked playfully. In truth, it wasn't that parking was a challenge. It was simply that driving would prevent her from sitting beside him, from resting her small head upon his shoulder. Moreover, their excursion to the park was intended to pass the time and unwind. Did they wish to conclude it so swiftly? Absolutely not. Chen, perplexed, could not fathom why one would forego a luxury vehicle simply for amusement. Nevertheless, conceding to her adorable demeanor, he decided to indulge her whims. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved the keys and ventured out, descending to the supermarket to exchange some bills for coins before arriving at the bus stop to wait. He was to take the 302 bus, with his phone indicating an 11-minute wait. Now that Wan'an was officially his girlfriend, they could hold hands in public without reservation. As they clasped hands, she nestled her head against his arm, blissfully resting on his shoulder, though his height necessitated that she stand on her tiptoes to achieve this comfort, a task she relished. The bus stop featured benches, and Wan'an gently tugged at him, coaxing him to sit on the long bench, making it easier for her to lean against him. Chen sighed in resignation, covering his face. Among the others waiting for the bus were various men and women. To the right, a woman clad in revealing attire, initially casual in her demeanor, suddenly followed Chen with her gaze, internally exclaiming how handsome he was, lamenting his relationship status, especially since his girlfriend was equally stunning. Once self-assured, she now found herself enveloped in a veil of despondency. The bus approached slowly as Wan'an, on the verge of dozing off, hastily rummaged through her pockets, compelled by the gaze of the young man beside her, to extract a few coins and deposit them into the fare box. Chen had intended to occupy a seat in the middle, as it would afford him a brief respite from the clingy presence of this little companion. However, Wan'an, with a huff and a pout, insisted on dragging him to the back where 2 seats were available. He could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Once everyone settled, the bus roared to life. While the passengers admired the scenery outside, Wan'an's gaze remained fixated on him. Her attention was drawn to a woman seated directly in front of Chen, whose attire was audaciously revealing, exposing her waist and legs, adorned with high heels and crimson lips, complemented by a pair of striking earrings. The mature allure exuded by this woman sent ripples of insecurity through Wan'an, awakening her instincts like a startled kitten. It felt almost deliberate that this woman occupied the seat right before Chen, making it exceedingly difficult for him to avert his eyes. The intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the woman further exacerbated Wan'an's feelings of inadequacy. Unbeknownst to her, it was the natural allure of her own essence that was truly captivating. With her large, expressive eyes darting between Chen and the woman ahead, the jealousy within her stirred uncontrollably. Chapter 57. The red string was removed, and she lay back, humming softly. However, in truth, Chen merely wished to glimpse the content displayed on the bus's screen. Yet, in front of him, a corner of her shoulder slipped down, revealing fair skin, which was undeniably striking. His gaze inadvertently flickered over, though it was not intentional. Chen, why are you still looking ahead? Well, who is it really that captivating? She could no longer contain herself, making a fuss. Chen, slightly puzzled, found Wan'an extending her delicate hands to cup his cheeks, gently twisting his face to redirect his gaze back to her. Can't you spare a moment to look at me? She pouted, her little cheeks puffed out adorably, her nose scrunched up in a jealous manner, making him want to reach out and pinch her cheeks, curious if she would puff out her lips in response. I wasn't. He attempted to clarify. Liar, your eyes were fixed just now, she retorted, then began to take the matter seriously. What's wrong with a little exposure? If you want to see, you could just tell me. I could show you too. With a hint of jealousy, She lightly tugged at her shoulder, exposing her beautiful shoulder further, complemented by her pouting, flushed face, which was irresistibly tempting. Chen found himself entranced for a moment. She was truly stunning. The loose-fitting garment she wore hung wide around her delicate frame, making it easy for her shoulder to be revealed with just a slight tilt. However, there were other passengers on the bus. Even though their seats were somewhat secluded, she should not be so careless. With a playful smile, he teased, "You fool. Pull it up. I don't like looking at that." He feigned sternness, then added, "You better not let it show again, or beware of me pinching your little face." Wan'an, momentarily taken aback by his mock severity, displayed a hint of grievance on her small face. Seeing her dazed expression and her reluctance to adjust her attire, he took it upon himself to help her pull it up. As he adjusted one side, the other loosened, so he ended up tightening both sides a little too much, nearly causing her discomfort, prompting her to stick out her little tongue. Okay, I've been good. I won't fuss anymore," she declared, though despite being scolded, her heart brimmed with happiness. She leaned in closer, her little face gently brushing against his serious countenance, planting a soft kiss. This sweet gesture melted away his stern expression, and he reached out to ruffle her hair, feeling helpless against her sudden affection. With a giggle, she nestled back into his embrace, playfully tracing circles on his chest. Chen rested his chin atop her head, feeling a delightful tickle as he recalled the moment he had caught a glimpse of her radiant shoulder. Wan'an's skin was so fair it seemed as if a mere touch could release milk, while his own complexion appeared somewhat dull in comparison. It was undeniable that after being playfully tempted by Wan'an, he felt no desire to gaze upon any other woman. In truth, there was nothing to begin with. It was merely a matter of having just become her boyfriend, rendering him rather sensitive. The woman in the front had been secretly reveling in her own delight, as the couple behind had nearly ignited a quarrel, albeit one laced with ambiguity. She felt as though she had inadvertently conjured a plethora of romantic gestures, compelling her to pull up the shoulder that had intentionally slipped down. The surrounding passengers, both male and female, cast curious glances, their expressions filled with intrigue. The bus was quite crowded, and notably, apart from Wan'an and Chen, all others were single or recently separated. Everyone was silently consuming this display of affection, which felt somewhat bittersweet yet oddly delightful. Shortly thereafter, Wan'an nestled in his embrace, initially hoping to catch a brief nap, so that upon waking, she would find herself at the destination. Chen felt her delicate hair brushing against him, a warmth radiating that made him wish for her to cease her movements. He reached out to gently touch her little nose, hoping to soothe her into slumber. However, as he lifted his hand, he noticed the absence of the red string on his fair wrist. Where's the red string?" Wan'an queried, extending her small hand to grasp his larger one. Scrutinizing it carefully, the red string was nowhere to be found. Chen rolled his eyes, teasingly retorting, "Silly girl, you've got the wrong hand. It's this one." He tugged at his hand, which was pinned beneath her. A hand adorned with the red string was raised high before her eyes. Upon glancing up, she beheld his bright, twinkling eyes, and her lips curled into a smile. "Oh, you scared me. I thought you had taken it off. That would have been disastrous." Wan'an, as if having recovered something precious, reached out to hold his hand, examining the red string closely. The earlier panic of its disappearance was now replaced with relief. Realizing it had merely been on the other hand, she recognized that since falling for him, she had become increasingly foolish. Chen, slightly amused, initially intended to jest further, but his heart softened at her endearing demeanor. He playfully tickled her sides to elicit laughter. "I'll do as you say, then." The ticklish sensation at her waist made her feel like he was teasing her, prompting her to retaliate by tickling his chin or armpit. Unfortunately, his sense of humor was rather high, and she found herself at a loss, diving into his embrace to escape his playful antics. No. They indulged in their affection for a while a nearby office worker, munching on a creamy breakfast bun, observed the pair. Within a mere meter of their shared, tender atmosphere, the worker suddenly found the bun in his bowl utterly bland. How was this display of affection so delectable? "I want more." The bus swiftly arrived at a stop near Jingchuan Park. Accompanying her for a few steps, they soon reached the grand entrance of the park. No admission fee was required, as it was not a theme park. Jingchuan Park, although lacking the extensive facilities of an amusement park, boasts a rich historical heritage. Established by the government in 1990 to commemorate the renowned anti-Japanese hero and literary figure, Mr. Tang Jingchuan, during the Ming Dynasty's Jiajing era. This garden artfully blends historical significance with natural beauty. The park features a picturesque environment with well-designed attractions, primarily divided into areas such as Mr. Tang Jingchuan's reading spot, the burial site, a spacious lawn for activities, a flower and bonsai viewing area, and a children's aquatic play zone. The layout of the park is centered around a serene landscape of gentle slopes and tranquil lakes, reflecting contemporary gardening aesthetics. Naturally, Wan'an's youthful spirit was not merely to admire the garden scenery. A gentle breeze caressed her ears as she playfully hopped away, her hand finally released as she dashed forward. Her attention was drawn to several pomegranate trees ahead, laden with plump, crimson fruits that were irresistibly captivating. She reached out to grasp one, but alas, the lower fruits had already been picked clean. Even with her tiptoes atop a brick, she could not reach them. Chapter 58. Am I adorable? The fruits borne by the trees in Lin Yuan may not be freely plucked, yet when they fall ripe to the ground, is it not a waste? Chen, as if tending to a child, approached her from behind, reaching out to the fruit without hastening to pick it. Instead, he looked down at her, chuckling softly, mocking her for not being tall enough. However, Wan'an was not angered. She stretched her small hands with a look of yearning for the fruit. I want that one. Just that one, please. Chen had no intention of easily granting her request, yet upon witnessing her adorable demeanor, reminiscent of an infant seeking nourishment from an adult, he found himself unable to resist. He plucked the ripest fruit from the branch, effortlessly breaking it open, revealing several juicy red seeds within. He placed it in Wan'an's hands, as though she were cradling precious pearls. Burying her little head, she took a bite. So sour, she murmured quietly. Although the fruit was red, it was not akin to what one would purchase from a store. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, who was merely curious, she blinked her beautiful eyes and concocted a mischievous idea. With a change in her expression, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's truly sweet. Chen, come and have a taste." Upon hearing her peculiar tone, he sensed something amiss, a subtle hint of mischief. Raising an eyebrow, he teased her further. Astute as Gu Chen was, he discerned the underlying trickery and fixated on her evasive gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh, really sweet, is it? Then why not indulge a little more? He took half of the pomegranate, swiftly extracting several seeds, cupping them in his palm, and aimed them towards her little mouth. Wan'an looked on in disbelief, as if the jester had suddenly turned into her. Her tiny feet retreated in haste. Wait, don't. Regret was futile now. At least half of the pomegranate was crammed into her mouth, and instinctively, she bit down. Ah, so sour. Hmph. Naughty Chen. Stupid boy. The sourness pierced her heart. Yet she stubbornly retrieved a few seeds, and when he was distracted, she tiptoed and pressed them to his lips. Hmph. You must have some too. No one shall escape unscathed today. Gu Chen inadvertently bit into one, instantly coughing from the sourness. Whoa, ambush. He spat it out and turned to flee. Wan'an, undeterred, grabbed a few more seeds, her tiny hands full, chasing after him with the intent of forcing them into his mouth, determined to retaliate for his teasing. After their playful skirmish, both were left with fruit-stained mouths and decided to purchase a bottle of mineral water to cleanse themselves. After wandering a short distance, they stumbled upon a stall dedicated to selling cotton candy. Unable to resist the allure of sweets, Wan'an dashed toward it, her resistance to sugary delights utterly vanquished. Gu Chen, unable to catch her in time, had intended to remind her that indulging in sweets during her period was inadvisable, but he could only stand by and wait. Suddenly, a series of meows caught his attention, drawing him away as he discovered a corner of the wall where several stray cats were calling out. The feline creatures appear rather pitiful, being fed by a group of cat enthusiasts. However, most of these individuals seem to be young women, likely affluent, as evidenced by the premium cat food they purchase. Upon approaching, he soon realized that this place was a sanctuary for stray cats. It had been said that if one had small animals they could no longer care for, they could be released in Jingchuan Park, where the abundance of passers-by might lead to a benevolent soul adopting them. Unfortunately, the outcome was less than satisfactory, resulting in a burgeoning population of stray cats. Fortunately, the area lacked any ill-intentioned individuals. He rummaged through his coat pocket and discovered a packet of cat food, left over from his visit yesterday when he fed a mother cat. Today, it would serve perfectly for these strays. Crouching down, this strikingly handsome man scattered the cat food on the ground, instantly attracting a multitude of female cats, as well as the attention of several young women. The girls could hardly contain their excitement, whispering amongst themselves, "Oh my, this young man is so handsome. Is he alone? It seems he doesn't have a girlfriend. He must love animals. He must be very gentle. Surely, he won't refuse my request for WeChat? Oh, hurry up. Don't just talk. Go ask him. I'll treat you to Michelin dining." The allure of his charm left some girls utterly dazed, reminiscent of how Wan'an had once felt. As they chattered, Chen was tenderly stroking a kitten's head, bringing it comfort. Wan'an glanced over and noticed him surrounded by a throng of women, prompting her to abandon her cotton candy. With a pout, she hurried over on her short legs. Upon nearing, she realized he was indeed feeding the cats, and as she watched the little female cat revel in his affection, a tinge of jealousy stirred within her. She was accustomed to Chen's large hands, and the gentle caress always drew her in. Yet here he was, lavishing attention on a cat. Moreover, he was generously tossing a handful of cat food. Thus began her silent competition with the small creatures for his affection. Chen sensed an odd tension in the air and looked up to see Wan'an. Her cheeks puffed with indignation. "Hmph, I want to be petted too," she declared, crouching down, holding her cotton candy as she leaned towards him. "What are you doing?" she continued, nuzzling his arm. With a resigned sigh, he extended his other hand to stroke her, a bemused line forming on his forehead. Ever since she had become his girlfriend, she had been prone to bouts of jealousy, leaving him speechless. Wan'an basked in the sensation of his touch on her head, nearly swooning with delight, even almost dropping her cotton candy in her excitement. Suddenly, all the cats and people around them froze in astonishment. This young lady seemed to have transformed into a cat herself, exhibiting an endearing clinginess that rivaled that of the adorable kittens. Wan'an, still unwilling to concede, slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the handful of cat food that he had yet to set down. "I want to eat cat food too," she pouted, snatching the food away, denying it to the cats on the ground. The cats, having joyfully feasted on the morsels he had tossed earlier, only served to deepen her envy. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, bemused by the girl's jealousy over a cat, and now cat food? Surely, it could not come to that. "That's enough. You cannot eat it," he said, reclaiming the food, and playfully flicked her forehead, signaling her to quell her jealousy. "Don't you know I love you?" "Ah, that hurts," she exclaimed, pouting. Chen looked at the silly girl, bemused. "Honestly, this cat is already so pitiful, and you still wish to compete for its food. How unreasonable." He chided her lightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Realizing her folly, she rubbed her head and drew closer to assist in feeding the feline. Yet, not long after, jealousy resurfaced, for she noticed Chen showering affection on the cat, treating it with such kindness. In truth, the cat knew how to be endearing, much like herself. "Hmph. This cat is the cutest of them all. No wonder you adore it so much," she huffed. Chen, stroking the cat's back, listened to her slightly jealous remarks and chuckled, instinctively replying, "No matter how adorable the cat is, it cannot compare to you." Suddenly, he halted, as if he had inadvertently revealed a secret covering his mouth. Wan'an, upon hearing this, was instantly elated, brimming with joy. She tilted her head adorably and asked, "What did you say?" Chapter 59 unexpectedly became a lovey-dovey couple. Chen momentarily faltered, unable to lavish praise upon her in person, for he knew she would relish in that compliment for far too long. "It's nothing," he replied nonchalantly. Wan'an, who had initially sparkled with anticipation, now wore an expression of reluctance and earnestness. "Ah, speak up, will you? What is it? Don't just say half of it," she urged, inching closer and gently shaking his shoulder with her small hand. "Really, there is nothing," he retorted playfully, turning his face away with a grin. Wan'an's little face flushed with indignation, resembling a ripe tangerine. "I detest people who speak in half-truths. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll cling to you forever." With that, she waved her little hands, indicating her sharpness. Though she was aware of Chen's intentions, she longed to hear him explicitly declare her cuteness. Otherwise, her happiness would feel incomplete. Yet he remained obstinately silent, merely teasing her. She persisted, extending her tiny hands to entangle him, wrapping her arms around his neck, even playfully nibbling on his ear, imploring him to confess. Nearby, the onlooking cats and their admirers were left astounded, witnessing this display of affection. The cats, previously indulging in their meals, raised their heads in surprise. The allure of cat food faded in comparison to the sweetness of this spectacle. After a prolonged bout of playful insistence, Chen still refrained from uttering the words she desired, while Wan'an remained fixated on the matter. However, the cotton candy they shared gradually dissipated. Both wore smiles as the sun rose higher in the sky, leading them to a quaint gazebo, where a fair number of passers-by lingered. They yearned to sit and rest, but were taken aback to find a small baby carriage within the garden. Wan'an approached it with newfound seriousness, her curiosity piqued. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld a sleeping infant nestled inside. "Wow, whose baby is this? How did it end up here? Where is the mother?" she gasped, covering her mouth and leaning down to peer into the carriage, observing the little one as if it were her own child. Chen, meanwhile, scanned the vicinity and quickly deduced, with so few people around. Could it be that an adult had inadvertently left the child behind? He furrowed his brow, voicing his suspicion, to which Wan'an silently concurred. Her parents were not present, for had there been any strangers nearby, they would have intervened promptly. After an anxious 2 minutes passed with no adult in sight, Wan'an was nearly certain the child had been temporarily abandoned. In that moment, she embodied the essence of a concerned mother, feeling a wave of distaste for the notion of leaving an infant unattended in a public space. Hmph. Who could be so irresponsible as to leave a child alone here? Do they not realize the dangers involved? Though uncertain of the parents' intentions, she reasoned it was unlikely they had truly abandoned the child, especially since a car key, a BMW, lay within the carriage. Humph. When the child's parents arrive, we must have a serious talk with them. They ought to be taught a lesson, perhaps even taken to the police station for proper education. Wan'an muttered to herself, her heart filled with compassion as she gazed at the tiny baby, momentarily forgetting all about Chen. In the car, the infant, feeling uncomfortable in her sleep, stirred and suddenly awakened, letting out a soft cry. It was unmistakably the sound of a baby crying, not merely a playful whimper from Wan'an. A benevolent smile graced her lips as she gently placed a hand on the baby's chest, cooing, "Sweet baby, don't cry now. It's time to sleep." She was earnest in her efforts to soothe the child, visibly concerned about her ability to calm the little one. Watching her, Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of affection. If this girl were to have a child in the future, she would undoubtedly make a wonderful mother. The two decided to sit there and watch over the child, especially considering the prevalence of child abduction incidents in today's society. Chen suddenly recalled an important matter and gently patted her back, suggesting, "Wan'an, shall we wait here for an hour? If the parents haven't arrived by then, we can hand the child over to the police. After all, this is beyond our capability to resolve." He proposed a solution that balanced their concerns without wasting too much time. She nodded in agreement and continued her gentle lullabies to the baby. Suddenly, it struck her that Chen had yet to address her properly. Never mind, she decided to let it slide. Moments later, the infant drifted back to sleep, and the two sat on the bench, rocking the stroller gently. Wan'an had been murmuring about the irresponsibility of the child's parents. Looking at the baby in the basket, she turned to Chen, her expression serene, and said, Chen, don't you think the baby is adorable?" He nodded, acknowledging the undeniable cuteness of the little girl. Her diminutive form, from her head to her tiny feet, was indeed delightful, which made Wan'an particularly fond of children. As Chen admired the infant, Wan'an continued, Our little one in the future will surely be just as lovely." Instinctively, he replied yes. Upon realizing his quick agreement, Wan'an's bright eyes sparkled with joy. "Hehe. When shall we create one?" Chen rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat ensnared by her playful tactics. Wan'an's silly grin was like sunshine in winter, and he found himself momentarily entranced, taking a while to respond. "Who said I want to have a child with you?" he retorted. "First, learn to cook properly." "You silly girl," he scolded her lightly. Wan'an's eyes brightened again. Chen had not strongly objected. Elated, she nestled closer to him, like a cat seeking warmth. Soon, 5 minutes passed, the sun grew brighter, and many people began to enter the pavilion to seek refuge from the heat. A plump woman noticed the two young individuals pushing a stroller and was instantly drawn to them. Approaching, she inquired, "What a lovely child. Dear, is she yours? How many months old?" Wan'an was taken aback, not expecting to be mistaken for the child's mother. Yet, she refrained from clarifying, secretly pleased by the misunderstanding. Chen abruptly looked up, bewildered by the turn of events. One must not be misunderstood by outsiders. "Auntie, this is not." Yet, Wan'an swiftly covered his lips and interjected, "Indeed, Auntie, your discernment is truly remarkable." Her playful retort lingered in the air, for when presented with an opportunity to take advantage, why not seize it? She then turned and playfully winked at him. Upon hearing this, the aunt, covering her mouth in disbelief, was initially skeptical. "Wow. Having a child at such a young age? How rare?" she inquired. "Is it an early romance?" No. It's just that my husband dotes on me. And I am particularly fertile," Wan'an replied with a sincerity that almost suggested the truth of her statement. As Chen observed her earnestly spinning tales, he found himself unable to retort, his mouth still covered. Alas, he had been outmaneuvered by Wan'an. He resolved to settle the score later. After conversing with the aunt for a while, Wan'an felt elated. She cast a final glance at the adorable infant as they departed, offering a few parting blessings. Once they were alone, as expected, Chen bit his silver teeth in irritation and playfully smacked her bottom. Smack! Ouch! That hurts! She exclaimed, feigning distress. With a mock sternness, he warned, "Do you dare to continue your nonsense?" He then gently pinched her cheek, playfully kneading it. "Ah, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't bully me." Wan'an lamented, realizing that taking advantage came with its own set of repercussions. However, being perceived as a loving couple was indeed quite delightful. Chapter 60. Foolish one, shall we dive in together? After tidying her up for 5 minutes, Chen finally released her, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Half an hour later, Wan'an, who had been resting her head on his thigh, was nearly asleep when the baby's mother arrived. A woman adorned in gold and silver rushed over, visibly distressed, with traces of tears glistening on her face. "Baby." Upon her arrival, she immediately checked the child in the basket, cradling the infant in her arms and inspecting for any signs of trouble before she could finally relax. Turning her gaze to the two young individuals, she noticed Wan'an still rubbing her eyes. "Are you two looking after my child? Thank you so much. I called earlier, but I accidentally went to the wrong place and took quite some time to return. I truly appreciate your help." Upon realizing that the woman was the mother, Wan'an perked up, adopting a somewhat adult demeanor. In a crowded place like this, how could you just make a phone call without keeping an eye on your child? That is quite irresponsible. The young girl, despite her youth, proceeded to offer a gentle lecture to the woman in her 30s who had just given birth. Chen did not object, for they were fortunate to encounter kind-hearted individuals today. Had they run into someone malicious, the child might have been taken away before they could even comprehend the situation. A verbal reprimand was warranted. The woman nodded earnestly. And it was not until 2 minutes later, when Wan'an was nearly out of breath, that she concluded her admonishment. To express her gratitude, she produced a black card from her Hmph handbag and offered it to them for use at their discretion. Chen promptly pushed it back, as he and his companion were both affluent individuals with little interest in monetary matters. Finally, he bid farewell while cradling the baby, adding, "You two are more exquisite than celebrities. You make such a lovely pair." Upon hearing her words, Wan'an, who had initially felt a tinge of annoyance, found her irritation dissipating. She nodded in agreement with the compliment, awarding it a full 5 stars. This incident did not escalate further and passed without much ado. Afterward, the two departed the pavilion. Wan'an continued to chatter away when she suddenly spotted a balloon vendor ahead. Like a child seeing candy, she dashed towards it, bouncing on her feet as she pointed at the highest floating Hmph balloon. "I want to buy a balloon. Chen, buy it for me." Chen, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head in disbelief. "You're not a child. Why do you want to buy such a thing?" He had no intention of indulging her whims. After all, this was a toy meant for children, and it felt rather odd for an adult to possess it. "I want it. Buy it for me." The elderly vendor had already retrieved the Hmph balloon and placed it in her hands, smiling as he awaited Chen's payment. "You can buy it yourself, you know," he remarked, undoubtedly a statement that could only come from a man of ironclad resolve. Wan'an, however, was not pleased. It was merely a 5 yuan item. Yet her boyfriend was acting like a miser. How utterly stingy. Of course, it was not just his reluctance to purchase it. She knew that buying one thing would only lead to demands for another, and she did not want to spoil her. Frustrated, Wan'an stamped her foot in defiance and huffed. "Hmph, I want it. Are you refusing to buy it for me?" With a playful tongue stick out, she bid farewell, and without any warning, she seized the balloon of the charming sheep and, with a swift turn, dashed away, her little feet carrying her rapidly into the distance. In a moment, she vanished from sight, leaving him bewildered, pondering what had just transpired. Goodness, Wan'an actually ran off with the balloon. How mischievous could she be? If it were another child, they would undoubtedly face a stern reprimand from their parents upon returning home. He longed to pursue her, yet he was obliged to settle the payment first. The stallkeeper barred his way, insisting on payment, standing resolutely before him. He paid 5 yuan, a rather reasonable price considering that in a large amusement park it could cost more than 10. He immediately took off after her, that little rascal. Reflecting on the earlier moment when Wan'an had suddenly snatched the toy, he found her clumsiness and playful spirit rather endearing. She truly was a mischievous little princess. Upon catching up to her, he discovered she was hiding behind a tree, so he circled around. Wan'an peeked from the left side of the tree, checking if Chen was in pursuit. Unexpectedly, she felt a warm breath against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. "Help! Help! It hurts! It hurts! My shoulder is breaking." A large hand gently pressed against her delicate shoulder, and though the grip was light, it elicited a series of yelps from her. "Dare you do it again?" he asked, slightly menacingly, as he observed Wan'an clutching the balloon, curling up in fear. "I won't dare. I absolutely won't dare." Once he released his grip, Wan'an felt a semblance of relief and gently rubbed her shoulder. "Oh dear, that hurts so much." Suddenly, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she playfully punched him in the chest with her tiny, pink fist, and with a spirited twist, she ran off again. "I won't let you catch me so easily," she taunted, her voice trailing off. Chen felt as though his chest had been gently struck by a cloud of cotton candy. It was a soft, pleasant sensation. He looked up to see her fleeing once more. Before long, he caught up with her again, pinning her delicate form against the wall, determined to see where she would attempt to escape next. Regrettably, one nestled against him, playfully licking his chin with her tiny tongue, pleading for leniency, insisting she would behave this time. He found the situation rather awkward. Subsequently, the two ventured to the large fish pond, purchasing several packets of fish feed to nourish a throng of goldfish. The goldfish were exquisite and numerous. A mere sprinkle of feed would summon a swarm of fish, some even leaping into the air. Wan'an clapped her hands in delight, then insisted on feeding the fish herself. In the afternoon, they admired several statues and rowed a tandem boat for over 2 hours. Chen was utterly exhausted and longed to return home, while Wan'an remained exuberant, eager for another round of fun. With daylight still abundant, the pair decided to grab a bite before heading back. Strolling along the riverbank, they noticed dense clusters of lotus leaves across the water, having previously rowed over to pluck a few lotus seeds. Wan'an playfully kicked her little feet, basking in leisure, while Chen, concerned for her safety, gently tugged her back. As he reached for his phone to check the time, it slipped from his grasp, nearly tumbling to the ground. Wan'an, intrigued by the sudden fall, watched as it slid like a bar of soap. Fortunately, it merely grazed the bank, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the water. "Chen, you're so clumsy, and yet you still manage to drop things," she teased, reclaiming a semblance of dignity. Chen scratched his head, preparing to retrieve the phone, but Wan'an had already bent down to grasp it. Just then, her foot landed on a small stone. Although she secured the phone, her balance faltered, and her eyes widened in shock as she began to topple towards the water. Chen gasped, "Oh no. We're almost home. How can there be an accident now?" Wan'an instinctively reached for anything to hold on to, nearly grasping the hem of Chen's shirt. But then a thought struck her. If she pulled him down with her, he would fall into the water too. After a brief moment of contemplation, she refrained from grabbing hold. As she was about to plunge into the river, Chen's eyes widened. Was she truly going to let herself fall? In an instant, he extended his large hand, seizing her small arm. Yet, while he secured her, her center of gravity had already shifted completely. Ultimately, both tumbled into the shallow water with a resounding splash, accompanied by startled shrieks, sending ripples cascading across the surface. Chapter 61. Fool, blame me. Blame me, Hmph, Chen. Why are you grabbing me? Now everything has fallen after Wan'an fell into the water. She struggled desperately, seeking something substantial to grasp. Despite her grievances directed at him, in her panic, she clung tightly to Chen. She had never intended to drag him into the water, yet here they were, both unfortunate souls submerged. Wan'an was particularly anxious, not solely due to her inability to swim, but also because she had yet to marry Chen, to bear children, to grow old together, only to face the prospect of drowning. It was a bitter pill to swallow. However, after a moment of tranquility, the tumultuous sounds of the water gradually subsided, and she realized that the man she clung to had become utterly still. Upon opening her eyes, she found Chen standing calmly in the water, while she resembled a sloth clinging to him. She also noticed that the water near the shore was not deep at all. If she moved closer to the edge, she could even see the yellow earth beneath. Chen, with a hint of exasperation tugging at the corners of his mouth, regarded her as if she were an endearing little madwoman. For her previous panic was indeed a rare sight. The two of them stared blankly at one another, their eyes locked, as time seemed to freeze. It was only when the wind tousled their damp hair that they felt a chill. Chen shivered slightly. "What are you dawdling about? Is it so comfortable to be submerged in water?" Wan'an's cheeks flushed crimson as she released her clumsy grip and followed his guidance toward the shore. Due to her petite frame, the effort to climb out was quite taxing, prompting him to give her a gentle push from behind. Feeling the warmth of Chen's face, Wan'an jolted and managed to scramble up. When she turned to glance back at Chen, he was effortlessly emerging from the water, resembling a handsome prince, like a merman rising from the sea. With his sopping wet form, his lean physique was accentuated, rendering him even more striking. especially as he casually swept his wet hair back, presenting a dashing slick-back look alongside his robust stature. This was truly the embodiment of a sea king. She was momentarily entranced. But alas, as Chen ascended, he stumbled and nearly fell, narrowly avoiding a painful collision with the ground. This brought Wan'an back to reality. Although the river was shallow, they were both thoroughly drenched, and Wan'an's delicate curves were perfectly outlined by her wet clothing, which clung tightly to her waist. Underneath the evening glow, her damp cheeks resembled pearls adorning her face. As he rose, he merely cast a glance before suddenly feeling a dryness in his throat. Subsequently, the two drenched individuals shook off their bodies by the riverbank. There was no one around, no witnesses to this scene, and no one to offer assistance. Chen, feeling uncomfortable, abruptly turned away from her, stripped off his clothing, and began to wring out the water with determination. Wan'an longed to gaze into the past. Merely observing that delicate figure from behind made her throat involuntarily emit a soft gurgle. Embarrassed, she wished to cover her eyes. Yet the chilling sensation compelled her to address her own predicament first. Like a cat, she twisted and shook her body in an attempt to rid herself of the moisture clinging to her. However, she was no feline. Chen turned to see her vigorously shivering, her little head bobbing like a rattle drum. The little water was shed in the process. With a light sigh, he donned his clothes and approached her, assisting in wringing out the water from her attire. As a girl, Wan'an felt shy about directly removing her clothing, so he carefully worked his way around the edges, squeezing little by little, first at her waist, then along her delicate back, followed by the sleeves and collar. Next, he tackled her jeans, exerting effort to dry them thoroughly. There was no place to change, nor any spare clothes available. Both of their phones, having succumbed to water, lay lifeless, leaving them reliant on their own resourcefulness. Wan'an resembled a child needing an adult's assistance at mealtime, staring blankly, feeling somewhat aggrieved after the soaking, her rosy undereyes puffed out. A gust of cool wind swept by. Achoo! Wan'an covered her little nose, sneezing heavily, her throat feeling slightly uncomfortable as she emitted a soft Hmph. Undoubtedly, if things continued this way, she would catch a chill. One could not help but remark on the fragility of girls, unlike Chen. Suddenly, he sneezed twice into the air, seemingly even worse off. Rubbing his head and pinching his nose, he said, "Feeling cold? Let us hurry home." He unexpectedly took her small hand, noting its icy chill. Startled by his grasp, she lowered her head, slightly apologetic. "I'm so sorry. It was my clumsiness that caused you to fall into the water." What was this slight tremor in her voice? He could not bear to see a girl cry, especially his rightful girlfriend, so he spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone. "Silly girl, if anyone is to blame, it's me for mishandling the phone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to help me retrieve it, would you?" After hearing this, she raised her head slightly, still somewhat perplexed. As her tears began to subside, he continued, "Yes, it's all my fault. Come on. Give me a little punch, otherwise I'll feel guilty." Wan'an chuckled, refraining from striking him, as her heart was too tender. She nestled closer to him, hand in hand. They quickened their pace towards the bus stop. The evening breeze grew increasingly brisk, and the petite figure beside him shivered violently, having just recovered from her menstrual cycle yesterday. What should she do today now that she felt chilled? At that moment, if he had a dry piece of clothing, he would not hesitate to drape it over Wan'an. He had her sit down and reached out to gently comb through her hair, separating each strand so that the moisture would evaporate more swiftly. Still feeling cold, Wan'an made a small request. Chen, I wish to be hugged. It might warm me up a bit." She opened her small arms, and Chen, with a fleeting glance, unhesitatingly embraced her. In his haste, he had forgotten to hold her during their earlier run. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, transferring his warmth to her. Wan'an felt a slight comfort from his embrace. He then reached into his pocket, relieved that the few coins he had exchanged earlier had not fallen out. Looking around, he noticed there were hardly any people. It was still too early for the end of the workday. Otherwise, the sight of a drenched couple huddling together at the bus stop would surely attract attention. Only a few elderly gentlemen, struggling to walk, were around. Wan'an trembled gently in his arms, yearning to cling to his warm body. Chen realized his role. Was he merely a large, living hot water bottle? Soon, the number 302 bus arrived. He lifted Wan'an effortlessly onto the step, primarily because she was so light. To an onlooker, it might appear as if they were two drenched chickens, embracing each other to showcase their affection. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 62. Allow me to soothe your fatigue. The bus driver cast a curious glance at the two individuals, both soaked through, yet he did not seem to mind. He inserted a few coins and placed one in the back row, which comfortably accommodated 6 people. More importantly, it was warmed by a collection of heated components, offering some respite from the chill. As the bus embarked on its journey, the driver observed the pair through the rearview mirror, noting their drenched state and their embrace. After a moment's contemplation, he switched off the air conditioning and turned on the heating. Soon, warmth enveloped the confined space, providing a soothing atmosphere for the two. Though it was not yet winter, and under normal circumstances, the air conditioning or ventilation would have been in use. The driver had opted to provide a cozy haven for them. Wan'an, caught between warmth and coolness, felt drowsy. Her eyes grew heavy, and her little lips drooped slightly, presenting an adorably naive visage. Unable to resist, he playfully rubbed her tiny nose. "Why are you sleeping? We haven't arrived yet," Chen chided gently. He preferred her to remain awake, for slumber could lead to a drop in her body temperature, making her susceptible to catching a chill. With a soft whine, she nestled closer into his embrace, her small face rubbing against his chest as she sought to rouse herself. "So cute," he mused. Throughout the ride, he affectionately tousled her hair, eventually drying it thoroughly. After approximately 20 minutes, they reached their destination. As they disembarked, Chen noticed Wan'an was both cold and sleepy, swaying unsteadily. Had he not been holding her, she likely would have stumbled. A glimmer of tenderness flickered in his eyes as he reached down, one arm cradling her back while the other supported her thigh, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a princess in his arms. Momentarily bewildered, she thought, "Who am I? Where am I?" Flustered, she clung to Chen's neck. Seeing her adorably confused expression, he tightened his embrace. "Chen, you must be tired." "You don't have to carry me," she protested. "Well, will you give me a back rub later?" He replied nonchalantly, hurrying home. Though he admitted as a casual remark, she took it to heart, pondering how to attend to him later. On their way, numerous curious gazes were cast their way. Upon returning home, Chen opened the door and casually selected several clean, small-sized garments before filling the basin with warm water. Wan'an stood nearby, and he pointed to the basin, gently ruffling her hair to rouse her from her drowsiness, urging her to change and wash up. "Ah, Chen, aren't you going to help me wash?" she teased playfully, tilting her head. A shadow of annoyance crossed Chen's forehead. "I mind." He then stepped outside, closing the door behind him. As Wan'an began her shower, he lingered outside, listening to the sound of water cascading over her delicate skin. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an unexpected thrill. If any other reclusive male were to witness this scene, merely hearing the sounds would likely have them devouring 3 bowls of rice. Wait, what am I doing? He swiftly dismissed his peculiar thoughts. Wan'an soon finished her shower and changed into a garment that, although snug, still left her shoulders exposed. The fabric hung askew, revealing her pale skin, which glistened with warmth and exuded a delightful fragrance, presenting an enticing sight before him. While he had initially been engaged in tidying up, he was suddenly captivated by the radiant allure before him. Merely gazing for a moment left his throat parched and dry. Yet, Wan'an remained oblivious, her fragrant presence drawing closer to him with an air of serene tranquility. Chen found himself overwhelmed and quickly lifted her up, making an effort to secure her so she wouldn't slip. This mischievous little sprite, he wondered if her actions were intentional. "Chen, I'm all cleaned up. You should hurry and wash too. We can't afford to catch a chill, or I might not see you tomorrow," she exclaimed playfully. Before that, I wanted to embrace you for a moment." Before he could respond, Wan'an's delicate figure enveloped him, her intoxicating scent filling his senses, conjuring visions of her as a flower fairy. "And I'm still dirty. Let's wait until after the bath to hug, shall we?" he suggested, pushing her away gently. He was puzzled by Wan'an's sudden change in demeanor. Despite her having washed herself clean, she insisted on a hug while he was still unkempt. Wouldn't that render her bath futile? Though his clothes were nearly dried by body heat, she insisted, "It's all right. Just a quick hug will make me feel so much better." She wrapped her arms around his waist, standing on her tiptoes and whispering sweet nothings into his ear. Then, she softly exhaled, "Hehe, I'm off to warm your bed, my dear." As the words lingered in the air, Chen shuddered slightly, feeling his resolve weaken. What was this girl pondering day after day? What did she mean by my dear? Surely, it should be my esteemed lord. Hearing her soft words, he found himself unable to protest, merely nodding in acquiescence. Wan'an, secretly delighted, loosened her grip and genuinely went to prepare his bed. Chen hurriedly finished his shower, quickly washing some clothes. Afterward, he prepared 2 bowls of instant noodles and brought them to her. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the warm, fragrant air reminiscent of a young maiden's essence. His eyes fell upon Wan'an's exquisite form, lying gracefully on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Noticing Chen's arrival, she gently patted the other side of the covers, as if to beckon him, akin to Daji inviting King Zhou to bed, with a playful flutter of her alluring eyes. She indeed tempted him, yet he managed to resist. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "You must be hungry. Let us eat something first. Tonight, let us keep it simple." He set the bowls by the bedside and brought a stool for her to sit on, ensuring the blankets remained unsoiled. If only his phone hadn't broken. He might have ordered takeout. For now, they would have to make do. Wan'an sniffed the air playfully, her little nose twitching adorably. "Humph. What does it matter? Being with the one I cherish, I would gladly share even the plainest meal," she declared, almost as if making a vow. Chen rolled his eyes in response. "How tedious. Don't make that sound so sweet." She was still reluctant to rise from the bed, leaning over the edge and parting her cherry-like lips. "I want to feed you such a delightful display of willfulness," yet her charming demeanor melted his heart. He could not resist picking up the chopsticks and gently selecting some noodles for her. Slurp, they were still a bit hot, so he blew on them gently. Once everything was settled, he rinsed his mouth and returned to bed with his cool little feet, carelessly tossing the covers aside and burrowing in like a kitten. Hehe giggling playfully in his ear. It was still early, and Chen had no intention of sleeping, merely feeling a bit fatigued. Sharing the same bed always felt like an invitation to do something. As Chen turned to engage her in conversation, Wan'an's tiny tongue unexpectedly brushed against his ear. "Oh, what is that? So ticklish. Just like a beloved kitten." Then she playfully nipped at him. What a mischievous act. Chen's ears flushed crimson. After a while, Wan'an finally released her lips. "Chen, you must have been weary when you carried me back, right? Just lie still. I shall use my lips to soothe away your day's fatigue." Chapter 63. Rise and shine, my dear. Chen now understood her intentions. She was genuinely concerned for him. There was no need for such concern, yet his throat felt parched, as if he had been thirsting for days. And his heart raced uncontrollably. He knew that if he did not manage his emotions, things could spiral out of control. He gently pushed against her chest, only for her to lean closer, making it difficult for him to push her away. She pressed a soft kiss against his cheek, akin to a playful kitten, lingering for a few seconds before moving to his forehead for another gentle kiss. She then turned to his right cheek, followed by his high nose bridge, and finally his chin, culminating in a tender kiss on his lips, the one part of his face that had yet to feel her warmth. The sensation was delightful, reminiscent of a sweet, soft jelly. It truly mirrored the song that soothed his weary soul in the most heartwarming manner. He was utterly moved, feeling as though his heart might melt, with no desire to resist, relishing the moment as if it were a gentle massage. He found himself uncontrollably wanting to embrace her. But she withdrew her lips, resting her small nose against his cheek, while her delicate hand began to tug at his collar. "Just a little here too," she murmured playfully. Noticing her subtle movements, Chen instinctively intervened. "That's enough. We don't need to go there." It was, in fact, his neck she was aiming for. After indulging in countless sweet kisses, Wan'an too felt weary. She suddenly wished that Chen could use his kisses to ease her own fatigue. However, she knew he would likely decline, as he was not one to indulge in such affection. Bored, Wan'an began to caress his cheek, her gaze deeply entranced. Chen, staring at the ceiling, suddenly asked, "By the way, Wan'an, what should we do if our phones get waterlogged and break?" Upon hearing this, she rolled her beautiful eyes, somewhat reluctant. "Hmph, you should call me in." With a smile, Chen replied, "All right, Wan'an." "Yes, Wan'an." After a moment of playful banter, she finally responded, "It's fine. As your boss, I will take responsibility for the loss of your property caused by saving me. I'll get you a new phone tomorrow. Do you prefer Apple or Huawei?" Chen was taken aback, feeling as though he had unintentionally implied something he did not mean. Why did it feel as if he were living off her generosity? He merely intended to seek repairs the following day, and if unsuccessful, to replace it later. After tossing and turning for quite some time, they finally succumbed to slumber around 9 p.m. However, prior to their slumber, it was Chen who fell asleep first. His attire was rather oversized, prompting Wan'an to attempt to curl her petite form into his ample clothing. To her surprise, she succeeded, albeit a tad cramped. And the two found themselves intertwined, sharing the same garment as they drifted into sleep. Chen, deeply immersed in his dreams, remained oblivious to her playful antics. Even if he had noticed, he would likely have attributed it to her mischievous nature. At 2 a.m., however, Wan'an's restlessness caused her to roll over, inadvertently disturbing Chen from his peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that Wan'an was pinned beneath him, struggling for breath, gazing at her slumbering visage. so close that he could see the tiny droplets of saliva at the corner of her mouth. He couldn't help but chuckle, gently wiping her lips with his finger. Realizing that this sleeping arrangement was untenable, he extricated himself from the fabric of his clothing. He then sought out a proper sleep shirt before returning to bed to continue his rest. Lacking a pillow, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Wan'an, holding her softly. Perhaps troubled by a nightmare, she thrashed about for a moment, flailing her arms, which tickled him. In a moment of playful exasperation, he lightly tapped her forehead, murmuring, "Good night," before resting his forehead against hers. The kiss seemed to act as a calming charm, transforming her nightmare into a blissful dream. As she released her arms and clung to him once more. After a night of such delightful turmoil, the next day dawned with radiant sunlight flooding the room, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that attracted butterflies seeking morning nectar. One such butterfly landed upon Wan'an's delicate nose, tickling her awake. She awoke with a tiny sneeze, her little tongue peeking out. As the butterfly fluttered away, she rubbed her eyes, only to notice an unfamiliar garment draped over her. Confusion washed over her. Had she inadvertently shed Chen's clothing while asleep? Would he now harbor disdain for her, never wanting to share a bed again? The newly awakened young woman resembled a flower sprite, her skin flawless and radiant. As she pondered her thoughts, she discovered that Chen was nowhere to be found. Rushing to the edge of the bed, she was met with the sight of him, as expected, having been unceremoniously kicked to the floor. However, it was truly an accident. With hands clasped together, I expressed my sincerest apologies. Yet, upon noticing that he was clad in pajamas, I realized he must have awakened at least once prior. A twinge of regret flickered within me. Yesterday, I had intended for us to share a blanket, which would have ensured that Chen would never be kicked off the bed again. The worst outcome would merely have been both of us tumbling out together. But alas, I had underestimated my youth. On the floor, Chen remained blissfully asleep, perhaps due to having stirred during the night. As he had not yet risen in the morning, Wan'an immediately kicked her little legs, grasped the edge of the bed, and swiftly descended to check if he had sustained any injuries. Relieved to find him unhurt, she let out a sigh of relief. The floor was immaculate, and Wan'an shook her small head, plopping down like a child. Gazing at his face, she lowered her petite form, seeking a morning kiss first. Closing her eyes, her little nose soon brushed against him, and with a soft "moo-ah," she broke away. Predictably, Chen was stirred awake by this, albeit still somewhat dazed. "Why is there sweet jelly to eat so early in the morning?" Seeing his reluctance to rise, Wan'an teased, "Hmph. You once called me a little lazy bug. Look who's the real sloth now, you big lazy bones." Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she hummed to herself while swaying her lovely ponytail. The more she spoke, the more he seemed to resist waking. Perhaps it was a psychological quirk. When waking naturally, he would rise swiftly, but when prompted by another, he felt sheepish about asking for a few more moments of slumber. She extended her small hand, grasping his larger arm, and with her lips pursed, she emitted a melodious tone reminiscent of a sweet infant. "Darling, darling, it's time to rise. Your girlfriend is hungry. We must eat." Her voice, sweetened as if with sugar, no, like chocolate with a creamy center, combined with her gentle shaking of his arm, resembled a dutiful daughter coaxing her father awake. In that moment, Chen found himself half awakened by her adorableness, nearly exclaiming in wonder, was Wan'an a transformed cat, or perhaps a bunny? How could she be so charming? Still swaying and playfully fidgeting, she was indeed quite hungry after waking. But fearing her culinary skills were lacking, and that the high-end ingredients in the fridge would be even more challenging to handle, she urged him to rise and cook while she observed and learned by his side. As Chen stirred awake, supporting his waist, he sat up slightly. He had inadvertently been nudged awake by her little feet during the night, and thus, each morning spent sleeping beside one and felt akin to a slight discomfort, as if he were experiencing a deficiency. Chapter 64. Rest assured, even if I were to leap from this height, thoughts of you would not cross my mind. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Wan'an, her small head tilted in curiosity, large eyes gazing at me as if I were a newly developed robot. My mouth was sticky and uncomfortable, a residue of saliva lingering, prompting an instinctive wipe. Observing my actions, Wan'an became animated, perplexed by the peculiarities of our relationship. Why? Despite our romantic ties, should I wipe my mouth after a kiss? Utterly exasperating. "Hey, why are you wiping your mouth? That was my good morning kiss. You can't just erase a good morning kiss, or it becomes meaningless. Come on, let us share another." With a playful arch of her brow, she moved closer to embrace me, her jelly-like figure pouting cutely. Seeing this, Chen couldn't help but smile. Before he could intervene, she pressed her lips against his once more "moo-ah." The sweet taste enveloped him again. You better not wipe it off. Be careful, or I shall unleash my fist upon you. She wore the expression of a little adult. Yet how could Gu Chun indulge her whims? Truth be told, he found her attempts to exert influence over him rather endearing. After the kiss, he feigned disgust, deliberately wiping his lips with the other hand, pulling a playful face that seemed to challenge her. Wan'an's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he so brazenly wipe his lips? Did he not care for his image as my boyfriend? Still wiping? Hmph. Instead of retaliating. She wrapped her arms around his head, biting down playfully. Chen felt his lips swell, yet he remained defiant. After their lips parted, he gazed into her earnest eyes, narrowing his own as he once more wiped the corner of his mouth, his handsome face donning a mischievous expression that dared her to respond. Would Wan'an let him off the hook? Absolutely not. This time, in a fit of indignation, she lunged at him, pinning him to the ground with surprising strength. Wait. No. Her sudden surge of power left Gu Chun gasping for air, and only when she felt victorious did she rise, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. He would never dare wipe his lips again. Resigned, he gently pinched her still proud little face, chuckling, "Today, I shall spare you." Though he spoke with a semblance of bravado, a hint of trepidation lingered in his tone. Just then, a rumble from her stomach indicated hunger. Time to prepare her breakfast. He was not particularly fond of Wan'an's culinary experiments, but fortunately, she had refrained from impulsive cooking today. The young girl followed him with light steps into the dining hall, where he set the table. This morning, Gu Chun decided against elaborate dishes and opted instead for a simple fried rice using the leftover cold rice from the refrigerator. Having indulged in instant noodles yesterday, today he was determined to make amends. The young girl beside him took out her little notebook, diligently jotting down important points of knowledge. The aroma wafting from the kitchen was utterly delightful, and she occasionally reached out her tiny hands to snag the eggs from the tomato scrambled eggs, inevitably getting burned again, causing her to whimper. As her boyfriend, he naturally took the egg into his mouth to soothe her, although there was no real need for him to do so. Wan'an undeniably felt comforted. Silly girl, it seemed she was quite famished. After finishing their meal, they headed downstairs. As it was getting late, he decided against riding his electric bike and instead opted to take Wan'an's luxurious vehicle to the company. Wan'an was overjoyed, for this meant that even after work, Gu Chun would have to wait for her to return home. Oh, joy! Her driving skills were exceptional, and they arrived at the company entrance in just a matter of minutes. Rushing upstairs to the work area, Wan'an requested the soggy phone be handed to her, and Chen had no choice but to comply. Once seated at her desk, she intended to bid him farewell, but not before sprinkling a little affection. Leaning closer, with her lips nearly brushing against his ear, she sweetly cooed in a slightly childish tone, "Darling, I'm off to work now, don't miss me too much, okay? Let's meet up later." Her voice was more intoxicating than a kiss itself. Though her words were soft, many coworkers caught the exchange, their expressions a mix of envy and delight as they savored the sweetness of her words. How could Chen indulge her so? With a confident and relaxed demeanor, he replied, "Yes, go ahead and work. I will focus on my tasks and definitely won't think of you. If I do, may lightning strike me down. You can rest assured on that." He waved his hand decisively. Wan'an's expression shifted to one of playful delight, transforming into that of someone bemused by a foolish boy. "Hmph. Silly straight man. Thankfully, I like him. Otherwise, he would never find a girlfriend." When he said not to think of her, she secretly wished he would have her on his mind, even beyond work. Women often speak in contradictions, after all. To her surprise, he seemed to guarantee that he would not miss her at all. Drawing closer, she brandished her tiny, pink fist, gathering a bit of strength before bringing it down heavily upon his chest. "All that hurts." Gu Chun could easily win an Oscar for his performance as he clutched his chest. Wan'an huffed and left, though the force was akin to two marshmallows being pressed against him, hardly painful, and he even yearned for a few more punches. Did she possess a masochistic inclination? Once the president departed, it was no surprise that a throng of colleagues, eager for gossip, approached him with their usual inquiries. He casually tossed out a few remnants of last night's sweetness, brushing them off with indifference. An hour later, after a pressing need to relieve himself, Gu Chun returned from the restroom to find a new phone mysteriously nestled in his drawer. It was a vibrant gaming phone, Nubia, a dedicated device for gaming. Curious, he settled back into his seat and opened it. The phone was brand new, and upon unlocking the screen, an image of a beautiful girl sprang to life. It was Wan'an. He stared for a moment, confirming it was indeed her. A sweet, ultra-high-definition image of her adorably sticking out her tongue. She was utterly charming. One could only imagine that those devoted to anime would willingly forsake the two-dimensional realm to showcase this irresistibly cute image as their wallpaper. At the moment he beheld the image, a jolt coursed through his heart. This girl had actually gifted him a gaming phone. To have a girlfriend who comprehends his passion for gaming is undeniably a source of happiness. Nevertheless, he pondered that it would be wise to spend more time with her. Furthermore, hadn't she mentioned Huawei yesterday? He secretly preferred that brand. Of course, he also cherished gaming consoles. The device was remarkably swift and quite inadvertently. He tapped on the phone icon, revealing only a solitary female contact named Chen's little treasure. It was indeed her number. It seemed that the phone, having succumbed to water damage, was beyond repair, or perhaps she had opted not to fix it at all, choosing instead to write off the old device and procure a new one. Not a bad outcome. Although it was a pity that the phone contained numerous downloads and several gigabytes of crucial data yet to be reviewed, the SIM card remained the same. Yet it appeared that the data had not been promptly saved, making recovery unlikely. Wan'an had merely stored her own number for now. Nearby, Li Xiang cast an envious glance. For that phone was a high-end model, requiring the equivalent of over half a month's salary to purchase. An hour later, Chen attentively scrutinized the video from the young lady while munching on popcorn. Suddenly, a message chimed on his phone. Ding. Truly, it was a gaming phone. The sound resounding loudly. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed a message from Wan'an. Chen's little treasure, are you there? So much has happened today. Could you possibly lend a hand to your girlfriend? Please reply upon receipt. Chapter 65. A headache? Over this matter? Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Deservedly so. Who told you to play around yesterday? Thus, he casually replied, I'm busy, I don't have time. His tone was straightforward, yet the words conveyed a gentle warmth. In truth, even those who genuinely had free time would likely refrain from replying with more than a word. A swift response arrived, accompanied by a pouting emoticon. Little treasure Chen. Upon seeing this, Chen felt a twinge of concern for her mood and quickly responded, Go on, what is it? Soon came the reply, Hehe, you claim not to care about me? It's nothing serious, really. I just need you to retrieve a report from the legal department for me. It's quite simple, I'm begging you. Pretty please shouldn't you be asking your secretary for such matters? Yet, she is quite busy. After pondering for a while, I could only come to you, don't worry. I promise to reward you handsomely for bringing it back, you. No way. After a lengthy conversation, he ultimately acquiesced. However, he cautiously added, but I'll just leave it on my desk. I'm walking out now, don't cling to me. With that message sent, he rose and headed to the legal department. After all, she was his girlfriend. During times of trouble, sharing burdens made everything feel lighter. That place was rather difficult to locate. He had to circle around twice before finding it. As soon as he entered, a lawyer handed him the prepared report. Upon glancing at the document, he instantly comprehended its purpose, yet as he was not the boss, why should he concern himself with such matters? He turned back. Making his way to the CEO's office, he did not knock but entered directly, only to find Wan'an focused on some mischievous endeavor. Hearing his footsteps startled her, causing her to lift her puffy little face, a piece of QQ candy inadvertently slipping out. Seeing him, she breathed a sigh of relief, yet upon recalling that he had entered without knocking, her expression transformed into a playful pout. Oh dear, I was sneaking a snack, why didn't you knock? You scared me. With her cheeks stuffed, she continued to complain, taking her time to swallow before wiping her mouth. A dark line appeared on Chen's forehead. Is this what you call being busy? Huh. Could it be that your intention was to have me keep you company? He placed a thick stack of reports gently in front of her, exclaiming, So, you think you can hide away and munch on snacks with justification? Upon hearing this, Wan'an's not-so-bright mind pondered, and it did seem rather unreasonable. However, she feared that her secretary would tell her mother about her indulging in sweets, leading to a scolding phone call from her mother. After all, her mother insisted she should avoid all sugars except for white sugar. Chen approached and gently pinched her little face, smooth and soft. Wan'an revealed her little tiger teeth. After submitting the report and teasing her a bit, he turned to leave. I have to get back to work. Seeing him about to depart, Wan'an suddenly remembered the reason she sought him out. Of course, it was to have him keep her company because Chen is the warmest and safest harbor. Please, don't go, stay and accompany me for a while, okay? Chen gently tugged at the hem of his garment. A slight headache washed over him. This girl was indeed employing the guise of a report to ensnare him. Wan'an noticed his intent to leave, her little face morphing into a picture of distress as she continued to explain, Oh dear, today. My father unexpectedly assigned me an incredibly challenging task. and my worries have grown so immense it's giving me quite the headache. Gu Chun was taken aback. Watching her little hand sketch a vast circle in the air, representing her troubles, reminiscent of a cat expression. He couldn't help but smile. This girl was astute beyond her years. Her parents held high expectations for her, often presenting her with formidable challenges. In reality, Wan'an had just concluded one task and was about to indulge in some QQ candy to alleviate her anxiety when Gu Chun startled her. Observing her anxious little face, he hesitated. Then, Wan'an reached into a drawer, retrieved several bags of prepared fried snacks, placed them on the table, and returned with a genuine leather chair, her big, pleading eyes silently urging him to sit down. With all her offerings laid out, he had no choice but to comply. Now that Wan'an saw he was finally staying, she dutifully tore open a bag of chips, offering a piece to his lips. Gu Chun, however, did not take it. Instead, he poured several pieces into his hand. Pondering why it would be troublesome to take just one at a time, Wan'an pouted in response. Suddenly, another wave of discomfort struck her, and she pressed her fingers to her temples. "What exactly did your father assign you?" he inquired, feigning casual concern yet genuinely curious. He took a chip and, like feeding a little hamster, brought it to her lips. It was rare to see Wan'an looking so melancholic, as if he had ignored her all day. Her distress was palpable. Wan'an looked at him, puzzled, as if questioning why he wouldn't accept her offering. "Am I a cat? Must I be so obedient?" she thought, finding it somewhat unfair. Yet, she obediently extended her little tongue to accept the chip, munching away. She quickly finished the snack he had offered, still pressing on her temples, but tilted her little head slightly, her fragile face softening as she said, "My head still aches, my dear boyfriend. Could you please help me massage it for a moment?" She leaned in closer, nearly resting against his chest, feeling helpless. And seeing her in discomfort, he gently pressed on her temples. His tender touch alleviated her burden, if only momentarily. "Ah, that feels wonderful. Could you press a bit harder?" The tone of her voice held an intriguing allure, causing Gu Chun to blush slightly. She then clarified, "Well, here is the situation. Our company is about to undergo a significant expansion, and my father has issued me an ultimatum. I must secure a partnership with the world's largest celebrity group within a month. Can you believe this is my own father? How could I possibly manage that? That entity is even more formidable than the Yun group." She pouted again, a mix of reluctance and helplessness etched across her face. Gu Chun felt a sense of familiarity at the mention of the world's largest celebrity group. "Which group are you referring to?" he inquired. Chen gently pressed her temples, then switched to his index finger, allowing his thumb to rhythmically knead her eye sockets, akin to performing eye exercises. Wan'an was taken aback by his adeptness at massage. It was so soothing that she felt tempted to simply lie back. Her lips parted slightly, and Gu Chun couldn't help but wished to fill that space. Of course, he meant with Gume Group. The delightful sensation was accompanied by a gentle smacking of her lips. "Oh, did you not know?" A large question mark appeared above her head, for the chairman of Gume Group had long been a prominent figure on the global rich list. "Oh," Chen responded with a meaningful tone, before his fingers glided down to apply gentle pressure on her nose bridge. "Huh?" Wan'an could not restrain a peculiar sound, as though her very soul was being extracted. After a moment, she regained her composure and said, "What is that? Seeing you so clueless, I shall reluctantly offer you an introduction." She proceeded to explain, this group specializes in signing artists and, within just 10 years of its establishment, has risen to become the #1 entity globally. It is astonishingly formidable. Gume Group boasts over 1,500 signed artists both domestically and internationally, with more than 5,000 internet celebrities under contract. Their operations span the entire nation. Many of the celebrities we know have emerged from their company. I've also heard that several Oscar winners hail from their ranks. Chapter 66. Dear Mother, please send money. It is noteworthy that there are but a handful of first-tier stars in the entirety of Hua country. Moreover, the cultivation of stardom is merely one of the many enterprises of the Gume Group. It also delves into commerce, politics, pharmaceuticals, and real estate. After articulating all of this, Wan'an began to feel a headache from the sheer magnitude of the group's power. Observing Gu Chun, he appeared utterly unfazed by her words, as if they held no weight. Wan'an narrowed her eyes, reflecting on the fact that upon hearing the name Gume Group, her immediate thought was of Gu Chun. The resemblance was uncanny, leading her to almost believe he was the son of the group's chairman. Yet, she soon discovered that the chairman was a formidable woman bearing the surname Wen. Naturally, it is not uncommon for women to engage in the entertainment industry. Furthermore, if he were indeed her son, why would he remain within his own company? Could it be that he harbored no desire to inherit such vast wealth? This was no mere drama. She pondered this for a moment, then shook her head. Chen felt it necessary to alter his expression, striving to appear more surprised. Oh, how impressive. Wan'an nearly burst into laughter at his feigned enthusiasm. It was rather perfunctory, as if he were merely here to listen to a tale. With a sigh, she lamented, "Alas, I have sent over 50 contracts, and while our company is not insignificant, they do not even acknowledge my existence." Her small hands traced circles on the table, as if casting a little curse. "Come on, Wan'an, you are the best." Chen suddenly encouraged her, his face adorned with a charming and gentle smile. Wan'an, her large eyes sparkling, regained her confidence in that instant and, feeling a surge of happiness, swiftly nestled into his embrace. "Thank you. I'm a bit tired. Just hold me for a while." She perched herself on his lap, fearing she might slip off due to her smoothness, so she reached out to steady herself. How utterly capricious. With an inadvertent smile of indulgence, he gently stroked her silky hair. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. When Wan'an finally emerged from his embrace, her face flushed. She tilted her head back to gaze up at him. "Chen, this afternoon I plan to visit the Hmph group in person. Would you be able to accompany me? Perhaps serve as my bodyguard? I could offer additional compensation." Chen rolled his eyes, bemused by how this woman was affecting his otherwise leisurely demeanor. "I shan't go," he replied, then playfully pinched her chin, encouraging her to behave. "Ahem. That group is filled with big shots. Without you by my side, I am quite frightened." She nestled closer, purring like a kitten, her soft form pressing against him, the scent of her hair intoxicating him. Pressing his lips against her tresses, he softly remarked, "But are you not a big shot yourself?" The girl immediately flailed in his arms, exclaiming, "Oh no, I am not. I am merely your little treasure, quite fragile." In fact, Chen found himself further softened by her words, yet he still did not acquiesce. Gently massaging the nape of her neck, she tilted her head back. "Ah, it hurts." She pouted, her little face puffing up like a balloon. Seizing the moment, he stood up and stealthily pocketed a pack of QQ candy from her. "Time's up, off to work. See you." With a sigh, Wan'an tidied her disheveled hair, clutching her teddy bear, her porcelain white doll-like voice tinged with a hint of arrogance. He exited, ensuring the glass door was properly closed, yet lingered outside for a moment, observing her through the glass. Once he departed, she resumed her busy tasks in the office, munching on some open potato chips, retrieving a report, and entering data into the computer. To be honest, the sight of the adorable girl engrossed in her work exuded an air of aloof elegance. Quite the mature lady. After a while, Wan'an craved candy again, only to discover that her last pack of QQ candy had mysteriously vanished. "Ah, that rascal Chen, pilfering my QQ candy. Woe is me." She flailed her arms and kicked her little legs in a mock display of complaint against fate. But upon further inspection, she felt a piece of chocolate in her bag, and with a puzzled expression, she stabilized herself, her surprise blossoming. "Hehe, Chen truly loves me after all." Meanwhile, Chen did not return to his computer, but instead made a trip to the restroom. In the corridor, he opened the pilfered QQ candy and popped it into his mouth. Others' treats are always so delightful. After finishing, he entered the restroom, pulled out his phone, and tapped on a long-neglected contact. Dialing. The call connected swiftly. "Hello? Who is this?" A professional woman's voice resonated on the other end. He chuckled. "Hey, good afternoon, my dear mother. It's been a while since I heard your voice. I've missed you." Instantly, the tone on the other end transformed into that of a fierce, mature woman. You little rascal, it's you? Miss me? Ugh." Hearing such endearments from her son caught her off guard. It's been a year since you last called home, right? What's up? Playing around out there? Got a girl pregnant? Need money?" A mother knows her son all too well, leading her to question whether he was indeed her biological child. "Mom, I'm not that kind of person." For once, Chen revealed a childlike side in front of an adult. This was his first time calling his parents since his time travel. In the future, his parents were in good health, so he hadn't thought to inquire about them. Upon realizing this, the mother's smile shifted. "Oh, then why call?" Chen felt a wave of frustration. Noticing her son had fallen silent, his mother chuckled lightly. "Are you facing difficulties living out there? Have you come to your senses? Shouldn't you hurry back to inherit your fortune? Your father and I have longed to retire." Chen forced a bitter smile. "Not quite. I'm not coming back." The prospect of inheriting wealth failed to pique his interest. His mother, exasperated, huffed. "Then when will you return? I long to share a tranquil world with you and your father, to embark on travels together. Yet, the demands of work render me utterly unable to escape." Chen, with a foolish smile, muses that ultimately, parents harbor envy towards their offspring. However, I have yet to indulge in any travels myself. Mother, after conversing for a while about my sustenance and living arrangements, gradually steered the discussion towards the crux of the matter. She inquired, why, when you wish to avoid returning home and have yet to find a girlfriend? Have you sought me out? Mother appeared perplexed, as Chen had chosen to withhold the information regarding his girlfriend, lest she begin to fret unnecessarily. He promptly raised an eyebrow and said, Mother, do you truly think I wouldn't miss you? He then smirked slightly. Ah, but mother, you cannot possibly believe that. Following this, he chuckled mischievously. Well, I suppose I shall share my request with you. After engaging in a delightful conversation with my humorous mother for over 10 minutes, he finally adjusted his trousers, his legs having grown numb, and stepped out of the restroom. A slight bitterness lingered on his lips, as he often felt underestimated. With others urging him to return and inherit the family fortune, this had been the most vexing issue he faced in his previous life. Chapter 67, Aladdin's Lamp? Then let us make a wish. This is precisely why, upon graduating high school in my previous life, I felt compelled to venture into entrepreneurship, striving to achieve greatness. It stemmed from the skepticism of adults who believed that without parental support, one could not accomplish significant feats. Such a sentiment is indeed widespread. In my past life, I did attain considerable success, ultimately absorbing my parents' company into my own. However, this journey towards empowerment came at the cost of my hair. Humming a tune, I returned to my desk, barely settling into my chair when suddenly, the door to the president's office swung open, revealing a captivating figure. It was Wan'an, who dashed out with the exuberance of a spirited kitten. Oh, how delightful. A matter that had troubled me for an entire month was resolved so unexpectedly. Chen regarded her with a calm demeanor, though he was not entirely surprised. He merely hadn't anticipated such swift efficiency. He felt a twinge of anxiety about whether to retreat. Wan'an resembled a little kitten who had been confined for far too long, desperately seeking its owner's affection. Yay. This is fantastic, Chen. I have wonderful news to share with you. Without warning, her head collided with his chest, causing him to instinctively recoil, the force nearly toppling them both. Thankfully, his sturdy frame steadied her petite form, preventing a complete tumble. As he ruffled her hair, he inquired playfully, What is this good news that has you buzzing with excitement? With a teasing smile that blossomed like a flower, Wan'an replied, Do you want to know? Then give me a kiss, and I shall reveal why I am so elated. The genuine smile on her face was quite enchanting, and he found himself momentarily captivated. Perhaps not. I should return to work, he suggested, nudging her gently. What? You're giving up just like that? Come on. Just one little kiss. Whenever she attempted to get closer, she would deliberately send her secretary far away, granting her the audacity to act so boldly. The female president was openly showering affection in front of numerous employees, causing many to glance up, abandoning their snacks and neglecting to head to the cafeteria for lunch, opting instead to feast on the spectacle before them. Finally, Wan'an, with her relentless charm, managed to steal a kiss, then began to chatter excitedly. Chen wiped the remnants of her strawberry lipstick from his face, bemused by her antics. Despite his disinterest, she had insisted on kissing him to compel him to listen. What a trial. Whoever wishes to partake may do so. It's truly remarkable. The Gourmet Group has agreed to sign the contract. Do you not think it's as if the sun has risen from the west? Her large eyes sparkled with delight. I had initially planned to visit them personally this afternoon, but they informed me that sending a representative to sign would suffice. Oh, that is indeed impressive. It seems your sincerity has made quite an impression, he remarked, giving her a thumbs up, acknowledging her effort in delivering over 50 contracts. With a puzzled expression, Wan'an gazed at him and said, Chen, I've noticed that ever since I shared all my negative feelings with you, everything has begun to unfold smoothly. Could it be? Her not particularly clever little mind pondered for a moment, and she arrived at a singular truth. She sensed a possibility. Chen felt a hint of exposure risk looming, so he responded evasively. It must be that you sent too much. And they signed for it out of annoyance? Wan'an, however, insisted playfully, No, you surely wouldn't? Chen felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing his secret would slip away. Yet, her delicate brows merely furrowed slightly. Could it be that you are Aladdin's lamp? Chen's forehead twitched with confusion. What kind of logic was that? Wan'an, half joking, added with a giggle, Is that not the case? I merely complained to you before. Yet my wishes were soon fulfilled. You claim you are not Aladdin's lamp, but you are secretly helping me realize my desires, aren't you? How delightful all this. He was rendered speechless, pondering if this girl had indulged in too many fairy tales. Hehe, so, if I have another wish next time, can I tell you? Will you help me realize it as well? With her enchanting, doe-like eyes sparkling, and her hands perched on her waist as if sprouting tiny wings, she resembled a princess from a fairy tale. After some contemplation, he decided not to conceal his thoughts, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. His eyes softening with affection as he replied, "What a splendid idea." He let the moment pass lightly. Wan'an was merely amusing herself. The notion of a magic lamp was absurd. Chen gazed at her endearing smile, unable to resist the urge to gently pinch her little nose. "Ouch, silly girl, as long as you are happy," she muttered to herself, oblivious to his teasing. After a while, he released her nose, which had turned a rosy hue. In truth, Wan'an had initially wanted to associate Gourmet Group with him, yet no matter how she contemplated, she could not fathom how such a grand company could be linked to someone so unpretentious as Chen. Perhaps it was indeed sincerity that moved the other party. When Chen turned around, he discovered that nearly all his colleagues were gazing at them with wide-eyed wonder. They enjoyed watching the usually stoic female CEO display her endearing side, a rarity reserved for moments when Chen was present. Returning to his seat, Wan'an lingered, noticing his teacup was empty, and she went to refill it with coffee. His hand reached for it, but it was too late. Soon, the coffee was ready. He presumed she would return to her tasks, yet to his surprise, she fetched a leather chair. "Hehe, so, my dear lamp. May I request you to fulfill another small wish?" Chen turned to her, gazing at her like a child, playfully retorting, "What wish? That one is too grand. My magical powers are insufficient." He rubbed his nose, stifling a laugh. "It's quite simple, just let us get married right here and now." Chen chuckled, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip, only to choke on her unexpected words. Fortunately, he had already swallowed it, or he might have sprayed it everywhere. "Cough, cough, cough." Facing her, he teased, scratching her side, "That wish requires a considerable amount of power, at least a significant amount of time." He ultimately did not refuse her. Instead, he responded to her with gentle words. Wan'an noticed the softness in his voice, and suddenly, her youthful heart melted. Observing his helpless demeanor, a clever idea crossed her mind. "Hehe, I have another wish, which is, I want Chen to love me forever and ever." With only me in his eyes. This left him somewhat troubled. Seeing his reluctance, Wan'an puffed out her cheeks. "Is it working? Is it working? Do you truly love me?" She whispered in his ear, playfully nudging his arm like a little kitten yearning for a fish treat. It was a clever ploy. Yet he soon surrendered. "It's working. It's working. Yes, I love you, all right? Silly girl." Chapter 68, Roasted Sweet Potatoes Beside Me. A small hamster nuzzled its head against my hand. Although my response was somewhat perfunctory, Chen's large hand felt undeniably comforting, prompting me to lean in closer. However, he seemed to believe that such a wish was unnecessary to articulate. Before long, he resumed reviewing videos, while Wan'an, having completed her important tasks, chose not to leave. Instead, she stayed to attend to him, offering him snacks and even assisting in trimming his nails, silently resembling a devoted wife by his side. The perks of this company were truly remarkable, albeit seemingly exclusive to him. After finishing with the nail clippers, I took a moment to admire his beautifully shaped nails. An urge to adorn them with nail polish suddenly struck me. With that thought, I rummaged through my pocket and retrieved a vibrant red lipstick, poised to apply it to his nails. This mischievous girl was at it again. Did she think lipstick was free? Would it even apply properly? I swiftly intervened, questioning how trimming nails had morphed into a playful escapade. Pulling my hand away, I playfully pinched her cheek. Wan'an, undeterred, retaliated by pinching my face back. And we found ourselves tugging at each other's cheeks in a light-hearted tug-of-war. "Hmph, let go first," I challenged. "No, you let go first," she replied. "It doesn't hurt at all, my dear girlfriend." Nearby, my colleague Li Xiong observed us, thinking to himself, this endless display of affection is insufferable. Are we to endure another day's worth of dog food? Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to it over time. As noon approached, Chen made his way to the cafeteria, casually selecting a few dishes. After his meal, instead of returning immediately to his work area, he decided to visit the gym. Ascending a flight of stairs, he arrived at the fitness area, a public gym, yet another benefit provided by the company. With the weather turning cooler, he felt compelled to exercise, to invigorate both body and spirit. The gym was quite spacious, comparable to a small workspace, allowing employees to engage in physical activity during their breaks. With a variety of equipment available, it could easily rival a professional gym in quality. This company was remarkably progressive. Gu Chen's own enterprise didn't offer such generous perks, though he was unable to manage it all. Surveying the array of fitness equipment, he approached the treadmill, deciding to work up a sweat first. The gym was relatively empty, as most employees were enjoying their lunch breaks. A few minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he took a seat on a bench, relishing the cooling effect of the air conditioning. While catching his breath and glancing at his phone, he remained unaware that a pair of adorable, bright eyes were already fixated on him. Having previously kept her distance, Wan'an seized the opportunity to tiptoe in when she noticed he was resting. In her hands, she cradled 2 steaming, aromatic roasted sweet potatoes perfect for warming the stomach as the weather turned chilly. It is her sincere hope that Gu Chen will take a liking to it, for she personally ventured out to procure it. Earlier, after a long and exhausting day, she stood by the glass window, enjoying the gentle breeze, when her gaze fell upon an elderly gentleman selling roasted sweet potatoes below. Her heart leapt with joy, for she has always cherished the taste of sweet potatoes, warm and comforting. Primarily, however, this purchase was for Gu Chen. She selected the 2 largest specimens, her small hands struggling to grasp them both. Despite the wind's cooling embrace, the sweet potatoes remained piping hot, and her tiny hands wobbled from side to side as she approached him, reminiscent of a besotted girl eagerly offering water to a boy post-basketball game. "Here, it's absolutely delightful. I'm sharing it with you," she declared, her wide, innocent eyes sparkling with excitement. Gu Chen, who had been engrossed in browsing Bilibili, finally looked up, surprised to see the large sweet potatoes she had brought. For a moment, he stood there, momentarily stunned, pondering her actions, as he had already satisfied his hunger. Wan'an, feeling a bit weary, urged, "Oh, come on, quickly catch it. Do you not think my hands are tired too?" She pouted adorably, and only then did Gu Chen extend his hand to accept the offering. "Thank you. You've truly gone through a lot for this." Wan'an sat beside him with another sweet potato in hand, inching closer, her lips poised to savor the treat. As she gently peeled away the charred skin, an inviting aroma wafted up to greet them. The flesh of the roasted sweet potato was soft and easily yielded to a gentle squeeze. She took a bite, only to find the center too hot, sticking out her tongue to cool it down. Eventually, she began to nibble on the edges, which were more manageable. Beside her, Wan'an munched contentedly like a little hamster, exclaiming, so delicious, Chen. You must eat." Gu Chen turned to her, momentarily taken aback by the sight of her small mouth smeared with sweet potato. It was a fleeting illusion. She looked at him with an endearing innocence, prompting him to retrieve a napkin from his bag to wipe her lips gently. Wan'an obediently closed her eyes, swaying slightly as he cleaned her up before resuming her feast. Such a foodie, it seemed as if the napkin had barely made a difference. The sweet potato was indeed delightful, and soon he joined in, taking a refined bite that transported him back to his childhood. Wan'an quickly polished off her sizable portion, her large eyes sparkling as she looked at the remaining half of his sweet potato, her little mouth chattering about how delectable it was. She had only snacked for lunch and had consumed just 1 sweet potato. Her appetite yearned for another. Gu Chen discerned her unspoken wish and remarked, "You haven't had lunch, have you?" "I already ate, so this half is for you. I'm not particularly fond of sweet things." He placed half of the sweet potato back into her hands. Wan'an felt a twinge of guilt, for they had agreed on 1 each. She had wished to buy more, but the vendor's business was thriving, leaving only the last 2. She hesitated, waving her hands in a modest refusal. No yet. In the end, she dutifully accepted it. Gu Chen smiled, finding it amusing that she had devoured 1.5 sweet potatoes of the 2 he had bought. I hadn't paid much attention, but observing her nibbling like a little hamster was rather endearing. After taking a couple of bites, she would gaze for a while, and I felt an urge to pinch this little creature, yet I feared she might choke. Once she finished, he resumed his focus on the mixed video edits. Meanwhile, Wan'an began to prod at his body again, just as I was about to lean down to see what was on his phone. I suddenly noticed a striking white hair amidst his dark locks. It stood upright in the center, and it was truly difficult to spot unless one looked closely. Naturally, I wasn't idly observing, nor would I typically notice such things. The emergence of a white hair among the black was so incongruous. With a slight touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies, I found myself unable to resist reaching out to pluck it away. My fingers grazed his scalp, and Chen looked at me quizzically as I engaged in this little act. Noticing his gaze, Wan'an felt slightly embarrassed and offered an explanation. "There's a white hair. Let me help you remove it." White hair. He pondered, yet Wan'an had already begun her task. Hey, Gu Chen thought to himself. What does that even matter? Chapter 69. The mischievous villain to her, it was not merely an incongruous strand of white hair. It also diminished the allure of her boyfriend. Thus, it was imperative to pluck it out. Indeed, that was the case. It was certainly not due to any obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Shortly thereafter, Wan'an gently tugged at one. "Oh dear, my apologies. I plucked the wrong one. Just a moment longer." Wan'an reached out again, pressing his head down with her other hand, causing it to rest against her fair thigh. Inside, Chen thought, this is a travesty. Although her compulsions were not severe, how could she easily abandon a task so close to completion? As he fidgeted, she inadvertently plucked another one, missing yet again. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, the white hair stood out even more prominently in her eyes. "Just a moment. Please wait for me." Wan'an diligently continued to part his hair, akin to small creatures searching for lice on each other. Chen was not pleased. Was a single strand of hair worth all this fuss? "Enough. Do not touch my hair." He promptly seized her delicate wrist, their hands entwined as if shackled together. She struggled twice, yet failed to break free. Before him, Wan'an persisted in her futile attempts, making little sounds of protest, eager to wrest her hands free and resume her pursuit of his hair. Such triviality. It was merely a white hair. Even the most ordinary person has them. "Fine, I shall release you, but do not touch my hair, or I shall have to deal with you." Though he tried to sound stern, he could not help but soften, loosening his grip slightly. However, Wan'an was like a trapped little snake. Once freed, she immediately sprang back. Her hands returned to his head, gently embracing it. Just one last time with a smile. It seemed she would not be able to sleep soundly tonight unless she removed that white hair. Chen, somewhat baffled, could only acquiesce. Resigned, he reclined against his thigh for a moment, the sensation causing a ticklish irritation, yet she persevered. Finally, this time she succeeded in plucking that conspicuous white hair. My apologies, I shall give you a massage right away," resolving her compulsion. She reached out to pat the top of his head, as if she were a little sister who had upset her brother. Chen sat up abruptly, seemingly much taller now, and Wan'an could finally reach his head again, continuing to stroke it, as if soothing a great bear. Subsequently, Chen forgave her, coming to understand the nature of her obsession. She sat beside him for a while, the exuberance within her becoming uncontrollable, her gaze drifting to the treadmill previously used by Chen. With a smile, she declared, "Having just eaten, I must also engage in some exercise, otherwise, if I gain weight, Chen might not want me anymore." Chen looked up, bemused by her words. "What nonsense is this? How much did you even eat at noon? Are you trying to endanger yourself?" So, he gently pulled her, who was about to rush off, into his embrace. His hand rested on her waist, so slender that he feared it might snap. Dieting was absurd. He urged her to eat more. "You must not grow any thinner. You are just right as you are now." Wan'an was suddenly enveloped in his embrace, feeling a touch flustered. She lifted her delicate face to gaze at him and muttered to herself, "What if I gain weight? Would you still want me?" Chen looked at this foolish girl and pondered for a moment before responding, "Of course." "Oh yay." Wan'an cheered joyfully in his arms. She had initially worried that her figure would not attract him, but hearing such reassurance brought her peace of mind. After a brief moment of contentment, she realized that work was about to begin, prompting her to rise and prepare to return to her duties. Wan'an quickly leapt to his side, recalling an important matter just as he was about to depart. Wait, I almost forgot. Where's my midday kiss?" With a slight smirk, Chen raised an eyebrow at her. "Not happening." He stood up and began to walk away. Morning and evening kisses could be overlooked, but a midday kiss? That was simply too much. Women should not be indulged in such whims. Seeing him escape with great haste, she hurriedly pursued him with small, quick steps. Ultimately, after a few breaths at the stairway, she still failed to catch up with him. She pouted in frustration, stomping her feet as she muttered, "Hmph. Titanium alloy straight man." Unbeknownst to her, Chen had merely turned a corner to evade her, and the sight of her angrily stomping her feet was akin to a mischievous kitten fluffing up in annoyance. Truly a delightful spectacle. Only her own phone had been taken away by her. She decided to consider it as confiscated, and that she would retrieve it later in the evening. In the afternoon, as work proceeded normally, Wan'an returned to the office to attend to her tasks. Lifting her gaze from her desk, Chen inadvertently noticed a stack of documents fluttering to the ground inside the president's office, swept down by the wind. With a soft thud, several more stacks followed suit. Surprisingly, the commotion did not disturb the slumbering Wan'an, who appeared to be utterly exhausted after 2 hours of work, now resting her head on the desk in deep sleep, with the window still ajar, allowing the strong gusts at such height to scatter the papers. Seeing her in this state tugged at Chen's heartstrings. Being the president was certainly demanding. He rose from his seat, pushed open the grand office door, and went to close the window that was causing the disturbance. He then gathered all the scattered documents and, on an impulse, pocketed the red phone she had gifted herself. Observing Wan'an, who was adorably asleep with a tiny trickle of drool at the corner of her mouth, he gently pinched her little nose, though she felt nothing else. The slight touch on her nose made her flutter her eyelashes. Upon opening her eyes, she could only catch a glimpse of Gu Chen's retreating figure. The lingering sensation on her nose, coupled with the sight of the window being shut, filled her with a wave of happiness, prompting her to mutter softly, "Humph. You naughty one, don't go pinching my little nose, or it might just disappear." As night fell and it was time to head home, the orange hues of twilight bathed the building in warmth. Wan'an had to work a little overtime unexpectedly, while Gu Chen chose to remain, engrossed in his phone as he awaited her return. After all, in the president's office, Wan'an often cast furtive glances his way, curious to see if he would leave early. To her dismay, he did not, which left her feeling a tinge of disappointment. Half an hour later, having completed her tasks, Wan'an cheerfully linked her arm with Gu Chen's as they descended the stairs together. "Thank you for waiting for me, Chen," she exclaimed. Gu Chen playfully pinched her soft flesh, replying, "What are you being polite for? Would I walk home if I didn't wait for you? Are you going to reimburse my taxi fare?" Wan'an found his logic sound. Once downstairs, they hopped into the car, and she accelerated quickly, eager to savor the delicious meal Gu Chen had promised to prepare. After several minutes of driving, she procured the ingredients and parked in the community lot. After a bit of searching, they found a parking spot that was somewhat distant due to the previous day's spot being occupied. Just as they settled in, they noticed a luxurious vehicle parked beside them, a Porsche Macan, a dream car for many young enthusiasts. With a base price of $530,000 and a fully equipped model costing $920,000, it was not excessively priced in comparison. Wan'an paid little mind to it as she exited the car and approached the trunk to retrieve the groceries. Suddenly, the adjacent car started shaking up and down, which struck her as odd since it was turned off and the doors were locked. How could the vehicle still tremble? Chapter 70. Watching cartoons is childish. Yet I adore your childishness unfamiliar with the world. Wan'an leaned closer. The glass door was adorned with a high-quality sunshade film, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the interior from a distance. Even approaching it did not guarantee clarity. Only by leaning closer might one hope to catch a glimpse. Suddenly, peculiar sounds emanated from within the car, but the soundproofing was excellent, and the details remained elusive. With a swift glance, her not-so-bright mind made an alarming deduction. Oh dear, could it be that the car's owner inadvertently locked a puppy inside? It would surely suffer from a lack of oxygen. She gasped in shock, covering her mouth. If that were the case, the owner was exceedingly careless. Wan'an had a deep affection for animals. Although she often felt jealous of the little kittens, she could not bear to see any creature subjected to cruelty. With this thought, she instinctively crouched down, searching for a relatively sharp stone. Just as Chen Kai secured the car door, he noticed her actions and immediately approached to intervene. "Wait a moment. What are you doing?" She replied with indignation, "I think there may be a dog trapped inside. If my suspicion proves true, I shall shatter the glass immediately. Such a negligent owner is utterly detestable." It turned out she was merely preparing to break the window. Listening to her explanation, Chen rubbed his head, pondering the commotion emanating from the Porsche, recalling that a typical dog would not possess the strength to shake the vehicle so vigorously. Could it be a Tibetan Mastiff, a Doberman, a Siberian Husky, or perhaps a combination of all? Naturally, if such a scenario were to arise, it would be quite terrifying. However, upon closer observation of the car's trembling frequency, his gaze sharpened. With years of social experience, he could quickly deduce the cause of the disturbance. Cough, cough. Wan'an. There is no need to worry. Don't lean in closer. He reached out, feeling somewhat embarrassed, urging her to withdraw her hand. Yet, the stubborn girl resisted. "No way." Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "You may come to regret this." "Are you certain you wish to continue?" Of course, not looking would be regrettable, wouldn't it? She believed that wanting to rescue a small animal was a noble endeavor. So if she wished to see, let her see. She only hoped her worldview would not be shattered in the process. Wan'an had always been a well-behaved girl, and she had never encountered such a scene. Even the risky conversations her friends indulged in were filtered out in her mind. Finally, she edged closer, pressing her face against the glass, straining to discern the reality within. Upon witnessing the scene, her little face went blank, and the stone in her hand fell from her grasp. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. In an instant, her cheeks flushed, steam seemingly rising from her head, even condensation forming on the glass. She had transformed into a veritable steam maiden. It turned out there were two individuals inside engaged in intimate activities. In a flash, she turned her face away, covering it, too embarrassed to face Chen, her feet shuffling against the ground as she shyly scurried back home. Indeed, Wan'an's expression was entirely within his expectations. He shook his head with a knowing smile and followed suit. Meanwhile, those inside the car were oblivious to the fact that someone was peering in, engrossed in their fervent activities. Wan'an curled her toes, recalling the scene she had just witnessed, murmuring to herself, how could they engage in such behavior here? What behavior? You ask? Chen found her adorably innocent demeanor irresistible and couldn't help but tease her. She slightly lowered her hands, cast him a glance, and huffed, still pretending, Huh? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have looked. Chen feigned innocence. Oh, did I not mention it? Besides, how could I possibly know what they were doing? His audacity was rather shameless. Wan'an, however, was not deceived. He had clearly stated that she would regret looking. What a ridiculous excuse, she exclaimed, biting her lip, her cuteness evident as she forgot to hold his hand and hurriedly ascended the steps. The scene she had witnessed in the car was certainly inappropriate. While not illegal, it was hardly commendable. To witness such a thing in a secluded parking space nearly shattered Wan'an's worldview. It was her first encounter with such a sight. Though her friends often attempted to entice her into similar situations, she consistently resisted. Chen, carrying an assortment of vegetables, including spinach, empty containers, and marinated pig's head, along with a few inexplicable parcels Wan'an had collected, ascended the stairs, with her assisting in pressing the elevator buttons. Inside the elevator, the lights flickered momentarily before returning to normal, leaving them puzzled, sensing that the elevator might need repairs. Upon reaching the entrance, Wan'an still covered her face, secretly peeking through her fingers to gauge Chen's expression, only to discover him laughing as he opened the door, undoubtedly mocking her. Embarrassed, she refrained from retorting. Once inside, she swiftly prepared the meal and set the table. As time passed, her initial shyness began to fade, though she occasionally still hummed in embarrassment. After dinner, she eagerly volunteered to clear the dishes and then playfully nudged Chen into the shower. After all, having worked all day, it was the woman's duty to take on some household chores. However, Wan'an had also toiled throughout the day, and although Chen wished to assist, he was playfully pushed away. Observing her industriousness, he felt a warmth in his heart. When he emerged from the shower, towel in hand, he scanned the living room, but found Wan'an missing. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed a high ponytail peeking from the sofa, with the television flickering on. He rarely watched TV, so it was evident that Wan'an had turned it on after finishing her tasks. To his surprise, the screen displayed an animated show, quietly approaching her from behind. He glanced at the cartoon and then leaned down, whispering in her ear, At your age, still watching cartoons? Wan'an's delicate frame shivered, and upon turning, she discovered Chen's lips alarmingly close to her own. Hmph, how could you startle me like that? She pouted, hands resting on her hips, embodying the essence of a child despite being an adult. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she had failed to notice his approach. Reflecting on his words, a blush crept across her cheeks. What's wrong? Can't an adult enjoy watching it? You still watch One Piece, don't you? After a moment of contemplation, she countered, Isn't it true that affection knows no age limits? Oh, but different age groups have their preferences, he retorted, armed with logic. Moreover, those who enjoy Bear Big are likely to watch One Piece, yet not vice versa. After all, the fans of Bear Big have matured, while there are individuals in their 30s who still cherish One Piece, just like me. Wan'an found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't this an indirect admission of her youth? His comment made her acutely aware of her own naivety, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. With a huff, she mumbled under her breath, grabbing the remote control with the intent to change the channel. If you don't want to watch it, then I shall change it for you. However, Chen swiftly snatched the remote from her grasp. Confused, Wan'an tilted her head, regarding him quizzically. With a playful smirk, Chen replied, Who said I wouldn't watch it? In truth, I share your fondness for this animated series. Chapter 71. Why torture me with horror films? As she spoke softly, Wan'an's small face lit up with delight, akin to the revelation of the existence of Ultraman. One must believe in the light. Thus, he turned to sit beside her on the sofa, joining her in watching the animated film. After a while, he discovered that it was the movie featuring the Treasure Bear Warriors. Wan'an's sense of humor was remarkably simple. Even the slightest movement from a character could elicit peals of laughter from her. Coupled with the antics of Bear Big, Bear 2, and Bald Hmph, she was nearly in stitches. Haraha. With every laugh, she would collapse into his embrace, and as she fell, Chen gazed at her with a look of endearing foolishness. Had she never watched a comedy before? If she were to see iPartment, she would surely be in fits of laughter. Perhaps due to her age, aside from a reasonably engaging plot, the anime provided little in terms of humor for him. He had seen it before, so throughout the viewing, he merely felt her squirming in his arms, a ticklish sensation against his chest. She would occasionally pat his shoulder. When the anime concluded, the ending credits stirred something within her. An emotional Wan'an discreetly shed a few tears. Like a delicate young lady, she gently rubbed her eyes, allowing the tears to swirl within her gaze, careful not to let Chen see. However, nothing could escape his watchful eyes. He reached for a tissue, turning her face gently to wipe her eyes, and in that moment, Wan'an's spirit soared once more. Once the animated feature was over, to his surprise, she expressed a desire to watch a horror film. Chen, it's still early. Shall we watch another horror movie together? His eyes widened. A horror film? What was this girl thinking? This was an old trick, an age-old plot. Surely she meant to watch a horror movie, only to hide in his embrace during the frightening scenes, seeking comfort and thus nurturing their bond, all in a syrupy, clingy manner. Indeed, many couples do opt for this approach at the cinema. It is quite practical. He didn't oppose the idea, as it was indeed still early. Otherwise, they would have to resort to gaming. Yet, he raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? After watching a horror film tonight, will you be able to sleep? Wan'an immediately puffed out her charming little chest, resolutely raising her hand. Rest assured, with Chen by my side, I fear no monsters or demons. Because my Chen is formidable and utterly dependable. Chen found himself speechless. Who had instilled such confidence in her? Wan'an then retrieved her phone, searching for a horror movie she had long wished to see. She recalled during her school days, the entire class had been abuzz discussing just how terrifying this film was. It was known that every student had seen it and had expressed their astonishment. Her friends had even shared a clip with her, and she, unable to resist her curiosity, had watched it. Unfortunately, it happened to be a particularly frightful prank scene, leaving her nearly paralyzed in fear. When that ghost suddenly appeared, how could that not be terrifying? Being a sensitive girl, she had even felt an urge to smash her phone. Her friends were so cruel. Just like Chen, he glanced at the horror film Wan'an had searched for. His pupils immediately constricted. Village of the Damned? Reflecting upon it, this film is indeed quite terrifying, leaving a significant childhood shadow for him. What is the matter, Chen? Have you seen it? My sister showed it to me before, but it was far too frightening for me to watch. He smiled, his lips curving in a mysterious manner, intentionally leaving her with a psychological shadow. Noticing the faint scent of her lingering perfume, he realized she hadn't yet bathed and advised, why not take a shower first? We could watch together afterwards. With her clever eyes twinkling, she pondered for a moment, then replied, Oh, I understand what you mean, Chen. You want me to bathe and emerge fresh and fragrant, lying in your embrace. How astute of you. The last remark was rather earnest, as if she truly believed it. Chen was left with a series of question marks hovering above his head. What is this nonsense? This self-absorbed little creature is pointing at herself as if I were indeed that kind of person. Yet, this reasoning seemed difficult to contest. Wan'an then slipped from his arms, casually selecting a few of Chen's garments, bouncing into the shower. Chen furrowed his brow, a black line forming across his forehead. She had her own clothes yet insisted on wearing his. Was she seeking comfort? Should she wear matching underwear as well? Through the door, listening to the sound of rushing water, Chen turned his attention to the television, his throat subtly tightening. Anticipating the horror film they would soon watch together, Wan'an hurried through her shower, emerging fragrant and alluring, evoking an almost irresistible urge to take a bite of her. The moment she opened the door, Chen instinctively glanced over. She emerged, freshly cleansed and steaming, resembling a warm, freshly baked pastry. The oversized clothing hung loosely, leaving him to wonder if it was intentional or merely coincidental. Yet, her collarbone was undeniably exquisite. Her small face beamed with joy as she spun around before approaching him. She then perched herself on his lap, waiting for him to project the horror film. I'm ready, she exclaimed, her exuberance reminiscent of SpongeBob SquarePants. Wan'an's lively demeanor, seated in his embrace, showcased her long, slender legs, drawing his gaze downward involuntarily. The faint warmth emanating from her seemed akin to a freshly steamed cake, rich in creamy flavor. A bite would surely elevate one to celestial heights. Her delicate ankles and fair little feet were captivating. Though he was no foot enthusiast, he found himself nearly enchanted. Shaking his head, he realized his eyes were playing tricks on him. She reclined in his arms, the oversized clothing billowing around her, but with a gentle tug at her waist. It could be cinched down to half its size. Her tiny waist was easily grasped by hand. Her small hands nestled within the sleeves, reminiscent of winter. Covered her mouth while her bright eyes eagerly watched the television, one side of her face resting against him, as if she were truly his little cotton-padded jacket. Such a teasing little sprite. Feeling the warmth of her fragrant cheeks, he smiled gently. Let us begin. He pressed the projection button, and the horror film instantly grazed the grand screen. To enhance the terrifying atmosphere, the hall was plunged into darkness. As the movie commenced, Wan'an instinctively shrank back. A flicker of fear evident in her demeanor, her small feet exposed and trembling in the open air. As the story unfolded, her expression shifted. She no longer radiated the same joy. Her petite feet sought refuge within the folds of his oversized coat, both to keep warm and to assuage the fear of them being seized by a phantom. Of course, this was merely a psychological apprehension. Chen remained largely unfazed by the horror film. Rather, it was Wan'an's antics that had him furrowing his brow in exasperation, several dark lines forming across his forehead. At the sight of a particularly frightening scene, Wan'an, unable to contain herself, instinctively pinched the flesh of his arm, realizing she had inadvertently caused him pain. She quickly began to knead the spot, her voice soft and apologetic. He bore no anger, merely observing her silly antics. As another alarming moment unfolded on screen, she accidentally grasped his arm once more, causing his face to twitch. In a matter of mere minutes, she had clutched him 4 times. The film's opening, revolving around corpse oil, had drawn their attention, but they remained oblivious to the apparition that materialized behind them. She continued to apologize, her fingers gently massaging the area. Chen found himself bemused, thinking, what on earth is happening? Watching a horror film, Wan'an's delicate visage had paled. It felt as though every corner of the room was teeming with friendly spirits. As the film progressed, Wan'an dared not look directly at the screen. Burying her face in his chest, her curiosity piqued by the plot. What is happening? Has the protagonist encountered a ghost? What does it look like? Do the spirits consume humans, or do they merely frighten and flee? Please, tell me. Chapter 72. I need to use the toilet. Please move aside. Wan'an was tormenting him relentlessly, and he helplessly tried to pry her off him, as if she were glued on with super glue. If you want to know, just look for yourself, he replied, exasperated by her typical blend of naivety and playfulness. Of course, Chen was patting her back, reassuring her not to be so frightened. One of his hands, rather relaxed, inadvertently rested on her thigh. Glancing up, he noticed that Wan'an seemed oblivious. Perhaps too tense to notice. Chen initially intended to withdraw his hand, but the sensation was rather pleasant. He continued to keep it there, ostensibly to avoid letting go. As he turned his attention back to the unfolding plot on the television, he noticed another ghost was about to jump out, prompting him to chuckle softly. He then responded to her, all right, the plot is quite calm now. That person has entered the elevator. Wan'an let out a sigh of relief. But as soon as she turned her head, her worried little face hadn't fully turned away when suddenly a piercing scream from a ghost echoed throughout the hall. This was the kind of film that could leave even Chen with psychological scars. The scream was exceptionally terrifying, far worse than what the second class had experienced. The sudden ghostly scream from the elevator made his legs jolt. Wan'an instinctively turned her face away and forcefully buried her forehead into his chest, sobbing, "You liar." She pressed deeply into him, as if she would never dare to watch a horror film again. Haha, it's all right, relax. Look, the ghost is gone now. I don't believe you. Big bad guy. Bad, bad, bad. You scared me to tears. Wan'an clung tightly to him, causing a warmth to spread across his chest. Yet on the television, the plot had indeed returned to normal. He sighed, pondering whether he was ensnaring himself in a web of his own making. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Don't cry, be good. He gently rubbed her little head, squeezing her shoulders before kneading the soft spot at the nape of her neck. Only then did Wan'an finally loosen her hold and step away from his chest, allowing him to breathe more easily. She tilted her face up, gazing at him with a hint of melancholy, a few tears shimmering in her eyes, making her appear even more adorable. Chen couldn't resist reaching out to gently tease her little nose, prompting Wan'an to lower her head in delight. With the television continuing to play, she still dared not look. Chen, obediently, narrated the plot to her, ensuring not to frighten her further. After consuming a considerable amount of water during the film, nature called, and he had been holding it in for quite a while. The urge was becoming unbearable. Blushing slightly, he touched her little face and said, "Wan'an, could you move for a moment? I need to use the toilet." She had held on to him so tightly during the horror film that he found it quite difficult to push her away. Wan'an lifted her head slightly, her little face displaying sheer terror. "What? You need to go to the toilet? What about me?" It seemed as if the mere act of using the toilet would mean leaving her behind. He smiled gently, noticing the pitiful expression on her little face. However, she was quite frightened. "What if you weren't there? If a ghost were to ambush me in the darkness, I would be doomed." Upon hearing this, Chen couldn't help but chuckle, relieved that he hadn't taken a sip of water. The softness of her voice made such a statement utterly amusing. It is entirely normal for girls to fear ghosts, and boys too, but to genuinely believe that a ghost would attack a person seems somewhat exaggerated. Of course, if Wan'an didn't exaggerate a bit, he wouldn't be moved at all. "Just a moment, let me pause the television. I'll be right back." He winked at Wan'an. Chen's striking looks were utterly irresistible, and when he gently fluttered his eyelashes, it was an extreme allure for any woman. Wan'an felt her heart race, yet, due to the eerie atmosphere, she clung to him tightly. Don't go, she pouted, playfully. If an ordinary man witnessed this, his protective instincts would surely ignite. Just look at her. She seemed on the verge of tears. "Be good, wait for me." Chen, unable to contain himself, gently grasped her hand that hung around his neck, wrapped his arm around her waist, and playfully tossed her onto the sofa. He needed to use the restroom, and it was awkward for Wan'an to follow him in. She couldn't simply resolve her discomfort here, so she clutched at his shirt helplessly. As he headed to the restroom, he casually pressed the pause button, intending to resume their viewing later. Wan'an watched him retreat step by step, only able to curl up her body in response. However, just as she turned around, the paused scene on the television coincidentally displayed a terrifying ghostly visage. Wan'an stared blankly for a moment, too frightened to look again. She quickly covered her eyes, her slender legs hastily touching the ground, her slippers on the wrong feet as she dashed toward the one man in the restroom. She mumbled, "Ah, Chen, you big bad guy, playing tricks on me. How annoying." She thought he had deliberately paused it at that spot, but he had merely done so at random. Who would have guessed such a coincidence? Upon reaching the restroom, she nearly slammed the door shut, but Chen managed to push it open just in time. Wan'an squeezed inside and swiftly leaned against the door, locking it behind her. "What are you doing? Are little ghosts chasing you?" he joked. Wan'an appeared quite distressed and unwilling to leave. Chen could only say, "If you stand there, I can't go. But I'm scared." "Then you can do your thing. I'll close my eyes. Is that all right?" This pitiful request stirred something within him, yet he frowned slightly, insisting, "Well, then turn your head away. Who do you think you're fooling by closing your eyes?" Wan'an obeyed and turned around slowly, as if she might regret her decision at any moment. Suddenly, she felt a surge of excitement and curiosity about just how magnificent her boyfriend truly was, until Wan'an completely turned her head away and let out a huff. Chen finally unfastened his belt. After holding back for 5 seconds, his gaze unwavering yet tinged with concern, he continued to watch her, apprehensive that he might startle Wan'an. It was all for her sake. Upon hearing the sound of running water, Wan'an indeed became restless, her tongue teasingly licking her lips as she cast a furtive glance in his direction. Fortunately, Chen was prepared, with a swift motion. He covered her eyes with his hand. "Oh, what are you doing?" Wan'an protested playfully. He remained unfazed. "I merely wished to see if you were well." Chen raised an eyebrow. "Is that a valid excuse?" Undeterred, she persisted. Though one hand obscured her vision, she maneuvered her body slightly, rising onto her toes, nearly catching a glimpse of the astonishing sight. Chen, startled, feared that such a sight might lead her to frivolous thoughts. In a flash, he covered her eyes once more. "Wan'an, are you playing with fire?" She paid no heed, lowering her body further, on the verge of seeing. It must be said that his reflexes were remarkable. With his large hand, he managed to shield her view with minimal movement. After several failed attempts, she grew anxious. In her haste, she lowered herself significantly, her mischievous little head tilting, and Chen, quick on his feet, ruffled her hair. After nearly a minute of playful struggle, Chen finally turned off the faucet. Ultimately, she could only hear the sounds without witnessing the source. When he finally lowered his hand, Wan'an's hair was in disarray, resembling a ghostly figure. As she pushed aside her long hair, it became evident how stubborn her expression was. "I am already your girlfriend. Yet there are things I cannot see. Are you reserving it for other girls to admire? As your girlfriend, is it illegal for me to take a peek?" With her adorable demeanor, she audaciously questioned the significance of her title. Seeing her vexation, Chen gently scratched her chin. "With you watching, I truly cannot perform." He too felt a sense of helplessness. Chapter 73. Wan'an was feeling paranoid, her thoughts racing. "You silly fool, you brutish man," she teased, playfully sticking out her tongue as she emerged from the restroom and stepped into the enveloping darkness. Fear crept back in, prompting her to grasp his arm tightly. Her eyes gently closed like a timid bird. Chen suddenly smiled, lightly pinching the soft flesh at the nape of her neck, eliciting a slight pang of discomfort from her. "Hehe, why don't you pull away?" she murmured, nestled in his embrace. "How dare he pinch me? Just wait until I strike back." With that, she playfully thumped his sturdy abdomen, which felt as solid as a rock. After all, it was home to those impressive 8-pack abs. She switched tactics, squeezing at his waist, only to have him catch her hand with a grin. "Hmph, if you're naughty again, I shall nibble on your little hand." He brought her struggling fingers to his lips, opening wide as if to bite down. Wan'an, feeling a twinge of fear, quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing. Her small hands were delicate, easily engulfed by his mouth, and she imagined that if he truly took a bite, it would send tingles throughout her entire body. "Wan'an, this horror film is quite terrifying. Perhaps we should stop watching?" she suggested, recalling that few boys in their class had dared to view it. He chided her. "You're scared to this extent and still want to watch? That's absurd." So does that mean I am quite brave?" she asked innocently. Chen, perplexed, thought, "What on earth is this line of reasoning? I wasn't trying to compliment you. Never mind, let's continue watching." With her persistent desire to see more, he reluctantly pressed the play button once again. Eventually, after half an hour, the film concluded. Although it was an older production by today's standards, its quality remained remarkably high. As the credits rolled, he glanced at the time and realized it was late. "Let us head to bed," he suggested, shaking his body playfully to coax Wan'an down. He reached down to extract her tiny feet from beneath his clothing, teasingly placing them outside where they met the cool air before bringing them back again. His actions were indulgent, though each time it brought him a sense of comfort. Now, she clung to him like a little sloth, refusing to budge. "All right then, carry me to bed. I'm too scared to step down." I harbor an irrational fear that there might be a ghost lurking beneath the table, or perhaps beneath the sofa, or even within the confines of the cabinet. She gazed into his eyes, her delicate voice trembling as she spoke. Initially, Chen felt indifferent. However, upon hearing her words, an unsettling sensation enveloped the room. Her fears had become contagious, instilling a sense of trepidation within him as well. He cast her a playful yet affectionate glance, reaching out to secure her in his embrace, preventing her from tumbling to the ground. As they gradually approached the space between the two doors, Chen observed Wan'an's palpable fear. Her large eyes fixated on the shadows and the darkness. Earlier, they had refrained from turning on the lights while watching television, as she had insisted on creating a chilling ambience to coax him into comforting her. Yet, she soon realized that Chen had no inclination to initiate such reassurances. With a smile gracing his lips, Chen toyed with the idea of teasing her once more. Taking a step forward towards the doorway of the room he had prepared for her, Wan'an sensed something amiss. Why was he not simply entering his own room? Instinctively, she clung to him tighter, swallowing hard several times. Chen, what are you doing in this room? You're not going to make us sleep apart, are you? You wouldn't just toss me onto the bed and leave me, would you? I'm truly terrified. Can't you show me some sympathy? I'm upset. I'm crying." She resembled a child neglected by their mother, clinging to an adult while exhibiting a sulky demeanor. Noticing that she might genuinely be on the verge of tears, Chen ceased his teasing, gently pinching her soft flesh before turning around. "I was merely jesting. Do not cry." He promptly opened the door, ushering her into his room. "Good night," she said, extending a small hand to wipe away non-existent tears, a radiant smile gracing her lips. With a playful huff, he secured the door and turned off the lights, and once again, they lay together on the same bed. Chen tucked her under the covers, softly patting her back to soothe her fears, lest she be unable to sleep. Wan'an, still clinging to herself, had her legs tightly wrapped around his. Thus, not only was she restless, but Chen found himself unable to sleep as well. Reflecting on his childhood, he recalled that after watching a particular horror film, he too had spent a sleepless night. Wan'an continued to murmur softly, "Oh no, the room feels so chilly." "Is there a little ghost here?" "That's because I opened the window," he replied. "But, might there be something under our bed? What if it grabs us while we're asleep?" He was at a loss for words. "Wait, did you hear the dripping sound outside the door? Could it be a ghost trying to lure us? Please don't scare me." This time, he was utterly speechless. "It's probably just you not turning off the tap while brushing your teeth, dear sister." Though she felt a bit embarrassed, her unease lingered. "Just in case. We must hide well under the covers. I've heard that ghosts don't attack those who are under blankets. So let us ensure we're covered tightly. Wan'an reached out, pulling his exposed leg beneath the blankets, fearful of any potential ghostly harm. Chen sighed inwardly. Wait a moment. Is my girlfriend really this naive? Forget it. Wan'an, by nature timid and overly sensitive, surely needs some time to let go. After a lengthy period of murmuring, Chen began to genuinely wonder if there were ghosts in this house. Alas, he even felt a twinge of fear, instinctively pulling her closer, while Wan'an nestled against his leg and gradually drifted back to sleep. In the deep of night, 1:30 a.m., Wan'an was finally roused from her slumber by an urgent need. I can't hold it any longer, she awoke, desperate to use the restroom. Having held it in since before bedtime, too timid to go alone and reluctant to disturb Chen. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, memories of horror films flooded her mind, making her even more hesitant to rise, so she curled back under the covers, gazing at his peaceful sleeping face. Wan'an blinked her large eyes several times, reaching out to nudge him, but hesitated, thinking, Chen must be exhausted. Is it really fair to wake him just because I need to use the restroom? Yet, the image of a ghost appearing in the bathroom from that horror movie sent chills down her spine. In turmoil, she bit her nails. Realizing that this could not continue, her wide eyes remained fixed on him, silently wishing for Chen to wake naturally. Just then, it seemed Chen sensed her silent plea, slightly opening his eyes. What followed was a moment of mutual gazes, each studying the other intently. Chen, are you awake? How wonderful. His expression was one of confusion. With your legs squeezing mine so tightly, how could I possibly remain asleep? He looked at the little fool beside him. It was only then that Wan'an realized she had been pressing her thigh against his leg, subconsciously tightening her grip due to her urgent need. Realizing this, she immediately released him, lowering her head in apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She began to rub her hands together awkwardly. Chapter 74. Did Chu Renmei suddenly jump out? Don't scare me. As astute as he was, before she could finish her explanation, Chen, observing her puffed-up little face, deduced what she was about to say. You need to use the restroom? Then let us go together. His gentle voice immediately prompted Wan'an to lift her small head, realizing he, too, was in need of a visit to the lavatory. In truth, that was not the case. Wan'an had consumed just as much water as he had, yet she had not made a single trip to the restroom. Hence his accurate guess. She lifted the covers and, with her tiny feet, hopped out of bed, grasping Chen's arm as if he were her anchor, proceeding to the hall side by side. Noticing her evident fear, Chen promptly illuminated the entire hall, which eased Wan'an's anxiety somewhat. Although her eyes remained fixated on the shadowy corners of the kitchen, areas untouched by light, she had indeed overstepped this time. Twisting the doorknob, she squeezed her delicate form through the narrow opening, resembling a soft little kitten. Subsequently, she attempted to pull him in with her. However, he was reluctant. Why would I enter while you use the restroom? After some hesitant struggles at the door, feeling slightly embarrassed, he concluded that merely accompanying her sufficed, so he remained outside. There's a large mirror in here. I'm scared without you by my side. I simply cannot come out. Her soft, almost tearful tone resonated with his heart. Chen felt a headache creeping in, perplexed by her line of reasoning. Ultimately, he was gradually tugged into the room by Wan'an, who locked the door to prevent his escape. As Wan'an prepared to sit on the toilet, Chen promptly turned his back. All right, I shall wait for you. Be quick. Yet, she seemed displeased. You needn't turn away. I don't mind at all, she pouted adorably. Chen rolled his eyes. I do mind. What do you expect? That I should brazenly watch you? Wan'an chuckled at his flustered demeanor, finding it quite manly. Wan'an resolved her business swiftly and stood. All right, your turn. Chen cautiously glanced back, fearing she might be playful and not have pulled up her pants. Fortunately, she behaved. All right, you may go out, he uttered, though he knew this statement might hold little weight. No, I'm scared as anticipated. Her retort bounced back at him. She coyly clung to him, refusing to leave. She then guided Chen to sit on the toilet, turning away with a semblance of understanding, promising not to sneak a glance. He reluctantly unfastened his pants. Wan'an, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but smile, her delightful little lips curling upwards, tilting her head slightly. However, to her surprise, instead of witnessing what she desired, her gaze met a pair of stern eagle-like eyes. Hiss. Startled, she realized Chen had anticipated her intent to peek, thus merely creating a sound to divert her attention, while he stealthily monitored her mischievous actions from behind. Still looking? Wan'an trembled, feeling as if she had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. However, rather than surrendering, she grew increasingly obstinate. Hmph. What is so interesting? I'm not impressed. I merely wish to glance at myself in the mirror. She concocted a rationale that even she found hard to believe. With a frown of confusion, she recalled who had once expressed fear of the ghosts lurking in mirrors. Ultimately, after a brief bout of mischief, she took 2 minutes to compose herself before stepping out of the bathroom. Wan'an only caught a fleeting glimpse, yet that was sufficient to leave her astounded. Her complexion paled slightly. Upon returning to her room, she swiftly dove into her blankets, cocooning herself within. Chen gently caressed her back, and soon she succumbed to slumber. 2 hours later, in the stillness of the night, sounds emerged once more. Wan'an, in her delicate form, could not find rest on the bed and inadvertently rolled onto the floor. With a resounding thud, her face met the ground. Ouch! She cried, the impact nearly causing her pain. Fortunately, Chen had anticipated her propensity to tumble from the bed and had laid down a soft cushion below, sparing her from severe injury. Wan'an trembled as she propped herself up, twisting her neck. Ah, it hurts, she murmured, the ache still resonating in her bones. Slowly rising from the floor, she squinted, preparing to crawl back onto the bed. Hmph. That scoundrel Chen could hold me a little tighter, causing me to fall, she mumbled, her lips pouting in complaint. She felt less fearful now, as weariness overshadowed her anxiety. Yet, her gaze inadvertently fell upon something that piqued her curiosity. The room was shrouded in darkness, and it appeared that something was lurking beneath the bed. Why is there someone under the bed? What is Chen doing down there? Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Raising her head, she caught sight of Chen, soundly asleep on the bed. Wan'an's not-so-bright mind grew increasingly troubled. In an instant, the already cold room grew even chillier. There seemed to be a human-like figure, with long hair, motionless like a doll. But in her fright, she could hardly contemplate such thoughts. Her throat quivered, her chin tightened, and her teeth chattered, culminating in a piercing scream. Ah, there is a ghost. There really is a ghost. The television was T-line. In a panic, she scrambled back onto the bed, first placing one foot up and, due to her anxiety, her other foot flailed in the air before finally succeeding. She quickly threw off the covers and burrowed into them, trembling with fear. Wah wah wah. Mama. Mama, there is a ghost. Wan'an was utterly terrified, calling for her mother like a child trapped in a nightmare. Upon glancing upward, she noticed Chen's body still exposed, and in that moment, her tears ceased. She hastily shifted the quilt entirely over him, ensuring he was completely covered. Oh, Chen, let us not venture out. I have heard that spirits never harm those nestled within their blankets. Let us quietly hide for the night, she whimpered. She longed to lean against Chen, yet the thought of the terrifying ghost made her doubt his ability to protect them. Concerned for his safety, she wrapped him up tightly, leaving not a single strand of hair exposed. As both sought refuge beneath the quilt, it formed a noticeable mound from the outside. Wan'an, feeling a surge of excitement, soon realized that Chen remained still beside her. She lowered her gaze to find him wide-eyed, staring at her with an expression of incredulity. As if she were a simpleton, Chen had already awakened from the commotion, merely playing along, curious about her late-night antics. What is all this noise in the dead of night? Have you seen a ghost? He pondered, perplexed. Chastened by his words, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet fearing spirits was quite natural, wasn't it? There is someone under the bed. Oh no, it seems to be a long-haired ghost. Could it be that Chu Renmei has leapt out from the television? Chapter 76, The Elevator Turmoil. Moments later, sounds emanated from the kitchen, prompting Wan'an to rise from her repose. She stretched her graceful figure, her previously elevated garment cascading down to conceal her waist. Approaching the window, she inhaled the fresh air. Her spirits lifted immensely. Like a playful kitten, she blinked her large eyes with delight, swaying her lovely high ponytail as she bounced to the door, intent on learning to cook from him. As she opened the door, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, instantly captivating her senses. What was that? Braised pig trotters? Oh, how she adored them. The mere scent brought forth memories of both roasted and stewed delicacies, all equally beloved. She tiptoed quietly into the kitchen, standing behind him. Chen was skillfully flipping the pig trotters with a spatula when he suddenly sensed a soft presence behind him, causing a brief jolt in his body. Turning around, he was greeted by her familiar visage, his eyes softening with affection. You're awake? Next time, make some noise while you walk. You startled me, he remarked. Wan'an giggled, her gaze wandering to his waist. Why aren't you wearing an apron again? Come here, let me put it on for you. Noticing he was cooking without the protective garment, she reached for one to drape over him. No need, just cover it and let it simmer for a bit, he replied. However, Wan'an pouted playfully, that's not acceptable. I'm your girlfriend. You must listen to me. Put it on, or your clothes will be hard to clean. Her earnest demeanor, complete with a puffed-up cheek, softened his heart, compelling him to obediently open his arms. In truth, it wasn't that cleaning his clothes was a daunting task. Rather, the apron possessed waterproof qualities, safeguarding his skin from potential burns should any broth splash. Was this what it meant to be a virtuous woman? Soon after, she retrieved her little notebook as per usual, meticulously recording the amounts of scallions, ginger, garlic, and salt. After nearly 20 minutes, the dish was ready, and he sprinkled scallions as a garnish. This was a dish of boiled pig trotters, somewhat unusual for breakfast, primarily because it had been stored in the refrigerator for several days, its cooling efficiency waning. To prevent waste, they had to be consumed at dawn. The trotters were tender, just as Wan'an adored. Setting the table, she arranged the bowls and chopsticks, eagerly awaiting Chen to remove the apron. Wielding her chopsticks, she gently tapped the edge of the table like a drummer, exclaiming, "Time to eat." Chen smiled wryly, bemused by her enthusiasm for what was merely breakfast, akin to a grand feast. Once freed from his apron and seated, Wan'an resembled a rocket primed for launch, ready to dive into her meal. She picked up a piece of lean meat, cheerfully murmuring, "Hehe, I'm about to savor Chen's grand pig trotters." Chen took a sip of the broth, nearly choking in surprise. Gazing at her mischievous expression, he pondered, "Is she mocking me? Couldn't she add a few more words?" Had he known she would gloat, he wouldn't have cooked the trotters. Upon witnessing his bemusement, Wan'an laughed joyfully and took a bite, savoring the delectable dish with a satisfying Chen's grand pig trotters are truly exquisite. A touch more chili. After work tonight, I shall indulge in succulent pig trotters, savoring each morsel as grease coats my lips, unabashedly relishing the feast. My words, however, seemed to etch deeper lines of exasperation upon his forehead. Does he truly believe he can escape my fondness for those pig trotters? How mischievous. Eat slowly, lest you soil your attire, he admonishes, feigning sternness, yet rises to fetch a napkin to wipe my lips. Though my petite mouth consumes little, my movements are swift, and soon we have polished off a small pot. Only a broth remains, which Chen finds unpalatable, yet I, treating it like a treasure, draw it closer and sip directly from the pot. The nourishment lies within, I exclaim, slurping the liquid with delight until I emit a resounding belch, finally setting down the pot. Though not entirely finished, I can no longer manage any more. My belly now resembles that of a woman in her first month of pregnancy. Chen chuckles, collecting the bowls, and approaches me. His curiosity piqued as he gently touches my abdomen, pondering how a girl can consume so much yet remain slender. Feeling his hand on my belly, I tilt my face upward, teasingly asking, "Did you feel that?" He wipes the table, feigning ignorance. "What? Did you not sense the baby kicking?" I giggle innocently, playfully claiming my stuffed belly harbors a little one that is apparently kicking me. Finding his disinterest amusing, I cannot help but revel in my delight. Eventually, I rise to assist him at the sink, though my clumsiness leaves bubbles clinging to the dishes. Soon, it is time for work, and I don my newly purchased attire, presenting myself before Chen. In that instant, he stands momentarily entranced, pondering how a mere change of clothing can transform one so drastically. Is his girlfriend truly this enchanting? I tiptoe closer, beaming with a bright smile. "Hey, what are you staring at? Am I that beautiful? You look spellbound." My voice carries a playful lilt, brimming with excitement. He, however, instinctively shifts his gaze. "Indeed, I am merely observing a fool, a daft one," he retorts, a smirk gracing his lips as if claiming victory. I narrow my eyes at him, my brows arching playfully. "Hmph. Not at all. My outfit consists of a delicate white striped shirt, impeccably neat at the collar, paired with snug black shorts that accentuate my figure, a white button in the center providing an unexpected touch that somehow complements the ensemble. The overall effect is quite alluring, causing Chen to momentarily lose his train of thought. This attire was purchased online, the package I unwrapped yesterday containing these very pieces. I had intended to buy a few outfits for him, but he found them too formal, preferring the comfort of his loose casual wear. And so, we prepared to embark on our journey. As Wan'an departed, she stealthily grabbed a few grapes from the refrigerator to serve as a post-meal sweet treat. Chen could only assist her by holding her phone and keys as they stepped outside. After securely closing the door, they entered the elevator. She extended her small hand to press the button for their floor and then patiently awaited the descent. With both hands clutching the grapes, she popped one into her mouth. Cheeks puffed out, and on tiptoe, she playfully offered one to Chen. The elevator swiftly reached the first floor, but suddenly, the lights flickered twice. Puzzled, Wan'an's little head was filled with confusion at the inconsistent illumination. However, Chen was already accustomed to such quirks. The old elevator had its flaws, and the bulb needed replacing. Yet, in this aging complex, the property management had long ceased to provide adequate maintenance, unless absolutely necessary. Even having a cleaner was considered fortunate. What perplexed him further was that although the elevator had clearly arrived at the first floor, the doors remained closed. Why wasn't the door open? He was baffled but refrained from prying it open, choosing instead to wait. Wan'an, equally intrigued, stayed by his side. 2 seconds later, unexpectedly, the flickering lights extinguished entirely. Immediately, the elevator was seized by a violent tremor, as if a joint had dislocated, accompanied by a crack echoing from a great height. Chapter 77. A desire for a child. As both of them looked up, an unexpected event unfolded. The elevator suddenly plummeted, descending from the first floor to the basement level in an instant. Chen's eyes widened. He had sensed the impending danger. So he quickly set aside what he was holding and instinctively wrapped his arms around Wan'an's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly into the air. She barely had time to contemplate Chen's intentions when the centrifugal force from the elevator's descent propelled them upward momentarily. Chen held her tightly as they floated for a brief 2 seconds before crashing down to the ground. Cough. At the moment of impact, he let out a heavy cough. Fortunately, the fall was only from the first floor to the basement, so the collision merely resulted in a slight ache in their bones. It was at this moment that they fully realized the elevator had malfunctioned, leaving them trapped inside. Once the danger subsided, the enclosed space echoed with his persistent coughs. Cough. Cough, cough. Chen, are you hurt? Honestly, I'm so heavy. Why did you lift me? She exclaimed, her voice tinged with concern. She gingerly propped herself up and turned to check on him, feeling his abdomen and forehead where the pressure had been greatest. In the dim light of the elevator, she illuminated her phone screen, casting a glow on Chen's forehead, where beads of sweat had formed. Without hesitation, she began to wipe them away, her petite face still quivering with emotion. Chen, you say you don't care about me. After a thorough examination, it seemed there were no serious injuries. Chen simply smiled faintly, relieved that she was unharmed. It had indeed been a close call, had he not caught her in time. Her delicate frame would have undoubtedly collided with the floor, and he would have felt a pang of heartache for her. As her boyfriend, it was only natural that he would protect her, serving as a cushion in that perilous moment. Thankfully, only a slight discomfort lingered in his bones. Stop crying. I'm not dead. She wept inconsolably, reaching out to wipe away her tears, warming his heart like the gentle rays of winter sunlight. Quickly, no curses. He chided playfully. All right, be good, don't cry. He sat up and used both hands to dab her tears, but they only seemed to flow more freely. This was because his earlier actions had touched the most vulnerable part of her heart. The sensation of being protected was profoundly comforting, evoking a deep desire for reliance. The elevator had malfunctioned, and they needed to devise a plan to escape. He affectionately patted her head, much like one would stroke a kitten, prompting her to nuzzle against him with closed eyes in satisfaction. After a moment, she nodded and half sat up. You shouldn't get up. Rest a while. I'll figure out how to get us out, she insisted, pressing him back down as he attempted to stand. She wouldn't allow it. Was she incapable of handling this herself? Besides, her weight had undoubtedly pressed down on him earlier. Surely that must have hurt. He needed a rest. In truth, it was not the case. When she pressed against his chest, it felt like a cloud of cotton, leaving Chen with little sensation, even igniting a desire to take a bite. After settling him in the corner, Wan'an planted a gentle kiss on his right cheek, wishing to soothe him for a moment. Chen pondered the absurdity of the situation. Even now, amidst such chaos, that kiss surprisingly offered some comfort, causing a slight blush to creep onto his weathered cheek. Wan'an approached the elevator door, gazing at the closed entrance without attempting to pry it open, fully aware of the peril that lay beyond. There could very well be a tangled mass of cables waiting outside. Shifting her gaze, she noticed the illuminated elevator buttons, her eyes landing on the solitary yellow bell button at the top. She pressed it firmly, but to no avail. Furrowing her brow, she pressed it several more times. Still nothing. It appeared they were entirely without power. The only option left was to call for maintenance. Chen observed silently, suddenly realizing that his girlfriend seemed to have grown considerably cleverer. She retrieved her phone only to find it devoid of any signal. Next, she stood on her tiptoes, reaching high. Yet, still no signal. She then attempted to jump. But with the elevator malfunctioning and having descended to the very bottom, no amount of effort would cause it to lower further. Regrettably, This was an old community, and the basement offered no cellular reception whatsoever. Wan'an, feeling helpless, gently knocked on the door, hoping to see if anyone was outside. After a few soft taps, silence met her. The first basement level was seldom frequented. "Oh dear. What should we do now? We are truly trapped here," she lamented, finally squatting down in front of him, her little face clouded with discontent. Chen merely caressed her cheek. In such a situation, there was little to be done but wait. It was rush hour, and without elevators, it would surely be discovered soon. What a stroke of bad luck today, unable to attend work. Seeing her dejected expression, she emitted little whimpers. After all, it was her first encounter with such a predicament, and any ordinary girl would be understandably frightened. Chen sought to comfort her. "It's all right. At least we are not alone, right?" He managed to smile through any circumstance, and Wan'an, lifting her face, seemed to be affected by his positivity. It dawned on her, a man and a woman confined in a room. Wasn't this the very scenario she had longed for? Ever since developing feelings for him. Wan'an had wished to be immersed in a world that consisted solely of them, free from outside disturbances, enveloped in happiness and joy. Although the current situation was somewhat unsettling, perhaps they were fortunate. After all, her thoughts, while seemingly absurd, brought a smile back to her lips. A little while later, he began to rub her stomach, and as Wan'an's spirits lifted, she became a bit clingy. "Oh, how boring this is, how about?" As she trailed off, Chen assumed she was genuinely bored and suggested she take a nap. However, this spirited girl responded, "Hehe, how about we create a child to brighten our spirits?" His smile suddenly froze, and he withdrew his hand that had been caressing hers, slightly bending his bow. He gently touched her forehead in the dim surroundings. She was unaware of the hard object pressing against her head, just as she was about to look up. Chen playfully flicked her forehead. "By wah, it hurts," she exclaimed. What a time to make such jokes. "Hmph, typical man." Wan'an huffed and rubbed her head before embracing him again, melting into his warmth. After their playful antics, Chen held her soft figure close, ensuring she felt secure. Yet, Wan'an remained restless in his arms, playfully tracing circles on his chest with her finger. In a soft and dreamy tone, she mused, Chen. "When do you think we should have a child?" Chapter 78. What name shall we bestow upon our baby? Chen pondered. Has this girl forgotten the 1-month agreement regarding our relationship? Yet, it seems he too has nearly forgotten. After all, there was no contract signed. Merely words exchanged. "Just grant me a glimmer of hope, will you?" Chen's lips twitched slightly, receiving no response. She continued to muse aloud. "Ever since our visit to Jingshuan Park, where we beheld that adorable infant, I have truly yearned for a little one of my own, so charming, so sweet." Chen lowered his gaze, his lips brushing against her fragrant locks and delicate earlobes. The intoxicating scent enveloped his senses, and without much thought, he instinctively replied, "Is it cute?" "Not as much as you." He suddenly paused. "Huh? What? Why the silence again?" Wan'an's face lit up with joy as she turned to press her cheek against his. "Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind me," he said awkwardly, clearing his throat. Wan'an grew impatient. Her porcelain-like face pressed firmly against his as she demanded, "Speak. Last time you evaded me. This time you must answer." "There truly is nothing." Girls shouldn't be this self-absorbed. She gently pushed her cheek against his, for at any moment, she might lean in for a kiss. "Speak." Wan'an's voice took on a mock fierceness, her eyes wide and her cherry-like lips nipping at his cheek. Not with teeth, but gently with her lips. Then, the fragrance of lilacs enveloped them. Chen gazed into her large eyes, though the dim light made it hard to discern. Wan'an's eyes sparkled like stars, gleaming with earnestness. Chen felt a flush on his cheeks, a delightful tickling sensation. Reluctantly, he conceded, All right. I will speak." Finally, Wan'an released her hold, leaving a large strawberry imprint on his cheek, secretly reveling in her victory. "So, what about me? Hurry and tell me, or I shall bite you again." "Fine. You're not as sweet as me. Is that satisfactory?" He helplessly shielded his face, preventing further biting. This mischievous little sprite had turned the previously chilly elevator into a warm haven. Wan'an tilted her head, pondering, is that all? She had anticipated Chen would proclaim that nothing could compare to her cuteness. However, this response was still quite favorable. "Hmph. Crafty. But you passed this time." Finally appeased, Wan'an joyfully nestled into his embrace, resuming their earlier conversation. "So, when shall we have a child? Be sure to inform me in advance, so I can prepare." He chuckled, bemused. Prepare for what?" "Oh dear, this is rather serious. Please refrain from laughing." "Naturally. It is about preparing a lovely nursery for the baby. We must acquire a crib, a stroller, and an array of tiny garments for the little one." With childlike enthusiasm, She listed an abundance of items, counting on her fingers, unable to keep track of all 10. Meanwhile, Chen found himself at a loss for words in response. The matter of having a child, it seems, hinges solely on the mutual affection of the couple. Perhaps it could happen today, or tomorrow, or during a moment of inebriation. Or perhaps when temptation overwhelms them, the baby will arrive eventually. Perhaps after marriage, he softly replied, echoing the sentiments of Wan'an's mother. Wan'an tilted her head in confusion. Pouting slightly, how's this answer so similar to my mother's? Though a bit distressed, she found it acceptable. It appeared that she must set a small goal for herself, to design a wedding gown. Once more, she snuggled a fluffy cloud in her arms. Continuing the discussion about babies. So tell me, what should we name our little one if we have a baby? What? You wish to fly before you can even walk? The straightforward man interjected. Wan'an puffed her cheeks and playfully punched his chest, only to recoil as her hand stung from the impact. Hmph, if it's a boy. How about we name him Guan? What do you think? She proposed, to which Chen immediately looked up, exclaiming that it was a splendid name. It certainly suggested a bright and handsome child. Of course, it was a combination of their names. And if it's a girl, we shall name her Guan. Upon arriving at this notion, she beamed with excitement, akin to a child savoring ice cream on a scorching day. She clapped her hands in delight. Oh dear. How clever I am. Truly marvelous. As she indulged in self-praise, Chen couldn't help but smirk at her exuberance. Noticing his seemingly reluctant demeanor, she inquired, what's wrong? Do you have a better name? After considering her suggestions, Chen conceded that they were indeed lovely. Guan evoked an image of grace and elegance. He could only nod in agreement. Wan'an, full of energy, chimed in, Hehe, I am so clever. You should shower me with compliments and applause. Her innocent little face resembled that of a child yearning for candy, tugging at his sleeve when he did not respond. He rolled his eyes in jest, resorting to applause instead. Thus, within the confines of the elevator, the sounds of clapping echoed. Wan'an soon grew weary and drifted off to sleep in his embrace. As a kitten dozes, Chen closed his eyes as well, remaining composed, for anxiety would not resolve their predicament. 3 hours later, Wan'an stirred, pouting her lips as she awoke, rubbing her eyes. She felt parched, perhaps due to the overly oily pig's trotter soup Chen had prepared that morning, leaving her thirstier than before after consuming a whole pot. Naturally, a little extra oil could enhance the flavor, but now she craved water, yet had forgotten to bring any when she left. She reached into her pants pocket, feeling around. The few grapes she had previously gathered were all stuffed into her bag, some of which had been slightly crushed, leaving only a few intact. The fit of her trousers was snug, allowing space for only 2 or 3 grapes at a time. Of course, she had merely 5 remaining. Holding one close to her lips, she moistened it with a hint of saliva, preparing to open her delicate mouth, when suddenly another thought struck her. She murmured to herself, no, Chen hasn't he eaten yet. With that, she clenched the grate tighter in her grasp. Given the current confined circumstances, every resource must be conserved and judiciously utilized, all directed towards survival. She often watched disaster films and remembered one where the protagonist, trapped in a car by a mudslide, could only rely on the scant food left within, awaiting rescue. The present situation felt eerily similar. Both were ensconced in the elevator, uncertain of when they would emerge, perhaps at noon, perhaps in the afternoon, or even a day or 2 or longer. Just a handful of grapes, and she felt compelled to reserve them for Chen. Thus, she prepared to tuck the grape back into her pocket, enduring the dryness in her mouth. But just as she made a move, a larger hand suddenly clasped her small one, gently pushing it back, bringing the grape once more to her lips. Wan'an felt a flicker of joy. It turned out Chen had awakened. Hmph. To wake and not utter a word. You startled me. Chen, you're awake? Why are you holding my hand? She attempted to free herself. Yet Chen held firm. Thirsty? Why not eat? Chapter 79. A novel way to enjoy grapes. His eyes sparkled with brightness. The moment Wan'an stirred, he awoke and noticed her desire for grapes, yet he was puzzled as she inexplicably withdrew her hand. In the dim light, Wan'an's throat moved as she swallowed, and Chen could hear the sound of her voice, a clear indication of her thirst. She had been gulping repeatedly. Wan'an, lowering her head, said, I'm fine. I drank so much soup this morning, I'm not thirsty at all. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Here, have a grape. She attempted to free her small hand to bring a grape to his lips. However, he discerned her intentions immediately, gently stating, there was so much oil in the soup. After diluting it, you must be yearning for water. Please eat. I am not thirsty, and I do not particularly enjoy sweets. As he spoke, he grasped her small hand tightly, yet she stubbornly kept her lips sealed, refusing the grape. No, you should eat it. There are not many left. My body is so weak. If we are trapped for too long, I surely won't last. Therefore, you must persevere for me, the young girl said earnestly, pushing the grape closer to his mouth. Chen nearly burst into laughter. How did this girl develop such a paranoid mindset? Her words seemed to foreshadow a tragic farewell. She must not curse herself in such a manner. Yet, it was clear that the girl lacked a sense of security. Silly girl. Perhaps she had watched too many disaster films? Besides, if they were indeed trapped for several days, how could a handful of grapes save anyone's life? He gently chastised her with the reality of their situation, intending to coax her into eating the grapes. Although he felt a bit parched, it was not to her extent. I don't care. I refuse to eat. Open your mouth. You brought the grapes, so you must eat them. Seeing Wan'an still keeping her mouth shut, he suddenly adopted a domineering tone, as if the grapes were somehow to blame for their predicament, insisting that the one who brought them must bear the consequences. Wan'an wanted to laugh, but shook her head instead. No, keep it away. I don't want to see it. She resembled a little chubby girl determined to avoid delicious food, playfully sealing her lips as tightly as possible, preventing even a drop of water from entering. Chen was not inclined to indulge her whims. If her mouth was sealed, then he would pry it open. Ahem, how about we start with a kiss? Suddenly, he took the grapes from Wan'an's hands and placed them elsewhere. She slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, still oblivious to the absence of the grapes. Wearing a look of surprise. What? Is the sun rising from the west today? Or has my kindness inadvertently moved him? A spark of excitement illuminated her small face. This request was simply marvelous, unprecedented. A kiss? Once the other party takes the initiative, she felt a tinge of shyness. Is this appropriate? Well, I suppose it's fine. After all, we have nothing else to do, she murmured to herself. Chen regarded her like a naive child, thinking to himself, has she inadvertently revealed her feelings? Women, are you ready? Open your mouth a little wider, he softly instructed. Wan'an immediately adjusted her posture, lying on her side, feeling elated. Previously, he had kissed her cheeks. But today he was to kiss her lips, an utterly unbelievable turn of events. Regardless of his words, she simply obeyed without hesitation. I'm ready, she pouted. Even in the darkness, it felt as if a jelly infused with the essence of countless fruits was enveloping her senses. With that, she lowered her head. Bringing her small face closer, their noses soon touching, a delightful jolt coursing through their cheeks. Wan'an's heart danced with joy, her little feet curling up. Determined to cherish this unforgettable moment forever. However, after a while, she sensed something amiss. Though their lips had met, no sound of a kiss had been exchanged. Feeling an object pressing against her lips, she noticed that it did not solely bear the fragrance of cherry blossoms, but rather an additional sweetness reminiscent of grapes. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and her eyes widened in surprise. Oh no, cheating. Such a trickster. It turned out he had secretly held a grape in his mouth, employing the guise of a kiss. How mischievous. Yet, how enticing. Instinctively, Wan'an took a gentle bite, and the grape burst open. Yet, Chen had no intention of releasing her, for the grape lingered between them. If either released their hold, it would plummet to the ground. No, I won't eat. Despite this, she stubbornly resisted, even pushing back against him. However, the boy's strength was overwhelming. Unyielding, Chen gently grasped her chin and head, preventing her from spitting it out. Thankfully, the elevator was empty. Otherwise, they would be inundated with this overly sweet display of affection. Wan'an felt incredibly wronged. She wished to be kind to him, yet he did not appreciate her efforts. She refrained from chewing, prompting Chen to assume she was about to spit it out. Thus he held her chin as if she were a marionette. After they finished, she pouted in annoyance, turning her face away. Seeing her disobedience, Chen reached out to stroke her forehead. One grape was not sufficient to quench her thirst, so he retrieved another from her pocket, offering it to her lips. Come on, have another. No. She pouted, feeling petulant and unappeased. What had been a promise of kisses had transformed into feeding, a playful trick that distracted her completely. How about another kiss? He suggested, then held the grape in his mouth, half of it exposed, pressing it to her lips. Wan'an was taken aback by the lengths he went to just to make her eat the grape, and her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. In truth, there was no need for such elaborate methods to quench her thirst. Chen's feeding technique seemed to possess an irresistible charm, despite her initial refusal. She could not resist the temptation and gently turned her head, her lips brushing against the grape's skin. Noticing her slow acceptance, Chen smiled and added pressure, pushing her little head against the wall while his hands braced against it. Wan'an's face turned a deep shade of red, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Steam rising from her head. What was this? A wall slam? How extraordinary. Enjoying grapes could come with such delightful treatment. Wan'an herself was oblivious to the numerous acts of kindness she must have performed in her past life to be graced with such fortune. Her gaze had lowered, filled with anticipation for his next move. Yet, if this continued, the prospect of having a child would become an undeniable reality. Chen's face flushed slightly, but he maintained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he paused. To his surprise, Wan'an's little head shifted away from the wall. However, Chen refrained from proceeding further, simply gazing at Wan'an, who pouted adorably, waiting for a kiss, eliciting a gentle smile from him. It took her a moment to regain her senses, her little cherry raised in the air, yet Chen did not pursue it. As an unexpected wave of shyness washed over him. How embarrassing! In the dim light, although they could not clearly see one another, the sound of their heartbeats resonated distinctly. Chapter 80. Successful escape. Afterward, Wan'an shook her head vigorously. Although she found this method quite enjoyable, there were indeed very few grapes left. Chen did not continue. Instead, he ate one himself and decided to save the rest, just in case they needed to hold out until evening. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat peculiar as they leaned against each other, drifting off to sleep once more. Time passed swiftly, and 2 hours slipped away. Knock, knock. A series of knocks reverberated from outside the elevator, rousing both of them from slumber, their eyes fluttering open in search of the source of the sound. Oh, is there knocking outside? Could it be someone? After such a long time, it must be the rescue team arriving. Ah, we might be saved. Let us get up quickly. Chen supported her frail form, drawing closer to the elevator door, where voices from outside began to emerge. Is anyone in there? A voice called out. Wan'an, quick-witted, began to tap on the iron door. Yes, yes, yes. Help. What? Then step back. The soundproofing of the elevator was remarkably effective. While those outside could not discern the specifics of the conversation within, they were certain that someone inside required rescue. The gap in the door began to widen, as someone outside pried it open, instructing those inside to move back. Chen took her hand, urging her to step away. It seemed something sharp was attempting to penetrate through the crevice. Bang! After 3 solid knocks, a pointed lever finally breached the opening. It then forcefully wiggled from side to side, prying the elevator door ajar. As the gap widened, light from outside streamed in, illuminating a scene that felt like entering a new world for the two who had been trapped for over 6 hours, having lingered in darkness for so long. The sudden brightness was almost blinding. They shielded their eyes, quickly acclimating to the light. They beheld several rescue personnel wearing hard hats outside, along with a few curious residents from the nearby community peering in. Chen observed that although the door had been pried open, only half of the space was accessible. Due to the elevator's descent, the exit was not aligned properly, obstructed midway. Thus, only one person could squeeze through at a time. The rescue team outside assessed the situation and reached in, intending to assist the trapped individuals. Not wanting to delay, Chen gently patted her rear, urging her forward. Wan'an, you go first, quickly, they will catch you. As a man, it was only right for him to allow his girlfriend to escape the peril first. At that moment, Wan'an, initially excited, suddenly halted, her mind racing with thoughts. No, no. You should go first. I'll push you. Chen looked at her in confusion. Wan'an, stop joking. Hurry and go out. I want tea. If anyone is to leave, it should be you first. She continued. I once saw a film where the male lead saved the female lead, only to be left behind in the ruins, forever entombed. I feel this situation is eerily similar. What if it turns out like in the movie? Wan's delicate face bore a look of deep concern as she cautiously circled around behind him. In truth, he merely wished to push Chen out first. For after the earlier fall, his bones ached, and it would undoubtedly be inconvenient for him to crawl out later. However, Chen's body was as unyielding as granite. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge him an inch. Even when he pressed all his weight against Chen's back, it elicited no response whatsoever. Despite his minimal effort, this girl simply could not move him. At this point, the danger had largely passed. The elevator had reached the foundation, and Wan seemed to have developed a mild case of paranoid delusions regarding her predicament. With a sudden turn, she exerted herself once more, and unexpectedly, she lost her balance and was propelled forward. Chen, taking advantage of the situation, gave her a gentle push from behind, gradually lifting her up. Enough of this nonsense. The people outside are still waiting, and we cannot afford to waste their time, he stated, positioning his head beneath her to facilitate the rescuers in grasping her. The abrupt turn of events left one bewildered. She pondered why she could not move him even a little, yet he could effortlessly lift her with just one hand. With a face full of frustration, she resigned herself to the situation. Several hands, clad in gloves, seized her, and with a gentle tug, she was half dragged out, leaving only her legs thrashing in the confined space. To exert more force, Chen reached down to remove her shoes, then covered her soles with his hands. Wan'an, being a rather sensitive girl, felt the warmth of his palms against her feet, which sent a tingling sensation through her. With renewed determination, she ultimately succeeded. Just as she emerged, gasping for fresh air, she turned to face Chen, extending her soft, delicate hands. Chen, quickly catch me. With his towering height. He saw her urgency and, with a resigned expression, grasped her arms. After some tugging from those around them, they finally managed to escape. Breathless and weary, Wan'an circled around him to inspect his injuries. He had intended to rise and reassure her that he was all right, but suddenly, everything went dark before his eyes. Thud! The tall figure collapsed to the ground. He had fainted. Just before losing consciousness, he heard Wan's frantic voice calling out, Chen? What happened? Did you hit your head? Don't sleep. Please don't scare me. Whoa. It seemed she was on the verge of tears. 2 hours later, in a private upscale hospital within a VIP ward, a youthful lad with striking features slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the pristine white ceiling. Confused, he turned his head and wondered, am I ill? He murmured to himself, having crawled out of the elevator, suddenly feeling a dizzying sensation, and then found himself in a hospital ward. Noticing the absence of people, he turned his head to the right and unexpectedly beheld a fair maiden. The previously tear-streaked visage transformed into a radiant smile upon realizing he had regained consciousness. She slowly rose to her feet, exclaiming, Chen, you frightened me. You finally awakened. Oh, come here for a hug. In an instant, the alabaster maiden morphed into a soft, fluffy cloud, seeking solace in his embrace. Wan'an, he thought, feeling a bit dazed, finally recalling that the weeping girl was indeed Wan'an. Despite being a patient himself, she had rushed to him. Chen gently cleared his throat. Ahem. Wan'an, what has happened to me? Why am I in the hospital? She quickly distanced herself, remembering he was unwell, and hastily adjusted his position, propping him against the pillow. Oh right, you mustn't move around too much. You are a patient now, she advised. The doctor said you suffered a blow to the back of your head and have a mild concussion. Although it's not severe, you must limit your phone usage. Keep up with your take your medication, and rest. Chen then realized, oh, it was likely from the fall while holding her, resulting in the impact on the back of his head. A mild concussion was not a grave ailment, he thought. Her gaze softened as she reached out to gently touch her delicate little nose. Chapter 81. Do not weep. I am not dead, he reassured, as Wan'an resembled a small kitten with its nose gently scratched, closing one of her beautiful eyes. Oh, please stop saying such things. She ceased her tears and wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. Wan'an, it is merely a minor ailment. You should return to work, for the company requires you. He continued, the company can manage a day without me, but it cannot survive a single day without its president. What? Are you implying you no longer need me? Wan'an's imagination began to spiral, her little face puffing up in indignation. What nonsense. It sounds as if you were casting me aside. No, I merely meant that a nurse can take care of me. Wan'an's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You would prefer a beautiful nurse to care for you instead of me? There is no love left. Chen's lips twitched, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by her reasoning. Hmph. I refuse to relent. Even if the sky were to fall, I will personally tend to you. Seeing his frown persist, Wan'an smiled brightly. Look, I've even brought my work laptop. With that, she produced her computer and casually typed a few words on the keyboard. Dismissing him with a wave, Chen finally nodded in approval. Having someone close to him to care for him was indeed comforting. As for the elevator malfunction, the property management had promised Wan'an a certain mental compensation and had personally apologized to her. Chen lowered his gaze, suddenly feeling a tightness around his wrist, as if something were constricting it. It was a blue strap. Curiosity piqued, he questioned, Wan'an, what is this? She glanced at it, blinking her eyes innocently, and replied nonchalantly, it is a pressure band. What kind of band? He had not heard her clearly. A pressure band. Chen, you are quite foolish, she teased, her voice sweet and reminiscent of a charming Japanese girl. Oh, I see. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Wan'an then suddenly remembered something, covering her mouth, her cheeks flushing slightly. Later, she learned that the pressure band was meant for an injection. However, upon seeing the thick needle in the nurse's hand, She knew it would be quite painful and could leave a mark on the skin. Concerned about the potential for excessive bleeding, she requested the nurse to use the thinnest needle available. Of course, the downside was that the thinner needle would take noticeably longer to inject. Before long, a beautiful nurse wearing a mask entered the room. Chen exchanged a curious glance with her, wondering if she was inexperienced or simply flustered. For her face suddenly turned crimson. Yet, Chen's striking appearance was undeniably captivating. Even his short hair could not conceal his charming aura. Resembling a dashing hero from a novel, the young, beautiful nurse lacked the courage to meet his gaze and her fingers trembled slightly. Wow, this young man is so handsome. I think I might faint. The young nurse grasped his hand, relishing the warmth emanating from his palm, feeling reluctant to administer the injection. Consequently, Chen's hand was inexplicably held for an extended period, and coupled with her trembling hands as she prepared to insert the needle, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, Wan'an observed from the side, her jealousy simmering as the nurse clung to his hand for nearly 3 minutes. Her cheeks puffed out, hands firmly placed on her hips. She watched the nurse's every movement with wide eyes, fervently wishing for her to conclude the procedure swiftly. At long last, after 4 minutes, the nurse had enough of her tactile exploration, affixed the adhesive tape, and released his hand. However, upon turning around, she was met with Wan'an's unwavering gaze, which sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to hastily retreat with the medical supplies from the room. Once the nurse had completely exited, Wan'an redirected her attention. Her cheeks still puffed, finally alleviating some of the pent-up air. Reaching for an orange from the bag on the table, she deliberately selected a sour one instead of the sweet variety. "Hmph, open your mouth and let me feed you this orange," she insisted, vigorously peeling the fruit and extracting a segment. Chen, upon hearing her tone, immediately locked eyes with her, taken aback by the apparent command hidden in her words. Before he could voice his consent, a piece of orange was thrust toward his mouth and unceremoniously shoved inside. No, Wan'an, I don't want to eat oranges, especially not the sour ones," he protested, feeling the urge to spit it out. Yet she firmly pinched his chin, refusing to relent, and pushed another segment into his mouth. "Hmph, that nurse touched you for 4 minutes and 2 seconds, while you gazed at her for 4 minutes and 5 seconds. It's infuriating. Hmph, I can't be the only one feeling jealous. You shall taste some sourness too. This is your punishment. Wait a moment. If I'm not looking at the nurse administering the injection, then who else should I focus on?" he reasoned, clarifying that his attention was not due to the nurse's beauty, but rather the unpleasantness of being ill, which had left him in a state of discomfort after enduring her antics and consuming 3 segments of sour orange, enough to make his teeth ache. Wan'an's mood lightened somewhat, as it was only 2 o'clock after lunch. Chen wished to be discharged, feeling uncomfortable in the hospital, but she was adamant about not letting him leave. Ultimately, they agreed he would remain at least until 6 in the evening. Wan'an fetched a basin and filled it with water, placing it beside his pillow. "Come, Chen, let me wash your face." She wrung out a towel. Yet despite her efforts, it remained quite damp due to her limited strength. Chen quickly interrupted, "You should take a break. I can manage this myself." During their lunch, she had tirelessly fed him spoonfuls of rice and soup, so he wanted to spare her from additional fatigue. "No way. I vow to be the best girlfriend. And since you're unwell, I shall take care of all your needs. No arguments," she declared, as if under a dictatorial regime. Chen, exuding a sense of helplessness, found himself subjected to her ministrations as she pressed the towel against his face and gently rubbed it. "Oh dear, I can't breathe," he struggled, realizing that this girl was still far from capable of adequately caring for another. Wan'an hastily apologized. "I'm so sorry." She then proceeded to gently wipe her skin, cleansing her face, and teasingly added, "Now, let me wipe your body quickly. Take off your clothes." The mention of this matter reignited her excitement. Chen quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, are you trying to help me wash? You clearly just want to take advantage of my body." "Come on," Wan'an playfully reached towards his abdomen. "No need, I'll just go home and take a shower," he replied. At this point, Wan'an was left with no alternative. Holding the water basin, she playfully stuck her tongue out at him, closing her eyes mischievously. "So stingy." Chen found himself rather bored, yearning to play games, yet Wan'an forbade him from using his phone, as it was against the doctor's advice to engage too much in such activities. She opened her laptop to work, and Chen accompanied her for a brief chat. After a while, it appeared Wan'an encountered a challenging problem, thoughtfully pinching her chin in contemplation. Observing her anxious demeanor, coupled with her somewhat frosty disposition, added a unique charm to the moment. Chen reached for a perfectly ripe orange, peeling it meticulously, and kindly brought a segment to her lips. She instinctively took a gentle bite, exuding an aura reminiscent of a cold and commanding female executive, before returning to her thoughts. After savoring the fruit, she finally snapped back to reality, tilting her head in confusion. What? Chapter 82. Did we agree to steal a kiss? To her surprise, Chen actively fed herself. Her gaze radiated joy, as if all her previous worries had vanished. Guchan continued to provide her with food. Occasionally, her playful bites left his hand covered in saliva. This girl was doing it on purpose. Wan'an munched on her food while contemplating various matters, relishing the delightful sensation as inspiration flowed abundantly. However, Guchan found the whole experience rather peculiar. Wan'an resembled a wealthy heiress, while he felt like a mere servant catering to her whims. 2 hours later, Guchan rested his head on his hand while gazing at her. There was little else to admire in the hospital room. She was the most captivating sight. Perhaps satiated or simply fatigued, she unexpectedly fell asleep on the keyboard. Guchan felt a twinge of concern. He hoped her drool-wooden tea dampened the keyboard. He was wide awake. Had Wan'an not insisted he stay, he would have returned home to play on his computer. Wan'an's breathing was steady, her delicate face turned away. As Guchan leaned closer, his warm breath gently brushed against her hair. Wan'an was on the verge of drifting into slumber when an unexpected itch on her strands roused her slightly. Though her eyes remained shut, she turned to discover what was causing the sensation on her hair. Upon turning her head, Guchan mistakenly thought his earlier movement had disturbed her, and he was about to retreat beneath the covers to feign innocence. Yet, Wan'an remained utterly still. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Now, gazing upon Wan'an's charming doll-like visage, he noticed her eyelashes fluttering. Perhaps she was having a nightmare? Unbeknownst to him, Wan'an had cracked her eyes open just a sliver, captivated by his dazed expression, as if he were admiring a meticulously crafted masterpiece. Oh, why is Chen suddenly so close? Hehe, am I that beautiful? Chen is mesmerized. He usually pretends not to care. What a hypocrite. Guchan inched even closer, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Wan'an, noticing this, felt a flutter of nervousness. Oh, so close. What does he intend to do? Could he be planning to steal a kiss while I'm asleep? No way. Is Chen really that kind of person? Does he wish to kiss me every time I fall asleep? Hmph, is stealing kisses that delightful? I wouldn't even know if he did. Chen is quite sly. But wait, I've caught him this time. I'll open my eyes and surprise him. Then I shall pounce and pin him to the bed. Hehe. Wan'an's imagination ran wild, her heart racing with excitement. Guchan tilted his head, drawing even closer, their breaths intertwining. Though such kisses were commonplace, the thrill of a stolen kiss was intoxicating. Just as she prepared to leap and surprise him, a different sensation grazed her cheek. Guchan halted, refraining from kissing her. Instead, he playfully rubbed her soft, plump cheek, as if she had already fallen into a deep slumber. He chuckled softly. Wasn't she quite the feisty one earlier? Did she dare to feed him sour oranges? Look at her now. And she still attempts to bite him? Does she wish to stir trouble, refusing to let him discharge from the hospital? Huh, is she attempting to teach him how to behave? The skin was remarkably soft. He playfully poked her cheeks several times, and upon noticing she remained undisturbed, he couldn't resist the temptation to squeeze her rosy face. This girl was still asleep, resembling a slumbering pig. His heart swelled with mischief. Unsatisfied, he pinched her tiny nose as well. He recalled how arduous it had been to awaken her last time. Surely, she wouldn't rouse easily this time either. Even if she did awaken, he could swiftly retreat beneath the covers and feign sleep. After toying with her like a doll for a while, he felt a sense of indulgent satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, Wan'an's teeth were clashing together, akin to a slumbering beast on the verge of awakening, ready to pounce on its prey. Gazing at her peaceful visage, Guchan was struck by a brilliant idea. He reached for a watercolor pen provided by the hospital for patients to alleviate their boredom. Grasping the pen, he was merely 2 millimeters away from her skin when an unexpected event occurred. Wan'an's eyes suddenly flickered open, her gaze sharp and piercing, locking onto the miscreant at her bedside. Guchan's heart raced, and the pen froze mid-air, startled by her sudden awakening. Awake now? He attempted to maintain a composed smile. Wan'an turned her delicate neck, inquiring, "What do you intend to do with that watercolor pen?" Though her voice was sweet, a tremor was unmistakably present. He stumbled over his words, hoping she hadn't noticed his prior antics with her face. However, Wan'an smirked, providing the answer herself. "You want to draw a big turtle on my face, don't you? Hmph." With that, she slammed her palm on the computer desk. inadvertently hurting her hand. Despite the pain, she maintained a fierce expression. I'm not that bored. Chen quickly defended himself, avoiding her gaze. But Wan'an had already approached him, snatching the watercolor pen from his grasp. How could you treat me like this after I've been so good to you? Since that's the case, I won't let you off easily. I shall draw on your face too. Sit still. With a playful ferocity, she seized his arm and began her artistic endeavor on his face. Please, not my handsome face, he exclaimed, realizing too late the swift retribution that had befallen him. Wan'an was furious, initially believing he had intended to steal a kiss, only to discover he had cruelly toyed with her while she slept. How wicked of him. Ultimately, her artistic expression resulted in a turtle, an octopus, and various chaotic doodles adorning his visage. Despite the haphazard artwork, it could not overshadow his striking good looks. As he lamented his misfortune, Wan'an was still unsatisfied. With a firm grip on his head, she leaned in and planted a bold kiss on his lips, finally feeling content. Chen, having been forcefully kissed, covered his mouth in vexation. It was utterly exasperating that after finishing their playful scribbling, she would demand a kiss, truly beastly. The two engaged in their playful antics until 6 o'clock in the hospital room, at which point Chen insisted on being discharged. Consequently, Wan'an had no choice but to proceed with the discharge formalities. As they departed, Chen bore indelible black ink marks upon his visage, attracting numerous curious glances from passers-by. Of course, had Wan'an remained asleep, those ink stains would have been imprinted upon her face instead. Serves him right. Upon reaching the car, as Wan'an took the wheel, Chen swiftly slipped inside, not for the car's merit, but rather due to the magnetic allure of his face. Wan'an teased him for a while, her spirits lifted, and while driving home, she hummed a cheerful tune. A gentle rain began to fall, and with some traffic on the road, Wan'an was compelled to shift into park and wait. Rock music played softly within the car, and as the rain intensified, the wipers sprang into action. Swaying to the rhythm of the music, she hummed along. Her lips pursed in a playful pout as she observed the wipers diligently clearing the rain from the glass in a synchronized manner. Unable to resist, she began to move her head in harmony with the wipers. Once, twice, thrice, her petite head bobbing rhythmically, her high ponytail swaying adorably, embodying the essence of a lively and charming young girl. Chapter 83. Playing with Fire. Chen, initially engulfed in a cloud of gloom, found his spirits unexpectedly lifted upon witnessing her joyous and carefree demeanor as she swayed alongside the windshield wipers. Is it possible that such innocence could both evoke melancholy and serve as a balm for it? 10 minutes later, upon returning home, both opted for the stairs. Perhaps haunted by a psychological shadow cast by the elevator, vowing never to approach it lightly again. Once home, Wan'an led Chen directly into the bathroom. Chen, you've had a long day. Why not take a bath first? I'll prepare something delicious for you shortly, she declared, embodying the essence of a devoted spouse caring for her ailing husband. Are you really going to make something tasty for me? Chen questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Wan'an merely responded with a playful smile. She then entered the shower area, turned on the faucet, and filled the bathtub with water before fetching a fresh set of clothes, returning to coax him into the tub. However, she had no intention of leaving his side. Chen, the water is ready. Hurry and get in. I'll scrub your back. Wan'an beamed with innocent enthusiasm. Yet Chen felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. No, I'll do it myself. Absolutely not. The doctor has stated that you have a mild concussion and need supervision while bathing. What if you faint again? What if you drown? She presented a barrage of seemingly valid reasons, causing Chen to shiver with unease. Indeed, with the tub filled to the brim, the thought of losing consciousness in the water was frightening. Wan'an secretly reveled in her cleverness. She had concocted these elaborate justifications solely to bathe him, having no ulterior motives whatsoever. No need, he insisted, waving her away and gently pushing her back. Get out. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You're just eager to take advantage of me, he teased, maneuvering her towards the door. Yet, she clung to it, feigning innocence as she protested. I'm merely a considerate wife. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Then why are you smiling? I'm not smiling, she quickly denied, though she was blissfully unaware of the grin that had crept onto her face. Wan'an's delicate form was too soft to push away with any force, for fear of causing her pain. Thus, she cleverly twisted her way around him, wrapping her arms around his waist and pulling him towards the bathtub with surprising strength. You're my boyfriend. What's the big deal about helping you bathe? You can return the favor later. Chen frowned at her reasoning, as if she were reaping benefits from the arrangement. He shook his head. Hmph. I won't hear any objections. Today, I am determined to bathe you. Not even Jesus could stop me. She continued to chant cheerfully from behind, exerting all her strength. Chen, wary of her losing her balance and falling, could only lean back slowly. He grasped her tiny wrist, attempting to pry her away, but her grip was as slippery as an eel, swiftly reattaching itself to him. Before bathing, after a playful scuffle lasting 3 minutes, Chen finally relented. All right, but you must let me go first. I need to undress. With that, Wan'an released her grip, tilting her head, anxiously observing his expression, fearing he might change his mind. She swiftly closed the bathroom door, locked the window, and secured the door with a double lock. This time, there would be no escape for anyone. Turning back, she gazed at Chen's figure as if he were a delectable dish. Under her scrutiny, Chen, a young man, felt a tinge of embarrassment. The bathtub was filled with steaming hot water, and the air was thick with humidity, contributing to a slightly sultry ambience. Wan'an's throat quivered slightly. Ultimately, he shed his clothes, leaving only a modest covering, and quickly submerged himself in the water. Meanwhile, she remained rooted in place, staring in astonishment. Suddenly, she felt a rush in her nostrils and hastily grabbed several tissues to clean herself. How embarrassing! Chen felt as if he were being eyed by a hungry wolf and wished to finish bathing and leave promptly. Wan'an approached him once more, snatching the towel from his hands. Sit still, let me do this. As she bit her lip and tried to suppress her excitement, she began to dry Chen's back with the towel. This was truly a historic moment. Chen remained silent, yet his heart raced fervently. For there was something stirring within him. After drying his back, Wan'an applied a bit of body wash, intending to clean his front. Just as Chen noticed her small hand descending, he interrupted. Wait, I'll do it myself. Caught in the act of attempting something mischievous, Wan'an's face fell slightly. For she was not content with merely this. She pondered how to seize another opportunity to be close to him. But a drop of body wash accidentally fell to the floor, causing her to slip. Whoosh! Wan'an suddenly lurched forward, the slick body wash rendering her footing unstable. In the end, she plummeted into the bathtub, splashing water everywhere and inadvertently pinning Chen down. Her clothes were instantly soaked, and her legs struck the edge of the tub, causing her pain. She wanted to rise, but found herself lacking strength. Dazed, she looked up to see Chen regarding her with an expression akin to that of someone observing a foolish child. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, she apologized, feeling foolish for her clumsiness. What was meant to be a bath for him had turned into a bath for herself, fully submerged in the water. Wan'an, you're making me uncomfortable. Could you please get off? Chen felt her weight pressing down on him, making him somewhat uneasy, his throat parched. Wan'an's once light clothing clung to her, revealing her figure in a way that was undeniably captivating. One glance was simply insufficient to look away. The graceful curve of her back was nothing short of perfect. As she reached out, attempting to rise, she suddenly realized that the water temperature in the tub was not nearly as warm as Chen's skin. Wan'an raised her delicate face in confusion. Droplets of water cascading down like pearls, ultimately gathering at her chin before dripping into the water below. At that moment, her hair clung to her cheeks. Her large eyes sparkled, her petite nose was dainty, and her cherry-like lips were slightly parted, her skin as white as snow. Oh my, must she be so enchanting? He stood there with his arms open, feeling awkward, for in his eyes, Wan'an resembled a fragile flower, and he feared that any careless touch might shatter her. He earnestly wished that this teasing girl would rise quickly, or he might very well be overwhelmed. Wan'an realized that Chen was shy. The body that had intended to rise was now burrowed back down, submerged together in the water, her clothes clinging uncomfortably, yet such trivialities were of no concern at present. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she fixated on his evasive starry gaze. Since we are in this predicament, why not bathe together? With a playful smile, her cheeks flushed anew as she leaned closer to him. Together? He had initially intended to gently push her away, but it was too late. Wan'an merely tilted her head back and sprang from his embrace, kissing him fervently. With a soft splash, she resumed her gaze into his eyes. What's wrong? I'm not afraid. Are you? Perhaps fearful? A hint of teasing laced her words. Oh dear. At that moment, Chen could no longer withstand the tension. Very well, if you are the one who provoked me, do not blame me for the consequences. What is there to fear? Be cautious, or I might keep you from getting out for an entire month. Wan'an, momentarily perplexed by his words, found herself tightly enveloped in his embrace. At that moment, the once gentle warm man now bore a playful and greedy glint in his eyes. The shower began to emit delightful sounds. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Eventually, after 2 hours of soaking in the bathtub, Chen emerged to fetch her a change of clothes from the room, a smile dancing on his lips, his spirits elevated. Chapter 84. No longer pure, having donned a fresh set of clothes, Wan'an emerged from the restroom, her gait somewhat unsteady. She had never anticipated that a mere playful tease would transform Chen into a ravenous wolf. Weak and leaning against the wall, she felt Chen's supportive arms encircle her waist, lifting her gently before swiftly depositing her onto the bed. With a soft oof, he covered her with the quilt. Noticing the slight grimace on her delicate face, leaning closer, he whispered teasingly, "Dare to provoke me again?" At his words, Wan'an blushed like a bashful maiden, instinctively shielding her face below the nose with the blanket. The memory of their earlier encounter left her mind blank. She had underestimated Chen, and his words resonated deeply, instilling a newfound caution in her. What had initially been her intention to prepare a meal for him now felt impossible. As she could barely muster the strength to rise from the bed, a soft whimper escaped her throat, and Chen, observing her discomfort, couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Finding her irresistibly adorable, "I'll prepare dinner. You just rest well," he said, as Wan'an, shyly avoiding his gaze, nodded obediently. Half an hour later, he returned to her side, carrying steaming dishes, insisting she remained in bed as he personally fed her. Strangely, since their intimate encounter, Chen seemed to shower her with even more affection. Wrapped in the quilt, her cherubic face peeking out, Wan'an chewed on the vegetables with a delightful innocence, reminiscent of a caregiver tending to a small child. After tidying up and dimming the lights, Chen voluntarily held her close as they drifted off to sleep. Wan'an, in pain, dared not move, fearing that even the slightest motion might rekindle his desire. In times past, she would have insisted on a lingering goodnight kiss before parting. As the night deepened, around 11 o'clock, Wan'an succumbed to slumber, while Chen remained wide awake, exhilarated by the day's impulsive events. He had, quite unexpectedly, savored Wan'an completely, and her sweetness surpassed even that of rich chocolate. Rising quietly, he seized the opportunity to indulge in a video game while she slept. Donning headphones to avoid disturbing her, he played for nearly 20 minutes, reveling in the thrill. Reflecting on the previous restriction due to her mild concussion, he realized he had become increasingly submissive to her whims. Meanwhile, Wan'an, stirring from her dreams, felt the urge to use the restroom. As she blinked awake and noticed the glow in the room, she rubbed her eyes and turned her gaze, only to discover Chen secretly playing a game while carrying her on his back. With a soft hum, she slowly emerged from the blankets, intending to creep up behind him. As she shifted her position, a sharp pain reminded her of her discomfort, prompting her to move like a sluggish caterpillar. The bedside was not far from the desk. With a mere stretch, she could reach Chen's arm. He had been engrossed in a lengthy session of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Pouting adorably, she gently tugged at his arm, playfully chiding, "My dear, it's quite late. It's time to sleep." Her sweet, childlike tone caught Chen off guard, prompting him to remove his headphones and heed her gentle request, even as his teammates continued to battle fiercely. Awakening from slumber, she resembled a sleepy infant in need of comfort. "Just a moment. Let me finish this round," he reassured her, caressing her silky hair. Despite being caught in the act, he resignedly dispatched the remaining foes with a few shots, concluding the game and shutting down the computer. He accompanied Wan'an on a brief trip to the restroom. Upon her return, feeling utterly fatigued, she curled up against him like a tiny kitten, resting her face against his chest, drifting into a peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, the sunlight streamed through the window, and Wan'an rubbed her sleepy eyes awake, stretching her lithe frame like a flower blooming in the morning. The discomfort had subsided somewhat, yet getting out of bed remained a challenge. She playfully blamed Chen for his less than gentle demeanor. However, the memories of the previous night caused a blush to creep across her cheeks, prompting her to cover her face with her small hands, which quickly grew warm. After a moment of self-reflection, she noticed Chen remained asleep. She considered waking him, but was drawn to his phone resting nearby. Curiosity piqued, she picked it up. It had been gifted to him just a day or two prior, and she wondered what secrets it might hold. Previously, his phones had been locked, but this one was open. Seizing the opportunity to explore his phone while he slept, she sought to uncover any potential chats with alluring women, as her handsome husband was certainly a target for admiration. Opening the phone, she first checked QQ, his most frequently used application. Suddenly, an intriguing message caught her eye, sent by a contact amusingly labeled as Erguzi, presumably a close friend. Initially dismissive, her interest peaked when she noticed a link shared by Erguzi the previous day at 3 p.m., which Chen had already accessed. Curious about its contents, she clicked on the link titled Premium Study Materials. Wondering what he could possibly be studying post-graduation, she decided to explore it herself. However, the moment she clicked the link, a loud, piercing scream erupted from the phone, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Goodness! The sound emanating from the device was even louder than her own cries from the night before, albeit far less melodious. Suddenly, she lost her train of thought. So this is what they call study materials. An idea struck her. Of course, with Chen's remarkable self-control, just a gentle tease the previous day had led him to transgress. It seems he had long since prepared for this. Yesterday had truly been a fortuitous encounter. However, upon reflection, it might not be such a bad thing. In a few days, she might very well be expecting a little one. Yet, the incessant buzzing of her phone in her hand posed a significant dilemma. It simply could not be discovered by Chen, or she would face utter embarrassment. Although this had already shattered her worldview. Having turned off the screen, she was about to return the phone to its original place when Chen was roused from his slumber by the earlier shriek, slowly opening his eyes. Wan'an suddenly felt an acute sense of anxiety, fearing he might uncover her secret and ridicule her. Hence, she sought a discreet hiding spot for the device. After glancing around and peering below, an idea struck her. She decided to tuck it into her pants. Chen had already awakened, and, noticing Wan'an was also awake, was puzzled by the source of the earlier noise. It seemed eerily familiar, as if he had heard it before. After scanning the surroundings and finding nothing amiss, his gaze settled on Wan'an's sweet, foolish smile. Good morning, Chen. He scratched his head. Oh. Good morning. I'll prepare breakfast for you right away. Observing her slightly protruding belly, he rose to head to the kitchen to whip up something delicious for his little girlfriend. Reaching out, he intended to take his phone, but found it missing. He turned around, bewildered. Where had his phone gone? Where's my phone? Wan'an's expression nearly faltered. The phone was indeed with her. And she had assumed he would leave momentarily, allowing her to retrieve it. Forget about the phone. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. She reached out, shaking his arm to disrupt his concentration. Chen, feeling her gentle nudges and realizing her genuine hunger, casually remarked, "Oh, my phone's alarm is about to ring. Could you silence it for me?" Indeed, if he was not mistaken, the alarm would soon sound, and the vibration would be quite intense. Chapter 85. The foolish girl's phone dropped upon hearing this. Wan'an suddenly became dazed. What? You set an alarm too? This is a disaster. Chen was about to turn away when suddenly Wan'an's phone vibrated. Her little face flushed as she bit her lip. Chen heard the commotion, looked around. And though the alarm was ringing, he couldn't locate it. Could it be under the blanket? Wait. His gaze finally settled on a particular spot. Wan'an's face, as red as a steam engine, hurriedly retrieved her phone as if it were a burning hot potato. Due to her rather delicate constitution, she could hardly endure even the slightest vibration. Her entire body was in a fluster, and she could no longer bear to look at Chen, covering her face entirely with her small hands. However, Chen had squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Wan'an's peculiar behavior. Oh, how embarrassing, she muttered to herself. Seeing the phone she had just retrieved, Chen curiously picked it up, silencing the alarm and unlocking the screen to investigate. What was Wan'an doing with my phone? Surely, she was peeking at something. As he unlocked it, the unfinished alarm blared throughout the room once more. Wan'an was truly mortified this time. Immediately burrowing herself under the covers, wrapping herself up tightly. She felt like a little vampire, with his gaze akin to sunlight. Being seen by him made every inch of her skin feel unbearable. The sound continued for nearly 10 seconds before Chen finally pressed the pause button. Wan'an, sensing the silence outside her cocoon, grew curious. Was Chen not going to seize this opportunity to chide her? Would he not mock her at all? Was he perhaps in the kitchen preparing breakfast? It felt strange not to be teased by him. Tentatively, she peeked out. First her ponytail emerged, then her little face, glancing around. Little did she know, Chen had stealthily approached the bed. As Wan'an's face finally appeared, he seized the moment. Leaning in closer as if catching a thief, his face inching towards hers, one hand protectively on her shoulder to prevent her from retreating back under the blanket. With a wickedly charming smile, he teased, what were you doing sneaking a peek at my phone videos? And so early in the morning, too. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? His voice carried a teasing lilt, and Wan'an felt an overwhelming urge to punch him in the chest. Yet, she was far too shy. This mischievous Chen was clearly playing hard to get. She had merely opened it by accident. She had no desire to watch such things. Never in her life would she wish to see them again. Then, Chen gently parted his lips, playfully biting her. Oh no, Wan'an instinctively protested, sensing that she had inadvertently ignited his primal desires. If this continued, the scene from yesterday might very well replay itself at the break of dawn. The most crucial aspect was that her body had yet to recover. It would take at least a month. Thus, her tone carried a hint of pleading. Chen chuckled, realizing that this little fool had not intentionally clicked on anything, and he released her. All right, just teasing you. I'm off to make breakfast. After donning her trousers, she exited the room, giving her delicate nose a fleeting touch. Alas, Wan'an nestled beneath the covers, exhaling a heavy sigh. She had narrowly escaped being devoured once more. Yet, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Early that morning, she lay in bed, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, until the tantalizing aroma of breakfast wafted into the room, prompting her to leap from the bed, salivating in delight. A true connoisseur of food, the spirit of a gourmand. To indulge in food is to be among the elite. As the morning drew to a close, Chen cradled her and carried her downstairs, placing her gently in the car. Initially, he intended for her to forego work. Yet she insisted on the responsibilities of a company president and could not simply take a day off. In truth, it was Chen who was heading to work. She would go into a frenzy if she couldn't see him for an entire day. Although her legs were capable of movement, driving proved inconvenient. Thus, Chen commandeered the driver's seat, taking the wheel himself. Wow, Chen, you can drive. Why didn't you mention it sooner? She exclaimed. You didn't ask, he replied, affectionately caressing her adorably innocent face before smoothly setting off. Upon arriving at the company, he escorted her to her office before returning to his own seat. Time passed, and at 10:20, Wan'an ventured alone to the restroom. Her unsteady gait caught the attention of many, who found it peculiar. Upon exiting the restroom, her phone slipped from her bag, inadvertently dislodged between her legs, and fell beneath the sink, an oversight she did not notice. Turning away, mere moments later, a man emerged from the men's restroom. This man was strikingly handsome, with refined features and a captivating allure. Chen approached the sink to wash his hands and, upon glancing down, noticed a phone lying on the ground. Curious, he picked it up and was astonished to find it adorned with his own likeness. Opening the screen revealed that the wallpaper and applications were all replete with images of himself. Wan'an's phone? How did it end up here? Fortunately, he had retrieved it. He would return it to her shortly. He felt fortunate to have stumbled upon the girl's phone, which was remarkably easy to identify, being filled with photographs rather than mere data. Upon returning to his desk, he intended to return the phone, but noticed her absence from the office. Puzzled, he speculated that she might have stepped out for an errand. He placed the phone back in his pocket, deeming it safer in his possession. Furthermore, during moments of idleness at work, he opened the phone to explore her little secrets. To his surprise, aside from pictures of himself, he found a plethora of her selfies. Some were icy, some endearing, others with playful expressions, and nostalgic snapshots with her parents, including adorable ones from her childhood. Well, this little girl was undeniably adorable. It turned out she had been a beauty since her early years. Unbeknownst to him, the phone's battery was rapidly depleting. By 2 p.m., Chen returned from another trip to the restroom. Scanning the office once more, he finally spotted Wan'an's return. However, she appeared despondent, resting her head on the desk, seemingly asleep or perhaps crying. As he was about to return the phone, he gently pushed open the grand office door and softly closed it behind him. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that the girl was genuinely in tears. Chen paused, bewildered. Who would dare to upset her? Chapter 86, Enchanted by Your Scent. A gentle cough escaped her lips, indicating the presence of someone. Wan'an instinctively lifted her gaze, startled by the interruption. She had been weeping so intensely that she had failed to notice the commotion outside. Upon recognizing him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly buried her face once more. In that fleeting moment, Chen caught sight of the glistening tears on her cheeks. Wan'an, what troubles you? Please do not cry. If something is amiss, share it with me, and let us find joy together. His playful demeanor elicited a soft chuckle from her as she scolded, You silly straight man. Noticing her reluctance to meet his gaze, Chen boldly retrieved a stool and seated himself beside her. He reached out to gently massage her temples, hoping to provide some comfort. Wan'an's sensitive skin responded to his touch, and after a few moments, her tears ceased to flow. She timidly raised her head, only to find herself suddenly nestled in his embrace, pouring out her heart. Oh, I lost something incredibly important. I am so heartbroken. Lost it? Chen pondered, suspecting it might be her phone. He was about to retrieve it when he realized she was holding him too tightly to do so. Her little mouth continued to murmur, I don't even know where I dropped it. I think it might have been in the restroom, but there are no cameras there. I can't trace it at all. Oh, how devastating. It contains so many memories from high school. It's my fault for not charging it yesterday. Otherwise, I might have found it. Oh, I feel so useless. Her despondence resembled that of someone mourning a great loss, which felt rather exaggerated. Is it a phone? Chen thought to himself, intending to reveal the truth, but Wan'an was too absorbed in her sorrow to hear him. Woe is me. I lost it. And it held all my memories of you. I am the villain. Unforgivable. I shall never see your high school photos again. Chen's expression turned serious, her lamenting tone conveying a sense of tragedy, as if the photos themselves had perished. Shaking his head, he realized it was merely high school pictures. He never anticipated her attachment to them would evoke such tears. He should have simply returned her phone to her desk. Now, do not cry, Wan'an. Look what I have. Chen, akin to a parent soothing a child, produced an item from his pocket. As Wan'an continued to sob, she suddenly caught sight of what he held, her expression transforming as if a child had spotted candy. She ceased her tears and eagerly grasped it. Ah, how did it end up with you? You rascal. Why didn't you give it to me sooner? You made me worry for so long. You were so naughty. After receiving her phone, she inspected it closely. Though it was out of battery, she was certain it was indeed hers. With a playful pout, she playfully struck his chest. Chen, already sensitive to her touch, found her tear-streaked face utterly endearing. After a couple of gentle taps, he could no longer suppress himself. He grasped her delicate hand and stood, softly pressing her against the table. Ah, Chen, what are you doing? I merely tapped you a couple of times. There's no need for such tit-for-tat, she mused. Yet, despite her every plea and attempt to charm him, he refused to relent. For Chen was intent on teasing her. With her milk-white cheeks, quivering cherry lips, and a voice that dripped with sweetness, her shy, darting eyes were simply irresistible. He found himself utterly captivated, unable to resist the temptation to indulge in her completely. At that moment, he embodied the essence of a domineering CEO, exuding an irresistible allure. As he drew closer, he gradually released his grip, cautious not to hurt her, yet still maintaining the air of a wall slam in his embrace. Wan'an's heart raced wildly. Memories of the previous night flooded back. Of Chen's bold advances, their noses nearly touching, she bashfully pressed her small hand against his face. Wait a moment. Are you about to kiss me? If so, I have a small request. Her excitement bubbled over. Chen had taken the initiative again. It seemed her charm had indeed grown. However, she desired to add a little twist. A request? His lips curled into a smile. It was the first time he had heard of kissing accompanied by demands. Perhaps yesterday's events had left her a bit apprehensive. Yes, indeed. You must first call me Little Treasure in the sweetest voice. She simply wished to alter her title. Chen chuckled, thinking it was no big deal. Little Treasure? Wan'an's excitement peaked. It was the first time he had addressed her so earnestly, and she pressed on. And also call me baby without hesitation, he obliged, his lips drawing ever closer. And darling, little darling Annan, and darling, I want to hear all of them. Hehe. Chen chuckled again. This girl truly knew how to stir things up. Yet, he decided not to indulge her further, stating simply, all right, my little darling, in an instant. He could no longer contain himself. Once Wan'an had experienced his kiss, he found himself yearning for more, so he kissed her deeply, the sweet taste of jelly leaving him reluctant to part. Chen, you always tease me, she pouted playfully. However, those endearments could wait for another time. Soon, employees outside the glass walls stood in unison, witnessing an abundant display of affection. Even the secretary stood outside, too bashful to interrupt despite pressing matters. The couple shared a blissful kiss for a full 3 minutes, only parting when breathless. A year later, Wan'an gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, with their daughter being even more adorable than her mother, winning Chen's adoration. Wan'an found herself in a playful rivalry with her little girl for his affection. That same year, the Gourmet group merged with the Yi group, forming a national giant. The adults pressured their children to return and inherit the family business. Yet, both were reluctant to assume such responsibilities so soon, choosing instead to continue their carefree, affectionate lives with their children. The end. P.S. A new book has been published, super sweet. My online romantic interest turns out to be my celebrity sister. This book has concluded, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the loyal readers who have followed along, particularly to the esteemed members in our group, Debo, Ching Chun, Shui Song, Li, and others. Special thanks to the top supporters, Bu Dao Tu. To the second place, Shark Gang, not a single word of homework completed. To the third place, The Joy of the Forest. To all the esteemed readers who have graced this list, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your companionship. Until we meet again in the next volume. Typing is quite exhausting, alas.